turn. Inside, Ronaldo, track back.
What a goal!
What a goal!
What a goal!
This is the biggest FIFA Ultimate Team ever has been.
It's all about mental.
Oh, it's popped
These are the most elite players. Gotta take your chances.
Starts off with a goal.
And it's all about controlling the tempo.
Finishes in style.
It's pretty much win or go home.
I'm here to win it. I'll beat anyone that's in my way.
All right, guys, how you doing? And welcome to Amsterdam. Today is qualification day. By the end of today, we're going to find out which 16 players have clinched themselves a spot in the FIFA eWorld Cup final. It's very, very big. Yesterday was survival day. Quite frankly, some people didn't. Some big names crashed out the tournament. There's plenty of people still in the race for a chance to get a spot in that eWorld Cup and also win the Xbox tournament here in Amsterdam as well. You guys can win whilst watching also. Make sure you've linked your Twitch and your EA Sports FIFA accounts, and we're going to be dropping some unbelievable FUT prizes throughout the day, so stay tuned for more information. Right, let's take a look at how the competition format works here in Amsterdam. So yesterday we started the Swiss format with 64 players on Xbox, and how the Swiss format works is you always play someone with the same record you've got. It's a 3-day tournament, and we kicked off yesterday. So if you win, you play someone else that won. If you lose, you play someone else that lost, etc., until you get to the magic number of 4 wins. That secures you a spot in the last 32. As a number of players already have. We've got 2 rounds left of the Swiss format still to play, so more players will be getting through as well. Then, today, qualification day is all about getting from the last 32 to the last 16, because all of the last 16 will qualify for the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final. Now, tomorrow is decision day. Tomorrow is the day we find out who ultimately becomes the Xbox playoff champion here in Amsterdam. We'll be crowning that person with not only a trophy, but also $35,000. Now, let's take a look at how today's tournament, or this week's tournament, fits into the ecosystem of FIFA tournaments this year. Loads of different ways people can qualify for the playoffs here in Amsterdam. Many different routes through, but only one way you can get to the FIFA eWorld Cup final, and that is by finishing in the last 16 here in Amsterdam. It's that simple. And as I said before, today is qualification day. Today is the day we're going to be letting you know who gets in there. I'm in position. I'm on my lovely stage here. Fantastic backdrop behind me. All the players there getting ready for the last 2 Swiss format games. By the way, tomorrow, if you guys want to come and get involved in person and actually see it all go down, there's a link on the screen which will give you information as how you can come down, obviously, if you're Amsterdam-based. We'd like to see your face. So, later today, I've also got something else for you to look forward to. We have got a very special, exclusive World Cup game mode trailer dropping. Okay, you do not want to miss it. So later today, we're going to be showing that on stream. But for now, I'm going to pass you over to my good friend, ChuBoi.
Thank you, Spencer. My name is ChuBoi, bringing you all the numbers from the action here on qualification day. But let's take a look back and look at some of the top scores so far in the tournament going into qualification day. We have some amazing players on Xbox, and these are the top scores. We got FUTWIZ Dubzje leading the line with 39, Elastico with 37, Lightning Panda's Dragon with 34. He's got a lucky panda by his desk, by the way. FaZe Gorilla phasing up, and Kurt with 33 goals. So amazing gameplay, amazing goals. Some of the players using Team of the Year Ronaldo, R9 Ronaldo. I think those are the usual suspects here in terms of goals. I mean, I've got the top 10 scorers if you want to see the rest of the list. We got Sakul in 6. Hashtag Ryan is doing amazing so far, 33 goals. Dreamer as well with 33. F2 Tex, he has probably scored the best goal of the night. I mean, sorry, of the qualification, sorry, of the survival day yesterday. And then we also have SKC Alekzandur representing MLS Sporting Kansas City. So again, amazing goals. Looking forward to the goals we're going to see here on qualification day. Somebody who knows a lot about today is Jimmy Conrad. Let's take a look at what he's got.
Thank you so much, ChuBoi. That's right, I'm your favorite former U.S. men's national team player, Jimmy Conrad. And this is the best seat in the house in Amsterdam, my lovely chair and this lovely couch with some of my good friends, the Maverick Wolves and Spencer. Thank you for joining us from the stage.
No problem.
Good to see your lovely face up close. Yeah, I think you sprinted down. I appreciate that. Now, guys, incredible day yesterday. Give me your overall thoughts after day 1.
Some big names dropping out. That was the PSG DAX elimination was a big one for me.
Yeah.
We commentated on it, and it just shows how much pressure can get to someone at such an important stage.
Look, we got 64 of the best Xbox players here, and it was always going to be the case that some big names went home. It was survival day, and some people didn't survive.
And Spencer, how about you? Is there one storyline in particular that you thought, all right, this is something to keep an eye on, or you couldn't believe that somebody got knocked out like these.
I mean, in terms of the knockouts, what was interesting was the fact, because if you got knocked out yesterday, it meant you went 0 for 4, essentially, or 1 for 4, which is quite an early way to get knocked out. Obviously, some more people will go this morning. But no, I was looking at the other end of the table, and the two guys that really stood out have got to be MSDossary and Gorilla, both really delivering on the pressure that was on them, going unbeaten, and they actually could be playing each other later today. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them play each other at a latter stage in the tournament as well. So you've got to be tipping them for a last 16 spot now.
Now, there's two players I do want to focus on, and the first one is Gorilla, so I'm glad you brought him up. He had a fantastic start to this. Sometimes it seems like he starts slow, but in this one, he came out guns blazing. 5-0. He's going to play MSDossary in this next one. Definitely looking forward to seeing that. We'll definitely get the highlights for you. But here, let's take a look at some of his gameplay from yesterday.
Cool.
That is a silky chip.
He's come with a purpose. I mean, me and Mav spoke to him a couple weeks before this, and he said he really wants to win something this year. Obviously, he hasn't done it so far, and he's come with intent at the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree with you on the intent. It seems like he's playing with a lot of purpose in this. And I thought one of his big wins was against Goal Machine, because he lost to Goal Machine in Manchester to get knocked out of the whole tournament. So for him to get his revenge in the Swiss format must feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Gorilla is he always peaks when he needs to. Like, some people have been saying he's not been on his top form this year, but he clinched qualification for this event in the first event. Yeah. So he did all he had to do, and then he could just sort of practice. And he actually could have ended up qualifying a number of different ways. And now he's here. When it matters to get top 16, he's back to his best.
Now, with Gorilla versus MSDossary, they're both 5-0. So is there any kind of juice on this one, or because they both qualified, it's like, let's not show our best? You understand? Like, maybe we slow play, because if we play them in the knockout rounds, we don't show them all our secrets.
I mean, I think this will be a game where you have to test out the best. Obviously, two of the best players here, they might eventually come up against each other in the latter stages, as Spencer said. So to get a feel of an opponent early is definitely an advantage.
Now, MSDossary has only given up 7 goals in 5 games, which is incredible. But Gorilla is one of the top 5 high-scoring teams here. So how does that play out?
Your guess is as good as mine, really, with that one. But like we said, and Wolf and I mentioned him in our players to watch, he's come here with real intent. And when Gorilla is playing the way he is at this tournament, he's one of the hardest people to stop, especially in the attack. So this is going to be MSDossary really proving how good he is defensively, because he's coming up against one of the best attacking players in the world.
Yeah, you don't really keep clean sheets against Gorilla. It's not something that happens. I mean, I could be wrong, but usually they're high-scoring games. His style is score more than you. He usually does let up a few goals. Dossary, you'd have to say, all things considered, is the favourite going into this, just purely off the back of the fact that he won the last big event in Manchester, and Gorilla hasn't quite got to that length this year. But yeah, it's anyone's game. Definitely one of the most wide-open matches we'll see.
So that's one player that we know. Let's talk about a player that we don't know or not as familiar with, Los Uruguas. And I said that right. You guys can take notes at home. He's from Spain, and he came out of the blocks firing. He represents Cádiz in the Spanish 2nd division. He beat J-Raw Lion here. This is how he qualified for this tournament. The McDonald's Virtual La Liga Esports Tournament. It was 10 days ago. Wow. So he's coming off of this momentum, feeling good about himself. Here he is celebrating the trophy and getting the invitation to this tournament. Here's a shot of J-Raw Lion. You guys might know. Getting 2nd place right there. Now, he's one of 4 Spanish players to make it here. Spanish players seem like they're criminally underrepresented in these major tournaments. How important is it for him to represent his country and to do well?
I think very, very important for him. And also, he might be enjoying the fact that no one is really thinking about him. It worked for Tex in Barcelona, and he actually beat Tex in the first game of yesterday. So it could, like I said, be an advantage for him.
Yeah, 100%. Like you said, he came in here, first game was against Tex, as we know, Barcelona champion. Now, he won that game comfortably as well. He really pulled ahead. He showed intent. He then played MSDossary, and he was one of the few to keep him to 0-0 in the first game, in the first leg yesterday. So he's a very, very good player. And like I said, maybe the lack of pressure is what is really kind of fueling him, really helping him, because he doesn't have to worry. He is the underdog in every game he goes into.
Now, you talked to Tex before about playing him. What did Tex have to say?
This is what's incredible. I didn't even go to Tex to ask about him. Tex pulled me to one side and said, look, that guy is incredible. Like, maybe he underestimated him a little bit. In fairness, I think Tex said he came in expecting the first game, because that's what's changed from the previous tournaments, is that first game wasn't seeded. So normally you feel like you know you're either better or worse than your first opponent. Here it was just randomised. So he maybe underestimated him a little bit, but we've seen this guy is top quality. And yeah, it did definitely help him, because if you get the wins early, you get the momentum, as he did, you book yourself that spot in the last 32, the pressure's off, which is what he's done. So for me, he's definitely one to watch.
Yeah, definitely. He's the underdog, as it were. We're gonna bill him as the underdog. Now, if you guys want to join the conversation, if you're watching this stream in the chat or on social media, whatever, use the hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup, and of course, tag EA Sports FIFA so we can hear from you guys. We're gonna read your comments on air, and then we'll get to talk about them, and hopefully they're really smart. We'll make you sound smart too. That's our promise. Now, our first game coming up is Dandelion versus TDKEANE. Now, this is an interesting one. It's an elimination game. Both are 2 and 3. Now, Dandelion, he won his first 2 and then lost 3 straight. He comes in here out of the last chance qualifier. That's how he got into this tournament. And then TDKEANE is from Thailand. He qualified through the EA Champions Cup. Now, he won 2 of his first 3, but then he lost to IX Joey 7-4. I feel like that's pretty respectable. But then lost to Goal Machine, who's very good, obviously, and beat Gorilla in the last tournament in Manchester, so got a pedigree. He only lost to him 5-4. So I'm curious what you guys think in terms of, he seems to be playing well, TDKEANE, but he hasn't really got over that hump and maybe made the plays that he needed to get the victory.
Yeah, well, I mean, people have kind of written off the guys that came from FIFA Online, perhaps unfairly so, because they're playing a sort of slightly different version of the game, and they're coming into it with nowhere near as much practice as the guys that have been playing FIFA 18 since, 8-9 months ago. This guy, TDKEANE, is showing that he's caught up, basically, because he's had some unbelievable results. To be going into this day with a chance to still be in the race for qualification for the eWorld Cup is incredible. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do in this game against a British player who's also fairly new to the scene, came through the last chance qualifier. So in many ways, I don't know how long Dandelion's been playing, but in terms of competitively, they've only been entering the scene the last sort of month or so.
Yeah.
Let's see what they can do.
So TDKEANE is going from left to right in the navy kits. And then from right to left, Dandelion is in, let's say, the orange. He's wearing little Fanta jerseys.
Yeah. And we always say it's so important to start off right in these games with so much on the line. It's just whether you want to go guns blazing or you want to be conservative. And different players take different approaches. And it's going to be interesting to see if both do the same, kind of like show respect for each other, or one just takes the game by its hands and tries to go for that win straight away.
I mean, we saw quite a cagey affair yesterday between Mino and Dax in a similar situation. It was an elimination match. And are we going to see the same here? Are these guys going to be a little bit too conservative at times and not potentially go forward? We'll see.
I get the sense that you could overthink this because you had all night, you knew who your opponent was. You've probably maybe done a little scouting on him if you had the opportunity, or if you had a friend that was watching his streams, because you could go back and watch the streams anytime. That's a fun fact for you guys. You can go back to EA Sports FIFA's Twitch stream and watch all the games that they played. So there could be an advantage to both players here, but I wonder if they're overthinking any of their tactics.
Yeah, what we noticed from the Dax game as well is that both players forced it quite a lot. Obviously, you're going to feel the pressure. You're going to want to try and get them goals. So naturally, a lot more errors are made from both players. It's just whether who can keep their composure the most in these games. I mean, so much is riding on the line.
100%. I mean, we saw a shot there from Dandelion. He did actually take a long shot. A lot of times yesterday, people got into the long shot situation and didn't take it. They kind of stuck to what they know. They went for the 90% chances, the 95% chances, the low driven across the goalkeeper. And what actually won was Mino taking a long shot from outside the box, which he doesn't normally do, and it actually won him the game. He's now continuing on. So maybe one of these guys has to go outside their comfort zone a little bit, do something that they wouldn't normally do in a situation. And we've got TDKEANE coming forward here with Neymar.
He's nearly
it's a good opportunity, and that's a good attempt.
Woo! But not really any clear-cut chances at the moment. We've had 20 minutes or so in game time gone. And we're just waiting to see. We've had one long shot, well, actually 2 long shots from outside the box. It's not really, no one's really going for it.
What interests me here is, does TDKEANE know some of those really kind of intricate idiosyncrasies of FIFA 18 that we see a lot of players using? I'm talking about like what's been called the F2 text, goal kicks. There's a chance there. I'm talking about, little things that players pick up over the competitive year. How much has he been watching? Has he been tuning into the streams all year? Has he only got interested in the scene since he qualified? So on one side is, does he know those little bits? On the second side is, does he know any new things? Has he, coming into the game late, because obviously the game gets patched throughout the year, things change, maybe he hasn't had a chance to pick up any bad habits. It could actually come in and, like texting in Barcelona with showing this new kind of way of distributing the ball from the back, has TDKEANE got any new tricks that are working for him?
That's it. And I mean, we've got to remember these guys come from a very competitive background themselves as well. So they're not new to competitive. They know the disciplines. They know what's needed to win in high pressure situations. So can TDKEANE show all those qualities that he has learned from albeit a slightly different game and take it here and really kind of surprise Dandelion?
Well, I mean, as a pro player, he actually might be much more experienced than DW Dandelion, to be fair. It's just whether he's experienced on the same game or not.
Yeah. Here we go, chance with
That's
Ronaldo.
a massive chance, and he's gone back, Hullet.
Oh, you've got to score that.
Oh.
He has to be putting those away. Those are the chances he potentially has been missing to get himself in that situation.
Okay, 2 fun facts for you guys. In the Gorilla Dasari game, Dasari's up 2-0 after 30 minutes.
Word.
Wow.
2-0.
Okay.
And then the other fun fact for you is that these guys, goals for, goal against. Dandelion is 22-4, 26 against. So he's got a -4. And then TDKEANE is 25-4 and 27 against, so a -2.
Okay.
I think that just proves that they play a lot of tight games.
Yeah.
And I expect this to be even tighter since it's an elimination game.
See on the screen there, Kid Mamito picked up 4 wins and 1 loss. Jimmy, you called him out early doors yesterday. Must be happy about that.
Very happy to see Mamito do well and SKC Alekzandur, some MLS representation. A little sad to see Nanad get knocked out at the Columbus Crew. He was the FIFA Interactive World Cup champion in 2010. So he's going home. But some good representation from North America.
Big tackle from Sergio Ramos there for TDKEANE, which puts him now on the advantage he is going forward with Neymar again, who seems to favour when he is coming forward. He's the one that's taken a long shot for him so far, and he seems to be going through him in the middle quite a bit. You have Marcelo out wide, and Hullet, as Hullet does, breaks up the play.
No one really wants to go for this. You could tell both players are playing quite nervously, aren't they?
You've got a lot of sideways play or backwards play in a lot of situations that you normally would go forward. When you're feeling confident, you'd pick the forward pass, you'd RBA it into that striker. But as you said, the nerves are in this game. This game is massive, it's very important. Maybe these two don't want to take the risk of going forward because then they can get countered.
Yeah.
And a goal scored against you right now is a dangerous one.
I mean, look, they have another game to play, so is it? I would try and go for it. Obviously, not over risk yourself. But hold on, we have a chance here.
TDKEANE with a scoop turn and attempt at the low driven.
He's got it away.
And here we go, another mistake
That's
there.
into
Neymar.
Wow.
And there we go. TDKEANE gets himself 1-0 up after 43 minutes, and that comes from a mistake from Dandelion.
We've got to start taking this guy seriously. I'm looking at his results, right? Only 1 game that he's played has been separated by more than 1 goal.
Right.
And that was against Ajax Joey. He lost 7-4. You mentioned that earlier. He only lost 5-4 to Goal Machine. He beat Nanad, a former FIWC world champion, on penalties. He beat Chopsy Oli 3-2, and he lost to Gabriel 8-7. So he's not actually been smashed at any point. This is the guy that was being written off before he got here because he doesn't know the game. Clearly, he knows it as much as many of the players in this top 64.
I think it's very obvious, and again, he's got himself in here. A very normal pro goal, you would say, in that middle of the box, the low-driven finesse to the right side of the keeper. So, I mean, he's scoring goals that you see a lot from other pro players. So it's very clear that he has picked up the game very, very quickly.
Dandelion did play in Barcelona, by the way. Do you want to hear his record from Barcelona? He played Rocky in the first game at Barcelona, only lost 5-4 to Rocky. He got beat 8-2 by Marlot. Then he lost in an unbelievable game against MCR El Parky, 15-12.
What?
He beat Kira 5-3.
Sorry, Spencer.
What?
I'm going to have to cut you there.
I've got some great
Because
stats.
the other game has some juice. Dasari's up 3-1 at half. So Gorilla got 1 back. Dasari scored right before halftime. It's 3-1. Now, out of respect for TDKEANE and Dandelion, we're going to move over to the Dasari Gorilla game, see how that's going. We'll keep you posted on how this elimination game's going, but I got man crushes on Dasari and Gorilla. We got to go check this game out. 3-1 at half. Very excited to see how this one's going to play out. So this is the first leg between these two. They're both 5-0. Dasari gave up a goal. He's only given up 7 up to this point in 5 games. As you said, Spencer, before, Gorilla doesn't get shut out very often, so we could expect some more goals from him.
Also, Gorilla's really good at the 2-leg comeback. You know, sometimes he has a slow first leg. And he smashes it in the second one, so definitely don't write him off. Got some. I mean, I'm looking at his previous events. Look how many events Gorilla's played. Yeah. He's just been everywhere.
He's been everywhere.
Yeah, there's a good look at him now. Making some changes to his lineup, potentially. Looking at his tactics, maybe checking out the form of his players, as it were, to see who's playing well and who's not.
He's using that towel that he does use very often to keep his hands free of moisture. And he is obviously going to have to try and get back in this one, 3-1 down against MSDossary. But as we know, Gorilla can turn it on in an instant. He can start scoring goals against you, and you're not sure how or why he's doing it. He can just score goals.
And like you said, Spencer, he is a two-leg player. Maybe this first leg, obviously they've never played against each other before. He's just working out how Dossary plays and then adapt to it in the second leg, and could potentially beat him in the second leg.
Can I drop another stat on you? I think this is going to...
And we have a chance for
him. Oh, no, Dossary.
Stat as Dossary.
I mean, just running shot right now over Gorilla. Good goal. This is after he paused it as well.
Wow.
He paused it and then still ended up scoring anyway. No big deal. Don't worry about it.
Wants to change something up, but maybe now he sticks to what he's doing.
Right, you ready for a mind-blowing stat?
Yeah.
Yes.
In Manchester, which we know Dossary won, he actually lost his first 2 group games, right? He lost to PSG Dax 4-2 and he lost to Janoz 7-2. Since then, he has won every single game he's played. So obviously he went and won his next 5 games in the group stage in Manchester.
Yep.
He won every knockout. He went to the final, which he won. And now, 5 games into this, he's won all 5. So he's not been defeated since the second group game in Manchester.
You could look at that
That's amazing.
And worry a little bit on his part, because you kind of think, when's my loss coming? Is it going to come at the worst time possible?
Or maybe he's on the greatest run of all time. Maybe he's the Real Madrid and the Champions League type player.
But surely a run's got to come at an end at some point.
Well, it doesn't look like it's going to come to an end here.
No, it doesn't.
Well, we thought that with Real Madrid. There's no way they can win the Champions League again. Oh, they won it again. There's no way they can win the Champions League again for the third time. They did it again. So
true.
You never know.
Because we're always judging things on what's been done in the past, aren't we? We're looking at, okay, this is the record. They were the first team to do it 2 years in a row in the modern era. Can't do it 3 years. Oh, they can.
Exactly.
Why can't they win it 10 years in a row? Do you know what I mean? It could happen.
It's Dossary's pressure there, and it was the reason he scored that goal, because Gorilla was trying possession in the midfield with Hullet, and he actually got intercepted. Dossary's pressure is one of the things a lot of pros I've spoken to say is so hard to come against, because he just kind of chokes you out and you just have no time to think. Like there, as you said, Gorilla couldn't pick a pass through because he's got so many players in and around that ball at all times.
Like you said, he's so good at just blocking the space for any pass, and he just intercepts every pass that comes forward.
Some of these stats are unbelievable, right? He hasn't conceded more than 2 goals in a game yet. That's, all these games are 2 legs. That's in this tournament. Last tournament, in the knockout stage, apart from the final, he only conceded more than 2 goals once. Every other win against Goal Machine 8-2, against Remy Martin 5-1, against Felipe 7-1, against Marcus 6-1. He doesn't concede goals.
It makes you wonder what happened in those first 2 games in Manchester. We gave up 7 to Giannis and 4 to Dax, who got knocked out of here.
Clearly trying things out, and maybe he's found exactly what works for him.
So those 2 losses were important, which I think goes to your point. When does a loss maybe help him out to kind of get that out of your system?
Humbles him.
Yeah, a little bit.
Here we go. We have him come forward again. And from the gameplay we've seen on screen so far, it really is Dossary's pressure that is showing out, because Gorilla, as I said before the game, one of the best attacking players, or the best, you could argue, attacking FIFA players. And he can't seem to form an attack because Dossary is strangling him.
And you're saying that MSDossary has only conceded less than 2 goals in a game.
Oh, yeah.
If Gorilla is the best attacking pro, who is going to be able to score more than 2 goals than him? If Gorilla can't do it, who's going to be able to do it?
Yeah, I mean, if we can compare it to Gorilla's defensive stats, he's conceded at least 3 in every game. At least 3 in one game. Well, he's conceded 3 in every game, and then he's conceded 5 in one other. So, again, evidence of the fact that he doesn't keep as tight a ship as Dossary does. And if you look back in the Manchester event, he was always conceding at least 3 every single match. Sometimes 4, sometimes 5. He concedes goals. The least he's ever conceded in any event this year is 2.
All right, to give you an update on the game we were just watching before, Dandelion has equalized. It is now 1-1 between TDKEANE and Dandelion. They're both 2 and 3. This is an elimination game. This is still leg 1, so they have leg 2 to contest. Just wanted to give you guys an update on that, let you know how that is going.
We have Gorilla trying to change a few things really to get that attack flowing, because like I said, there really hasn't been a massive attacking presence from the FIFA that we have seen so far. And can he keep him out? Can he keep Gorilla out?
Here's a look at MSDossary's brother. He looks a little nervous. I don't know why he should be nervous given the fact that Dossary's playing so well.
Whoa, Dossary is, and he's smiling. He's having a great time.
He's happy. He's enjoying
Look at that
time.
face. That is a face of somebody who's up 4-1 over one of the best players in the world.
And that's maybe part of the reason he plays so well, because I haven't seen Dossary not looked relaxed when he's playing FIFA. He's always relaxed. He's always smiling. He's always enjoying what
wouldn't
he's
you
doing.
be if you're dominating everybody like he is?
Yeah, of
I'd have
course.
the biggest grin on my face. I'd be like, one arm up.
Come and get me, fellas.
Yeah.
You know, you're coming after me.
Gaming chair leaning back.
You've got to
it.
dethrone me. I'm at the top here. That's the feeling he must have right now.
So if you're Gorilla at this point, obviously you're trying to keep it close until you get into leg 2, but you don't want to risk getting countered
Yeah.
either if you go too much attacking. What would you do?
Obviously, he's going to want to try and come back into this game, but it's going to be hard. He's 4-1 down, but I feel he needs at least 1 or 2 more goals just to keep him in this tie. Because 4-1 or a 3-goal lead is a big stretch. Obviously, it is doable, but he just needs to close it that little bit more.
Well, he needs to do what hasn't been done so far.
Yeah.
Is what he needs to do. He needs to come back and score at least 4 goals. And that is obviously something which is very, very hard to do against Dasari. But if anyone can pull it off, it's Gorilla.
All right, just to keep you, if you guys are just joining the stream, MSDossary is in the red, going from left to right, and FaZe Gorilla is going from right to left in the blue. This is the first leg between 2 players who are 5-0. So they both qualified, but there's seeding at stake here, so it's a very important game. And obviously some pride at stake because these 2 players are some of the best in the world. A good through ball
What
here.
a pass that is.
By Dasari,
It's
another good
opened him
pass.
up.
creates some
Royce down
space.
wide.
Oh.
David De Gea with very
No
impressive.
way!
But there we go. It's 5-1.
5-1. Is it done and dusted? You can't count out Gorilla
You
at this
can
point.
never, ever say it's done and dusted, but it looks like it is.
At least for leg 1.
Yeah, at least for leg 1.
Who is going to beat Dasari? I'm worried for these other pros. If Gorilla can't do it, who's going to be able to do it?
But we've talked about this. Okay, it's very convincing, don't get me wrong. It's very, very convincing display. But how many tournaments now have we talked about people that smash it in the group stage and then get knocked out fairly quickly?
True.
Once,
Very true.
you just got to get out, in my opinion. You've got to get out, see who your draw is against in that last 32 game. That's the most important game here, because that's the game that gets you in to the last 16, and then you can start thinking about winning.
I mean, the previous winners of the tournaments in Tex and Dasari went 5-2 through the Swiss groups.
Yeah.
So, like you said there, the people that have gone the 5-0, the 6-0s, the 7-0s, like Sakul did
Janoz.
as well. Janoz did as well. We saw them do it. They don't go on to win necessarily, but maybe Dasari can break that curse as well because he seems to be breaking every curse so far.
Now, Sven, you got some stats for us, some other scores.
I went and checked out some of the other scores. Tim Latka's 2-0 down to Goal Machine right now. We've
Another
got-
goal from Dasari.
Oh, wow.
That's now 6-1.
So Tim Latka versus Goal Machine is a 3-2 game. So that's for a qualification, for a spot in the next round. Ryan, hashtag Ryan versus MegaBit, same record. It's currently 3-1 to MegaBit in that one. This is obviously first leg. We've got NSE Vini beating ICHOR Rezendi 2-1. We've got FUTWIZ Dubzje 3-1 up against FABIO DENNUZZO. We've got Makers Ribera 1-0 with PSG Fiddle. AJAX Dani 2-0 down to that Spanish man, your friend, Los Uruguas.
Yeah. Uruguas.
Uruguas. We've got Kid Mamito winning 3-1 against Kurt. Rising perhaps.
Telling you, Kid Mamito can't sleep on the MLS players.
doing very
Houston
well.
Dynamo.
Very well.
Another mention I'd like to throw in there is FUTWIZ Dubzje. Yesterday, he had some massive performances, going a little bit under the radar.
Did he
once
score
again.
10 goals twice yesterday?
He did, yes.
That's incredible.
And one of those convincing wins was against Janoz.
Yeah, he's the highest goal scorer in the tournament, isn't he, Dubzje?
Exactly. So he went a little bit under the radar. He's just scoring goals for fun right now. So another person that maybe needs to be watched out for.
Some more scores for you. Janoz 3-0 up against Sydney FC Samir. MCFC Marcus is 2-0 with F2 Tex.
Ooh.
Dreamer is hashtag Dreamer 3-0 down to N Rasic. And that's all the updates I've got for you right now, guys.
Now, I know Tex and Marcus have played 3 times. Once in Barcelona, once in Manchester, and also in the Weekend League. And Tex has beat him every single time. So I know Marcus is going to want to get some revenge in this game. Currently 2-2, so it'll be
And
interesting.
what a moment to do it as well,
Yeah.
to secure his spot. So it would be a great time for Marcus to get that revenge.
On this game, it's 6-1 right now. Dasari in complete control.
He's just he's so fluid, it's so smooth, and Messi goes in on goal there with that right foot, and what a block that is from Maldini. But again, we're seeing such a confident and competent display from MSDossary here.
It makes me wonder what they had for breakfast.
Yeah.
Because I kind of want what Dasari had and not what Gorilla had. I'm going to have to go ask these guys afterwards.
But Gorilla cannot afford to concede again. He's just got to see this game out. Just take the loss, recoup for the second leg, and go again.
And I only bring that up because Dasari looks nice and relaxed and easygoing, and Gorilla looks a little tense, a little more serious.
I would if I was 6-1 down.
Yeah, what do you do at this point? You just chalk it up to a better opponent, try to learn maybe some things about maybe when you face him again in the knockout rounds because you both qualified?
Knowing what Gorilla's like, he's going to want to come back in the second leg and really show what he's about. He's going to want to, again, stamp his authority.
He needs a goal.
And this could be a vital goal here. It is 6-2.
Right before the end of the game as well.
He needed that.
4-goal difference. Still feel like this is all Dasari at this point because it's not like he's going to get shut out in the next game. So, but you never know.
I mean,
stranger things have happened.
We did say it's going to be hard to hold the Gorilla to not score goals.
That's true.
And he's done exactly that in this game. So you never know what is going to happen in that second leg.
We talked about that number there, didn't we? MSDossary mostly only ever conceding 2 goals or less. He's conceded his 2 now. So if Gorilla can get a couple more, it'll be some kind of something to hold on to at least.
Yeah.
But whether he gets enough to get back in the game, I'm not so sure. It's possible. You can never count against Gorilla.
That is the end of leg 1 between the 2 best players so far in this tournament. They're both 5-0. MSDossary in complete control after leg 1, up 6-2. There's a look at his brother and the rest of the crowd that are joining us today. Looks a little more cool, calm, and composed. Not as nervous as he was before. 4-goal lead will do that for you.
Yeah.
Now, just talk to me about how complete this performance was from Dasari before we get into Gorilla and how he got here.
I mean, he scored everything. He scored a bicycle kick, an overlap. He just looks like he's the player in form right now. He's scoring for fun, looks relaxed. He just looks like he's having a good time, and you can it's showing in his FIFA play.
Yeah.
Someone that is that dangerous going forward, but also so solid defensively. I mean, we've mentioned it a couple of times now, but he's kept Gorilla to 2 goals, and he looked comfortable doing it as well. Let's be honest about it. And it is that pressure. He's constantly in the face. It really is not giving his opponents any time to even think about what they want to do.
I'd love to know what's in his head right now, because I thought that bicycle kick goal was an interesting one, because he shot from a really wide angle. And normally I wouldn't have expected him to shoot from there. So either one or 2 things happened. Either he really believed he was going to get a rebound opportunity, which he inevitably did, or he was kind of almost clocked off for the game at that point and thinking, I've got loads of goals, I don't need to be that efficient anymore, I'll just try and score special goals. I'd love to know which one of those 2 things it was, because it tells us a lot about his mentality, which one it was.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Gorilla, let's take a look at how he got here and all the tournaments that he's played up to this point. Now, he was in Barcelona, had a good run, did very, very well, but unfortunately lost to Inrasic, which was 1 step away from the final. But he beat a lot of good players to get there, including his coach right now, FaZe Tass. He beat him in the round of 16, 11-8. So that was a goal fest. I think we all really enjoyed that. And then in Manchester, he again got out of the groups. Not a big surprise there. Beat NSC Spider Kong in the round of 32, and then faced Goal Machine, who was a bit of a surprise in this whole tournament. That's where he kind of burst onto the scene. The Canadian lost 5-4 there. Those are the kind of games where it could have gone either way when you have him that close, and he had to be kicking himself. But he's doing well here. He came out of the gate, well, up to this point into this first leg against Dasari. But he has been very good. And here we'll take a look. Beat Kid Mamito, who's doing well. Beat Kurt, of course, in these last 2 rounds, which you think would have prepped him against Dasari. But as you spoke, Wolfie, it's Dasari is just unbeatable. He's untouchable right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can't write Gorilla off, even though it is a lot to do in this next game. But I mean, he has had so many ways of getting here. He's qualified in Barcelona. He would have got a spot in Manchester. He also was in Gfinity. He would have got a spot in that. So he is one of the best guys. Don't write him off just yet.
Yeah, 100%.
We're in for a good game.
So this first goal in the second leg is of the utmost importance. He has to score it. Otherwise, I feel like it's going to be Dasari all the way.
Yeah, but it's just important to remember, even if it is Dasari and he wins, doesn't actually mean anything like to take too much from, because Gorilla will still be through, and Gorilla can still beat anyone on his day. Dasari's still got a lot of work to do. The main thing is it impacts the seeding, and the seeding in this tournament more than any other is important, because it's going to, what record you get in the group is going to define who you play in that first knockout round, and that first knockout round game is the game that decides qualification. So more than ever, I think they should have always been worried about seeding, but more than ever, they need to think about who they're going to be up against and how a win here is going to help potentially make it easier.
I mean, could you imagine Dasari just cruising through all the Swiss format and then losing in the first round of 32 and not qualify for the FIFA eWorld Cup? I mean, we might see that. Maybe not from him per se, but another player that had played well and then just got a little unlucky. We saw that in Barcelona with Salzor. Didn't lose a game in the Swiss format, lost in round of 32, and didn't qualify, unfortunately, for this event. Now he's on the broadcast team. Welcome to the team, Salzor. So I think we're going to see that, and that's going to be heartbreaking. It could be Dasari. You never know.
Yeah, it could be possible.
It's highly possible. I mean, as I said, we've got the best Xbox players in the room right now. So anyone on their day can beat anyone here, irrelevant of their
Well, actually, can I bring that back a little bit? Because I feel like Dasari over 2 legs is unbeatable. But if it was a one-off, then I could see maybe he could lose that one game.
Well, he is beatable because he dropped 2 games in Manchester.
That's true.
So he is human, Jimmy.
But to Mav's point earlier, I mean, he said, I think he was learning something, trying to figure out which formation and style he wanted to play, and he figured it out and hasn't lost a game since. So
yeah, I mean, I think it would be pretty safe to think he's going to get a top 16 spot.
Yeah.
Definitely don't think it's over as to whether he goes the distance. Yeah, he talked about Salza last week in Paris, the E-Club World Cup. We saw Hashtag Boys did the exact same thing. Only team to be unbeaten, lose their first knockout round game. So you have to. It's a completely different mentality change when you get out the groups.
100%.
You know, and equally, some people come with a completely different mentality on different days. Survival day was yesterday, so literally the reason it was called survival is most things on everyone's mind here was don't go out.
Yeah.
Today is not. Today is qualify. So those little shifts in mentality can change people's performance by 10%.
Okay, so tell me if you're Gorilla's coach, all right? What are you saying to him right now? Like, tap him on the shoulder, hey, keep your head up? Or are you trying to give him tactics? Or like, dude, you just got run over by Dasari. I mean, what?
Good luck.
Good luck. Is there anything specific?
Just do what you can do. It's a really, really tough one, isn't it? Because like we said, he's got to do something which has been proven very, very hard to do, which is beat Dasari. And it is one of those where you, as a coach, can you go back and look at the games he did lose and see how he lost them and then maybe give advice to that? It's really, really tough because it's been so long since Dasari has been beaten. But I think if you're Gorilla's coach, you say, Gorilla, you know what you're doing. You can score goals. Keep sticking to what you know and see what you can do.
If anything, it's probably just maybe some mistakes he made in the first leg. Just say, right, don't do this. That's how you conceded, blah, blah, blah. Like, maybe just some defensive options, because we know he can score goals.
Yeah.
All right, well, we've seen some big-time players and some big-time games, but we've got a lot of more big-time action coming up. So come back and join us right after the break.
There you go.
Wow. Another goal from Dasari. Oh, wow. That's now 6.
Love, heart. Nobody has that. Come on, guys, let's go. I said, what do we do best? We win!
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi, by Coca-Cola Gaming, and by Turtle Beach.
Prove the UK.
FIFA Mobile.
And some new players have entered the fray. New in-game players have been used versus Manchester that we saw. So we got some Team of the Season players, and none other than Team of the Season Goretzka, one of my favorite players that I've seen so far. I have him in my team. I probably bought him for too much. I bought him for like 700K. Now he's going for 550K on the Xbox and the PlayStation. Team of the Season Goretzka, this is why you need him in your team. 91 pace. 90 shooting, 87 physical, 88 defending. You can put him anywhere in your midfield. A lot of people have been using him at right CM. You can use him at CDM or LCM or even at cam with that 91 pace. He's got 96 aggression, so he's going to be an amazing defender for your team. Again, 550K, 6'2", high work rates, 3-star skills. He doesn't have that 4-star skills, but with the kind of physical that he has, he doesn't even need those skills. He's very good at breaking down the play. He's gonna face up even against the best icons. Hullet, Vieira, he can challenge all of them. I've been seeing a lot of people use him in their teams already here at the Amsterdam event. Even Janoz, people like MegaBit, a lot of people have been trying him out. Probably the most used team of the season inform that we've seen so far in Amsterdam on qualification day and also on survival day. A lot of people have been talking about Royce. We will probably talk about him later and some other team of the season players that you might be able to see. So I would suggest definitely put him in your team. If you can't afford someone like him, I mean, you can look at some of his previous informs. I think he does have a previous inform, so take a look at him. But if you do have those 550K coins, I would definitely suggest you put him in. Even the likes of Bates87 says he is the best team this season he's seen so far. Now, I'm sure someone who knows about challenging some amazing defenders, or amazing midfielders at his time is Jimmy Conrad. Jimmy, what do you got for us?
Thank you, ChuBoi. Yes, I have seen some amazing midfielders in my time. They're not these two guys, unfortunately, but I know you guys can play. Got the Maverick Wolves here on the couch with me. Now, guys, just to catch you up, we are through Survival Day. That was day one. Now we're in Qualification Day. So the Survival Day had 5 games, and now we're the last 2 games of the Swiss format and the round of 32. And at the end of Qualification Day, we get to Decision Day. We'll have the last 16. And the last 16 are all going to qualify for the FIFA eWorld Cup. Who is going to be in these 16? That's what we're trying to determine. It's our bit of our Brady Bunch.
I like this.
That's my reference. You like that?
Yeah,
you like that?
Nice. Cool.
Yeah. We have 16 names in those squares. They're all going to be competing for the biggest prize in FIFA. Very exciting. Also, if you guys want to link your Twitch accounts, you should do that. EA.com/Twitch. Some big names that are going to be dropped if you guys are watching on the stream. We got Sergio Ramos. Ooh. He is getting a lot of attention these days. We got a ton of Ultimate Packs. They got De Gea. World Cup card, and then got N'Golo Kante, Team of the Year.
Oh, he's a beast.
He is a beast.
He's
a beast without having that card.
Yeah.
So when you have that and some boosted stats, you got to be feeling it. So we're just at the start now of Qualification Day. We're going to get into leg 2 between MSDossary and Gorilla. 6-2 for Dossary after leg 1. Can Gorilla find his way back into this?
You'd like to say he might do, but I think it might be curtains. I think he might just have...
Unless he scores that first goal.
Unless.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, Dossary hasn't conceded 2 goals, or more than 2 goals, and
he's
conceded 2 goals. So,
yeah. By that logic, he's not conceding in this game. I mean, it's a very tough ask. But if anyone in this FIFA community you're going to ask to do it, it is Gorilla.
That's true. He's shown it time and time again. Now, if you're MSDossary and you're in cruise control, what are you doing for leg 2? Because he doesn't seem like a guy that just steps on the gas pedal. He keeps going and going and going.
I think play the exact same game plan as the first leg. I mean, obviously it worked really well for him. Gorilla's probably going to be a little bit, or he's going to be more aggressive to try and get those goals. But he could even just soak up the pressure and then hit him on the counter. And then as soon as there's another goal for him, it's surely game done for him.
We can tell the atmosphere is quite lively here inside the arena in Amsterdam. We're gonna get to leg 2 between Dasari, who's up after leg 1, 6-2 over Gorilla. This first goal for me is of the utmost importance. There's a good look at Dasari and Gorilla. Gorilla looking a little bit more serious than Dasari, but given the scoreline, that makes a lot of sense.
But
Take a look here at their squads.
He went more into focus mode there. We've seen the smiles, but as soon as that game starts.
How you feeling about what's happening here? 3 in the back.
It's
chancy, right? Right off the bat?
It's very aggressive, but naturally, if you're going for 4 goals against MSDossary minimum, then it's understandable as to why he's gone 3 at the back. A lot more attacking. He's got 5 attackers.
We're also being joined here on the couch by Mike LaBelle. 3 in the back. Azpilicueta, you don't see him very often. Why do you like that choice, Mr. Mike LaBelle?
It's all about pace. He's trying to get as much speed back there as possible, and he needs to score goals. Plain and simple.
Plain and simple.
Plain and simple.
Drop it like it's hot there, Mike. I like that. Get after it.
That 87 pace as well. So as centre-backs come, that is very, very fast. And like I said, if you've got 3 at the back, you're going to have Dasari attacking a lot of the wing space. So Azpilicueta having the pace of close to a lot of the wingers is understandable as to why he's chosen.
Do you think that Dasari's licking his chops a little bit, knowing that Gorilla's going to be going all gung-ho going forward?
He has to know that he's going to make chances, which I think could be reassuring. Gorilla is a special player, though. Nobody looks forward to really matching up with Gorilla, even though the same could kind of be said about MSDossary at this point. And when you're playing 3 at the back, a major key is that the 2 center backs on the outside are your fastest center backs out of those 3 center backs. So you can have a big physical center back in the middle, but you need the pace on the outside.
All right, leg 2 has begun. We got FaZe Gorilla going from left to right in the Arsenal kits. And Dasari.
If Dasari
right to left,
here, it is problem time for Gorilla. It really is.
As Wolfie said, curtains, I think.
Curtains. Here we go.
Gorilla. Oh, it's a great ball.
Nice little bit of space for Neymar
like
to run into.
3v3 now. Can he find some space to create a good opportunity?
Oh,
it's that movement, quick, hull it.
Wait. Oh, no, that's the chance over. But I thought he held on to that ball a little bit too long there on the edge of the box with Hullet. He wanted to do the long shot, but for some reason he hesitated. But here we have.
Here we go. And this is the space we're talking about out wide.
Oh, what a tackle!
A challenge.
Unbelievable.
Sergio Ramos. What a challenge.
There's Henry.
But straight from the off, it is end to end. We've had 1 chance apiece from each player. And here is Gorilla.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Offsides there.
And a booking, by the looks of it.
Neither of these players are being conservative right now. I think it's pretty safe to say that they are both attacking. We're not seeing Dasari sit back and just defend and soak up the pressure. He wants to score goals as well. He wants to put this 6, 7, 8 goals out of reach if he can possibly do that.
And when you go against a 3 at the back, it's very difficult to be a possession player at that point. You might be able to swing it side to side once or twice, but then you have to go forward.
Yeah.
Because your opposition is just throwing too many bodies at you.
Yeah, for everybody watching at home, this is a real treat. We got 2 of the best players in the world going head-to-head here in the Swiss format. 6-2 overall to Dasari. A lot of work for Gorilla to get back into this in leg 2. 4 goals, in fact. He needs this first one.
Sergio Ramos has been a huge defender for Gorilla so far. And Vieira's gone in very strongly there. He's gotten possession back in the attacking third. This is good for Gorilla. Can he find that hole through Dasari's defense? Not right now. It's another shot and it's another block from Dasari's defense. They are everywhere. The pressure is, you can see it.
Sorry, saying I've conceded
so
my
high.
2 goals.
He's conceded.
You're not getting another one.
Exactly. So what is Dasari doing for everybody at home that wants to know defensively that makes him so special?
I think, and both players are really, really good at it, it is the pressure they put on their opponent. When their opponent is attacking, they give them no time at all to even think of where they're going to pass the ball. They already have a player in their face, and they end up just either intercepting or getting rid of the ball.
And you're forcing your opponents to long shots a lot of time, which is fine against pros, because as we know, a lot of pros don't take long shots. So it's a very different way to, as Mike will know better than us, to when you play people online, because people online are a bit more open to taking the long shot, so you maybe have to defend a slightly different way. But against pros, you can know a lot of the times they're not going to let a long shot
go. And here's a pass.
What a chance we have here, but they're not going to let that long shot go from outside the box. So you can make sure you're defending every area inside that box, and that's what Dasari does very well.
And with MSDossary in particular, the way that he mixes up his defensive pressure between being passive, aggressive, and using the offside trap, it's very difficult to catch a pattern or to catch a trend or to even catch a rhythm when you're trying to attack against him.
All right, that's good to know. Some pro tips.
We have a free kick on the edge of the box for Dasari. Is he going to play it short? It looks... Oh, no, he's gone long.
He's put it into the box. And that's Messi, of all people, winning that header in the middle of the box.
And me and Mav have slated De Gea a lot over this year. But he is turning up for a lot of these pros this tournament.
As he likes to do quite often, that back post cross there as well. We now have an attacking chance for Gorilla. But look at the bodies that have got back so quickly for Dasari. He was a 2-on-2 situation, and look at the plays behind now.
What a ball that is.
And that's a goal.
Yes.
And that's gone in.
He gets the first goal. He needed it to have a chance to stay alive in this matchup against Dasari. Looking somewhat relieved. Still got the towel in his hands, though.
Yeah.
Still got a lot of work to do. But what a great through ball.
See, that's what it's like playing Gorilla. You've got all the bodies back. You've done everything you possibly could. You've done everything right. However, he has still managed to slice through your defense.
And he's done the unthinkable and scored 3 goals against Dasari.
Dasari has not given up 3 goals to any opponent so far in this tournament until now with Gorilla. But as you said, Wolfie, before, if Gorilla can't beat Dasari or score goals against them, who's going to?
Exactly. I can't wait to find out if that's possible.
This next goal is going to be crucial.
Sergio Ramos again.
If Gorilla gets another goal here, does Dasari start to get a bit nervous?
That's what I was going to say. Is it might be one of the first times we see some pressure for Dasari. Most of his oppositions, he's outplayed them top to bottom, both legs, and he hasn't had that issue of having a lot of close matches.
Well, to catch you guys up on what's happening here, we have FaZe Gorilla, who's 5-0 through the Swiss format, taking on another 5-0, MSDossary. MSDossary won the first leg 6-2. We're in leg 2 of this matchup. And we have a new voice joining us on the stream. It's Maverick Wolves, of course, and Mike LaBelle.
Thanks for having me, Jimmy.
We didn't get to have you on camera before. So
this is my first time on the couch.
Is it?
Well, in this event, here at this event.
Well, glad to have you. Hopefully you're comfortable.
Anytime I get to sit down in your living room, I'm happy days.
But Dasari here is just patiently playing, just not really forcing a goal, because he doesn't need to. He still has that 3-goal advantage.
It just shows you how well he dictates the pace. Like I was saying before, he can do this on the defensive end or the offensive game, or he scores a goal and extends his lead.
Set pieces, got to concentrate, either in real life or in the virtual game.
Yep.
They kill you. They're daggers.
You don't want Hullet.
Huge goal now for Dasari.
Yeah, you don't want Hullet free in the box, and that's what he did. Hullet got space, he got time in the box, and invariably it leads to a goal. That is 1-1, and now you really asking a task of Gorilla here.
Yeah, Gorilla looks like he's feeling it a little bit.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do in this one.
Still got a bit of time, though.
Also, to give you guys an update on the game that we started with, Dandelion and TDKEANE are tied 3-3.
God, that's going all the way.
That's going all the way. That's an elimination game. Whoever loses that one is out, and whoever wins goes 3-3 to play in another elimination game. So definitely both players are in survival mode here on qualification day.
Here we go, Gorilla is trying to force a goal in.
And there it is.
We've
what
got
a
it for
response.
Ronaldo.
Gorilla needed it, and he got it. 2-1 in leg 2. Looking quite relieved, but he knows.
The reactions are priceless.
Yeah, the Gorilla reactions.
It's kind of like, finally, I finally scored against him. Now that's 4 goals that Dasari's given up. That's twice as many he's given up to any opponent so far.
Well, look, we said Gorilla is one of the best attacking pros out there, and he's showing why now.
He might be the best attacking pro.
Exactly.
I know it's a big claim, but Gorilla scores goals, period.
7-4 now in aggregate over these 2 legs. Got another half to come. This is a treat.
It's a great game. Great game to watch.
This is a game you could see again in the final.
Yeah. Like we said, it's possibly a game we are going to see again towards the final and the latter stages of this competition.
Yeah, both of these guys have qualified for the round of 32, and once they get there, they're going to have to beat that opponent to qualify for the FIFA eWorld Cup, get to the round of 16. The top 16 players will qualify and have their faces in our little Brady Bunch box.
And Dasari's trying to get a goal there. Ramos for Gorilla has been outstanding.
Great as Piliqueta, frankly.
Yes.
He did a couple heroic defensive moves as well.
And here comes Gorilla. That was nice defending from Dasari there. Did you see how he switched to the other player to cut out the pass?
It's it's the pressure, it's the prediction of what your opponent wants to do, where he wants to go, cutting that space off. That is what makes you a good defender in this game. Being able to really think what your opponent wants to do, anticipate your opponent. That is where the difference is in defending. If you can out-anticipate your opponent, you will defend him.
Yeah, and I think that's how a lot of pros are better than the casual player, is being able to be proactive instead of reactive. So guessing what your opponent is going to do instead of waiting for them to do something and then adapting to that. And
being able to provide application is crucial. So not just being able to see where your opposition is going to go or potentially where they're going to move, but then being able to make that adjustment. So you're reading the game not just one step ahead, but actually 2 steps ahead.
All right, we're at halftime here of leg 2. Dasari's up 7-4 over Gorilla. Both of these guys have qualified, but seeding is at stake. So it's very important that they play an opponent that might be a little lesser than them. You want to be the #1 seed, and you can play the number 32 ranked guy. That's very important. So this is a big game. Take a look at Dasari's brother. Cool and casual. He knows he's got it. He might be acting like he's nervous. There he is. Big thumbs up. Thank you for that. Now, I had a question for you guys, because when I used to play the real life game, and it happens to you if I have the opportunity to play against a pro, the higher levels you go, the more punished you get for littler mistakes.
Yeah.
And do you get that sense here that if there's even a half mistake, or if you just turn the ball over, oh, I gave it away near the box, it's a goal the other way.
100%.
You know, and if you're playing at a lower level, let's say, against my friends, no disrespect to you guys, but you guys are at a lower level, you know, I can make a few mistakes and I don't get punished for it.
Yeah.
So you sense that here, and if you're going up against MSDossary, he's going to crush you if you make the slightest mistake.
100%. It happens everywhere. Champions League, look, you have teams that are the most dominant in the whole game, but they make that one error, and the other team punishes them and goes through.
For Liverpool fans, are you referring?
Yeah, are you trying to refer to anybody?
Are you trying not to say
subtle.
Like a goalkeeper?
Are you trying not to say that?
To be fair, those are big mistakes.
They're huge mistakes, but like Jimmy said there, obviously he played at international level, and it goes down all the way to Sunday and Saturday level. The difference is between being able to make those mistakes. You can try a little bit more, you can be a bit more flamboyant at a lower level because you know the mistake isn't going to cost you. But here, if you do the wrong skill move, if you do the wrong RBA pass, if you choose the wrong option, that could be the difference between the 2 big games.
Okay, so Mike, this one is more for you than for any of us to answer because you're a pro. Who is the best at exploiting mistakes that you've come up against or that you've seen?
Wow, put me on the spot there.
Well, I mean, we could obviously state the obvious. The 2 guys that we're watching have to be some of the best in the world at that. However, there might be, like, Rasik is fantastic as well. You know, just with his consistency, he's clearly doing something right. Maybe that's his best talent. I mean, there's like a hidden talent. Some guys are just better at it than others.
I think we see some guys that are great with counterattacking play, and those guys are going to punish each of those mistakes just because maybe they don't create as many opportunities on their own with a fluid attack. I will say if you're not decisive or not confident going up against a player like Gorilla or a guy that resembles that style of super aggressive offensive play, it could be a disaster for you because he's going to take that as weakness every single time. I'll tell you firsthand, for me, playing against a guy like Gorilla or even a Sean Allen or some of these guys that almost have this overly aggressive, no structure to their defensive approach. They just go for it at all times, and the same goes for their offense.
Oh, here we go. That's a great opportunity.
Perfect example.
Just to start the second half, Gorilla again gets the goal that he needs.
He's feeling it.
Looks like he's got a little bit of belief.
He's feeling it.
It's a 2-goal difference, 7-5 in favor of Dasari. Now, Dasari, if you guys didn't hear before, only gave up 7 goals in his first 5 games up to this point. He's given up 5 now over these 2 legs. Again, a testament to the attacking prowess of Gorilla.
And Gorilla's feeling it now. Look at him.
Look at Dasari. He's all of a sudden the smile's gone.
Yep, he's got to get back into this. He needs just that one more goal to get that extend that lead a little bit more. But Gorilla is coming at him. So I'm excited to see how it turns out.
And the gaps between professional players when you go to tournaments like this is more mental than it is based on ability. All these guys can play. They can all score goals. They can all defend. But what's your mental strength like? And we're seeing that right now from Gorilla with this potential comeback.
Here we go. That's lovely play.
Great play.
That is fluid attacking play. He's potentially got another chance here with Neymar. And Marcelo on this occasion snuffs it out. But you can see, as I said, you can see now that he's really feeling it. He's feeling the attack. He's been a little more confident with the passes that he's putting off because he's got the ability to be a bit more fluent and a bit more constructive or less predictable with how he's playing.
Well, Gorilla's got to bring the game to Dasari, hasn't he? He's the one behind. He needs 2 goals to bring it to extra time. But he's having a very good balanced game. He's defending really well. He's obviously scored 3 goals. He's in the lead. So he's playing a really good game at the moment. It's just whether that, is it 4-goal deficit in the first leg?
Yeah.
Was too much.
Here we go. We've got, is that Suarez he's brought on as well going forward? We've got Neymar on the right-hand side.
Okay, guys, we're going to hit pause on this game. We're going to come back to it, but TDKEANE Dandelion is very, very good. It's 4-3. It's an elimination game, all to play for. TDKEANE is in the lead in this one. We will come back to the Gorilla Dasari game, don't you worry. We're going to cut over to this one because whoever loses this one is out. So things are getting tense. As I mentioned, 4-3 in favor of TDKEANE. He just scored. A little bit of time left to play.
Wow. Oh, 82nd minute. What time to score as well.
So TDKEANE scored again. It's now 5-3 in favor of TDKEANE. So he seems to be in the driver's seat here as we enter into the later stages of this game.
Surprisingly, he's changing attacking options there. He's changing his front 3 cams. Instead of putting on a Kante like he did have on the bench available to him, instead of shutting up shop and really kind of going defensive, he's still going to go forward and attack by the looks of his substitutions.
And to get you guys caught up on this, TDKEANE is from Thailand. He qualified here for the EA Champions Cup. He won 2 of his first 3 and then lost to Joey 7-4, which I thought was pretty respectable, given how Joey's playing so far this tournament, and then lost to Goal Machine only 5-4. So clearly got the chops, can hang with some of the best.
Yep.
And then with Dandelion, he won his first 2 games and then lost 3 straight. He got into the last chance qualifier. He's got a lot of work to do here, being 2 down.
Yeah.
He's only scored 3 goals up to this point. Now he needs 3 to win.
And 83 minutes have been on the clock, so
that was a massive goal for TDKEANE.
Yeah, it looks like that might just be enough. Here we go.
Now both of these teams are 2-3, so Dandelion, if he loses, is going to go home. He'll have his 4th loss. Then TDKEANE will be 3-3. He'll play 1 more elimination game to try to survive here on qualification day.
Oh, great save. Oh, but he's giving it away. Oh, Ronaldo.
He tried to hand it to him.
The most timid shot.
You've seen. I've seen anyway from him, and here we go. We have TDKEANE coming forward. As I said, with that Pele, with the attacking options he's made, look at the fresh legs. You can really tell he's streaking away from Vieira there, and he's just trying to run to the corner, hold a little bit of time down. He is 2 goals ahead here, so he does need to leak time away, maybe even score another goal.
Too many skill moves there.
Is that a bit of inexperience there? Just maybe take it to the corner? Although he does have a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, if it was 1 goal, I think we'd be getting after him a little bit.
Nice little roulette turn there from him. Scoop turn backwards. As we see here, he's going forward if he needs to, but he's also wasting time at the same time.
Oh, wow, what a spill.
De Gea.
David De Gea spills it. Somehow Royce keeps that ball in, and it's not over for Dandelion here. It looks like it may be, though, but it's not completely until that final whistle goes.
Here we go. Dandelion, probably with the last attack of the game. Can
Ronaldo
he get one back?
Into Goretzka. Goretzka gets the 2nd chance, and the defense there from Walker and TDKEANE sees him through this.
That game is over. Congratulations to TDKEANE. He survives. He still needs 1 more win to get to the round of 32. Dandelion is out. Thank you for coming to Amsterdam. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I'm hitting the horn now because we are going back to the Gorilla Dasari game, where Dasari was up overall 7-5, but Gorilla was up 3-1 in leg 2. We'll see where it is at the moment. I think it's the same.
You can never read Dasari's face, can you?
Now, these guys would be great at poker, but Dasari got another one. It is now 8-5.
8-5 overall.
With 10 minutes left to go. Both of these guys are 5-0. They have qualified for the round of 32, but seeding is at stake, and getting that #1 seed, which Dasari is shooting for, would go a long way to him getting into the round of 16, which then will allow him to qualify for the FIFA eWorld Cup.
Now you'd have to say it's game over at this point, because, I mean, we said that Dasari hasn't conceded 2 goals across 2 games.
What's funny is that I wanted you guys to say game over once Dasari was up 4 goals, but you couldn't because he had too much respect for Gorilla.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it wasn't going to be over from the first leg. He has put in a very, very good display in the second leg, scoring 3 goals, currently leading in this match. But like I said, the first leg may have been a little bit too much for him.
Look, I mean, one thing that Gorilla can take away from this is that this is second leg, which it is 3-2. So he now knows he can keep Dossari to a closer scoreline. So if they do meet later in the tournament, he does know maybe a little bit how to change, how to play against him, and hopefully make this the first leg. Because if it's 3-2 to Gorilla in the first leg, we're having a completely different conversation. We're talking about a completely different situation.
But here is MSDossary with the overlap, and he brings it back to 3-all.
Just because he restored his 4-goal balance that he had in leg 1. It's 9-5 now.
He's just saying to Gorilla, you may score 3 goals against me, but you're not beating me.
What's interesting about this goal in particular is that it ties this leg 2. Now, Dossary hasn't lost a game since the first 2 games in Manchester in the Swiss format. So now he just drew this game. I thought, oh, well, at least Gorilla can walk away saying, I beat Dossary. Now he can't even do that.
I was just saying it.
He probably heard us.
Take this as the first leg. He heard me, commentator's curse. It turns around to bite me again.
I really hope that we get to see these 2 play against each other in the knockout rounds.
Oh, it'd be fascinating.
Here we go. Oh.
Because you know Gorilla's going to want another bite at Dossary.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Just
got a corner
put it in the
near
box
post.
and maybe get that.
Cheeky header. So now Gorilla is back. He's
yeah.
winning this game at least. He's got that. Put that feather in his cap.
I would have to
4-3.
say Gorilla is the best at FIFA at that exact corner.
Yeah.
The Ronaldo at the near post, you know he's going to do it. It becomes almost impossible to defend. As there, he was behind Hullet. He made the run in front. Once you're in front of your man, it's hard.
Now you guys talk about how much these guys practice, and they do a lot. How much is dedicated to set pieces? Because you say he's a master at that, better than anybody else. Is it just because he's just better than everybody else, or how much time do you think he's committing?
Well, it's like a little secret trick you have in your box or your locker, you'd say. And Gorilla has that one. You have Tex with the kick from the keeper.
Tex kick with the dab.
So it's each pro has their own little special
personality trait. I'd say.
I would say that. For Gorilla, it's the near post, and it comes in when he needs it. It's just won him the match, or this leg even.
Well, there you have it. There's MSDossary's brother, no longer in the chair, giving us the thumbs up. He's happy. Dossary is now 6-0. He has taken it over Gorilla, 9-6 over the 2 legs. Gorilla does get the second leg victory though, so he has that. Dossary, give us a smile. There he is.
There it is.
That's that championship winning smile that we saw in Manchester when he had the trophy over his head. Good gamesmanship there from 2 fierce competitors. My favorite part, though, about at the end of the game, when you lose, especially in FIFA, there's always like 3 stories. Well, if my guy had just done this, or if I just done this. And when you win, you're like, yeah, I don't want to hear it. I won. Pipe down. But when you lose, it doesn't matter what level, you always got a story to tell about why you lost.
Yeah,
exactly. 100%. Yeah, it wasn't him.
Yeah, of course.
But as you can see, some great goals that were scored in those 2 ties.
It's just the clinicality of both of these players that really is the good thing to watch, and Gorilla showing some frustration there. Maybe he's learned now. Maybe if they do meet later on, maybe that's bad for MSDossary, because Gorilla's now really got the feel for it.
Look at this hashtag Ryan, maybe taking some notes. So how'd you beat him? So let me know how you beat Gorilla. I need to know how that's gonna go. But a fantastic performance from both guys, because Dossary hadn't given up too many goals, only 7 goals through 5 games, gives up 6 in this one to Gorilla. Gorilla wins the second game, so a lot to be proud of, even though he gave up a few goals himself.
Yeah, and if that matchup happens again in the latter stages, I think it's safe to say we can be very, very excited for it.
Yeah, we're getting done. We're here with round 6 of the Swiss format. Round 7 is coming up very, very soon. Very, very excited about the rest of the games and any other matchups we're going to see. We're going to see some stats here from this match we just watched. Gorilla, 16 shots, 14 on goal. It's a pretty good percentage. And then Dossary, 22 shots, 18 on goal, a lot more corner kicks. But Gorilla's the only one I think that scored. No. Dossary had a goal on a corner kick.
Yeah, got 3. In that
but look at that possession. Are you surprised by that possession, given how good Gorilla is?
I'm not necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, because in the second game, he had to bring it to Dossary. He had to be a lot more attacking, so which it means he's going to be a little bit more risky.
Something, yeah.
So he's going to force passes and stuff like that. So it doesn't surprise me, and it probably shouldn't really be too noticed. Like, you shouldn't take too much notice.
Yeah, and Gorilla is among a few of the players which are happy to leave a game with lower percentage, because most pros are looking to have the 60+ percentage, and he's one that's happy to not.
All right, here we are jumping into a game that a lot of people wanted to watch online. We are showing it to you. This hashtag Harry versus Jamboo.
What a save that is by De Gea.
The first leg 4-2. This is an elimination game. Both players are 2-3. Whoever loses goes home. Now, obviously, there's a lot of high hopes for Harry to do the business. He's very popular in this space. He's got a lot of work to do in this one. Jamboo, though.
Doing well.
Felt fantastic in this game in particular, being up 4-2 against a very good opponent.
Yeah, and it surprises me because Harry did so well in Manchester. I think that's the best FIFA play I've ever seen him play. He had a really good tournament. That's how he managed to get to the playoffs. I saw him tweet as well. He's not playing the way he wants to play at the moment, and it's really surprised me that he hasn't been able to bring that form from Manchester all the way here to Amsterdam.
And then we've got Jamboo as well, who you mentioned there. Harry got himself through in the Manchester tournament. Jamboo came through the last chance qualifying weekend as well. So you've got a guy here who he hasn't got as much event experience this year, we'd say, as Harry has, but he's coming out on top right now. He's 4-2 up from that first leg. Harry really has to push the initiative. He really has to go at Jamboo, and that sometimes favors the other player.
Oh, here's a good chance here. Harry, he needed it. He got it.
What a time
the first goal in this game helps sets the tone, give him some belief and some confidence heading into this. A nice cheeky set piece. Tidy finish there from R9 Ronaldo. It is 4-3 overall. Good first goal. Harry looks up for it. Big crowd behind him, checking him out. Watching what he's going to do. Also, name correction, it's Jamboo.
Jamboo.
So Jamboo. Jamboo, excuse me.
Jamboo.
So like, it rhymes with Rambo.
Jamboo, yeah.
Jamboo.
And if you had to say, you'd think that Jamboo would be feeling the pressure a lot more. Obviously, Harry's been to Manchester, so like you said, he has that event experience a lot more. Jamboo would, well, I'd feel like he would be feeling the pressure more than Harry, because he's been in less positions. Event, yeah. So he's done well to be in the lead at the moment.
Joining us right now, hashtag Harry's in the blue and yellow kits. Familiar
and
with
that's
all you hashtag fans.
That is a great chance.
Oh, De Gea with a fantastic save.
It sets up the corner kick.
And then Jamboo is in the West Ham United kits, going from right to left.
Still a lot of time in this game, though. It could go either way.
There's a lot of time for both pros to score goals here and really kind of press the initiative in this game. 4-3 is very, very close scoreline. And as we've seen in FIFA, goals can come flying in at any moment. So this really, really could change.
100%.
We're definitely watching Harry's screen, because he likes that pulled out camera angle, right?
He likes having the angle from out the stadium.
I actually like that too. A little more bird's eye view. You get to see more of the space and where the spaces are being created.
But I think we figured it out is because he loves switching the play so much. So, like you said, he gets to see a lot more of the pitch.
And here we go. It pushes out. The further it goes up the pitch, the more it pushes out as well. Messi and Ronaldo interchanging very, very nicely there. He's gone into Roberto Firmino, who we mentioned at the start that a few people are actually using him. There are a lot of Team of the Season items now available. Goretzka's favorite of a lot of people. Firmino is also being used. That height, that presence, the physicality of him is part of the reason, and the long shot ability he has got.
We have a low-scoring game on our hands right now. 1-0 to hashtag Harry at halftime over Jamboo. But he's up, Jamboo that is, 4-3 on aggregate over the two legs. You're down a goal in aggregate, so you're Harry, even though you're winning this game.
Yep.
You do anything different right now? When does it become squeaky bum time? Is that the 60th minute, 75th minute?
I mean, he's got MSDossary behind him. Probably one of the best. Probably one of the best people to ask what to do in this situation. So I mean, turn around and say, "Hey, pal, what would you do?"
Would you ask another pro what you would do here? Because it seems like there's a lot of collaboration between guys here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
they're very supportive.
Yeah, that's what I was
they're also very competitive. So
I feel like Harry will want to play the way he wants to play. Like when you said, when does it start to get to squeaky bum time? I think it'll be around the 75th minute is when you'll start to see maybe formation or substitute.
Take more risks.
Yeah. So I think now he's got to just feel out the first half of the second half, if that makes sense. And then he can decide what's going to happen.
All right, the start of the second half of the second leg is upon us. This is an elimination game. Whoever loses goes home, and whoever wins goes to 3-3 to have a chance to get that fourth win and get into the round of 32. Very important. Then you have that chance to get to the round of 16. If you get there, you've qualified for the FIFA eWorld Cup. So much at stake here in the second half. especially for #Harry. Obviously, we talk about him a lot. He's got a lot of potential. We know he's got a ton of talent, but doesn't always show it, let's say, consistently in these big major events.
We're about to find out.
And here we go. We've got Jamboo coming forward.
Oh!
And he's hit the underside of the bar, and it stayed out. That's a lifeline for Harry right there.
He's going to be gutted about that, especially if he doesn't get the victory in this. That's a play you'll go back and regret.
100%.
That'll be the story that you're telling your friends. Well, if I just would have scored that.
If he put a little less power on it.
Yeah, you can see the # players supporting their teammate, Ryan and Dreamer, hoping he gets through.
I don't think Harry's face could get any closer to that screen. His nose must be touching it. But Jamboo, he wants to get that goal just to make sure he has a bit more insurance. He can afford that one mistake if it comes.
Well, he's going to rue that opportunity that went inside the bar but didn't go across the line.
That's a big mistake there.
There we go.
This has put Harry in on goal, potentially Maldini there.
Wow.
With a great tackle.
Little skill move by Marcelo.
But it's not out of the woods yet.
It's still Harry to come forward. Marcelo again gets himself in there, showing why he is one of the most used left backs, if not the most used left back when it comes to these pro events.
This could be a chance. R9 holding the ball off. Gets the shot, but it is blocked. And now, 60th minute.
This is it. Maybe he's making a move. See what he's going to do here. Firmino looks to be coming out. Seems Goretzka maybe coming in.
We know he can hit them long shots. Maybe that's what he's...
Gotta love that body language from #Harry.
He's looking.
I think he's already like slinked all the way down the chair. Look at him. Look at that face. Give us a wave, Harry. Yeah. I love it. Even in the middle of a high-pressure situation.
Nah, he's back into focus
There he is.
now.
There he is. All right, Harry. Good luck the next 30 minutes. Making some changes here. Good luck to Jamboo as well. Lot to play for. A lot of people pulling for him.
This is a big last 30 minutes of in-game time for both of these pros. And that can't be understated. This is a pressure situation. Who can deal with that pressure the most is the one who is going to stay in the competition for now.
And there's a cross. Big save from De Gea. He'll get another chance to... is he going to play the same corner, or will he go short this time?
It looks like he's doing a similar tactic with Ronaldo running to that front post. He also has Hullet backing him up. Two players that you confidently would have jumping up in the air for you and can finish a chance if they do get one. But we have Jamboo coming forward now as well. And I think Harry actually won that throw.
Yeah, good defending there from Harry.
That switch, the Harry
first time switch.
So we've got the gorilla near post, the Tex goal kick,
and the Harry
switch.
And then the MSDossary, just complete domination.
And then the MSDossary domination. Yeah.
Win.
There you go, another set piece here for Harry.
Oh,
and
I want that one back.
He's been let off a bit.
It all worked out, though. It all worked out.
The substitute.
Wow,
just bring
unbelievable. That was a train wreck of a set piece. Still played into Harry's favor. He gets it right back. Jamboo's going to be kicking himself.
And we're level.
And we're level. After 2 legs, we're at 4-4. Jamboo's got to be disappointed.
Yeah,
he's got to be gutted. He had possession of the ball.
Yeah. He's, as you rightly said, he's ruined the chance to hit the underside of the bar. He's starting to, his mind's starting to fill up with all of those sorts of situations, and he's got to, it's hard. We said it yesterday, it's really, really hard. He's got to get them out. He's got to get rid of them. He's got to play his game because he was in the lead here. So he needs to do what he knows how to do and try and get himself back in this one.
And as Mike said earlier, it's a mental game at this point.
Yep.
And for Jamboo, how does he regain his confidence that he had from the first leg? Because now you're disappointed because you feel like you've given away 2 cheap goals.
Well, this is where I said maybe the inexperience at events will come into play. Although he is attacking here, that's a lovely ball roll.
Nice ball roll there from that.
And he gets in front of Marcelo.
Wow.
And he gets the goal.
Unbelievable.
And there
Risky
we go.
defending there from Harry. Maybe he shouldn't have gone the 2-foot flying tackle there that set up the through ball, set up the space. Then he bodies Marcelo. I'm pretty surprised to see that, but it is R9 Ronaldo, and he is very strong.
And you got to give it to Jamboo there. He read that slide tackle probably a mile away. He did a lovely ball roll, which gave him the space, and he managed to get the goal.
Yeah, we talk about that anticipation by the top guys.
Exactly.
He knew what was coming. Sensed that Harry was being rash, wanted to get into this game.
See, there I probably would have got a red card.
We have
the patented Harry switch.
I was about to say we have the Harry switch. And here we go. this is where Harry really needs to get a response as quickly as he possibly can. 73 minutes gone.
And he needs to get that goal. And Jamboo,
It is squeaky time.
Yeah, he looks like he's on the front foot at the moment. He's got the ball on the edge of the box. This is great play.
What a ball.
He needs it. Oh, great
that's
tackle.
great defending from Walker there for Harry. That is last chance saloon tackle right there, and it's got him on the attack. He's on the counter.
Well intercepted there, very well, because Neymar was making a bullet run. And 77 minutes gone. Looks like substitutes are being made. We can't see what formation, but like we said, this is the business end of the game. This is the do or die. Remember, one of these players will be eliminated if they lose, so it's all to play for. Harry needs 1 goal to equalize and to bring the game into extra time. Jamboo needs a goal to, you'd say, certify the win.
It's do or die right now, and this is why you can see Harry going to that free at the back. He really needs to start throwing the kitchen sink at Jamboo, should we say.
Guns blazing.
What's interesting is that Harry qualified for this tournament here in Amsterdam by doing well in Manchester.
Yeah.
Okay, so he hasn't really been in that competitive mindset for a while, right? It's been a little bit of time. But Jamboo got here through the last chance qualifier, so he's been cutting his teeth in this situation a little bit. I don't know, he's got into that rhythm a little bit more. He's had his back against the wall. So we'll see if that plays into his favor here in the last 15 minutes.
Like you said, Harry managed to secure his spot a lot earlier, so maybe he's been a little bit more relaxed in approaching this event.
And we have Jamboo in on goal. This is a massive chance to see it out. Why he's not taking the low-driven shot opportunity there? I know it's Marcelo, but in this situation, to put yourself another goal ahead, you've got to be taking that shot for me.
Oh, he tried to get the ball there to, I think, Neymar, I believe. I can't see this. The angle he has this camera is so far
Harry
out.
zoomed out angle.
It's like Peter Crouch's view.
Yeah.
I really wouldn't know about that.
Oh, there we go. Ronaldo!
There we go.
You have to say
that is the dagger, I think. Might be too much now. 2 goals with only 8 minutes left. Jamboo gets it. Nice setup. Harry did have to take some risks defending. Time was
100%.
running out. Jamboo does what he's been doing so far here with his back against the wall, scoring some big goals.
And that's what free at the back does. It gives you,
great space.
It makes you vulnerable. And as we've seen there, it's caused him to concede a goal. But Harry did need to push and get another goal. And what a pass.
What a ball. Is that the... Oh! That could have been the chance that got him right back in it. That was off the knee shin toe, I think,
Do you
for
think
Harry.
he should have taken a touch there?
I mean, he could have. The goalkeeper wasn't coming out. That was an excellent ball. I don't know how to set that up. I'm going to talk to Harry afterwards. The big switch to the big cross to the one-time finish. Would have been one of the most epic goals of this tournament.
Yeah.
But couldn't get the finish just right.
I've seen one player
coming in there.
Yeah.
You'd expect him to be finishing that, or at least putting it on target, because he put that towards the corner flag.
Now,
So
Jamboo is showing experience here of just keeping the ball. There's no need to go find another goal. He's got a 2-goal lead.
He's got 2 minutes left, and if this goes in,
handball,
what a challenge that is.
Good defending.
What a challenge that is.
Great defending. Gives the ball right back, though. Harry's still with the chance. Marcelo with another key interception.
In the bottom left, we can see Jamboo's friend in vision. You can see the tension.
He looks more nervous than
Jamboo.
He's into it. It's always nice to see these players have support when they're on the road playing in big matches. Jamboo looks quite comfortable here. Looks like hashtag Harry will be going home.
And there we
It's the
go. We
first
have the result.
Hashtag player eliminated from Amsterdam. One of the crowd favorites. Harry, are you surprised by this?
I'm very surprised. Like I said, he played the best FIFA I've ever seen him play in Manchester. I was hoping and thinking that he was going to bring that form to Amsterdam, but looks like...
Do you feel like he falls into the similar category as Dax, where we talk about him a lot, but never really seems to achieve what we all know that he's capable of?
It's a tough one because, I mean, as you said there, sometimes, and we have got in the room the best players around, and sometimes someone just has that better day. It's really about having that better day. You can prepare as much as you want, as well as you want. Coming onto the day itself, sometimes things don't go your way, and sometimes you've got to just say the better person won on that occasion.
There's a good look there at Jamboo. Got a feeling quite relieved. He's not eliminated yet. He's still got 1 game left to go. He's 3-3, representing West Ham United. They've got to be happy. It's the first time I've seen them in an esports competition.
Yeah.
The Hammers.
And Jamboo's got to be feeling confident now. I mean, to beat someone like hashtag Harry, that's got to build your confidence for this next game.
Take a look at here, some of the highlights. Got himself in some good positions. This is the clincher, the last one there that made it 6-4. Harry waved goodbye at that one, he knew it. Jamboo also knew it, that was gonna put him through.
The fist bump. No
range of emotions there. The highs, the highs, and the lowest, the lows. Here, let's take a look at the stats. Harry had more shots, not necessarily more shots on goal. That went to Jamboo.
Very even game,
Pretty even, though.
Very even game.
Could have gone either way. I think Harry will probably come talk to us, hopefully at some point on the couch, about certain things that he could have done differently. Jamboo, though, got to give it to him. Back against the wall. He did the business.
Like you said, he qualified with the last chance weekend. That may have just made him a little bit more focused. He could just be in that little bit more of fine form.
Yeah.
Coming into the event.
And as we know, it's qualification day today. It's all about getting the qualification spot. That puts him closer to it. He is now 3 for 3. He has got another opportunity to stay in this competition. That's what everyone's here for. That's what everyone wants to do. And he keeps himself alive for now.
Well, as much as I love hearing the sound of your voices and my own, it's time to hear from ChuBoi and his lovely voice. Take it away, Chu.
Thank you for the lovely comments, Jimmy Conrad. I'm here with Mike LaBelle, professional player for the New York Red Bulls. Mike, how you like the action so far?
I'm enjoying it, man. A lot of back-to-back matches, a lot of back and forth, goals being scored. It's definitely good for consumers.
Definitely good for consumers, and a back and forth match. There's definitely one between Sakul and Rafsou from Olympic Lyon. We're going to take a look at the Champions Channel replay. Of course, you guys have Champions Channel at home. If you check your FIFA 18 Ultimate Team menu, there's Champions Channel. You can go watch some replays of some of the best players in the world, top 100 players, and see what they do best. How many times have you been on Champions Channel before?
Every week. And I think most people, this is a good way to kind of see what people are doing. You can almost spy on them a little bit. If they didn't want to upload maybe some of the goals that they scored or some different techniques that we've seen on free kicks, you can still go find it on Champions Channel and some of those matchups.
Exactly. So now let's take a look at the screen. This is an amazing game between Rafsou and Sakul. Went to extra time. It was 5-5 on aggregate extra time, and we see Rafsou take the lead, and he's cooking with Cristiano Ronaldo. Love that celebration. I know you're from Houston.
Yeah,
you know, James Harden.
the James Harden cooking. Yeah, absolutely.
He does that one. I mean, is that when you're in extra time, what's going through your mind when it's 5-5 at extra time?
I'm just trying to get that goal and then set up shop. I don't want to go to penalty kicks. I know some players are really comfortable in terms of maybe I'll get something late. If it doesn't happen, penalties are good with me. But if I can get an opening goal, I want that, and I'll try to set up shop and just put the pressure on my opposition.
Exactly. So Rafsou, of course, who is the league champion from France, playing Olympic Lyon. I mean, so we're going to fast forward through to the next goal. Of course, Champions Channel, you can see the goals that are coming up. It's going to go to halftime in extra time between the two of them, and then we'll bounce back from the break. So if you are leading going into extra time, I mean, do you want to sit back? I mean, well, you can't be leading, obviously, in extra time, but let's say the momentum's going to into your I guess, psyche. Do you want to press your opponent as much as possible, or would you want to defend more?
I mean, I like to go forward and try to grab that goal. I feel like in these situations, extra time, mentally, I think I'm better off than my opposition. At least that's how I feel internally. So I try to push for the goal, put a little more pressure on them. People sometimes get in the mindset where they make a mistake they normally wouldn't make because it's extra time. And they feel like, I'm not going to get a chance to rebuttal this. I'm not going to get a chance at a comeback. And I feel like I'm in the advantage there mentally. And everything with FIFA, especially at this competitive level, mental strength is crucial. Whether you're seeing a comeback, closing out a game, it's all about decision-making and composure in these massive moments.
Exactly. We just saw a massive moment there with R9 Ronaldo. I mean, what is the best kind of finish, would you say, if you are through on goal with a striker like the R9 Ronaldo?
The most common finish is going to be the low-driven. I will say this, if the keeper's coming out, the low-driven often gets picked up, like blocked from the feet. We've all seen the save of foot trait many times. De Gea, we love you. And I think those situations, a finesse shot around the keeper, even a driven finesse, seems to be more effective.
And we see here, sorry, it was Thierry Henry that he used, the 93 Thierry Henry, and he does the low-driven. Now, would you do it just a straight-up low-driven, or would you try to do a low-driven finesse with his weak foot? I know he's right-footed, but would you try weak foot finesse in this situation at this angle?
I would prefer the low-driven finesse or even just a finesse shot because the keeper's off his line. He's got good fortune here. I mean, it is Thierry Henry, one of the best finishers in the world. But when a keeper's coming out, there's a good chance that it hits a knee, it hits a foot, something happens. He sticks out his leg, and you don't want to lower those percentages. It worked out for him here, but it's one of those 50-50s when the keeper's coming out.
Exactly. So it was 3-3 in this, I guess, this aggregate score on this match. And we're going to see a last-minute goal coming up.
This was a crazy game.
This was a crazy game. I mean, a lot of people are watching this game over on the side. Rafsou and Sakul. Now, again, talk about extra time. I mean, at this point, would you want penalties? Or would you rather score a goal instead?
I mean, I'm always going for it, man, in extra time. I really don't like penalty kicks. It's not that it's not that I don't win penalties. I just feel like it turns into a complete crapshoot, and I don't like that. Whereas at least now I feel like I have control even if I go a little more attacking, if I'm a little more aggressive. And it's worth taking into consideration, everybody's team's getting tired.
That's true.
There's going to be more opportunities.
That's true. And, I mean, let's say you know you're good at penalties. Then?
Yeah, a lot of people do that. They look to set up. But I just feel from being in this position that I have the advantage going forward and trying to get that goal more so than playing very conservative and passive. A lot of people nick those games at the end, as opposed to if I brought the tempo, I changed the rhythm a little bit, I can score and then I can set up shop.
And here we see this is where Sakul does get the eventual winner. Trying to find that perfect pass, and he does find that perfect pass to Heung-min Son. Now, do you have Heung-min Son in your team?
Hey, for me, he's not a starter unless I'm doing something different. I still love Cristiano Ronaldo, and I can't get rid of him. But as a super sub, it doesn't get much better than Team of the Season Son.
And as you said, Team of the Season Son, incredible player. Probably not a starter, but he does go for the low driven. He doesn't go for a finesse, but he goes for a low driven. And it's very, very tight between, I think, just past De Gea.
I think he's just tapping that in. I don't even think that's a low driven. It could be, but I think he's just tapping it home.
He's just tapping
that in.
Just
a little love touch.
Just a little love touch from Heung-min Son. I'm sure a lot of you with Heung-min Son probably do that love touch technique at home with Team of the Season Heung-min Son. Amazing player. Now, of course, you guys can vote for the next match that's going to be coming up in your screen. So which match would you like to see? We'll take a look at those in a second. I mean, what's the best match you've seen so far?
Whoa, really putting me on the spot here. I've enjoyed, actually, the opening match with Goal Machine versus Sean Allen. It was just back and forth the whole game, a lot of goals. But yeah, let us know, guys. We have Marcus versus Tim Latka, #Ryan versus T Gray, FUTWIZ Dubzje versus Kevin. Where are you going on this? You've got 3 options.
I mean,
a little biased here, putting you on the spot.
A little biased there, but I would say FUTWIZ Dubzje, he's been one of the top scorers, the top scorer so far in this tournament. So I would say take a look at him because you'll see some goals. But we'll be right back after these messages. Do not go anywhere, guys. We have some more FIFA action coming right for you.
Competition is a mental game, and that means being focused. So when the time comes, I'm calm, ready for anything. I'm not worried about my opponent, what they might do. Those are just distractions. Champions don't get distracted, because for me, there is no off the field.
Hey, Alex. Alekzandur?
Yeah.
Forget them. They don't know anything. You're the greatest. Do you want my Coke? It's okay. You can have it.
Yeah, all right then.
Nobody's gonna believe me.
You got a phone?
Yeah.
Well, come here then.
Benny McCarthy, the football player, is completely gone now. And this is Benny McCarthy, the coach. I might not be proud of some things that I've done in my younger life, but I am extremely proud of the person that I become. I'm not there yet, but I'm moving in the right direction. Work your socks off for what you want. Hard work does pay off.
Well, it's the one we've all been waiting for. Here we go. A chance, Ronaldo. We're on the verge of something that's going to make headlines for years to come.
Oh, the whole stadium stands as one.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. Header gone! He's up for the header. Power, sheer class. Astonishing. Increíble. Unbelievable strike.
What is up, everyone, and welcome back to Amsterdam. I'm Jimmy Conrad, and I'm being joined on the couch by two of my favorite Germans and Spencer. I got Timo and Benedict here. Now, guys, we are about to approach round 7 of the Swiss format. How excited are you, well, of what you've seen so far? I mean, what have you taken? What's your best storyline so far in this tournament?
Yeah, maybe the comeback from Sakul in the last game versus Rafsou. It was an awesome performance, and especially MSDossary. He played unbelievable in this tournament, beating Gorilla in the last round. Yeah, that's my favorite at the moment.
Now, you guys have played against MSDossary, I'm sure, at some point along the way. Just how good is he? Because we see that he's dominant. Maybe he's just having a good run of form. But is this the best you've ever seen him play?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you just see someone play and you don't really play FIFA on your own, you don't know how hard it is to pull off such a performance. And yeah, I really have to say credits to MSDossary. What he's playing right now is really unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, is there any like special sauce that you think he's... Because I want to eat or drink whatever he's drinking, right? I mean, that's just the way it goes. Now, Spen, welcome back to the couch. This competition format, we're in round 7 right now. Catch us up on where we are and how close we're getting to the elimination rounds.
So these are the last games before the big round of 32 games where we find out who's getting qualification spot. A lot of the guys playing in this have already got themselves into that last 32, but a lot haven't. There's a lot of guys on 3 and 3, which means if they win this next game, they're through. If they lose, they're out. Some of these games coming up are massive. Jamboo, who just beat Harry, is going up against PSG Fiddle.
Wow.
So either West Ham or PSG, one of them's going out. We've got TDKEANE, the lad from FIFA Online, going up against Janoz. Massive game. MCFC Marcus against Tim Latka, your guys' compatriot. Marla versus Gianni. Gabinho versus Tropsy Oli. I mean, there's some great games in there. So, and #Ryan against Tigray as well. So all those games, one person's going out.
Yeah, that's why we're here, though, right? To play these big games, to test yourself against the best of the best. And you're going to have your back against the wall at some point. Whether it's being at 3 and 3 or being 6 and 0 and eventually qualifying, you're still going to have an elimination game. And sometimes I feel like having an elimination game earlier on helps you cut your teeth and get you almost in that mindset as you head into the elimination game. So again, about the competition format, we are heading into round 7 of the Swiss format. And then overall, 3 days, 64 players here on the Xbox console. Again, you win one, then you play somebody else that's 1-0, and you work your way all the way to 4-0. If you lose 4 games, you're out. If you win 4 games, you stay on, you qualify for the round of 32. Once those, as you see, after round 7, if you have 4 wins, we're approaching round 7. So as Spencer mentioned, there's a lot of big games, a lot of teams that are 3 and 3. Either you win or you stay or you go home. Then 16 players will qualify for the FIFA eWorld Cup. We got to get to the round of 32 first, and that would be decision day. Is going to happen tomorrow. We'll have the 16 teams, and this is important because if you win this tournament, then you'll be highly seeded, going into the World Cup, which will be important to go as far as possible in that. So we are in day 2, qualification day. Day 1 was survival day, qualification day, and then tomorrow will be decision day. And then I want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, Turtle Beach, who, if you guys tweet at them at Turtle Beach using the hashtag #WeAreElite, then you have a chance to win an Elite Pro headset courtesy of Turtle Beach, and we appreciate their support throughout this tournament. It's very special to be a partner with them. All right, guys. So, you've been in these 3-and-3 positions before, I assume. What are you thinking going into this last game?
Well, I think there are some players who had a record of 3 wins and 1 loss who are now on 3 wins and 3 losses. So you had 2 match balls before and you've choked them. So now you really have to be on point, and now you have to win. You can't really think, if I lose now I have one more chance. So it's really hard for your head, for your mental game. But yeah, you really have to be composed and calm, and then everyone can do it.
Now, Benedict, I'm going to get to you in a second, but I want to read some tweets from you guys in social media. You've been using the hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup, and then, of course, tagging EA Sports FIFA. Here we see from you guys, which round 7 match do you want to see next on the stream? We're going to put that poll up very, very soon. This one is from Prague. He says, a lot of the time, life is about small margins. The moment between winning and losing, that's when you have to step up and show up at the FIFA eWorld Cup. I think at the highest level of any sport, whether it's esports or the real game, it's always a thin margin at the highest levels between success and failure. This one is from Kenobi, looks like a Star Wars fan. Yes, the awesome tournament continues. I can't stop watching this. I'm very fascinated. Then gives a shout out to Turtle Beach. Hopefully you'll win the Elite Pro headset. Now, Benedict, back to you. You're 3-and-3 right now. Are you changing any kind of tactics? Are you doing anything different? Or are you trying to remain true to what got you here in the first place?
I wouldn't change anything, especially in an important game like this. I would play my own stuff, my gameplay, where I feel home. And yeah, then I would play with the same formation, like I win the games before, and hopefully it would work.
Okay, and then we actually got your poll results. So this is the game that we're going to see here, round 7 of the Swiss format. It's going to pop up soon, I hope, or you're just going to see more of my lovely face. We got MCFC Marcus against Tim Latka, and hashtag Ryan versus Tigray, and then Kevin versus FUTWIZ Dubzje. It's going to be Marcus versus Tim Latka, which is a good thing because we have 2 Germans here on the couch. He's 3-and-3 right now. How are you feeling about his performance overall? Did you expect more out of him in this one, or do you think he's playing as good as he can be?
Well, I know Tim for quite a long time now, and I have to say that he's a very strong player. He's one of the guys who was 3-1 before and is now on 3-3. So I think he just has to keep his head up and yeah, be confident, because he knows that he's a very good player. He just lost to Goal Machine, who is a very good player as well, so he can't be too sad about that. But I know that Tim is going to make it, I hope, and wish him good luck.
Well, in the previous round, in round 6, Marcus lost to F2Tex. So F2Tex is now going to qualify, and Marcus is now at 3-3. He was at 3-2. He must have feeling pretty good last night going into dinner. I just got to get one. Now his back is against the wall. What's the scouting report on Marcus? What do we know about him and what he brings to the table?
I've seen him playing quite a lot, where he qualified in the, what was it called? The MLS, I think.
Oh, yes.
And yeah, he just played amazing FIFA. I saw a lot of clips on Twitter where he was scoring goal of the game, goal of the game, goal of the game every time. And yeah, he plays amazing. And I'm really looking forward to this match, because I think this will be a very, close one.
Now, Spencer, you're familiar with both of these players as well. How would you approach it, or what do you think they're going to do? Let's start there.
Both lovely guys as well.
That goes without saying.
It's a hard one to call. You know, it's interesting what the lads are saying about Tim having gone 3-1 and then back to 3-all. That's going to mess with your head a little bit. I mean, I think the best way to approach this one is just treat it like it's a last 64 knockout game, because it is essentially. And if you start thinking in that way, if you do go through, that's what you've got to do next game as well. Because there's a lot of guys at the other end of it who are already through, but this game's very important for them as well, because it's the seeding for that all-important last 32 game. So basically, this is the most important round we've had so far.
Round of 7. That's why we're here. We love these games. We love elimination games. We're going to start this one now. There's a good look at Marcus. He is in the zone, and there's Tim, looking cool, calm, and composed as always.
You can't tell from sitting down there, but he is a giant. How tall? What were we saying? 6'6"? What is he?
Yeah, something like that. That's crazy.
Marcus is actually, it's a battle of, this is David versus Goliath here, literally. Marcus versus Tim.
Here we go. We're starting leg 1 of this elimination game. Both of these players are 3-3. Had some good moments, had some not so good moments. They find themselves in this position. Marcus is going from left to right in the red and white kits. And then Tim Latka is going from right to left in the blue Schalke kits.
How does it feel with the Wolfsburg Association? Isn't Wolfsburg Schalke a bit of a derby? Or no?
Well, not really a derby, but we have our own esports clashes, I'd say. When they play against each other in the Bundesliga, they always invite the other player to come to our stadium. I've played against Tim in Wolfsburg, just a pre-match from our Bundesliga matchup, and it's very fun.
What was the score in that game?
I can't say that.
Well, congratulations to Wolfsburg for staying up. Obviously, that was getting a little dicey there. Might go down to the second Bundesliga, but they figured out a way to do it. They're like the Hamburg of a Bundesliga this season, finding a way to barely stay up. Unfortunately, Hamburg did get relegated for the first time in their history. So shout out to all you Hamburg fans out there that might be a little sad. We're 10 minutes in here. Looks pretty conservative, guys, all things considered. Nobody taking any big risks?
Got Marcus from Australia representing Melbourne City FC. He's a long way from home. Tim's not too far from home. What is it, a couple of 100 miles? So I wonder when Marcus flew in, if he's had time to adapt, get rid of the jet lag. Oh, almost showed that he definitely didn't have any jet lag there if he put that away.
Good step in there from Tim. Is there some style that Tim has that you really appreciate, that you think he does very, very well?
Yeah, Tim normally played really fast and tries to make so many attacks during a game. He's a scoring machine, and
does he like to go out wide? Does he like to go through the middle?
I think mostly through the middle, then with so many fast passes, and tries to get the strikers that he has the spots to score the goals.
Here we go, set piece here for Tim, nullified by Marcus.
It would be interesting to see which formation both players are playing. I think we didn't see it now. I know that Tim likes to play with the narrow formation, the 4-1-2-1-2-2. Would be interesting to see if he's playing it now, because I do think that Marcus loves to play the 4-2-3-1.
So is it best when your opponent is playing 4-2-3-1 to play in a 4-2-3-1 yourself?
Yeah, I think so, because it's a very solid, compact formation, and with the 4-1-2-1-2, you mostly have problems against it, so it's better to play with a 4-2-2-2 or 4-4-2, so it would be interesting to see what Tim did there.
There's Timo dropping pro tips for you guys. They're for free. Next time he's going to charge you. There it is, big save from De Gea, keeping it at zeros. We're 22 minutes into this first leg. Both of these players are 3-3. Winner stays and qualifies for the round of 32, and the loser goes home. Everything to play for here. It'd be heartbreaking for all the work and time they put into this to lose at this point, but somebody's going to have to do it, and we'll see which guy can step up and make that happen.
Yeah, you can see at the early few minutes that nobody wants to make a mistake. They are both really controlled. They don't make these mistakes, but now, as I said it, he makes the first big mistakes, and now he has a corner, Marcus.
Yeah, Marcus here. Early set piece. Can he get anything out of it? We've seen some crucial set pieces being scored in some of these games today. Just like in the real game, they're game changers. Change the whole complexion of the outcome. He's got to be concentrating on both sides of the ball, of course. We'll take a look here at Marcus's coach. He looks calm. Not too worried yet. Still a lot to play for. We got 2 legs here to determine who's going to win this and move on to the round of 32 into the eliminations round. Only 1 round away from qualifying for the FIFA eWorld Cup. You got to get to the round of 16 to do that. Big game for both of these guys.
So you can see on the right there are 22 players already eliminated, out, gone. In a couple of minutes, really, we're going to have 32 players gone, which is obviously really cruel to go out at this stage, but it's going to be even crueler for the guys who get to that last 32 and lose there, because they were 1 game away from being in the World Cup final.
But what a story.
It's going to happen today.
What a story to be able to share. I was 1 game away. That's a good one for your buddies. There you go. Pretty even, all things considered. Not too many clear-cut chances for either team at this time.
Oh,
ooh, that could be a red, no?
Could be, if he gets really unlucky, but I think he'll be all right. Not going to send him off. Be a free kick here. Right.
No card either.
What would you guys be doing in this situation? Short free kick, run over the ball. Would you play it into the guy inside the box?
Oh, he did get a card.
I think it was the foul of Ronaldo,
Oh, an
the
attacking
defender.
player. Okay,
Oh, wow.
so you definitely wouldn't do a short free kick. Well, you probably would, but...
I say you shoot. I think you shoot.
Now they're picking up a yellow card there then. Reminder, if you get a red card in the first leg, it doesn't carry over to the second leg, but obviously it can affect that game you're in, depending on what time you get it. Another foul from an attacking player there, but it's an advantage to be played for Marcus. Got Son on the ball, aka Sonaldo. Kyle Walker now. Good Premier League presence in the team for Marcus. Finds Cristiano. Pull it. Switches the ball over to Marcelo. He switches it right back to Kyle Walker. Fullback to fullback. Son on the ball. Good knock into R9 Ronaldo with that yellow card. He's not going to rush it though. He's going to take it back outside. Play it back to Kyle Walker. Patient build up for Marcus. Not rushing it. Good chance here on the left foot. Deflected into the hands of the keeper.
Sometimes you feel like it's too patient, that you need to go with a little bit more authority, or do you guys like to have possession in the half and wait for the space to open up?
Well, it kind of depends. I think if they both would be on a 4-2 record, they would be doing more risky stuff, but now you are on 3-3, you know, if you lose, you're out, and no one wants to be out, of course, so you try to keep possession a bit more, because if you have possession, you can't concede a goal.
Of course.
So, yeah, I can understand this, and I kind of saw it coming.
When do you think the risks will be taken? Do you think it'll be maybe in the second half of this first leg, or are you going to wait till the second leg to start to press?
No, I think in the second leg for sure. If someone's leads or the other are behind, he needs to play more offensive, and then we will see more goals.
Yeah, and Tim in particular, if you saw the stats there very quickly, Tim only had one shot on goal. Marcus had 4, so obviously he's maybe taking more risk or getting in better spots, but really no clear-cut chances in that half. Okay, guys, you've been in this seat before with the headphones on, thinking about a million different things. What's the first thing you focus on after that kind of half where it was pretty even?
Well, it's very hard, because in this half you saw Tim only had 1 shot, and it wasn't really a great chance, to be honest. But Marcus as well, he had 4 shots, but I think it was 4 long shots with the weak foots of his players, like I think Ronaldo twice and the other Ronaldo twice. So it's very hard, because it's hard for Tim to create chances, because he doesn't really have the ball too much. And for Marcus, it's hard to break through to Tim's defense. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to the second half.
Yeah, me as well. Going from right to left in the Melbourne City kits, it's MCFC, Marcus, and then going from left to right in the Schalke kits, it's Tim Latka. Both are 3-3. The winner of these 2 legs will go through. This is leg 1, 0-0. Love the back post, alley-oop, slam dunk. It didn't work out this time. You do see that goal get scored quite a bit. Is that a goal that you guys look for? You try to hit crosses if possible?
Yeah, for sure, especially on the long post. If you have a big striker versus the small defender like Walker, you have the chance to get the header and score the goal.
We saw a few goals yesterday in Survival Day where Goretzka was on the back end of those, as well as Ruud Gullit. So you could bring in a late run from one of your midfielders as well.
It's a great reminder of how far FIFA esports has come. This is a game between Schalke and Melbourne City FC. It's a European, German sort of giant against an Australian, you know, one of the big teams in Australia, part of the City group, of course, with the likes of Man City and New York City all under the same banner.
Good save by Daniel.
So we're seeing a lot more of these clashes now between almost every game. Every round there's a game between 2 big football clubs, or a football club and a big esports organisation, or 2 big esports organisations. Very few unsigned players, in fact, left in the scene, really, isn't there? If someone shows a bit of promise, they just get snapped up.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to represent such big teams and football clubs, and yeah, this is the future. We are really happy that we are part of it, and yeah, we will see what we are in 5 or 10 years. What will change, maybe. It's really crazy.
Big question will be if Bayern Munich come in and start buying all the players, because that's what they do in the real football, isn't it? I can say that. I don't play for a German club. Okay, both teams got an attacking player on a yellow card here. Cristiano for Tim and R9 for Marcus. It is Tim on the ball now, though, with R9 on the left foot, and it's a goal. The deadlock's been broken. It's that man, the giant, Tim Latka, who goes 1-0 up against Melbourne City. Marcus.
it was the first situation where he has a really, really perfect or good spot to shoot a goal. And with 5-star weak foot from Ronaldo, it's mostly a goal. So, yeah, really well played from Tim in this situation.
Did the ball go through the defender's legs there? I think it might have. A little bit of luck, you could say, but he had to take the chance. And that's, like you said, the great thing about Ronaldo.
I'm pressing the horn here. We're time to move to another game. With all due respect to these two guys, Marcus and Tim. 1-0 to Tim. We're going to come back to it. This is leg one. Instead, we're going to head over to Dubzje taking on Kevin. There's a timeout. Well, that's my timeout, and that is quite a gift. But Dubzje was down 3-0, and now it is 5-3, so he's climbed back into this a little bit. Dubzje scored a ton of goals heading into this. He scored over 10 goals twice yesterday in Survival Day. So we got KevinAssia versus FUTWIZ Dubzje. Really looking forward to seeing how this is going. Seems to be a nice battle between the two. Dubzje was down 3-0 to repeat, and now it's 5-3. A lot of goals in this one. Not surprising, given that Dubzje has been scoring a ton of goals up to this point. Actually, he's up 5-3. Excuse me on that. Now, you guys have played against Dubzje a few times. What makes him such a special player?
Yeah, it's crazy. He was the person with the most scored goals yesterday as well, with 39, I think, in 5 or 10 games, which is, yeah, really crazy. And Dubzje is a player who really plays calm, but fast in the same time, because he plays very controlled. But when he comes to the opponent's box, he's playing very, very good and very calm. And yeah, he's 5-3 up now in the first leg, which gives him quite a bit of satisfaction, I guess. And he can, yeah, stay calm, play his game, and yeah, I think.
He seems like such a great attacking player, Dubzje. And Benedict, you can talk about this a little bit, but when you're that good at attacking, you're obviously going to give up some on the defensive end. How do you find that balance as a player?
It's difficult to say. When I'm such a good attacker like Dubzje, I wouldn't change anything, because you know that you can score always a goal in the whole game, even if you are with 3 or 4 goals behind. You can score the goals, you can equal the game and the score. And yeah, I think Dubzje is really, really good and have these many good positions and spots, because he's really unpredictable in the box. Sometimes he uses skill move, sometimes he shoots directly. And yeah, that's the main fact why he scores so many goals.
Spen, you look like you have some stats over there for us.
Of course I do, mate. Well, he had a really good start, Dubzje. He won his first game 10-4 against Felipe, double figures. Then he won 8-0 versus Janoz. That's an unbelievable result. Janoz went unbeaten last time in the group stage. Then, though, he did drop a couple of games, lost 7-5 to Remy Martin, 5-3 to AJAX DANI. He followed that up with a 13-4 victory versus Schwenker. And last game out, he lost 7-5 to DENNUZZO. So, yeah, he's scoring lots of goals, double figures twice, never scored less than 5. And he's done that again here in this match, of course. And apart from that 8-0, he's always conceded at least 3. But I wouldn't say he's conceding crazy amount of goals. When you consider he's the top goal scorer in the tournament.
Sure, that 8-0 result.
But he's also 3 for 3s.
Right.
You think he's
kind of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde.
Yeah.
One game good, one game not so good.
When he wins, he tends to win big.
Well, we'll see here. He's only got a 2-goal lead against KevinAssia in this one. Dubzje here, representing FUTWIZ. They continue to grow their team and get some very strong players. Doing very well.
Dubzje got knocked out in Manchester in the first round of the single elimination by MegaBit, and it was 9-1 he lost to MegaBit in that game. So even if Dubzje does get through here, and still got a big battle ahead of him.
In fairness, MegaBit was fantastic.
Oh yeah,
that last tournament, he was very good. Oh, it's a bad giveaway there.
I still remember the way that Dubzje qualified. It was the ESWC in Paris, and it was the first time that I really saw him playing on a tournament, and I was so impressed at home, because we are good friends, we talk to each other quite a lot, but he's playing on Xbox and I'm on PS4, so we don't play against each other quite too much. So it was the first time when I saw him, and he was playing in the final, and he was playing like it was like the first weekend league match or something. He was so calm. He was so relaxed, and he played fantastic football, and that's why he's one of my favorites for this tournament as well.
Talking about his opponent, KevinAssia, I've got some good stats for you here. He lost his first game to ICHOR Resendi 6-5, but then he won 3 in a row. He beat Falcon Royal 6-2. It's a big result. He beat PSG Fiddle 5-4, and then he beat Sakul, another German, 6-4. He's just lost the last 2 to Hiroja and Bailey. So His games have been pretty tight. Never scored more than 8, never scored less than 5. Wouldn't say he's been as dominant in the wins as Dubzje, but he's had some good results.
Well, fun fact about Hiroja, apparently he was sick and had to see a doctor, but he said he's going to continue to stick it out. Now, he has Hero in his name for a reason, right? So the Hero in Hiroja is stepping up. He's still going to continue to play, but definitely not feeling his best physically. Maybe this is his big Michael Jordan game, when Michael Jordan, game 6, with the flu, his last game for the Bulls, won the championship. He's going to step up and play as well as he's ever played. Well, maybe that dates me a little bit because that Michael Jordan game was a long time ago.
What a shot. What a nice position from Dubzje. And now in the 90th minutes, the 6-3 lead. Very, very really good lead for the second leg, for sure.
So tell me, how bitter are you if you're KevinAssia right now to give up a goal right before the end of this game on a scale of like 1 to 10 being the most bitter 10? I mean, you're gutted at this point because it went from 2 goals, that's manageable, but 3 makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I think scale from 1 to 10 would be 11 because he was 3-0 up and now it's 6-3. So yeah, very hard, but he has been 3-0 up before, so he can do it again.
That's true. Very true.
Yeah, everything's still possible.
Here we go. A little wasting time. No big deal, get a little foul. Slow the game down a little bit. See if you can do anything on this set piece to get back in it. KevinAssia is in the Inter Milan kits. Dubzje wearing the white, going from left to right. This is leg 1. An elimination game. Both of these players have won 3 and lost 3.
Oh,
wow.
Lovely goal.
Unbelievable. Dubzje can't believe it. He looked upset. KevinAssia is like, I'll take it. No big deal, 6-4.
His body was almost facing like the throw-in line. You know, it was completely a different 90-degree angle to the goal. The curl and the finesse there was unbelievable.
So a huge goal and a hat tip to KevinAssia for having the composure to get that one back right before that second leg. We'll see if it stays that way.
Going back to Hiroja, he mentioned earlier, luckily he got his 4 wins yesterday. So even though he's not feeling great, he'd already sorted himself out that big last 32 game, which we'll see him do. Right now he's playing Kurt, though, which won't be easy.
Yeah, it looked like that game is now over. We're getting close to being over. 6-4 in favor of Dubzje. Take a look here at the crowd and all the competitors. And I am going to hit the horn, everybody, because we're going back to the MCFC Marcus game, taking on Schalke's Tim Latka. Melbourne City being represented here, A-League. Give a shout out down under to everybody watching in Australia. Game 1 is done. Look at Tim, give him a little knowing wink. Well, he's gonna wink. I thought he was gonna wink to the camera. Get the headphones back on, get the concentration going. Leg 2 is about to begin. Both of these players have won 3 and lost 3. The winner is eliminated. Their chance of playing in the FIFA eWorld Cup will be over. And obviously that would be a big thrill for any of you players.
Yeah, of course, the qualification for the FIFA eWorld Cup is something everyone wants to achieve during your FIFA season, I'd say. And if you lose in such a short way before your final goal, it's very sad.
Yeah, Benedict, how'd you be feeling right now, heading into leg 2?
I would be really nervous. I
appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, you look always really cool and focused and concentrated, but the first 10 or 20 FIFA minutes, you feel it in your fingers that you are a little shaking. And it will be the same now for both players. And yeah, it will be important which of those players score the first goal now in the second leg and get a lead.
There's a good look there. That's Schalke's Tim Latka. Looks focused, getting his lineup together. Talk us through this formation. What are you guys seeing here, what he's doing?
Yeah, I think it's looking similar to the formation that MSDossary is playing. The 4-4-2, it says, with 2 CDMs and 2 left mid and right mid. So it's very balanced, I'd say. You can defend quite easily, but you also have a nice attack if you play your attackings a little bit more slowly, because you can't rush it like in a diamond formation, for example. So yeah, it's exciting to see. Marcus 4-2-3-1, I think I saw. And this is going to be amazing.
Yeah, this is going to be a great second leg. Tim Latka is up 2-1 after leg 1. He's in the Schalke kits, the blue ones, going from right to left, and from left to right, it's Melbourne City's Marcus, who's got a little bit of work to do, but he's not too far off of equalizing this game. So whoever scores his first goal, do they win it for you? No? Is it? Okay, well, let's say this. Let's say if Tim scores the first goal, do you think he goes on to win, or is it just too close of margins?
Potentially. I'd say Tim's probably a slight favourite for this game before. Only difference was, we talked about, he'd gone from the 3-1 to 3-all, so maybe he's feeling a little bit low confidence, but having that 2-1 victory in the first leg might have restored that. I expect him to go on and win it, but definitely not writing off Marcus.
Looks like some cool, calm, composed possession here to start this second leg, just like we saw in leg. Good save by De Gea, as we saw in leg 1. Got an early shot. Setting the tone. When I was a player, we always tried to get the first shot on goal, the first corner kick, the first throw, and we wanted everything to be positive because we really felt like that set the tone, that's how we were going to attack for the rest of the game, and I think it plays out here in FIFA as well.
Yes, scoring the first goal is always very important, and you know, Tim is leading 2-1. If Marcus is scoring the first goal, maybe Tim is getting the thing into your head, oh, I had 3 match balls already and I lost everything, so now maybe I'm choking again. That's maybe coming to his head, but if he makes it 3-1, then he will be the one who can just play it calm, cool, relaxed, and Marcus is the one who has to go more attacking.
Yeah, and Tim is one of the players, if he's in the lead, he can hold the ball like nearly no one other. It's so hard to get the ball from him back, and he plays with this 4-4-2 formation, so it's a really solid formation. You can play over the wings, you can play over the midfield, and if he scores another goal, I would say Tim wins the series.
Yeah, we just saw a shot there of Marcus's coach, keeping an eye on his progress. Obviously a big deal for Melbourne City and City Football Group in general to have some representation in the biggest FIFA events of the year thus far, until we get to the FIFA eWorld Cup. So leg 2, 2-1 in aggregate to Tim Latka right now, 0-0 in this leg. Both of these teams, if you're just catching up with us right now and joining us on the stream, are 3-3. This is an elimination game. Whoever loses goes home. Whoever wins qualifies for the round of 32. At that point, they'll have to get into the round of 16 to qualify for the FIFA eWorld Cup, which obviously, as these 2 fine Germans that are sitting on the couch next to me said, would be a dream come true. And then once you get there, obviously, you want to do the business and show what you're made of with the best of the best.
Do you want some updates, Jimmy?
Shoot.
Okay. Hashtag Ryan 3-all against Tigray. That's in the second leg now. Rafsou is winning 4-2 against NSC Vini. That's an elimination game. We know Dubzje, obviously, against KevinAssia. That's 6-4 to Dubzje. Schwenker is beating Felipe 1-0. Kurt is 4-0 up against Hiroja.
Wow.
So Hiroja obviously not feeling well.
Not feeling well. Could be a nice excuse for him to use. I would use it.
Is an interesting one. Dasari is losing.
What?
Enrasic.
Whoa. That's an incredible result.
6-4, I believe it currently is over there. We'll try and get an updated score for you soon for that one. Goal Machine is 4-0 up against ICHOR Joey. Alexander and JSSF it's 3-all. That's a very tight game there.
Great game.
Sakul is losing 2-1 to F2 Tex. And MegaBit is beating Remy Martin 5-4.
Oh, there's some great matchups, some great scores. Thank you for that, Spencer. But here in this one, 2-1 still to Tim Latka. Elimination game on our hands against Melbourne City Marcus. I don't think this is going to end 0-0. I think there's going to be a goal in this one. I can't tell who's going to score the first one yet. It looks like Tim has gotten the better of the chances, a little bit more run of play, but here comes Marcus coming down the line, going to get a good chance. And there's FC Sydney Sammer, another A-League player here representing Australia, showing some support for a fellow Australian. Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi.
Another update for you. Janoz 5-2 up against TDKEANE. It's an elimination game.
That is an elimination game as well.
Yeah.
And that means Janoz came fighting back because he did not start yesterday well at all in survival day. Obviously, he went undefeated in the group stages in Manchester, so.
Yeah, Janoz is normally a player who is always in the top 16 or top 32 from all over the world, so.
Yeah, he's been consistent for a long time, ever since he got a runner-up in the 2011 FIFA Interactive World Cup.
And he's also a really funny guy, man.
Yeah, he doesn't get rattled very often. He seems pretty even keel, and I respect that about him.
But imagine you are sick like Hiroja and you have this decision day today, and yeah, you can't play your really best FIFA because you are sick. It's really, really sad for him or for other players. You need to be 100% focused and concentrated on this game and for these days, and yeah, it's really unlucky.
Yeah, hopefully Aroja feels better. Hopefully he's got the medicine that he needs to at least keep his concentration. He's down 4-0 though, so he's got a lot of work to do. We'll see how that one ends up. Good cut out there by Tim. You guys said that defensively, when Tim has a lead, it's hard to get another chance on him. Do you feel like you're already seeing him trying to lock it down and maybe not go as forward as he should?
Yeah, the first half of the second leg is quite of the same as the first half of the first leg, so no one wants to make the big mistake. Tim, of course, leading 2-1, he is allowed to make one small mistake, maybe, sure, if he concedes, because he still wouldn't be out of the tournament. But Marcus, of course, he has to play, he has to focus 100%, maybe even 110, because if he does the small mistake, which concedes him the goal, the 3-1 to Tim, then it would be very, very tough.
Some dynamite insight from Timo there. You might know him as Timox. Tim again, snuffing out an attack. Now Benedict, as his first half comes to a close, you've seen how Marcus is trying to attack Tim. If you were his coach, what would you be saying to him now? Because it's clear what he's doing isn't really working. He's only scored 1 goal through 3 halves of these 2 legs. There's got to be something he could try different that could maybe break Tim down.
Yeah, it's hard to say. If he changed something in his formation and he tried to play more offensive or stuff like that, yeah, he can also concede a goal. And if he concede now a goal in this situation and in this game, he's 2 goals behind. So yeah, I would play the next 25 minutes with the same formation, with the same gameplay, and then I would change it. And yeah, try to full attack in the last 25 minutes.
I mean, I could argue now that what he's doing isn't working. I mean, 1 goal in 3 halves. I mean, Tim's a good defender, but I just don't feel like what he's trying to do. I agree with you, though, to a certain extent, Benedict, is just when you take that risk. And it's nice to hear and refreshing to hear that you guys would say about 25 minutes in.
Yeah, for me personally, he's playing the 4-2-3-1, which is a very balanced formation, but it's not that good to score a lot of goals. So he has to score. Maybe, as Benedict said, 10 to 15 in-game minutes, play the same formation, but then if it doesn't work out, he has to maybe even try out a 3-at-the-back formation.
I don't think I've seen any 3 in the backs work so far in this competition. It always leads to vulnerability in the back, opens up a lot of gaps for the other team to exploit, but it does give you some options going forward. Now the second half is on its way of leg 2 of an elimination game. Marcus from Melbourne City, representing Australia in the A-League, in the Melbourne kits, the red and white stripes. Good save there by De Gea and Tim Latka in the famous Schalke blue. He's got the lead right now. See if he can hold on to it in the second half. Winner stays and qualifies for the round of 32, and the loser goes home. Good chance there from Tim. Nice to see him attacking with the lead. You think maybe be a little more conservative.
Yeah, 2 good chances for Tim. The R9 shot was a pretty good chance, to be honest. It could be a goal, but we all know De Gea and this foot trade, so easy save for him, but Marcus has to attack a little bit more, I guess.
Yeah, at some point we're going to have to see him go forward, commit some numbers, take some more risk. He's been not taking too many risks up to this point, and we understand why. It's a really tight game, elimination game. Hearing some chants there from the crowd. We'll get you caught up on some scores. Our main man, Spencer.
Tim plays so good over his own wings. And now the shot from really good position. There it is, the goal from Tim with Cristiano Ronaldo. He plays the second half mostly over the wings and have to find and find the weakness from Marcus over the wings. And then he score the goal, pass into the middle, and have a really, really good spot. And now with a 3-1 lead,
You think it's done?
It's done in my
opinion. You think with Tim with a 2-goal lead, doesn't matter what Marcus does at this point. If I'm Marcus, as much as I respect his strategy coming into this game, I'm the type of person and player that would rather take a risk and go down throwing everything at it as opposed to being conservative the whole time. But now we see here going 3 in the back. Is this too little too late? I suggested maybe he should have done it at halftime. He ended up giving up a goal anyway. Now, though, Tim's going to see or probably guess or assume he's going to go 3 in the back. He can now make adjustments as well. And we can see that he is doing that. I don't know. I just don't see a way back into this for Marcus. Unless he can maybe score here right off the kickoff and maybe make a change in terms of, let's say, the momentum, as it were. But I don't know. Tim just seems really strong.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. If Marcus scores very fast after the kickoff, maybe until the 75th minute, then he will still have every chance to score. But if not, then Tim is just going to play the clock down to qualify for the next round.
Yeah, lots of decisions to be made there for Marcus. You can see him thinking about a lot of things. Tim looking a lot more cool, calm, and composed. Gave a little fist bump to himself in the air. Little thrust. He got this. That was a big goal for him. Gave him that gap that he needed. Now he just needs to concentrate for 30 more minutes. Takes a deep breath. Here you go, my man. The round of 32 is calling you. You just have to concentrate at this point. Marcus is going to be throwing everything at you. Ronaldo got that one. As he does, scores big goals in this game and in real life. The man is a machine. See some subs here. Formation changes. This is the Marcus I want to see. I want to see him throwing everything at it. I want to see this version of Marcus.
Yeah, we saw Tim switching to a 4-2-3-1 wide, which is an even more defense 4-2-3-1 formation. And yeah, it's just trying to hold on to the ball, not conceding a fast goal, as I said. 60th minute, 30 minutes to go, and a chance for Marcus.
Oh, he's done it.
And
the early goal they were talking about, Marcus gets it. It is 3-2. Tim has got to be gutted. He made some changes. Marcus did too. Marcus is now 1-0 up after those changes, but it's 3-2 overall to Tim Latka. 30 minutes left now. 1 goal difference. What are you doing now? That's 3-2. You're Tim. So Timo, you're gonna act like you're Tim here, because you guys have similar names, Timo and Tim.
Everything is changing right now because it looked like Tim is going to play it cool, but now he conceded straight from kickoff. Only 1 goal advantage, and we can see he's switching back to his 4-4-2, which is a good decision in my opinion. I would do it too. He played very good, and now he tried to hold on to the ball. Wasn't able to make it, and now he's just trying to play the game he played before.
Now, Benedict, say you're Marcus. What are you doing now? You're a goal down.
I would do the same like Marcus, because he switched the formation from 3 defenders to 4 again, and he played now 4-4-2 as well. He tried to copy now the game style from Tim before, and yeah, tried to score a goal with that formation.
Well, here we go. Everything to play for. It is 3-2 in favor of Tim Latka. But Marcus just got back into it. Melbourne City representing here. A-League Australia. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
You want some more updates?
1 goal down.
There's more updates, Jim?
Yes, I want your updates.
Okay, here's my updates. Crafty is 7-4 up against AJAX DANI. Rasik is 7-4 up against MSDossary, 3-0 in the second leg.
Incredible.
F2 Tech's beating Sakul 5-2.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there's a goal.
We're going to hold off on those updates. Tim Latka, 4-2, gets back in it, restores the 2-goal advantage. Well played, young man. Marcus disappointed. Now, again, all the formation changes.
Now we will see the 3 defenders again.
That's part of the game. That's how it works.
I think he should have stayed with 3 because he still needed another goal.
Yeah. True.
And now he needs it again. It's like that you just wasted a few minutes there. You've got to do the same job.
Yeah. But you can understand why he tried to pivot into 4 in the back. You can. You can't see Spen's face. He's giving me that, nah.
He's 2 goals down now. So when he got that goal a minute ago, he's still 1 goal down. So he's playing it safe when you're behind.
Sure. I tried to argue that with these guys earlier. They're like, no, this is what you got to do.
But no, the reason I'm bringing it up is a lot of players do it. A lot of players do
right.
They'll go back to 4 when they're still chasing. It can go either way, likewise. He could have, but what's the worst case scenario? Staying at 3, you concede. He'd just done that anyway.
That's true.
Yeah.
Fair point.
It also depends on your mindset, I would say, if you feel comfortable with the formation or not.
Yeah.
If you always score goals or concede goals.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe he felt better with the 4-4-2 formation, but yeah, he gets directly the goals. He concedes directly the goal, and yeah, now again 2 goals lead for Tim.
And you start to run out of pauses as well. So like if this keeps happening, for example, if Marcus does get a goal again now, is he going to have the pauses left to then go and change back to 4 and then maybe change back to 3 again if he needs to? He needs to commit to something for the last sort of 25 minutes of this game now.
It's got to be 3 in the back.
Shall I finish the updates?
Yes, please do.
Alekzandur is 5-4 up against JSSF. Goal Machine is beating Ajax Joey 6-0.
Wow.
Living up to his name on that one. TDKEANE is 2-1 up against Janoz in the second leg, but it's 6-4 to Janoz on aggregate. What else have we got here? Felipe against Schwenker is a great game. That's 5-all on aggregate there.
That's an elimination game, correct?
It is indeed, yeah. And
that's fantastic.
We've also got, we talked about Crafty beating Danny. Hashtag Ryan is 6-4 up against Tigray. There's about 15 minutes left on that one. And that's the updates for you, Jim.
Thank you, Spencer, for that. Getting everybody caught up on all the exciting games going on, including the one that we're watching. Tim Latka's up 4-2 over Marcus in an elimination game. 20 minutes left in this one. Tim Latka, according to the Germans I have sitting next to me, is amazing when he has a lead. One of the best in the world at that. And he's got the lead. It doesn't look like he's going to give it up. That's 5-2. I'm going to say it. That is game, set, match. Tim Latka, he is going to go on to the round of 32. Look at him. That's his round of 32 dance.
Dancing.
Can we get a gif of that? That is fantastic. He looks happy. Marcus has got to be crushed, flying all the way from Australia to get to the 3-3 game, the round of 7 here in the Swiss format, only to lose. It's unfortunate. He's had a good run. He's a lot to be proud of. Going to come back bigger and stronger and faster for FIFA 19. I can see it. But now, Tim Latka, round of 32 is approaching. If he gets past that, he gets to the round of 16, which means he qualifies for the FIFA eWorld Cup. How relieved is he right now? Can you guys talk about what that feels like to qualify and to just get that burden off of your shoulders? Because I assume you guys are under a lot of expectation and pressure, not only from yourself, but from the clubs that sponsor you, like Wolfsburg for you guys.
Yeah, of course, everyone has a lot of pressure, and especially when you play for a football club or a big organization, you want to make everyone proud. They don't really expect anything from you, but you think that they expect a lot. So, yeah, Tim is going to be very, very happy now and calm, I guess. And yeah, coming with a big 5-2 lead at the moment, and maybe even a 5-2 win into the deciding round in the top 32, which is going to be very, very important for him and yeah, his further career this season.
Now, Benedict, we've watched these two legs primarily throughout this round 7. What have you liked about Tim's game so far? What do you think he's done really well?
Yeah, he keeps his head in a cool mind. Even if he's in the lead or if he's behind, he always plays his stuff. He always plays his own game style. He tries to adapt sometimes, but mostly he wants to play like he can play. And yeah, now you can see if he's in the lead, he can hold the ball really, really well. And it's nearly impossible to get the ball from Tim. And after that, yeah, if you are now in the situation from Marcus, you don't want it. It's really sad.
Is it something you can learn from, though? I mean, I know you guys, like any player, have dealt with some disappointment and some success. Do you learn more from the disappointments?
It's a hard question, for sure.
Well, because I saw you in Barcelona, where you cruised through the group stages and unfortunately lost in the round of 32, and I know you were heartbroken. You sat in your chair for, I think, an hour.
Don't remind me to that.
Sometimes it's good to be reminded because it keeps you humble and keeps you motivated, but...
Yeah, for sure, but that's a heartbreaking moment for every player if you, gets defeated from someone nearly to the playoff spot or to the qualification. And yeah, you learn from that for sure, but in every tournament, every game is different. You can have the best experience, but if you don't play your best FIFA or your opponent is a step ahead, you can't win the game. And yeah, it's crazy every time.
Cool. That's good to know. Thank you for that insight. Now, Spencer, is this your favorite part of this whole tournament? The elimination rounds, round 7 of the Swiss format?
Normally, maybe yes, but I'd say it's obviously going to be the last 32 for this tournament, just because that is such a big prize riding on that game, you know. Speaking of which, we've actually got some final scores for you here, Jim, that I can tell you have happened in a lot of these elimination games. So we see another goal there. Yeah, it's all over, isn't it? Okay, so I can tell you, Jamboo of West Ham is out. He's lost to PSG Fiddle, who goes through.
Congrats to Fiddle for that.
Janoz is through 8-5 against TDKEANE, who's been eliminated.
Janoz for that.
Hashtag Ryan is through. He beat Tigray 6-4.
Big man. Good job.
And then there's a lot of games that haven't finished yet. Moving into the games that are proceeding. Tex beat Sakul 7-3. Kurt beat Hiroja 4-1. MegaBit beat Remy Martin 7-6. That's a great game there. Goal Machine beat Joey 6-0. Crafty beat Danny 7-6. Elastico beat Dreamer 5-3. So Dreamer's gone from being 4 for 1 to 4 for 3. So he still goes through, but he's going to have a harder tie now, going up against someone potentially like
he was so close to having a good seed, too.
Really, yeah. And then that Spanish man again lost Uruguas 92, 3-1 win against Kid Mamito.
All right.
And Alexander beat JSSF 5-4.
Thank you for
Goal
that.
Machine is really on fire today. At first he beat Tim, and now he beat the person in the 7th round. It's really, really crazy. It's the perfect day to be on fire today. So if he wins now in the knockout stage, he's qualified. And yeah, he has a really good day now.
Well, it's a good thing he named himself Goal Machine. He's clearly living up to his own name. Just like Never Give Up, even though I feel like Never Give Up is not involved anymore. There's a shot there. Tim Latka, very excited, looks relieved. Got the big victory here over Melbourne City. Marcus, we're going to take a look at a few of the replays from this game that are going to be more, let's say, Tim Latka based. But here's a goal from Melbourne City. Marcus got himself back in it. That made it 3-2. But Tim responded with a couple big goals, including this one, which ended up being the difference. And now Marcus is going to go home. Never like to see that celebration. There he is. That's the I just qualified for the round of 32 dance. Little fist pump. Congratulations to Tim. I'm sure Schalke is proud as well. Go over and talk to his team, see what he could do better heading into the round of 32, and to find out who he's going to play next. That's going to be pretty dicey here as we get all these things tallied, see who goes through and who goes home.
Speaking of going home, we've got some more exits for you. Marlet has lost 10-6 to Gianni, which means Gianni goes through, Marlet goes out. NSC Vini lost 8-3 to Rafsou, so we're saying goodbye to Vini. Rafsou stays in. Schrenker won 9-6 against Felipe. He goes through. Still waiting on the Dubzje score, on the AeroFIFA score. We know obviously Marcus has gone out, Tim Latka's gone through. Crowd cheering in the background. Big goals being scored.
Yeah, let's take a look now at the stats. Tim Latka definitely dominant in the final score. Not so much in the possession, everything else pretty even, but he made the plays that counted, and I'm really, as you guys know, that's what separates the best from the rest.
Yeah, but we have to say that Marcus, of course, risked everything in the end, so 6-2 is maybe not the perfect score. A 4-2 would be ideal, in my opinion, but yeah, Marcus shouldn't be too sad about it. He played a great tournament, he played great against Tim. It could have gone either way, I guess, and yeah, GG. Yeah,
GG, that's what you have to say here at the end. If somebody had a good performance, didn't get to where they wanted to go. Now, when you're at 4-3, you get that relief. You still have another big game in the round of 32. How are you preparing for that now? Because you know you had one sense of relief that you got there, but now you have to prepare and maybe get nervous and tense all over again.
Yeah, in Barcelona I qualified with a 4-3 as well, so I was happy in the one hand because I qualified, but on the other hand, you know that you're playing against someone who had a basically perfect run in the Swiss run format, and yeah, this is going to be very...
Now here we take a look at the 4-3 players. Hashtag Ryan, Tim Latka, we just talked about AJAX DANI, very important for him to get the 4 wins since we're here in Amsterdam. Then hashtag Dreamer did the business. Rafsou, who we talked about before. Janoz, Hiroshia, Dubzje got through as well.
Nice.
So some big names there, just creeping in at 4-3. Janoz, for me, I think was the biggest surprise because in Manchester, he didn't lose a game in the Swiss format.
Yeah, but you just got to get out. You just got to get out. And if we look, these aren't confirmed matchups. We don't know who's playing who yet, but we know that 4-3 players are likely to play the better seeded players. So those guys we just saw on the screen, they could be going up against the likes of MSDossary, Alexander, Los Uruguas, Gorilla, Enrasic, MegaBit, Tex. There's going to be some huge games in the next round.
I mean, how bitter would you be if you were MSDossary and then you have to go up against Janoz? You know, somebody that's so good but just didn't play very well and had a lower seed. I would be pretty bitter, all things considered. But I'm just speaking for myself. I don't know how you guys feel. Because I guess when you get to the final 32, everybody's good. And everybody has special traits that got them there in the first place.
Yeah, it's the old cliche, isn't it? You've got to beat anyone.
That's true. Yeah, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best, I think is the way to say it. Now, any surprises, I guess, of the 4-3 names that you think could make a good run here? Team, I'm going to put you on the spot first.
Janoz is the one you mentioned. He's the kind of guy you would expect to have like a 6-1, 7-0. He now qualified with a 4-3, but he's still a great player, and I guess he's going to be a hard opponent for someone who got a good run in the Swiss round format.
Well, Timo and Benedict, thank you guys so much for your insight. Spencer, I always love when you're on here on the couch. But now we're going to throw it over to Mike. He's by the telestrator. Mike LaBelle, give us some of that dynamite insight that you always give us.
What's happening, everyone? Welcome back to the board. And today we've got Vini, Rafsou, round 7. And what we're looking to showcase is a few different scenarios and how Rafsou's able to read these scenarios. And it's easier to show on a freeze frame. So let's get underway here. It's a big moment, too. It's coming into the end of the first half. Vini's looking to counterattack, makes a mistake, and then he starts to rush. And you're going to see that right here. As you're seeing this over-the-top through ball from Kyle Walker to Sun, we've got a lot of space in behind. And we're going to see, like I said, an over-the-top ball into that space, which allows Sun to start this counterattack because Vini was rushing towards the end of the half. And this also builds momentum for Rafsou because if you get a goal before half, we all know this firsthand as FIFA players, FIFA consumers. That's great for momentum, it's great for confidence, and it hurts your opponent a little bit. So let's push play. We're going through here. We've got Sun. He's got to get the touchdown, but he's still got work to do. This is our second scenario now. And the reason that I want to bring this up is we've got 2 defenders, number 1 and number 2, where you have Rio Ferdinand and you also have Marcelo, and they're chasing back. So how's he going to get the ball to the inside? A lot of people find space on the wings, but the key, the name of the game is getting the ball back to the inside because that's where you're going to score goals. So these are the 2 options that we're looking at. Sun going here, or Sun coming to Cristiano Ronaldo. Now, Cristiano Ronaldo's coming into the play late, but he's a better option because you have a bigger gap in order to split these defenders. And you want to make sure that you're being efficient when you're at a tournament, especially with professional players. They don't make a lot of mistakes. We know this firsthand. Push play. And then our final sequence, as you see with Cristiano Ronaldo, we still have a few different options. And people don't always realize how you have to make these decisions very quickly, almost instinctively, and you're making these reads versus some of the best players in the world, and you have to have multiple correct reads in order to score goals. So look at his 3 options that he's got here. Number 1, you can go to R9. We love that option. I love that option. He's going to score goals. But it's tough to get there. You got a difficult pass that you have to complete. Option 2, same sort of situation. Not as viable of an attacker down here, but you've got to be concerned with Lothar potentially cutting to the inside and eliminating this, or Vieira cutting back into the inside and maybe making an interception. Or option number 3, which is the option that Rafsou goes with, where he either needs to have a dribble, some sort of control, a turn, something creative in the middle of the pitch with your star player, with Cristiano Ronaldo. So just to reiterate, if you don't see these passes, this is the 2 options that he has to start. Not the easiest completions, or he can take on one of these midfielders, maybe freeze a midfielder. We push play, you see a beautiful step over there, and I'm going to do the last freeze frame. You see he's now into space, and there's no reason to lay it off from here. You've got the main man, Cristiano Ronaldo, and he's going to let loose, and he puts it into the back of the net. It's a beautiful thing. It's one of those goals that you can appreciate, and it's a decider. Getting that goal right before halftime separates these 2 players, and Rafsou goes on to win the match. And we're going to be heading to break right after this highlight. Count it down. Let's go. Cool. It's her. I'm telling you, she's killing me. She gave me a 15 count that turned into a 30 count.
Great moments are born from great opportunities.
Passion, love, heart. Nobody has that. Ninguno de nosotros es tan importante como todos nosotros juntos.
They told us that soccer wasn't our thing. Are we gonna believe it?
Cada vez que dijeron que no podíamos, pudimos. Cada vez que nos subestimaron, dimos un batacazo. 我们第二赢这场比赛啊，加油啊！
Hoy, pero no caminaron solos. Está el viejo, la vieja, el tío.
Niemand denkt an den letzten Champion. Jeder denkt an den nächsten. Also lasst uns verteidigen, was uns so viel gekostet hat.
Avec le cœur. OK? Ton cœur. Ton cœur.
Vamos, viejo!
We got this.
What do we do best? El fútbol es la vida.
Benny McCarthy, the football player, is completely gone now. And this is Benny McCarthy, the coach. I might not be proud of some things that I've done in my younger life, but I am extremely proud of the person that I become. I'm not there yet, but I'm moving in the right direction. Work your socks off for what you want. Hard work does pay off.
You'd only think about the game, like you don't even recognize what's around you.
Got a crowd around you watching all your movements. It's pretty wicked to be here.
I would say at the moment Messi is the better player than Ronaldo.
To become a professional FIFA player, you need a good mentality,
hard work, sacrifice. At the end of the day, it's worth it.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Welcome back, guys, to Amsterdam. The Swiss format is done. It's over, okay? This is qualification day, and it's time to do just that. The next games you see are qualification games, the last 32, the first knockout round, whatever you want to call it. If you win, you've got yourself a seat to London, to the grand final, the World Cup. If you lose, you've come as close as you can to getting it, but ultimately, you've fallen short. So this is the really big game, the biggest game of the tournament until the final, pretty much. So everyone needs to be on their best behaviour and their best form now in this game coming up shortly. Obviously part of the FIFA 18 Global Series. These are the playoffs here in Amsterdam. This is our Xbox tournament. Tomorrow on Decision Day will ultimately be defining and crowning our champion, who will be getting $35,000 out of a $250,000 prize pot here. I'm going to pass over now to my good friend, Jimmy Conrad.
Thank you, Spencer. Thank you very much. Now, for everybody, for over 100 years, scarves have been one of the most unique traditions in modern football. Whether you're holding a scarf over your head as a symbol of support at a match, or maybe as a symbol of pride when you're wearing a scarf around your neck in your normal day clothes on a normal day, walking down the street, so you can represent your club's favorite colors. But our fight competitions here have taken that tradition one step further, as the scarf has become a symbol of victory. Now, every destination on our, let's say, journey over these last two seasons for FIFA 17 and FIFA 18, not only have the winners won a trophy and a whole bunch of money, they've also gotten a one-of-a-kind scarf that is made just for them, so they can look back and be proud of what they've accomplished. So over the next few hours, you're going to learn a lot more about this tradition. But to give you more details, I'm going to send it back to Spencer. So Spen, take it away.
Brent Koning, the FIFA commissioner. Brent, looking good in this Ajax number, mate. Very nice.
Yeah, cheers. We're super excited to be here in Holland. The Ajax team has been incredible to work with. The Ajax esports guys kicking ass as well. Still grinding through, so it's great. The esports team here in Ajax is just really carrying the tradition that they've had with traditional football, right?
Definitely.
It's been good stuff.
It's been great so far. I see you've got a scarf in your hand. We're going to come around to that in a minute. But first of all, tell me more about the journey all these players have gone through to get to Amsterdam.
I mean, it's wild. We start in-game having over 20 million people participate in all of our competitive modes, representing 60 countries around the globe. 1,000 players have played online in in-person tournaments. It's absolutely ridiculous, right? And today, yesterday has been awesome, right? Couldn't ask for more.
Also, let's talk about the guys who come from FIFA Online.
Yeah.
Well, it's a different mode of the game. Like, explain a little bit more about that.
Yeah, definitely. These guys are just absolutely grinding all through Asia. And, you know, I think, as you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, these guys absolutely representing well.
TDKEANE.
Well, he was
so
up,
close.
He was down 5-0, came back all the way. It's great. It's good to see.
Doing really well, of course. Now, scarves, okay?
Yes.
What's happening with them? Explain to us the importance of them.
Well, so I think what most people don't realize is, you know, you get mass production of scarves, right? It happens when, you know, you go to your team store, you go, you know, grab your favorite West Ham, a nice little scarf. But for us, it means something a little bit different, right? We don't produce very many of them, so we only have one from last year. Each of the winners got one in that cross-platform final. Here, we're giving out 16. There's no more. I have one extra here.
Wow.
That's it. And so
this is the bad boy people want.
Yeah, don't blow it.
I'm not going to break it. Basically, if you get one of these, it means you're going to London for the final.
Absolutely. This is your ticket to London for the FIFA eWorld Cup. Couldn't be more excited. You'll be there. A bunch of people will be here.
Yeah.
Jimmy, I'm sure, will be there. He doesn't miss a party.
This is the right color. This is Xbox. Only 16 people in the world are going to get their hands on one of these, and we're going to be giving them out very shortly. So, Brent, I'm excited.
Oh, man.
Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate it.
Back to the casters.
Well, hello there, and welcome to Amsterdam. You're probably thinking, who are you listening to right now? It is your commentary team. We are here. We have been watching all the action in the background. We had the pleasure yesterday. 5 rounds of action we saw. We saw some people maybe not have the best competition. You know, PSG DAX didn't go well, the Royal. And then we saw MSDossary just playing like MSDossary does.
Yeah, but it didn't happen to be a perfect run for MSDossary. That round of 7 fixtures lost out to Nicholas Razek 7-4. So nobody is unbeaten right now. Everyone has tasted at least a little bit of defeat in the tournament. So coming into this round of 32, this is where it really matters. You only had to get through the Swiss-style format. You just had to get that 4 wins. Right now, you've got 2 legs to get yourselves to the grand final. That's all that matters right now.
It does sound easy, doesn't it? Win 2 games of FIFA, and then you're through to the grand final. You know, you're guaranteed to be in the 32 best players in the world. You're guaranteed to be amongst that prize pot, which we don't know what it's going to be yet. If you didn't know, $500,000 up for grabs here. $35,000 as well for the winner. Which it's more for seeding, isn't it, at the end of the day? We'll come on onto that tomorrow as well. If you win the competition, it's more for seeding for the grand final. You know, if you're in tomorrow, if you get through the round of 32, it's all about just being in the top 16 best players in the world. That's literally what it is.
Yeah, yesterday you had to survive. Today you've got to qualify. Tomorrow it's all about the seeding. But right now, this qualification, you've seen 32 players drop out of the tournament right there through the Swiss-style format. Right now, you're going to see 16 matchups. And it's very hard to call anybody going through. You've obviously got your favourites, FaZe, Gorilla, Desari, Razek, the people who have performed better in the Swiss-style formats. But how many times over multiple tournaments do you see somebody who's finished 6-0, Salzor, part of the talent team, finished 6-0 in Barcelona, round of 32, out the competition? We see it time and time again. People who finish top of groups going out to the 4th place seed. I don't know if they think there's an air of invincibility around them, that they come into that knockout stage, the first knockout stage, and think, yeah, no one's going to touch me because I've been unbeaten in the Swiss. But you can't think like that. Everybody who's got through that Swiss style has deserved to get through.
They have indeed, and if you have just joined the show and you're wondering how, you know, we're down to the round of 32 right now, take a look at this clip. There's a recap of yesterday's action.
Playoffs. It's the culminating point of our season here in Amsterdam. From Barcelona to Manchester, we've been scouring the globe searching for the 64 best FIFA players in the world. So drop whatever you're doing, because the playoffs are happening right now.
I really want to win.
I'm really happy to be the champion Manchester. I hope I can do the same in Amsterdam.
This is the only way you can get to the eWorld Cup Grand Final. The only way. Playoffs. The 64 best FIFA players in the world and a chance to qualify for the eWorld Cup.
It was just insane, man.
I smell a goal, I smell a goal. It's golden!
Well, that was the story of yesterday. You saw, you know, upsets. Some players maybe underdogs coming into the tournament, but you can't really say you're an underdog for being the best, you know, 128 players in the world. One man, which you talked about a little bit, Didn't have the best start to FIFA 18. This is something we always talk about, is the game cycle of FIFA. Some players start well and do well in the early tournaments, but it's a year period. The Global Series is, you know, over a number of months. You have to be consistent, like a gorilla.
Yeah, that's why consistency is key, in my opinion. You see some players, they'll peak really early. They'll win maybe a tournament in a November, in a December, and then by the time we're in May right now, you've got to be constantly getting better at the game. You've got to constantly be adding the new items, the team of the season players into your team, improving, self-analysis, getting better and better. One person who's done that, MSDossary.
He has indeed. He scored a number of goals, had the information in front of me. He scored over 60 goals back in Manchester. Wasn't part of Barcelona at all. This is how he's gone through today. You could just see, pushing past opponents, pushing past big names in the FIFA scene.
Yeah, started off a competition 6-0 victory. I think one thing to note, he doesn't concede a lot of goals. Yesterday we played 5 round of fixtures. He conceded 7 goals. That were it. 7 goals in 10 matches. You can see there, 9-6 victory over FaZe Gorilla. He beat JSSF from Brazil 4-2. That were one of his tightest games. It's been pretty much invincible until he ran into Nicholas Razek in that final game, Brandon.
Well, I think one of the things you have to look at is he went home last night with a 5-0. He's come back today. He had to play Gorilla first game. That's how the Swiss style format works. You play someone with a similar record. There was only 2 players on 5-0. And one thing that he hasn't done today is stopped smiling. The past 2 days, he's just been smiling, smiling, smiling. I'm not too sure on his reaction after Nicholas Razek's game. Another really good player. How long is he going to last? Is this just a wave of momentum for him, or is he really starting to hit a peak, I think, you know, in his competitive career?
Yeah, I think he's hit his peak right now. Last year, I think he won an event in the EA series. This year, Club World Cup semi-finalist, pretty much last week in Paris, alongside his teammate, the Royal. Wasn't the tournament for the Royal this time around, but his teammate, well, his former teammate, I should say, MSDossary, left Falcon Esports, now part of Rogue Esports. That was big news coming into this tournament, and he's the man to beat right now. He is the man to beat on the Xbox.
But it's one of those things that when you play against someone that is so, you know, unstoppable, so fantastic, it just gives you that extra 10-15% drive. You know, to go that far, to say, right, I'm in the round of 32, you're in the round of 32, 4 wins was all I needed. I'm not bothered if you got 5 or 6. I'm there with you and I'm playing you right now.
Yeah, and his teammate, I should say his opponent, coming into this big round of 32 fixture, INGF Vianney. Tough matchup for him coming into this. You've got to think every single player who's made it to this stage has had to win 4 games. There's no easy game anymore, Brandon. From Italy, started off the competition, 9-1 victory, then fell 2 very tight results in the second round and the third round, 5-4 against Remy Martin and Crafty. It's been an up and down tournament for him. You can see there, he got 3 losses back to back. Probably thought that might have been it. He was 1-3 today, turned up, finished 4-3, and he's facing Dossary, top seed.
One thing you can see there is that he concedes a lot of goals and he scores a lot of goals. It's about MSDossary. You know, he shuts the door. He says, no, thank you. An intense game against Marla in the end, who's had a bit of an up and down season as well. 10-61. But one thing that I've noticed today, you've had a lot of roars going around. Yeah. He was one of those people that was roaring every time he scored a goal.
Yeah, very, very passionate players. And I think one thing to note, that final game against Marla, it were a tale of 2 completely different stories. You had Marla, who started yesterday quite strong. I think he finished 3-2. On the other side of it, you had somebody who finished 1-3. They matched up in the final game, 10-6. Shows that he scores a lot of goals, does Gianni from Italy. Quite a thriving Italian scene at the minute as well in FIFA esports.
Is as well, and you know, Principe, he will be part of the competition, got himself his place in the last ever qualifier. You can see the players' lounge right there. Even someone's bringing out a little dance to you next to Nicholas Razek. But as we said, a big game of FIFA to come here. Round of 32 action in Amsterdam, and it's live. And we'll catch you after this short break.
Hey everyone, my name's Ryan and I'm a professional FIFA esports player for #United, and today I'm going to be walking through different types of techniques while attacking on FIFA. So let's get into it. But as you can see, I've got the ball in my keeper's hands, It's usually seen as a defensive position, but if you wait around your box and do a driven kick towards the touchlines of the field, you'll notice how the opposition defense step up. And look at this, it leaves a massive gap in behind, so pretty much is a guaranteed way to get in behind and have the opportunity to score. People expect you to throw the ball short or to a man that's spare, usually on the wing or maybe in the center of the field. They'll be running forwards, and as they're running forwards, because you've kicked the ball, the cursor would switch onto their defender, and they don't expect the big kick downfield, so as they're pushing forward, there's more space in behind to get that goal. Thank you very much for watching. I'm #Ryan from #United, and those are my tips and tricks for attacking on FIFA 18.
Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. You know, we're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. Good weather, bad weather, we're out there with the players. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls.
Hey, Alex. Alekzandur?
Yeah.
Forget them. They don't know anything. You're the greatest. Do you want my Coke? It's okay. You can have it.
Yeah, you're all right then.
Nobody's gonna believe me.
You got a phone?
Yeah.
Come here then.
You only think about the game. Like, you don't even recognize what's around you.
Got a crowd around you watching all your movements. It's pretty wicked to be here.
I would say at the moment Messi is the better player than Ronaldo.
To become a professional FIFA player, you need a good mentality.
Hard work, sacrifice. At the end of the day, it's worth it.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi, by Coca-Cola Gaming, and by Turtle Beach.
Welcome back to Amsterdam, and more importantly, for the FIFA E World Cup playoffs. You've come at literally the perfect time right now. We're about to hit round of 32, and it's just been released. We can see all the fixtures in front of us right now. I'll let you take us through a few of them, but you'll know two things. If you're an Amsterdam fan, an Ajax fan, and you come into the venue that is open to spectators tomorrow, and of course the final day on PlayStation, both the Ajax players that came into this competition are through to the knockout stages.
I'll tell you what, some of these fixtures, Brandon, that have been released. FaZe Gorilla versus Janoz. That's a mouthwatering affair. Bundled goal machine against FUTWIZ Dubzje. That's got goals written all over it. I expect that to be double figures. F2 Tech's very tough opponent in Rafsou. And then Dreamer against Martin. #Dreamer against Remy Martin. 16th versus 17th. That's how the seedings worked. Tell you what, these round of 32 matches, you're going to get the very best 16 Xbox players at the grand final.
Well, they're massive games as well, because as you said, there's so much at stake. There was 32 opportunities, 32 events, you could say. Obviously, 31 events plus the last chance weekend there. To get yourself to the playoffs, to get yourself to this event, this is the first half of it. This is the Xbox side. We'll take you through it. Day one was Survival Day. There's 3 names for each day. And that was day one, wasn't it? Up to round 5, Swiss style format. You win 4, you lose 4. You know, we know how it goes.
Yeah, the classic Swiss style that we've implemented all year long. You have to get to 4 results after the 7 fixtures. You get 4 wins, you come through to qualification day. 16 players will be going through to the FIFA E World Cup Grand Finals in London. And then day 3, it's all about that seeding, the decision day, Brandon.
It is indeed, and of course that $35,000 up for grabs to be, you could say, the top seed on your console side heading into London for those huge grand finals, which obviously is in London right now. 2 times in London, but we get a back-to-back winner in Gorilla. He won it last year. Can he go back and do it again? But he has to win that round of 32 game.
Yeah, he does have to win that round of 32 game against Janoz. Some of the fixtures here, every single fixture I've seen in this round of 32, I'm thinking that's matchup. That's a matchup of the tie. That's a matchup of the round. MegaBit against Ajax Joey. What a game that plans to be. Kidmamito against Sakul. Kurt versus Tim Latka. What a game that is.
And of course, F2 Techs against Rafsou. Two players you probably have never faced before up against each other. And I like what, this whole, ecosystem of tournaments is bringing up now. You can't hide away in your own region anymore. You're in a pit and it's full of every single player from all over the world. 24 countries, I believe it was, that it was here, part of those 64 players. And this is only the first half of the playoffs.
Well, that's why it's called the Global Series. It's a global game, is football, is FIFA, and every single continent has got someone here represented. You can see there the man on your screen, Tim Latka. He will have a tough game up against the self-proclaimed best in the world in Kurt. Who knows we'll be going through. Gabinho up against JSSF. What a game that it plans to be. The player who qualified through the V4 Future Gaming Festival from Hungary in Gabinho. Last minute, Gretzka, team of the season Gretzka finish, put him through into this round of 32.
And also, I love that, the way that Gabinho is in there. On paper, you probably wouldn't put him as a favourite. He's come out of the V4 Future Gaming Festival. One of these tournaments has been part of the Global Series that was open to 4 countries, isn't it? Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary. It was kind of like the F2 Techs of Hungary, of Eastern Europe. It just came out of nowhere and had a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, well, going into that tournament, Monlegabo was the so-called favourite among a lot of the players. He'd participated in FIWC Grand Finals before. What happened? That man Gabinho came in, beat him twice over 2 legs, did Gabinho beat Monlegabo, and then what did we see in the Grand Final, in that cross-console final for 40,000 euros? Who was his #1 fan? Monlegabo, up on the stage afterwards, giving him a big hug, and Gabinho's actually brought his parents along with him as well, very similar to what the Stranger does.
Yep.
Brings his mum and dad, makes him feel comfortable. Whatever you need to do to play your best FIFA at a stage like this, that's what you have to do.
And another man as well, Kidmamito from Houston Dynamo. Won the EMLS over there, was up against Liers in that final. He will be in action, of course, later on in the week. It's great to see these people, that is maybe his first major event for a football club, representing the football club. He went and performed there against, players from his own country, players from his own region. And if you can come to an event and do that as well, it's really impressive at the end of the day.
Well, I think we've seen the North American, as ChuBoi says, NA all day. We've seen a lot of that American region really stepping up to the mark. Going out into South America, you've got people like Janoz, Nicholas, really taking the level up a notch. Going into North America, Joey, you've got Kidmamito, you've got Goal Machine from Canada. You've got so many unbelievable players just performing at that next level, and it's that different play style as well. We saw it last year at the Grand Finals in London. Filthy P from Canada, you had Joey, and you also had Roma and Man. It's just a different style of play. You see it at the World Cup often. Players like from Colombia, nations, I think Costa Rica, very, very good in the 2014 World Cup. It's just that completely different play style that the normal European nations aren't used to.
They are indeed, and of course there is a big game that's been released, an update that a lot of people have been looking forward to. Of course, it's the World Cup edition, 29th of May is coming out, and of course it's completely free for people all over the world, PlayStation 4, Xbox, PC, Nintendo Switch, wherever you want to play the game. And of course, as I said, it's free to download, get yourself involved. 32 qualified nations that are in Russia. You can use them all at the end of the day. Anyone in there that you fancy going for?
Well, you can go from Panama, you can go from Tunisia, all the way to Brazil, Belgium, England, the 3 Lions. Is it going to be our year? That is the question. Will Harry Kane be able to captain
And of
England
course, there's one bracket we can have a look at now then. This explains all you need to know about the round of the 32. You can see all the fixtures down the left-hand side, down the right. We mentioned a few of them. #Ryan against FABIO DENNUZZO. Another big clash. This is what it's bringing you right now. Sakul, Kidmamito, we mentioned that one. Tim Latka against Kurt. Gabinho, JSSF. Ajax Dani up against Elastico, AeroFIFA, playing against one of the best players in Spain right now.
Yeah, in Los Chagaros, part of the Spanish La Liga, that is how he qualified for this tournament. He's actually the 2nd seed coming out of this Swiss-style format, so he'll be riding a massive wave of confidence. I spoke to him before the tournament did start for today, after we'd finished the 5 rounds of fixtures, and he said, I used to play quite a bit, FIFA 12, FIFA 13, in Spain, won a lot of LAN tournaments. I think he said he won 3 to 4 tournaments in Spain. FIFA 14, stepped back away from the game for a little bit. He came back this year, and it's just been a roller coaster for him. Qualified for the playoffs through that Spanish La Liga, the virtual La Liga, over in Spain, won the tournament, and right now, it were an unknown entity coming into the playoffs. Second seed, he's pretty much beat every single person that he's come up against. He's a force to be reckoned with.
Who is stopping that man at the moment? You can see his supporters here. The area you're looking at right now is the coaches area, where everyone's been cheering and roaring and giving their players a bit of tactics, a bit of talking to before each game they go into.
Let's highlight somebody. Herozia, Brandon, coming into the tournament, qualified in in Barcelona, I believe. Very, very tough opponent in that next round for Herozia. Can he go all the way? That possession style of play up against the Brit Crafty. That's 20th against 13th seed in the round of 32.
Oh, MegaBit knows the camera's on him. But yeah, we've got something very special for you right now. Of course, the World Cup game is coming out, as we did mention, 29th of May. You can do the update there. Obviously, completely free to buy. Yes, it is completely free, Richard. Don't worry about that. You can play it on PlayStation, Xbox, PC, Nintendo Switch, all of them involved. Of course, the biggest tournament in the world, and you can play anywhere in the world. You can play through the official tournament structure with the 32 qualified nations from group stage to the final in Moscow. It feels just like the World Cup, of course. If you can't get yourself to Russia, or if you're watching it from TV, play a bit of the World Cup game alongside that. All the kits, all the badges are in the game. And more importantly, Richard, all the stadiums are as well, across the whole of Russia.
Yeah, looking forward to that World Cup update. And if England aren't going to win it in real life, at least you can potentially win it on the World Cup update in FIFA 18.
And of course, a fresh Ultimate Team experience. As you know, you can do draft, you can do a number of other exciting games within that. As we know, if you're a fan of Ultimate Team, if you weren't, you're probably wondering what is the competitive mode for FIFA. It is FUT, as we know. As I said, refresh ratings, every single nation, new World Cup icons. That'll be interesting to you, Richard. I know it will be.
Yeah, I think I saw a 92 rated Gary Lineker actually come out a couple of days ago. Looking forward to using big Gary Lineker in the game. You see there the reaction from a lot of the players in that coaching area. Brandon, but back to the World Cup update. What are some of the other things involved in that update?
Of course, a number of other things, as I said. You can bring in the icons, the Ronaldinhos, the Maradons, the Pele, and 4 new icons that will be announced. Closer, you can use him as well, but it's a top-notch FIFA 18 gameplay, included in the World Cup update, 29th of May. And it's worth getting yourself on it. It's free to download. And right now, there's a Spanish party going on in Amsterdam before they support their man in a huge game.
Yeah, all the players there getting the refreshment in before that big round of 32 fixtures. I imagine for a few of these players, this will be the biggest game that they've ever played in FIFA, especially in FIFA 18 this year, Brandon. But I think we have got a special World Cup trailer to show. So here's what the World Cup update is all about.
Waiting is over here in Russia. And it's
Don't even ask why it's over. I'm coming through, breaking in that window in the kitchen. Hang on and get the chance. That's how I made this beat.
It is the big day on the biggest stage at the World Cup.
Well, you saw it there, the World Cup game that looks very exciting indeed. As I said, free to download. I won't keep going on about it for you. I'm sure you all know about it already. There's been enough hype all over social media, and as soon as we are done tonight, and when it comes out, we'll be on it.
Yeah, on that World Cup update. If that trailer doesn't get you hyped, I'm not sure what will for the World Cup. Coming up in Russia, but the World Cup's coming up. We've got our own games coming up. Rogue MSDossary against INF Gianni. Gianni qualified for this tournament through that last chance qualifier. 23 spots on the Xbox were available. He clinched one of those, and what a task he has got if he wants to get through to London in around, what, 8 weeks' time, I imagine the grand final rolling up, the 2nd to the 4th of August. He'll be knocking out pretty much the favourite seed. I'm sure everybody who isn't an MSDossary fan will be wanting Gianni to win.
Well, I think the great thing is here, if MSDossary does go the full way, that'll be 3 major titles across, 2 game titles.
Back to back as well. Manchester and then the playoffs. But he's got a long road ahead of him if he does want to go all the way here at the playoffs. And the first person in his way is Gianni from Italy.
Well, MSDossary scored 75 goals in Manchester. Wasn't part of Barcelona, though. Kind of just one of those players that peaked at the right time. Went and beat ICHOR over there, and then he got stopped by ICHOR. So it kind of balances both ways. He's played Nicolas Rajek a number of times too, who he did lose to. That was the first time Nicolas Rajek's beaten him, and a shot comes in early there. David De Gea, as I'm going to be used to saying throughout this tournament, and probably the grand final as well. David De Gea in everyone's team, so why wouldn't he be? 297 for items.
Yeah, team of the year, the team of the season, David De Gea, both available. There is the De Gea paradox. Which De Gea is best for you?
It's an interesting one, isn't it, on his foot item. He's got 1 chance and 1 goal straight away, MSDossary. We were talking about David De Gea. The two foot items he does have, both 97 rated, as you said. On 1, 3 ratings are lower, and on 1, 3 ratings are higher. So it is that debate of what you want to go for. But what a start for MSDossary. As I said, these two would have never faced each other before. A rest of the world region up against a European region. A last chance weekend against someone that you could say hit that form a few weeks earlier.
Yeah, qualified in Manchester, did Dossary after winning the tournament. But even it could be a 99 rated David De Gea. He's not saving that. Low-driven near post from CR7. And that puts rogue MSDossary 1-0 up inside 10 minutes.
Let's talk about the teams you'll see in action. If you didn't know, FIFA Ultimate Team is the competitive mode that's been used throughout, since last year really. It was always head-to-head before that. Ultimate Team got that big push last year, obviously from EA Sports as well. The Berlin Foot Champions, and then obviously linked in with the FIFA Interactive World Cup. It's been rebranded now FIFA E World Cup. And of course, still Ultimate Team is the game, but there's been a few additions, hasn't there? The team of the season, as we mentioned, have come out. There was a day that these guys couldn't go any further. Bundesliga was the last team or players they could implement. Here's a chance straight forward there. David De Gea, get rid of that ball right now, if he can.
That Bundesliga team of the season was the last team of the season available for the players to implement into their teams. Chance for a
chip if he can. Oh, David De Gea with a massive hand to say no thank you, but 3 early chances and potentially could have been 3 goals. Could have been 2-1. In fact, there's the front punch flick on. What's he doing? Just get rid of it.
What on earth is Gianni trying to play out from the back for?
Gianni, a very nervous start, it seems, here in Amsterdam. Should be nervous at all. Got himself through at the end of the day. Got himself into the position where he is right now. Should be confident in himself. You can see the face cams there. MSDossary kicking from left to right. And Gianni, the Italian player, from right to left. Obviously, they had the ESL Italian Championship over there. And a number of players came through the last chance weekend.
Yeah, last chance weekend was there. Says it on the tin. The last chance for a lot of the players who weren't competing at the Club World Cup. Gianni did clinch one of those spots, so he's got a chance here.
Gianni tries to drop the shoulder one way. Sergio Ramos will collect that one. I'm seeing a lot of people play back to the keepers at the moment and do it very confidently.
Sergio Ramos, what a player he is. Maybe not the most liked player at the minute after that Champions League final, but in FIFA, I guarantee he'll be in every single person's team.
If he can, MSDossary cuts inside to Ronaldo. He tries to hit that one on the outside of his foot, and we're going to recycle. Back around the box, Marcelo into Vieira, of course, in everyone's team at the moment. Carl Walker, the 92 team of the season upgrade he did get. Obviously, sorry, the foot item he got was kind of just an upgrade for many players. They had to use an 83 before that.
This also shows the mental fortitude of MSDossary as well. The last time out he was playing on at this event, he lost 7-4 to Nicolas Rajek. He's come back, refreshed, and he's 2-0 up.
There's too much space around the edge of the box for MSDossary just to pick him off every time. I'm not too sure on the formation in action.
He's a man with plenty of different formations. Switches to a 4-4-2 with the 2 CDMs. He likes a 4-2-3-1. If he does need a couple of goals, he will switch into a 4-1-2-1-2 with the narrow centre mids as well. Very direct. 1-2 passes in and around from his cam to his 2 strikers. as I was saying a little bit before about that Bundesliga team of the season. Team of the season, Leon Goretzka, pretty much is coming to the team.
He's a hero for a few games, isn't he? I know Gabinho, did you say he came on and kind of shored things up through an extra time?
117th minute winner, 22 yards out. Gabinho, top left corner, team of the season, Goretzka, into the last 32. I've seen a couple of people use that team of the season, Marco Reus as well. Usually as a right attacking mid in a 4-2-2. Very good with the overlapping run from the striker, and if he does get a chance inside that box or around the area, 9 times out of 10, he's finding the back of the net.
If you're wondering, why is MSDossary not in a Team Falcons kit? It's an interesting story about him. Last week, or a week ago, we saw him in Paris, didn't we? It was his own organisation that he created with the Royal. And then 2 weeks later, he left and he's gone to Rogue Esports. If you wondered who they are, what they are, an esports organisation in a number of other games, just not FIFA, and managed by Steve Aoki, the DJ. Well, there you go.
Yeah, it just shows esports exploding into the mainstream media. You've got lots of different media organisations getting involved as well with esports. You've got Sport Bible, Bleacher Report, so many different media outlets coming in and covering it as though it is a real sport. These are athletes playing the game right now. They want to be called esports athletes, and that's exactly what they are.
Gianni, though, needs to get himself back in this game. Of course, two-legged. If you didn't know already, you can see all the players coming from your right-hand side off the screen, the records, how many goals they've scored, how many they've conceded. Kid Mamito won the EMLS, the first ever one, and now he is in the knockout stages. Here's Gianni trying to trouble David De Gea. He will parry that one wide. It's a bit of an annoyed tackle there. Referee says we're going to play on instead, but Gianni needs to try and get his foot on the game. If you let MSDossary play, he's a robot. The Royal, a good friend of his, of course, used to be a teammate, said he is a robot, MSDossary. When he gets going, there's no stopping him.
Yeah, he just goes through the motions, does MSDossary. He's probably in second gear right now. Back post cross.
I remember we're playing for places in London. 2 legs of FIFA throughout the round of 32. If you make the round of 16, you could say you could relax. Now you're playing for seeding. You're in the grand final, which is a huge achievement in itself. You know, millions of players tried to get here to Amsterdam for the playoffs. There's had so much, you know, people looking at saying, how do I get there? Tournaments, that's how you got through there. 31 events plus the last chance weekend to get yourself here. From wherever you are in the world, there was chances for you.
Yeah, there were tournaments all over the globe, and going into MSDossary, I think it was important for him to lose that game against Nicholas Rosick to show that he's not invincible and that he can be beaten. In Manchester, finished with a record of 5-2. It just showed that he can start to steamroll. I think Spencer said it earlier, he actually lost his first 2 games and then went on to just dominate the entire competition on the Xbox and then beat the Kingfisher Icevogel in that grand final.
Well, MSDossary, here he comes again now. Heavy touch out wide, but on Reed. David De Gea will save that one with his feet, as we know. Save with feet trait, which is ever so important for the way he plays and the way he can pull off those massive saves in big games. Gianni, look at the space out wide. Neymar on that left foot, deflection and in. A perfect time to score yourself a goal right on the stroke of half-time.
Yeah, as you said, on that stroke of half-time, pretty much just ticked onto the 45th minute. Quite fortunate with the way that it did go in. Got a large chunk of luck, deflection. I think it might be going in anyway off Neymar on that left foot. 5-star weak foot, that 97 Neymar. You see both players there in the face cam, see the reactions as the action does unfold. That ball roll there just created the little bit of space that he needed. And then in off the slide tackle. Going down as a Neymar goal.
And make that goal number 50 for Gianni throughout this competition. Conceded 38, scored 50. Concedes a lot, but scores a lot of goals. Into half-time at 2-1, we can see the stats. Not too much to separate these two on possession.
Is he the second highest goal scorer I saw there in the competition? Only beaten by FUTWIZ Dubzje with 55 goals that man scored so far. He will be in action a little bit later on in this round of 32 fixtures. We're bringing you all the action. We will know who is in the grand final by the end of play today.
The 16 places on the Xbox side. MSDossary, no one stopping the man from Saudi Arabia. And he's coming on his weak foot as well. Messi's cutting on his left foot. Not everyone tends to risk it. He's still got a 4-star weak foot. But if you're in the right angle, if you're in the right place, you time it correctly, why not go for it?
Low driven across the goalkeeper, time and time again. That is the shot that we see. That's the most consistently highest percentage chance of going in. That low driven shot. Messi coming inside, no doubt, from 12 yards as he smashes into the bottom right corner and extends the goal cushion back to 2 for MSDossary.
A perfect time to score for Gianni and an horrible time to concede. That's how MSDossary would have wanted this game to go. You've conceded the goal, go and get yourself another one. Just to push that confidence a little bit further forward. Two-legged game, as we know, so if we can keep the scoreline down on Gianni's side, he can go into that second game, he can play maybe not under as much pressure. Yes, he'll still need a goal or two, but he won't be 3 or 4-0 down unless I've just cursed that there.
I think something you've got to add to that as well is Gianni's probably never played on a stage that big before. They're on the main stage right now. MSDossary is used to it. He were in Manchester. He won the competition, so he'd probably played at least 3 games up there. It's a different atmosphere. There's more cameras on you, there's more lights on you. Sometimes when you're playing in your solo quadrant, you can sometimes go into yourself, almost like turtle up a little bit and just get on with your games.
Well, Gianni now just tried to drop the shoulder. He's offside in the end. I think he went with the wrong. We're going back for a free kick. We're going back for a free kick. The free kicks that seem to be taken now. Jacks it once, jacks it twice. Just leave it open on the edge of the box. Have a shot, and sometimes you will hit the back of the net. You can finesse it or you can just hit it. But as you said, Richard, I think we're playing 2 games at a time from the round of 32 to ensure that everyone gets fair coverage, and if you've got a favourite to go to the grand final, you will be able to see who that is. 60 minutes on the clock in this first leg in Amsterdam, round 32. The FIFA eWorld Cup playoffs.
60th minute just gone past here. MSDossary and Gianni. 2/3 of this game completed, and Dossary slowly starting to suck the energy out of his opponent.
And in the other game below us there, we'll try and go over to it throughout the stream. The Spanish man, Los Uruguas, I'm going to go for that man from Spain. He won the virtual La Liga over there for his team. He said, we're in the second La Liga at the moment. We're in the playoffs at the moment. We're going to try and get back up into La Liga, but it's great that the virtual La Liga's opened up to all teams in Spain.
Yeah, and his opponent, what a story from Envy Aero. It was 0-3. He went all the way through the competition with that 0-3 record, finished 4-3, the first ever time it's been done. And you just got to tip your hat to him. It shows great resiliency, especially after the Club World Cup only a week ago. He bottled a 3-0 lead that ICHOR did give him.
There we go, Gianni with a, so maybe an interesting deflection off that corner. Half volleyed it in. He won't be complaining at all. Neymar will finish it. A lovely finish in the end. And that game is all to play for, as you said, but you mentioned Aero. What a comeback. He lost his first 3 games, as we know. If you lose 4, you go out the competition. You win 4, you go through. He lost his first 3, bounced back 4-3. I feel, you know, the man deserves it. He's been part of eFoot de France, part of the 16 best players over there. You know, didn't make the cut. Went to the Club World Cup. Yes, he didn't win it, but he got the playoff spot from there. He's been at a number of tournaments, but he's always just sometimes been second best. Yeah,
he has been second best. I think as well, alongside ICHOR as part of Team Envy, would you say as well, potentially in his shadow a little bit, in ICHOR's shadow. He's been performing so well this year. He's always been the Xbox player to ICHOR on the PS4. I think this is a good opportunity for him to really branch out as a player.
I agree as well, and I think he is doing that. He's had a great year in hindsight. He's been at all these big tournaments, and I think one thing that Team Envious do have is that team factor. From Jazz to Lyrics to ICHOR. And of course, there is such a team vibe. Here comes MSDossary! He strikes and he scores again.
So clinical in front of goal is MSDossary. If he gets a chance anywhere around that box with one of his preferred players, Messi, Ronaldo, either Ronaldo, the R9, or Team of the Year, Ruud Gullit, that prime 93 Ruud Gullit in the final third, it's going to result in a goal 9 times out of 10.
Just one thing that I see always from MSDossary is no reaction Whether he's winning or losing.
Only reacts when the job's done.
All we see is a smile normally. I haven't actually seen him too upset yet, but he would be smiling when everything is going well. Aero has just scored a goal and given a big, loud roar to his opponent from Spain.
Yeah, 33 minutes into that game, and what a mistake.
Oh, no, that
was
a
mistake.
An awful mistake. We'll have a look at that one a little bit later on. But 4-2 in this one. The game in focus. It's only in its first leg, remember, 2-legged games, and then one of these two will be booking, you could say, the first place in that grand final in London. Just add something, you know, a little bit more special to it, isn't it? You're the first player in the pot, you're the first player in the hat. Might as well get that ticket booked to London, get the flight booked.
Get the flight and the hotel combo.
But Gianni needs to get himself back in it. Ronaldo will try and just fake to go left, fake to go right. He'll be intercepted. Italia, remember, on the left-hand side of your screen. Against the Saudi Arabian, representing Rogue Esports. Only recently signed for them, in fact. Just a few days ago. And if you've invested in MSDossary, you'd be very happy right now.
Yeah, he would. A lot regard him as the best Xbox player right now. After some of the previous performances that we have seen. Manchester, the Club World Cup, even ESWC, he finished third. Only person who beat him, I think, was FUTWIZ Dubzje, and he was on a remarkable run in that competition. But he's been a steam train that doesn't show any signs of stopping right now. Rogue MSDossary.
Gianni in possession, lovely through ball to Ronaldo. Can he drag back? Fakes once, twice. I love the idea there. Tried to play all the way through. And to Neymar, I believe it could have been.
I'll tell you what, on the game that's not been streamed, Aero's just scored a great goal to go 2-0 up against the second seed Los Angeles.
It's a great finish as well. No chance for David De Gea. Superb defending again by Sergio Ramos in this game for MSDossary. Gianni, he has been getting in the right areas. It's just that decision making. And of course, the mental side of the game, which has such an impact in the way that players are playing. Added time of 3 minutes to come. Dossary in cruise control as we stand. Up against the second highest scorer in the competition, Gianni. 51 goals he has scored. And obviously since arriving, since playing his games. That concludes game number 1. And there is a deficit between the two players.
Yeah, 4-2, the final scoreline. MSDossary did pick up that victory in the first leg, but it's not job done yet for Dossary. Still got quite a tough second leg, especially if Gianni does score early doors. You've got to be thinking Dossary can't get too complacent in that second leg. I think we are going to have a look at the replays from that first leg between the two sides. Dossary 4-2 victory, and we have just hit half-time in the game that is also being played. AeroFIFA 2-0 up at half-time against Los Angeles, the second seed coming into the round of 32, Brandon.
Well, as you said, we're going to have a look at some of those replays. Rogue Esports in action for MSDossary. Not Team Falcon anymore. You can just see on his right sleeve there, Steve Aoki, one of the guys that did, found the organisation. MSDossary playing the yellow kit, remember, yellow and black striped kit. Went 1-0 up. Conceded a deflection. A lovely finish of Messi. Always stayed in control, MSDossary, throughout the game.
Yeah, whenever he gets a chance in that final third, he knows exactly what to do. The clinical edge that he has, I think that's one of the things that sets him away from everybody else, because if you give him 5 perfect opportunities to score a goal, I guarantee he'll score 5 goals. We just heard a massive roar behind us, Brandon, as we are looking through these replays. Los Angeles getting a goal back up against Envy Aero. 2-1 that game does stand. And what a goal it was.
2 fantastic goals, obviously out of the 3 that have been scored in that one. Ruud Gullit scored on the game that's in focus at the moment and just scored an absolute cracker at the beginning of the second half in that one. Just to make that 2-1, but I believe the second leg's kicking off here in Amsterdam. Round 32 action in 90 minutes of in-game FIFA time. We'll find out who's booking their first place in the grand final in London in August. Will it be the Italian or the Saudi Arabian king? Two goals needed for Gianni. As he said, the second highest scorer in the competition so far. Knows he can score goals, but does concede a few as well. Needs to try and outscore MSDossary by at least 2 goals or more to go to extra time or to win the game.
I'll be very interested to see what formation Dossary has decided to roll with in this second leg. Is there going to be a change of formation, or is it going to be more of the same?
Just don't give that man time. And if there was any hope, it's been squandered. Back to 3-0 between the two, you got to say. 5-2 the score on aggregate. One of them, you never know which way Ronaldo is going to go. You can see it on the replay there. He was expecting to come inside. Just 1 second, 1 millimetre off. It's just that difference between changing the button, changing the way you're controlling the defender. It's the difference between scoring goals and defending them.
Makes it look so simple. One touch out of his feet, low-driven shot across the goalkeeper. Dossary knows exactly what to do in every single position. That's just what you get from playing the game that much. It's muscle memory at that point. You're not even thinking about what you got to do. You're doing it before your opponent can even react to it. And that's what we say sometimes, the unpredictability. That's why you see people such as Tex in Barcelona. No one knew what we were going to bring to the table. And then when he's doing sombrero flicks and El Tornadoes and fake Rabonas and just skinning people, you don't expect it. And it's that unpredictability edge that you can bring to the tournament.
Also, that mental factor as well, as we mentioned a little bit, how to not get frustrated when things aren't going well for you, to think, right, I'm still got an opportunity, there's still another chance for me to get back in this game. 5-2 the score. If MSDossary gets another one, he will extend the lead again to 4 goals and look even closer to booking his ticket in London. And it will be the first game to be concluded, as we know. It's still in the first leg. The other game between the Spaniard and the Frenchman of Aero. So imagine being the first player to think, right, out of all the millions of players that have played for champions, have played in these competitions online and at the LAN events, I am probably the first person in the final. And also, I've come out the background of Saudi Arabia.
But I think the way that Dossary's his mind works is that's not good enough. He wants to go on and win this competition. He wants to win every single competition that he's part of. He's not come to the playoffs thinking, I just need to finish top 16 and then it's job done. I'm not saying some players have, but I imagine that's their primary goal, to get into that top 16, to get into London, to get to the grand final. For Dossary, his #1 goal is make sure that I win another tournament and really start to build a legacy in FIFA esports. When's the statue going to get built of me in Saudi Arabia holding my Xbox controller?
It could certainly be on the way if he gets into that huge grand final in London, but I think you're right. He is one of those players that he'll say, what's next for me? What else can I achieve? Lovely turn. Ronaldo, he loves the low driven.
Flash past the post.
You can see he's even annoyed there that another day that one maybe just edges in. And the pressure still remains on Gianni. Would we expect to see a formation change maybe in the second half from Gianni? Maybe he needs to come out. Yes, there's risks with it when you're playing against a player like MSDossary, but if it's not going well, someone has to change.
Yeah, you have to be able to have a plan B, a plan C in your locker. I think some players maybe a little bit too stubborn. They don't change up what they're doing. They'll just think that I can carry on playing the way that I play and something will happen. That's sometimes not the case. You have to switch formation, maybe to a 3-4-2-1, maybe to a 3-5-2. Have a plan B in your locker. We have just seen a massive goal on the other game that is taking place in this round of 32. Los Higueras levels it up at 2-2 against Envy Aero. 72 minutes on the clock in that game, and it's Cristiano Ronaldo. Who else but CR7?
Who else would it be? You could just see in the corner there, Jamboo in front of the gameplay over there. They're absolutely loving it, the fans that have come with that man from Spain. And why wouldn't they be? Supporting him all the way, hopefully, to a place in the grand final. It was 2-0 down, now he's 2-2 up in that first leg. Over here, though, MSDossary is about to score again. No, he isn't.
Great save.
David just about did enough there. And it comes, front post flick on at the back if he can get there. Ramos off the line from Walker. This looks like there's no way out at the moment for Gianni. Look how far back his people are pressed. Aero has just scored to make that 3-2 now. After there was a double response, Aero will extend his lead.
Yeah, massive goal for Envy Aero. that first goal that he did score. So fortunate. But he's managed to reclaim the lead in that game. And it's into the tactics for Los Jaguares.
There's the through ball. Oh, that could have been the one. Something that's good, though, for the best players in the world. Recycle the ball. Wait for your opportunity. And when it comes, you have to take it. That's what the best players will do. They'll find an opportunity. They'll make it a 90% chance of going in where the low driven is, where the finesse is. Compared to a casual player who'll shoot from 30 yards, will shoot from 35 yards. Occasionally, as you know the story of Bakayoko, it might occasionally go in for you, but the people that really take their chances, unbelievable use of skills here. Gianni,
that's a great goal.
An incredible goal. No reaction at all from him. But the Italians just stating, I'm still in this tie.
Yeah, that one more pass from Ruud Gullit. Fed it into Ronaldo, I believe that is. Slots it past the goalkeeper, and this game is not over yet. You see Dasari, click of the fingers, he knows he's in a fight.
Got to say, one of the best goals in the tournament, for complete skill. Played one more, you thought that was enough. Played one more as well, completely was unpredictable. Unpredictability is what you need at big games or big stages like this in Amsterdam.
Control over the ball with a big thing, just be able to keep your composure when you've got a chance to shoot, and playing that one more pass just like that. I think Dasari, he could turn back there, maybe try and recycle once again. Wins himself a corner though.
If it's Gianni that gets the goal, then we'll be in for a very good game. One more, super block again. And added time to come of 2 minutes. Gianni on the attack though before we get there. If he scores now, I'll just try to skill move. Maybe it wasn't really needed.
2 added minutes at the end of this first half in the second leg.
No, just get rid of the ball, Gianni. Carl Walker of all people. Ronaldo to Carl Walker off the post. Get rid of it. Just about survives that attack.
If that had been anybody else, you've got to think that's a goal. Look at the stats. Domination from MSDossary at halftime in this game. You see the two players on your screen. Gianni is not out of this game just yet.
Yes, he may have only had one shot, but he created the chance and he made sure that he scored it. You saw with the passing routine that he had there, played that one more, ensured that Ronaldo, even the stats that he does have on him, he could finish that one. Such a basic finish, finesse into the bottom corner, and we can see some changes being made. Look, we're looking at Gianni's team here. 4-1-2-1-2 in action, and it looks like we're going to have the introduction of Ronaldinho on for Neymar.
Yeah, that prime Ronaldinho coming in at cam for Gianni. He's swapped into a 4-1-2-1-2, narrow as well, so he knows that he has to push on. It's a great formation for attacking that 4-1-2-1-2. You get the link-up play from your cam to the left centre mid to your left striker. Often your right centre mid and your centre attacking mid will actually switch positions. So if you are going to play a more attacking central midfielder, wide central midfielder, maybe a Gretzka, maybe a Gullit, you want to play him at right centre mid, so if they do pop up at cam, it's your better player, not someone like a Kante or a Vieira.
And we're expected to see some changes like that as we go through, as you mentioned. The Gretzka involved, one more across, he's onside. And I'm sorry to say, if it wasn't looking great, it really isn't now.
Yeah, it's looking very grey.
It's the same kind of finish as well. Obviously not on the right for this time, on the left. And MSDossary will score in the corner that Gianni actually did score in about 15 in-game minutes ago.
It's looking very, very grey for Gianni right now. MSDossary extends the lead once again. 2-1 in this game. That now makes it 6-3, I believe.
If you just look at the top of your screen there, I just saw a really attacking run from Marcelo there. Obviously, the way that he wants to play is quite... we can see it, he's stating it. He needs to attack, he needs to score goals as he comes forward now with Ronaldo. Fakes to go that way, does exceptionally well, but drag back or two on the rebound, surely get the ball. And he's got a big bunch of Italian fans just at the corner of us right now, supporting him throughout.
Anything you can do, I can do better. That's exactly what Gianni is doing right now. Every time that Dasari scores, he's got an answer for it. 6-4 the scoreline. Just needs to keep Dasari out. Just maybe take 10 minutes, just try and get your foot on the ball. Something that Cody, his finisher, does, in fact, from kickoff. He'll foul his opponent. He'll make sure that the game goes dead, and then he's got a chance to defend the free kick. And then how many times do you see you're defending the free kick, and then you score straight from that counter-attack?
Messi. Oh, nearly. And of course, as you can see just on your screen now, Gianni's manager there and his team of players as well. I saw FABIO DENNUZZO around those guys as well. He's obviously through. But it's good to see that, you know, you want your Italian players together. You want, you know, Italy to be at the grand final and have some, you know, representation.
Yeah, you're supporting your fellow countrymen over there, FABIO DENNUZZO and Gianni's managers in the coaching area, supporting their man in a tough game against MSDossary. 2/3 of this game finished, got 30 minutes left on the clock.
Well, if he scores one more, surely this will conclude his place in the grand final. Over the bar. I don't think he can believe what happened. Oh, took a deflection. Gonna play short, Marcelo, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Do not lose possession from this corner though, because there'd be a huge chance for Gianni to get it. The way he's recycled that across the box, incredible. Tried to find that man on the far hand side though, that wasn't really there for him, and he's just waiting there every area. You can just see he's waiting for the perfect run, trying to pull out Gianni's defence, and he scores now, surely! Book the plane, book the ticket. MSDossary should be in London, and there's his brother for him right there. Proud as ever, I'm assured.
Yeah, that's Gianni's own fault there, I hate to say it. The ball rebounded to him, he took the touch the wrong way. If it had turned out the other way, or just, it's an age-old saying in England, if in doubt, get it out. You can see there, he's turned back into danger, back towards his own goal. If he turns away from danger, maybe tries passing it out, maybe just put your foot through it, clear the ball. That goal never happens. And he's still got a chance to go to London. Right now, 7-4 the scoreline. It's looking bleak.
And if we remember correctly, that was from the corner.
Yep.
A lot of people, a lot of casual players out there will say, what's the difference between me and a competitive player? That's the difference. That's how you can take a corner. Recycle possession, played all the way across the box, went back, waited for Gianni to come out and play, to try and intercept him, found the gaps in between, and you've got to say, you know, the scoreline as it is, off the post. It's the second time he's done that now. But the point is, you've got to say right now, 3 goals in front. Is MSDossary going to London?
It's looking that way, Brandon. Pretty much, you'd have to have a miracle for Gianni to get back into this game. We've only 20 minutes left, and you're going to see a lot of this, just controlling the ball, moving it from left to right. Doesn't have to score, can just keep it. If he kills the game maybe till the 80th minute, it's game over.
What a sign that's been for Rogue Esports. Sign the man from Team Falcon. At the moment, everything on paper has gone to plan. Messi to Hullet. Surely not another one.
That'd been a great goal. I'm getting flashbacks to the Ronaldinho goal there in the Champions League against Chelsea when on the edge of the box where he just toe poked it into the top corner. Hullet trying to replicate it there.
As every minute just passes by in this game, you've got to say all the hope that Gianni has is just slowly fading away. 3 goals with this time left. Don't get me wrong, it could be possible, but we need to see a little bit more fighting force. He has been in the right areas. One thing that Gianni is very good at is, I'd say, the final third. He works the ball very well, doesn't overcomplicate it too much, and when he does want to maybe try something fancy, he knows when to do it. The timing of it is fantastic.
Yeah, and it's not been in the attacking third where his weaknesses have come in this tournament. It's been in the defensive third. He's scored the second most goals in the tournament behind FUTWIZ Dubs, but defensively just not being sound enough.
53 goals he has scored in the competition overall for him. But one thing that MSDossary definitely does is he's gone through, he's started to leak more goals, isn't he?
He has, yeah.
Is that just where he's maybe getting found out a little bit more? Or
was also playing tougher opponents, if you think about it. When he's finished yesterday at 5-0, the first game that he had today was against Gorilla. So he is going to concede goals. You're constantly playing against tougher and tougher opponents. He conceded 7 goals in 5 rounds of fixtures yesterday. That's 10 matches. He conceded 7 goals. It's a remarkable record.
That's a lot of FIFA time just to confirm it all off the post. MSDossary looking for more goals. Looking to just absolutely turn this game on its head. We'll have the corner again. How will he take this one? If he can work it as he did before, I'm very impressed. I'll just lose the ball there. but somehow wins it back, and he'll recycle it, waiting for that chance to attack. Hullet. He'll go back. He'll get Gianni. Trying to come at him, trying to play, because he needs goals. MSDossary doesn't. 3 goals in this time, it's not going to be possible. I think we can say the first player out of the 16 in London. We know what it means to this man, all the way from Saudi Arabia. There's always talk about, you know, EU. Are they the best? Are they the best organisation out there? And how can they play against? Well, how can the rest of the world players, you know, America players, come up against these guys? In the past 12 months, they've done it exceptionally well. Marcelo off the line as well. And I think that statement has to be put away now from the European players.
Yeah, you got to say so. I think as well, one thing this game, it's just shown that how versatile Dubzje is. He's got a lot of different formations in his locker. He can do a variety of different things. It's almost like he's got Velcro stuck to the ball right now. Everything just seems to be going his way. All the 50-50s, all the second balls are going the way of the Saudi Arabian. And commiserations to Gianni. Probably got the toughest tie out of any player.
But you should be proud. These are the kind of stats you can go back to. Top 32 in Amsterdam for the playoffs. You got yourself out of that last chance qualifier. Commiserations to Gianni. MSDossary is the first player going to London on the Xbox side of things. Congratulations to him there. You can see his brother. He's proud to have a thumbs up from him. But what a performance.
Yeah, job done by MSDossary. Won the first game 4-2. Final score 7-4. What a performance.
Yeah,
that's all you got to say. What a performance from MSDossary. There was not a lot of doubt about him coming into this game. It was pretty much one of the top seeds. Well, it was in fact the top seed from the Swiss-style format, but he had to perform on the big stage in a tough game when he knows the pressure is on. When he's already got his 4 wins in Swiss style, he can take his foot off the gas a little bit. When he knows that it's a round of 32, he has to do it, and we'll throw down to Spencer Owen, who is with your winner, MSDossary.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the main man, MSDossary. Listen, you had a very good group stage, of course. That game was quite tight, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really a close game. I'm really excited to be in London.
Well, let's talk about that, because there's only 16 of these scarves in the world. You're the first person to have one. Let's put it on you, sir. Well done, MSDossary. You're going to London for the eWorld Cup final. How do you feel?
Thank you. I'm really feeling so good, and I'm excited to be there, but I hope I can finish here as a champion, then to be there as well.
That's what I was going to ask you next. Obviously, you've still got a big tournament ahead of you here in Amsterdam. Do you think you can be the playoff Xbox champion?
I really hope to do a back-to-back champion, and let's see how tomorrow goes.
Maybe if you do back-to-back, then you'll have a chance to do back-to-back-to-back in London. Well done. You've got the first ever Amsterdam scarf. MSDossary, he's going to London. Well done.
Thanks.
Well, you heard it there from that man. Congratulations to MSDossary. Again, we said, yes, he's in that grand final. Yes, it's a fantastic achievement, but he wants to go and win this. He wants to go and be another winner, you know, get the top seed, ensure that he's got the best chance, everything going on his side for that London grand final.
Yeah, the man is a winner. He's a natural born winner, Brandon. Every single competition that he has competed in, he's wanted to go all the way in. It's not just a fact of getting to the last 16 and getting your scarf, getting into London to the grand finals. You heard it here from the man himself. I want to win the playoffs. I want to be going into the grand final as the #1 favourite, as the playoff champion, Brandon. And we are jumping into this game. Los Figueres up against Aero. Last time we saw it, I think Aero had just snuck in front 3-2 in that first leg. This is the second leg.
At half-time in that second leg, as you said, AeroFIFA, the first player ever yet to go 0-3. Lost his first 3 games. Could have been out. Could have been all done for yesterday. Then went 2-3, won his last 2 games, and then he confirmed the place. And here we are in the second half, in the second leg, and at the moment, 4-2 on aggregate for the Frenchman. A player that we've been lucky enough to follow at a number of events this year. Has always been at the heights of it, but just never been, you know, able to get over the line, to really confirm it. And I think it'll be fantastic if he could do this.
And I know it might sound a little bit out there, but hear me out on this one. I think him losing 6-0 at the Club World Cup to FIFA Houston and feeling the lowest of the lows in FIFA, letting not only himself down, but letting Icevogel down, who put him in front in the first down, I think that has had a positive impact on him. Because at 0-3, you've got to pull something out of the ether, you could say.
You have to.
You have to be able to find that inner within yourself. to say, you know what, I'm 0-3, but I can still do this. I've got the ability to be able to go all the way. I think looking at the GFIN Elite Series, playing at big LAN events, it's helped him up to this point right now, where he's 45 minutes away from getting to the biggest FIFA tournament of the year.
As you said, there's been a number of things that maybe have affected his mindset, the way he plays FIFA and understands how much more important every single game is now. Didn't have a good start here. Bounced back though, you know, went home last night, probably reflected saying, right, I've won my last 2 games. I'm in a good position. You know, I can still do it. It's still possible on paper.
Still alive.
Slept well, prepared well for today. Came in, I'm sure that he's got all the envious guys behind him, Lyric, Vogel, Jazz, obviously PlayStation players. They would have been supporting him. He's come into today and he's made a bit of history. The first player to ever do that at a big event. But don't get me wrong, the player he's up against is incredible as well. The virtual La Liga champion.
Yeah, Los Figueres, as I said earlier, stopped playing FIFA in FIFA 14. He came back this year after a 3 to 4 year hiatus, and he's jumped right back to the top, virtual La Liga champion. He's won a couple of other smaller LAN events in Spain, and he's right where he left off. You can see there as well, if that's 92, if you're born in 1992, slightly older player in the FIFA scene. So he's got that experience as well.
Well, pause, that's been cued by the Spaniard. 2 goals down. I like that though. He knows that something needs to change. As you mentioned, going into that game in the Club World Cup, it was all to play for. They were in front. Vogel set up the game. It was all to play for, and then Faith Houston, as he's known, obviously FIFA Houston, his game handle, went there and just played incredible.
Beat him 6-0, and Aero didn't really have much to say. He just let the game get away from him. I think he let the occasion get a little bit of the better of him as well, and at the end of the day, it's those negatives that make you a better FIFA player.
And Los Figueres there just dribbled the ball out of play. No chance for him there. I think he's just looking to try and blame his controller, but into his subs. More than anything, he's got the chance to make the subs, and we like this. If it's not going well, you have to play. You have to play 3 at the back. You have to take that risk.
He has to. He's 4-2 down. He's got 20 minutes left to salvage a place in the grand final. Switch into a 3-4-2-1. Throw everything forward. He's got Gareth Bale coming on there as well at left mid. Everything is attack right now. I imagine it's probably ultra attacking. You can see the player instructions there as well. Get into, stay on the edge of the box for crosses if something bounces to the edge.
And as you said, he is a young player. You're playing against maybe a player that's a bit more mature than a player that's younger. One thing that a lot of younger players have is 1, the experience at a LAN event, 2, the mindset of how to stay in front or how to get yourself back, winning the mental battle when you're 3 goals down. I believe in a period of maybe a few months, he's been able to feel some of the pains that you can feel in FIFA. We say sometimes you have to lose to learn. He's done that on multiple occasions, and he's had a lot of success as well. He was in the top 16 players in France. eFoot de France obviously didn't get all the way to the end, but still, to be recognised as one of the best players in France is an achievement.
Yeah, he's had a great year as Aero. You can see the 85 aggression, 85 pressure, I think that was, from Los Guerreros. Coming forward, has to just try and snatch anything right now. The one thing he can't do though is rush in the final third. If he does get an opportunity, he has to work it slowly. Don't rush the chance, just keep it moving forward, and you might get an opportunity at goal.
Well, then 3 at the back in action. Attacking formation, attacking instructions. The custom instructions has been changed as well, as we see with a lot of European players. Up the pressure, up the status of trying to get your players forward. But if you're going to go 3 at the back, you're going to get gaps appearing. Salah now on the rebound. Can Aero get there? No, he can't. Gareth Bale, of all people, it might even be the left back. I believe it is. Just somehow did enough to say no. Not this time. I'm still going to be in the game.
I think it's that 92 informed Gareth Bale he's just brought off of the bench.
At left back though, is that? Unless he's playing out wide maybe, on a 3-5-2 or something on those lines. One thing that Aero probably would have learned throughout, losing these games is how to see out a game. How to keep possession, and there's a gap there.
Onside.
He onside. One-on-one, Marco Reus. Can chip the keeper, and can he book his place in London? 5-2 in front, a man that's had a lot of tough hurdles to come across this year in the competitive scene. Losing big finals, losing that FIFA World Cup clash. And now to get a bit of reward, a bit of success at the end of it. I know it's not over yet, but he's doing everything right to ensure he is.
He's being knocked down at every hurdle as Aero. And right now he's got back up, he's walking through the storm, and he's willing to get to the end of it, where in London he'll be the second player in the Xbox Best 16. Unless Los Lagares has got something to say about it. What a tackle.
And this is where you want to get a player. Los Lagares right now mentally
is gone.
You've got him. You've got him right now mentally. Go and get yourself another goal. Control the game. Keep possession. And what a tournament this will be. He was 0-3, I'll say it again. He lost his first 3 games. You lose 4 in these competitions in Swiss style format. You're out. You're out in day 1. He came back, he won his last 2 games.
And this just shows that it's not about if you go 7-0 or if you go 4-3. It's all about just getting past the Swiss style. That's why it's called Survival Day. Just survive. This is the number 2 seed against the number 31 from Swiss style. And Aero has done everything right. He's peaked at the right time. He's slowly been getting better and better throughout the tournament, from 0-3 to 1-3 to 2-3 to 3-3. He won an extra time clash.
Something special.
Not on this occasion. He won an extra time clash to book his place in this last 32, and he's going to London.
It is. It's been an incredible tournament. You can see there a team of people that have been really behind him. Obviously, the management team of Los Lagares cheering, you know, supporting, and sometimes good things do come to an end. 3 goals in the time left would be some job. Aero there, I don't know if he can break out in a smile yet. That's the frustration you can see with Sergio Ramos, of all people, just to give away a foul that wasn't needed. Now calm yourself down, Aero, and see out this game to ensure that you're in the big grand final. It'll be Saudi Arabia and France currently today. 14 more spaces from today.
And we've had 2 games, one of the favourites, you could say, going through, and an underdog. Looking at the seeds, we had the number 1 seed in MSDossary and the number 2 seed going out. Just shows that if you make it through Swiss style, everybody is capable of beating anybody.
And the Spaniard was 6-1 as well. As we said, we'll say it again. Aero was 0-3 down. Got himself back 4-3 in extra time, of all things, as well. It's not going to be easy. And if anything, more of a consolation goal. Love it. Into Messi, if he can finish there. Every last attack has been incredible. I believe that is the man from Team Envious that's been supporting Aero the whole way through, the manager. And it's an incredible year, I'll say it again, for Team Envious, making the jump into FIFA esports throughout the G20 Elite Series. And they've been in all the tournaments, they've drafted well, they've picked up incredible players, and congratulations to Aero.
Yeah, huge congratulations to Aero. 5-2 victory over Los Lagares, 31 seed against the 2nd seed. What a performance from that man, Aero. And what's stopping him right now in this tournament from going all the way? He's got his place, the pressure's off him a little bit, you could say. He's going to the eWorld Cup final. Congratulations, and I'm lost for words, Brandon. What a performance from Aero. 0-3 to 4-3. I don't think you can put that in perspective with just words.
Well, commiserations, Los Lagares, an incredible tournament, she said. 6-1, he was, you know, in party time, it was all going really well for him, but, you know, that's what happens sometimes, and just feel a bit sorry for that man now, but he's had a taste. Sometimes you have to go to a number of big events. In his eyes, yes, he's not at that big final. He's won Virtual Liga, the first ever time it's jumped into an E-League now, a FIFA League. These are some of the replays from that game that just to take place. Sorry, Aero won 2-0 in the end. Number more chances he did have. An incredible finish, first and foremost, from Ronaldo.
You see quite a subdued reaction as well. Usually you'd see a big let's go or a cheer from Aero, just standing up, letting his opponent know he's there. And I don't think he wanted to celebrate until he knew the game was over right there. 5-2, what a win from Aero.
Oh, an incredible one as well. You can just see the stats there. He created more chances. Possession was quite even in the end, but 5-2 the score for the Frenchman, and he deserves this. He has been to so many events this year. He's been everywhere, and sometimes you have to get yourself everywhere to get yourself that one chance, that one game of FIFA that goes well for you, and it has today.
Yeah, you just got to keep on getting back up, getting back up. Not many times how many you get knocked down. That Club World Cup, he lost 6-0 in the final. he was very, very beat up about that result. What's he done? He's come back here after being 0-3, and he's turned it around completely. A full 180-degree turn from Aero, and he's joining Dasari in the final.
Well, let's have a look at the bracket so far. Of course, tomorrow we'll play from round of 16. Today is to find out the 16 players who will be on the Xbox side for that grand final. You can see the FIFA EU World Cup grand final in London at the moment. Rogue MSDossary and MV Aero. FIFA from France. Two big names that on paper come into this tournament you probably would have backed.
Yeah, you probably would have backed them coming into the tournament, but after seeing some of Aero's results, maybe not so after a 0-3 yesterday. It was an elimination game. Every single game from then on has been an elimination game, and that just shows the mental fortitude that NV Aero is possessing right now. Maybe Jazz has helped him along the way, maybe Ice Vogel's helped him along the way, but just congratulations to Aero.
And a group of people congratulating that man at the moment. They're over on the desk. Is Jimmy Coon and that man, Aero.
Thank you, guys. So yes, I have the man of the moment, Aero. Congratulations, first and foremost. I wanted to, well, I was keeping this scarf warm for you. This is number 2 of 16. It's going to go around your shoulders. Congratulations.
Merci. Thank you.
So tell us, you had your back against the wall. You were 0-3 in your first 3 games. Then you won 4 straight to get into this against a player who's been playing fantastic, one of the Spanish players. And you beat him quite handily. His stats, you doubled his stats in every possible way. But more of a fun fact for you, last weekend in the Club World Cup, your teammate was up 3-1 in leg 1. All you had to do was hold on to the lead. You lost 6-0, and Brøndby ended up winning. How do you come back from that mentally, and then being down 3 games, to end up getting to London and going to the FIFA E World Cup?
Ouais, c'est vrai que j'ai commencé en 0-3 du coup. C'était vraiment difficile pour moi. Après, j'ai su remonter, j'ai fait le dos rond en fait. Je me suis dit, voilà, c'est jamais fini. On est venu là pour un objectif précis, le top 16. Du coup, voilà. Après, oui, c'est vrai qu'à la FIFA World Cup Club, j'ai pris un 6-0 en finale. Au final, j'ai fait quand même un bon tournoi, donc ça m'a pas atteint mentalement.
We got Kuhn here, gonna translate, man of many languages.
Right, so what he's saying is that it was very hard for him, especially after the Club World Cup and also being down 3-0, but he knew he just had to stay calm, he had to stay strong mentally, and that's what he did, and he kept believing in himself, and he did it. So, a question from me, your first goal in this game against the Spanish guy, it was a huge mistake. Did you feel like it was the tension, the pressure for him?
Ouais, c'est vrai que c'était une erreur de sa part. Après, il essayait de jouer la sûreté, il jouait lentement. Moi, voilà, j'ai mis la pression, je voyais qu'il reculait, il reculait. Au final, voilà, j'ai vraiment essayé d'anticiper tout ce qu'il faisait et voilà, c'est rentré.
Yeah, so what he's saying is he was being too slow, the opponent, and he was just putting pressure on him all the time. And with the first goal, it was the best outcome for him. He says he was being too slow.
All right, well, congratulations. Thank you for being on this couch. Good luck tomorrow on Decision Day. Kuhn, thank you so much for translating.
Thanks.
And for everybody at home, we got some many big games coming your way, so come back and join us.
Over here in Russia. And it's live.
I know when to fold them. And when you hear me say it's not you, it's me. Don't even ask why it's over. I'm coming through, breaking in that window in the kitchen. Hang on, get a chance. That's how I made this beat. And if you didn't know, I need it right away. So when you see us in the street, better keep running.
It is the big day. On the biggest stage at the World Cup.
Hoy, pero no caminaron solos. Está el viejo, la vieja, el tío.
Cada vez que dijeron que no podíamos, pudimos. Cada vez que nos subestimaron, dime un batacazo.
El fútbol es la vida.
Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. You know, we're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. Good weather, bad weather, we're out there with the players. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls. You know, we're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. Getting kits ready is something I take a lot of pride in. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi.
Yes, man. Here we are. Here we are. Round of 32. This is where you want to be, Mark.
This is what it's all about, isn't it? This is the culmination of a year's worth of work for these players. You know, we've had multiple tournaments from around the world. We've had 20 million players involved in the Global Series this year, and it's all about getting that final scarf that we've been giving out to get to London. And we've seen the pressure on some of the players so far. We've had some of the stories already from today. You know, our first qualifier, MSDossary. You know, we were joking on the sofas watching all the games. 3 things you can guarantee in life: death, taxes, and MSDossary winning games of FIFA. And then, of course, the Aero story. I mean, tell us a little bit about that.
Wow, I just spoke to him on the couch with Jimmy Conrad, of course, trying to make the most of his French language. What a story that is. I mean, losing that Club World Cup, only having to keep that 2-goal lead of your teammate, losing 6-0, being 3-0 down here, knowing you have to win those last 4 games, doing that, and then playing against the Spanish guy we've all been writing down as one of the dark horses. And you just beat him. It's an unbelievable story, really.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, essentially 5 elimination games in a row for MV Aero. I mean, the Frenchman just absolutely unbelievable today. But the game that we've got, as you can see in front of you right now, is going to be the man from North America. It's Alekzandur. He's going to be taking on Schwenker 1991 from Germany. Tell us a little bit about these 2 players. You know, I had the pleasure of watching Alekzandur out in the Gfinity Spring Cup in Orlando. Very, very strong performance from him. But tell us a little bit more about the German and what we can expect to see from him.
Yeah, the German obviously being very strong here. All of the German, I must say, they've been here with a lot. Like the Americans, we got to see 2 nations right here with a lot of contenders. Germany has got Sakul, of course, but Schwenker is one of the players we've got to keep an eye on as well. However, I think Alekzandur, he's showing the best of him on this tournament, and I think it's going to be hard for Schwenker.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Alekzandur had a fantastic, performance in the Swiss format. He's right up there at the moment with some of the best performances that we did see in that Swiss format. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about how that momentum can carry over into these elimination games. You know, if you get that hot start in the Swiss format, you get those wins under your belt. It helps you massively, doesn't it? It gets that motivation, gets that confidence up as you get into these elimination games. But now it's completely different because you know you can't lose a game now. If you lose a game right now, you're going home. You are not making it to those grand finals.
Of course, it's so important to keep the games going, to keep that wins coming in. Fun fact about Alekzandur, he is one of the few to make it to the final 32 out of a last chance qualifier. There's only a few of them who have done it.
We've seen the 8 players from Barcelona qualifier all make it through. And from the last chance qualifier, there's only few who made it, and Alekzandur just did it.
Yeah, I mean, the North American representation, you know, has gone from strength to strength in FIFA 18. It really is something that we have to talk about, is, you know, the worldwide appeal of FIFA 18. And, you know, as an esport, you know, I come from a lot of different esport backgrounds, and there's not many we can talk about that have this worldwide appeal. You know, you have players from literally all over the world being represented here at the playoffs. I mean, it's not just a case of players turning up and playing and being involved and getting knocked out earlier from these regions. All of the regions are turning up. All of these regions are performing on the biggest stage. And it really is a case of you don't know which nationality of player is actually going to end up taking home that eWorld Cup.
No, definitely. That's one of the crazy things. I think that's what's so exciting about this tournament as well. You want to have that spot, that scarf. And out of 10 Germans, Schwenker is one of the 7 to make it into this last 32. Out of the 7 Americans, also 5 made it through. So there's gonna be a bigger and bigger chance one of these 2 nations, America, USA, or Germany, is going to get their spots in the World Championships and potentially even get their World Championship title.
Yeah, incredible, you know, performances from both regions, you have to say. We talked about the Germans and how, you know, they've stormed into FIFA 18 and they really have sort of dominated the scene a lot of the time. And then we talk about North America, like I mentioned before, you know, in previous FIFAs has sort of had to prove themselves, to be honest with you. You know, they've had to prove a lot of people wrong. I know that ChuBoi always talks about, you know, NA all day, and it's being proved right at the moment at the playoffs. They've got a huge amount of players who, as you say, 5 players who have made it out of 7. That's a pretty good percentage into these elimination games. And I mean, it's qualification day to day. Do you see that number dwindling, or do you see a few of these players, you know, making it through into that last 16 and booking their tickets to London?
It's so hard to tell. It's so hard to tell. Today's the day. They've got to show it. Today's the day. They've got to prove it. They've got to win this round of 32 because for now, they don't have anything yet. I mean, losing this round is heartbreaking, isn't it? You don't have anything yet. Today, you want to make it through qualification, get into the last 16, which we can all see tomorrow, of course. These last 16, we can get to see them tomorrow here in Amsterdam. And there's just been kicked off between Alekzandur and Schwenker. And it's possession here for the man in white.
Yeah, here we go then. As we say, everything on the line for both of these players, everything up to this point, kind of irrelevant, to be honest with you. You have to get into this position to book yourself a ticket to London in August, 2nd to 4th for those finals, and give yourself a chance of being crowned that champion. But it's all about the Xbox today. It's all about qualification and this round of 32. So going to be early possession on the ball here.
For Alekzandur.
And as you say, this is the kind of play style that I saw a lot from him over in Orlando, and something that is definitely a standout for me.
Yeah, he's lost the ball now. I'm really curious because he's lost only 1 of his 7 games in the Swiss format. So there's a huge, huge challenge for Schwenker, who's lost the ball now in his attack, and he's got to defend the upcoming Alekzandur once again.
Yeah, Alekzandur switching the play nicely here, and you know, both of these players are going to be one of those third player to be that representative in London, of course. Now we're going to see Alekzandur bringing the ball forward with Kante. Nice little turn in the midfield and just looking those little passes. I believe that Alekzandur playing that 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, so he's going to have that cam in options, and obviously those 2 strikers up top. He's going to have R-squared. You're going to have Cristiano Ronaldo and the Brazilian icon Ronaldo. They're always going to put those chances away.
Absolutely, and the 4-1-2-1-2 obviously is a formation without real wingers. Here's a little chance for Schwenker with a low cross. Messi now on the right side of the pitch, and Vieira. Messi cutting inside. Jordi Alba is nowhere to be seen. He's one of the few, I think, Alekzandur, to use Jordi Alba.
Yeah, I mean, he's, you know, one of those new team of the season cards. He's one of those players that could potentially take over from that team of the year, Marcelo, that has kind of become the staple. However, some people, you know, questioning maybe his height, you know, with those back post crosses being so effective in FIFA 18 could be a reason that a lot of players may be sticking with that Marcelo card, but well defended here, but picked up by Ruud Gullit in the middle now, and here comes Kante, fires the ball into Ronaldo. Unfortunately, cannot get that shot away, and Schwenker with some solid defense.
Yeah, Schwenker, the German, look at him, earplugs in, no headset for him. He's playing a wider formation, no 4-1-2-1-2 narrow for him. But he's losing the ball too fast, it seems, in the start of this game, Mark.
Alekzandur now on the attack. Yeah, I'd agree with you, to be honest with you. He's, you know, As you can see the heart rates of these two players at the moment.
That's
I mean,
such a cool future as well.
But you can see, you know, who maybe is feeling the pressure a little bit. And look at Alekzandur at the moment. He's calm and collected.
Such a cool future.
Big chance
Here's
here.
the first big chance. It's for Schwenker. It's a goal. It's 1-0 to the German.
And who would have thought?
Is it Kyle Walker with his left foot as well, Mark?
On his left foot, marauding forward there from right back and putting the chance away. And I think if all of us had to put a bet on, that would not be our first goal scorer today. We've seen big goals from across the the few days we've been here already from players we wouldn't have expected. We've seen Patrick Vieira picking up some hugely important goals, and now Kyle Walker, that team of the season, coming in huge with the first goal of the game.
I think out of the 64 players we've seen on Xbox so far, I think like 60 players used Kyle Walker team this season. He is by far the most popular right back in the game at the moment, and Schwenker just showed us why, hasn't he?
I mean, he's shown us why in a way that we didn't expect. It's the best way. You know, he's in the team for that pace. He's in the team for that defending, those physical stats. You know,
Absolutely.
He's got great height on him, but you don't expect him to be beating David De Gea with a beautiful little finesse shot around him with that left foot as well. And it's going to see some changes coming in here. It looks like both players choosing that 4-4-2, different variations of it, but matching up against each other.
Alekzandur switching now, might have noticed that there's too much space for Schwenker on the wings. Used that 4-1-2-1-2 formation, and Walker just used the space. He was free, of course. Very curious about how we're going to see Alekzandur respond to this, because obviously he's the favorite after winning 6 of his 7 games in the Swiss format, isn't he, Mark?
Yeah, he's definitely the favorite. I mean, he started off, to be honest with you, with the upper hand in this game as well. You have to say he was controlling the momentum in the game, controlling possession of the ball, but unfortunately that breakaway, absolutely devastating for him. And now we're going to see once again a potential counter-attack. You can see players streaming forward again for Schwenker, but decides to just slow this down. Looks like he didn't have the space maybe that he did previously when we saw Kyle Walker put that one away.
Here's Kyle Walker again. Always looking for the right side in the first 26 minutes of this match. Don't think we've seen the left back of Schwenker on the ball yet. Cristiano Ronaldo. It's Messi now. Cannot get the ball, and it's Kante. In a lot of ball position for Alekzandur. Looking for those two strikers. R9 and Cristiano Ronaldo pull it now, tackled by Marcelo, and this is the first time there's possession on the left side of the pitch for Schwenker. Vieira also looking for his two strikers. R9 looking for the through ball, but it's Ramos there.
Sergio Ramos with that long left leg, cutting out that ball. And I mean, this amount of times we'll talk about how effective Sergio Ramos is. You know, that 96 rated card is the staple. You know, we talk about that other centre-back slot, and, you know, the likes of Maldini there, that you have Ferdinand there. Some, obviously, we saw Gorilla using that Azpilicueta card as well. But that Sergio Ramos card just is so devastating. He's like a bouncer at the nightclub, isn't he? Basically, the amount of times you see players trying to get in, and he just shuts them down before they even get close.
Yeah, the only disadvantage for using Ramos compared to the Icons, of course, is linking him up in your team. It could be a problem for you, especially when you want to use Kante, for example, in midfield. They do not link. That's a disadvantage, but Ramos very, very strong. He's so tall, and he's just done it for Alekzandur. Alekzandur with R9 now. Giving it back to Hullet, but there's Vieira. No, Alekzandur cannot get the real shots just quite yet in his first half.
Yeah, he's had possession in dangerous areas, but as you say, just that final third, things just kind of haven't really clicked for him, to be totally honest with you. He's got into that little zone around the 18-yard box that we saw, you know, Mike on the analyst desk yesterday, and, you know, at the touchscreen talking about you want to get that ball just around that 18-yard box. That's where you create your opportunities. That's where you pull defenders out. He hasn't been able to just find that final pass at the moment.
I would love
Vieira
to
now, you can see there's a man over here. Cristiano Ronaldo!
That was a nice cut at the end.
Just a shot. Pressure from the defender, though, just made that shot a little bit more difficult than he would have wanted.
Powerless shot. I'm so curious about the heart rates at the moment. Schwenker with a mistake in his own half. What can Alekzandur do now? Can he profit? Ruud Gullit has a left foot as well, but he tries to pass it to Cristiano Ronaldo, intercepted by Schwenker. He's up front with the two strikers, but that's too easy, I think. Alekzandur still got some time. It's extra time now, almost, in this first half. When we go to the decisive second half, it would be so devastating for Alekzandur. You want to get that scarf after this round of 32. You need to get to those last 16 to make it to the Global Series World Championships in London. Losing this round is the worst. Might even be a better feeling to lose after Swiss format than after this round.
Well, you can see the heart rates once again of those two players, and Schwenker, you know, he's sweating beats at the moment. Look at it drop just like that as soon as the game finishes. Time to breathe essentially there after 45 minutes. And
no subs for Alekzandur, I think. He's gonna see what Schwenker's gonna do. He's gonna check whether Schwenker is going to play more defensively in the second half now. Schwenker obviously defending a 1-goal lead.
And on the other side of things, we have obviously some other games going on as well as the one that you're watching at home. And Amanda, you want to know a lot about, obviously, Ajax Joey. He's going on the other game as well. He's going up against MegaBit at the moment. So a big, big game there.
Very.
I mean, a big test for him.
Yeah, very big. And Joey, obviously, 4-1 after yesterday, losing his 2 last games earlier today, will not have the top confidence he had after yesterday, because losing your 2 first games today here doesn't feel well. As a result, he's playing MegaBit now, and that's not a nice draw for him, is it?
Nobody ever really wants to play MegaBit,
no.
To be totally honest. You know, the guy...
He's our 40-0 cannon.
Exactly. He's an absolute machine, and he's always going to be difficult to beat. But as we always say, if you want to qualify for London, you've got to beat the best to be the best. So big game there for Ajax Joey. And we just saw there a couple of shots of some of the fans who are here, obviously, in Amsterdam, you know, cheering along some of these players. Always great to have the guys in-house giving them the support. But
let's go to this other game. Razak against Fiddle. 4-1 on aggregate to Razak, the man you can never underestimate, can you?
No, absolutely not. I mean, Razak's been absolutely unbelievable. So at the moment, the game is tied up at 1-1, I believe, between Fiddle and Razak. And you have to give credit to Razak here. Sorry, to Fiddle. You know, he was the champion of Gfinity Spring Cup. He beat Goal Machine in the final there, so has a lot of pedigree to him. He had a difficult Swiss format, but now he's seeing a potential chance there. But Razak's going to swap back over to the other game now, back to the second half of Alekzandur versus Schwenker. And at the moment, you can see 1-0 to Schwenker. He has the advantage.
Alekzandur has to get back in this second half. You don't want to be eliminated after this round. Alekzandur obviously getting here after the last chance qualifier. He must have been out of his mind of happiness for even being here at the latest possible qualification method. But he is here, and he wants to make it to London now.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways to qualify, obviously, to get here, and that last chance weekend must have been one of the most stressful, to be honest with you. You know, so many players from around the world, thousands of players, desperate to get one of those spots to make their name here in Amsterdam. Unfortunately, it's going to be Alekzandur with the ball here. Fires the ball into Cristiano Ronaldo there. You can see, the other Ronaldo just trying to find that run, but wins the ball back. And
we have to say, Schwenker's defending really well, and that might be a little bit of a surprise. Now there's a goal! That's the goal for Alekzandur. He's been searching for.
Ronaldo on that left foot finds the finesse shot into the top left-hand corner. A great finish, and I mean, that really does change the game at the moment. Pressure has been on with Alekzandur. First big chance of the game.
5-star weak foot for R9, of course. 5-star weak foot. We don't see a huge celebration by Alekzandur. That's it, come on. Not a huge celebration because he knows they're only equal now. Still in for the draw. And I was just saying, Schwenker was defending really well after getting smashed a few times in the Swiss format earlier. Now here he is with Youngmin Son into the box. Youngmin Son can shoot with his left as well. Cristiano! It's the goal! Immediate response, and Schwenker's back in the lead. Mark, what a game this is.
Unbelievable stuff. Ronaldo at one end, the Brazilian icon, and then at the other end, Cristiano Ronaldo toe pokes that one home past David De Gea.
As if he wants to say, I'm the big Ronaldo.
Who's the bigger Ronaldo? At the moment, they're tied up, but a huge goal in the context of this tie.
He's done it for Schwenker. I was trying to tell it for the second time. He is defending better than in the Swiss format. He got smashed 10-3 by Sakul. He got smashed 13-4 by Dubzje. Both German players as well. But he's showing mental strength as well.
And that's one of the benefits of the Swiss format that maybe we don't talk about. It's a chance to find some of the holes in your game and put them right. Because as you can see here, the ability to improve day on day. It's a 3-day tournament here in Amsterdam. If you can do that, you give yourself the best opportunity to get to London.
Absolutely. Schwenker obviously needed to win his last 2 games earlier today to make it through to the round of 32, and he did. He beat our Austrian champion of the Bundesliga. Never give up, of course, his nickname. And he won his last game, 9-6 against the Brazilian Felipe. Here is Alekzandur. No, loses the ball. And Schwenker might go for the counter-attack now, Mark.
Here. You can see Ronaldo. With Ronaldo, unfortunately, the pass from R9 not finding its intended target. Look at this, straight back up the other end. Paolo Maldini wrestles that ball away. But again, given possession away, that's twice in a row now. We've seen possession just ping-pong back between these two players. Definitely a sign of nerves, in my opinion.
Absolutely, that's the stress you get. You know, there's only 25 minutes left. Conceding a goal now, you know, it's the worst goal ever. It's the worst goal you'll ever concede in this entire season. Here's R9.
Ronaldo turns his
Oh, it's another goal!
Ronaldo finds the back of the net again, and it's the Brazilian. Not the man from Portugal who's making the difference at the moment. A huge goal. Once again, and just a drop of the shoulder here. Absolutely sells Paolo Maldini.
It's an identical goal compared to the last one of Alexander. Again, cutting to this left foot. He is two-footed, really. No weak foot for the Brazilian Ronaldo.
And that makes it so much more difficult to defend. You don't know which way that Ronaldo is going to turn. He could put it on his right, he could put it on his left, and that's exactly how everyone at the moment in the building is feeling, because, I mean, it's 2-2 in this game. Pele fresh on the pitch here, changes a foot for some of these guys.
Oh, here he is again, Schwenker. Cannot get it into the box. Alexander now, you would say, mentally, he is in favor now. Schwenker, wasting his lead twice now in this game. Alexander must feel like, okay, I'm back in it again. I should just do it now. Why can I not take the lead? I should do it now.
Here we go then, Ronaldo, Cristiano this time. A little bit of space. Finds the ball back here. Messi on the edge of the box here.
Pull it.
Something to Ronaldo
You
again.
cannot make this up.
Give that man the match ball. That's 3 goals for Ronaldo, the Brazilian, turning up when he needs to. What a goal!
This is
crazy. That man has just put the game on his shoulders.
Wow. R9 just does it again for the American.
3 goals on his left foot as
3
well.
goals on the left foot.
Unbelievable stuff. I mean, at the moment, you can see some of the supporters of Schwenker, I believe. And
yeah, they must be.
I mean, that's how they got to be feeling. I mean, just glum faces.
Oh, man. Well, advantage for them. They're not too far away from home, are they? Germany's around the corner.
Just 1 goal, though.
That
is all that is separating these guys.
Goal.
Obviously, some changes being made in the pause screen at the moment. You're not going to be able to see it at home. We're just focusing on these 2 players. Obviously, we're going to see pressure and aggression turned up here. He has to make changes. He has to score a goal.
He has to. I don't know if this is the formation you should do it with. Of course, you can put some pressure, but there's no wings. This is Alexander. Oh, that's crazy. They're both going to play the 4-1-2-1-2 small.
Each other again.
Yeah, they're both going to use the 4-1-2-1-2 small formation. For Alexander, that's not the most defensive formation to choose. For Schwenker, I wouldn't know if it's the best option either, but they will be knowing what they're doing. They're here. We're not. They're the players here.
Very
they're
true.
With the best 32 players in the world out of 20 million players. They are here. Schwenker needs the goal now. He was in the lead twice.
Minutes for him to do it. 15 in-game minutes to score. Pull it now.
It means Alexander is 50 minutes away from that scarf. That scarf he wants to get.
Free kick here.
To Alexander. It's going to be interesting to see how long he will keep the ball for.
And the question for you is, you know, he's changed this 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, obviously to match Schwenker, and I mean, it does allow you to keep hold of the ball a little bit, you know, but do you think that maybe he's trying to score another goal? He's trying to put this game to bed.
That's what it looks like, because if you would play on possession 100% now, 4-1-2-1-2 small would not be the formation for you. I think you would choose for extra wingers to keep the ball on the sides of the pitch. Here's Hullet. This is going to be the goal, surely. Hullet, no.
Big block from Patrick Vieira there.
Corner kick.
As Ruud Hullet was looking dangerous, looking to let fly. It's a corner though, as you say.
You could see Alexander switching to the park the bus strategy. So he does choose to hold to this lead. He's not going for an extra goal. He cannot do it, but he's looking for a counter-attack now. Schwenker. Oh, Son.
Oh, Human Son just got blocked off there as he was looking to continue his run. Let's have possession though. Just 10 minutes left in this game.
You can feel the pressure.
You can feel the tension,
Cristiano.
Gets the shot away, but good pressure from the centre-backs there. David De Gea picks that ball up.
I would love to see the heart rates again.
Every single second with this ball.
I would love to see the heart rates again.
I'd love to see the heart rate of that young lady there.
Does Schwenker still have the belief he can turn this around?
He needs to. He has to, as you say, just a few more minutes left in this game.
6 minutes, this is a risky
ball.
ball.
Has to get a goal, has to send this game.
Marcelo in midfield.
Potentially into extra time, Marcelo.
Oh, he loses
the ball away though, and that could be a crucial mistake at this moment.
Absolutely, this could be the chance for Schwenker. Needs to be careful now, don't lose the ball. Keep it with you. Cristiano, he loses it. And this might be the moment Alexander can just keep the ball for the rest of the game now. But again, he's playing the 4-1-2-1-2. That's not the formation to easily keep the ball with. Look at that, the pressure!
Give it away again.
And Schwenker got an extra opportunity, maybe, no.
Yeah, just couldn't find the pass that he was looking for there, and possession given away. You can see he's trying to force it a little bit here, isn't he? He's trying to maybe not look for that extra pass that he needs to. He's just trying to get that ball into his strikers as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And all that means is that possession is being turned over again.
Absolutely.
And now you're seeing Alexander just slow the game down as he needs to. Just needs to see out this game. Might be able to get another goal, but Vieira now.
3 minutes of extra time.
Look at the space for
Schwenker.
Marcelo.
Did you see the response of Schwenker? He knows it right now. He's fallen back in his chair, scratches his head. He knows it's over. He knows it's over. He knows he won't get the scarf mark. He knows he won't go to London. Alexander is going to London. He realizes that now. He will get the scarf. He has made it. He is in top 16. Will go to London, Mark.
Absolutely unbelievable performance in the second leg of that game. And I mean, people ask, why 96 Ronaldo? That is the prime example of why that card is in everyone's team. Fantastic performance, unbelievable stuff.
Oh, it's so crazy. Crazy story this is.
I mean, we've had some stories already today. You can see how much pressure is on these guys. I mean, the heart rates were on show there. We saw the players' faces, we saw the fans,
but also
absolutely everything on the line. And
last chance qualifying, Mark.
It's horrible.
He made it through the last chance qualifying weekend. That's how he actually got here. And he won 6 of his 7 Swiss format games. Now just beat the German Schwenker, and he is there.
Unbelievable stuff, as you can see on your screen there. Qualified for the eWorld Cup finals. Alexander, fantastic stuff. Let's throw it over to Spencer to catch up with the man himself.
Yes, here I am with Alexander. How do you feel, buddy?
As you can tell, the adrenaline is just through the roof, you know, just finished. Had to come back several times. That's the only time I had to lead the entire series, so very, very proud. Very proud of myself.
You've earned this bad boy. It's another scarf. Only 16 of them in the world. Alexander, stick that on, son. You've got one. How's it look?
Awesome, man. Awesome. I'm thrilled.
You looking forward to London?
Yes. First time there. I'm hoping to put on a good show.
First time there for the World Cup. But before we get there, you've still got the rest of the playoffs to finish. Do you think you can win this here in Amsterdam?
I think so. I've been playing really well. Finished 6-1 in Swiss groups, and yeah.
Is there anyone you're fearing that you might not want to face?
Well, looking at the bracket, it's DENNUZZO and Ryan. So I played Ryan, and it was a really close game. He's a great player. But, you know, everybody's going to be great at this stage. So I'm just going on game by game.
All right, well done, Alexander. He's got himself a ticket to London for the World Cup final. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Unbelievable stuff, as we say. I mean, a fantastic performance from Alexander. NA all day. ChuBoi is going to be dancing somewhere in the building at the moment. We can see him on through our eyes, and he's looking good at the moment, but it's all about these games. And as we can see on our screen now, we still have another one underway. Another North American PSG Fiddle going up against arguably one of the performers so far here in Amsterdam.
Razek, obviously one of the players we should always take into consideration for winning the whole thing. He was in the final in Barcelona. He was in the console final in Manchester. Lost both of them. And again, it's a match between a German and an American, just as we've just seen, Mark.
Yeah, let's see if Germany can level things up a little bit here.
Yeah,
there's a real opportunity for them to do so. As we can see on our screen there, the man that is going to be going to London, he's going to be, as I said, first time in London. I mean, it's a lovely city. I can personally vouch for that. And as you can see, some replays coming in from that last game, but it really was the story of the icon, the story of Ronaldo, and the story of that left foot.
Absolutely. It's one of the specialties, of course, of the Brazilian, knowing he's got that 5-star weak foot. There's not many players in the game, especially not that high-rated players, having 5-star weak foot. Hullet is one of them, of course. Hullet and R9, that's why they are the most commonly used icons in the game.
And in my opinion, it's the reason that a lot of people try and squeeze that Neymar in as well, that team of the season, Neymar, sorry. Obviously got those 5-star skills, 5-star weak foot, and as you can see here, some of the stats from that last game, you have to say, looking at that Alekzandur maybe did deserve that win.
Absolutely, playing full-on attack, 17 shots to 10, 60% possession. All the stats are in his favor, I think, Mark. He deserves his spot in the grand finals. He deserves it.
I mean, it was an incredible performance. I want to talk a little bit about something that happened towards the end of that game there, and Alekzandur choosing to match up with that 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. You know, it's something that you're not particularly happy with. Just explain maybe to some people at home who might be watching competitive FIFA for the first time, why that might not be the greatest of formations to try and see a game out with.
Well, I was trying to get in the position of his head. Like, you're one goal up in the most important game of the season. Only one goal, 20 minutes left. I would do anything to block everything through the middle on midfield. I would definitely go for 4-2-3-1, possibly, with Vieira next to another guy, 2 CDMs. I would go on defense a lot more. I would also just put wingers in my formation as well. Everything is staying in the middle. And you could see Alekzandur losing the ball, losing possession quite some times in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, and there was a few times we did see it. Unfortunately, you know, he wasn't able to make good on that. You know, he had those opportunities. He managed to pick the ball off like he was wanting to, and just couldn't find that final pass. And when we talk about pressure, and, you know, a lot of guys at home might be watching and thinking, you know, I play this game every weekend, I put in these performances. You don't understand the pressures that are involved in this tournament play. You know, if you lose that game, a year's worth of work, it's gone. And we have to remember, it's not only those places in London, there's money on the line for these guys as well.
Absolutely, there's money on the line. I think the most important part is the honor. I think there's honor on the line. You just want to be with the best 16 players in the world, especially when you know you're that close. And I think you could just see the pressure getting to Schwenker. We did see the heart rates on the screen sometimes, and you could see Schwenker putting pressure on Alekzandur. He managed to conquer the ball in the last 10 minutes. There were opportunities, but he lost the ball too soon as well. He couldn't get those shots in the final 10 minutes.
Well, it's been an unbelievable tournament so far. We're talking about some of the other games we have on at the moment, and I believe we have a little clip actually coming in from something from Enrasek earlier. So let's very quickly, check that out.
This time my goal is to get top 16. That's my main goal, and then we can see what happens. I want to qualify for the FUTWIZ. I always score late goals, late equalizers, and then I get emotional because it's the late goal and I really want to win.
And there you go, you heard from the German himself, you know, he's looking forward to you know, booking his place in London, of course, as everyone here is looking forward to doing as well. But let's talk a little bit more about this game. Let's talk about some of the past performances of this man you can see on your screen. The German is an absolute machine.
Yeah, we've talked about him a lot. I think he's one of the players every single one of us has written down before today, marked as one of the favorites to make it to London. Funny thing is, I talked to, I think, Spencer and Maverick Wolves about it. Crazy thing about him is he's so good. His performances are so extremely good. He made it to the final in Barcelona, made it to the final in Manchester as well. Somehow, though, he doesn't seem to have a lot of fans among the people watching. He doesn't have many followers on Twitter. Not that it's important, but it's crazy to see because he's performing so extremely well.
Yeah, consistently as well. I mean, as you say, you know, he's always in that contention to win these tournaments, and it's his consistency of play. And it's almost interesting to see the opponent he's going up against is a little bit different, to be honest with you. You know, PSG Fiddle, he hasn't been the most talked about player from North America. As you can see what's happening at the moment as we're into our round of 16. On our screen at the moment, you can see the 3 players that have qualified. Our first qualifier, of course, Rogue MSDossary. Who else to be that #1 player going to London? Then we had AeroFIFA, a fairy tale story here in Amsterdam. He was 0-3 in groups. He won 5 consecutive elimination games. And then what a performance we just saw from the North American Alekzandur.
Yeah. So many different stories. MSDossary, of course, the only one beating Razek in Manchester as well. Some predictions of us, Mark. Who do we expect to be there?
Oh, I mean, what, just in Manchester? To get London in general?
To get to London. We just saw the final 32. Only 3 made it up to now. Only 3 of them made it to London. We're going to see more and more of them getting scarves in the upcoming hours, of course. Razek, of course, playing another American opponent. It's going to be tight.
It's going to be tight. I think one person, I mean, don't want to you know, set this game up to be a disappointment for some of the North American fans, to be honest with you. But we talk about that German and how good he is. And we talked about consistency. That is what gets you through these tournaments. That's what gets you to the next stage. I think he is definitely, as you said, before the tournament we talked about him, and his performances have backed it up so far. But there's a couple of other players that, you know, have put in some really good performances. Tex has bounced back from Manchester after winning Barcelona, and you know, there's other players as well. But Tex, for me, has been the one that's really stood out so far because he's an unpredictable player. He's an explosive player. Yeah. And I think that having that in your locker just makes it so difficult to play and prepare for, to be honest with you.
Absolutely. Someone we want to be watching as well, of course, is FaZe Gorilla. I think we're going to watch him now, as we cannot go and see the game of Rafsou, but we're going to see FaZe Gorilla. And of course, he is facing Janoz, the Colombian. Just made it into this round of 32. 4 wins, 3 losses. Gorilla, of course, always makes it through the Swiss format, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. I mean, he's Gorilla. He's at the top of the tree for a reason, and that wasn't a bad Gorilla pun, but I'll take it anyway. Where the game is underway, as you can see, and it's currently 4-3 to Gorilla, but a goal fest so far, and that's what we expect from these two players. Two extremely attacking, explosive players. At the moment, we already have 7 goals in this game.
Absolutely. I think Janoz just scored. I think Gorilla was 4-2 up, and now we see Gorilla just after the latest kickoff. 4-2 it was, 4-3 it is now, and it's 5-3 now! Gorilla, what a goal! Thierry Henry, talking about important and commonly used popular icons. Thierry Henry is definitely one of them. And this could be of vital importance for Gorilla as well, because there's a huge difference getting into the second leg with a 4-3 win or with a 5-3 win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I felt best sorry for Gorilla, to be honest. He had a great performance in the Swiss groups. You get through to the round of 32 and you're coming up against a player like Janoz. You know, he's an incredibly talented player himself, a lot of history, and one of those players who you don't want to match up against. He's kind of an upset player at the moment in FIFA 18. He could pull off those big results when he needs to. And Gorilla, you know, he hasn't had the best of luck in a few tournaments, and this could have been another potential stumble for him, but at least he's come out hot here in this game. He's got a lead in this first leg so far with just a few minutes left, and as you can see, one thing that I like from Gorilla there, changing to that 4-2-3-1, because it was a few times in Manchester, we saw him throwing away those leads, which lost him games.
Absolutely, you're totally right. You don't want to match Janoz, but are there any players you do want to match in this phase of the competition?
Hey man, it's the round of 32. It's the 32 best players in the world. There's no bad players here.
That's what I'm saying, and obviously Janoz, he makes it to the final rounds in every single tournament. He made it to Barcelona, made it to round 3 of the elimination, obviously made it to the semi-final final rounds in Manchester. No, he made it to round 2 over there. I'm sorry, that was not right, but he always makes it to the final rounds, always makes it through the Swiss format, just like in this tournament in Amsterdam. That's what we are.
Marcelo firing this one forward. Gorilla just looking to see this game out at the moment, but maybe looking to add another goal. It's Heung-min Son who's causing some trouble in the box at the moment. Neymar, the little drag back there, finds Vieira. Hull it now.
Can Gorilla get another goal? 6-3, 3-goal difference. That would be a huge difference to go into the second leg. Neymar,
that's a penalty.
It's a penalty kick. Yellow card to Kyle Walker. That's not too important. It's all about getting the penalty kick in the final seconds, I think, of this first leg. Janoz must be devastated because 2 goals. I mean, you can make that right in the second leg, but 3 goals would be... Oh, of course, the penalty's not in yet.
Ronaldo steps up.
Cristiano.
For Gorilla.
Oh, take some steps back.
Steps up to strike it now. It's Gorilla, and he finds the back of the net. That's going to be a 3-goal lead for Gorilla.
That could be the goal that just gets him to London. He kisses the necklace, and he knows, he realizes this is of vital importance. He scores 2 goals in the last 3 minutes of the first game. And Janoz knows, he realizes he's just thrown away his chances. I think there's only 1% chance he will make it right in the second leg, because you've got to beat Gorilla by 3 goals or more.
Yeah, of course, and Gorilla obviously recently signed to FaZe as well. He's going to have Tass in the building as well, giving him that advice, giving him that veteran experience as well. And now we're actually going to move over to the NRASEC game again. We've just seen Gorilla complete that first leg victory, 6-3 over Janoz, and Gorilla really starting to look good as well. That's one thing that I think we need to sort of put the importance on. But NRASEC versus PSG Fiddle, we're going to go back there now because the game is underway and it's just about to finish actually, and it is that man NRASEC with a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, he's not disappointing, is he? Razek, first leg, I think just finished. Razek winning that first leg, 4-2. Razek, by the way, playing with the Ajax logo in his ultimate team. He's got the Ajax logo. He's not a part of Ajax, but I think he just likes to use the club of the city we're in. Is that it?
Might be. Maybe just likes pretty colours. There might be some, you know, something behind that. We can't confirm that, but as you can see there, a good win for the German, and he's looking to level up, you know, the Germany-North American rival that we've had in the last couple of games. And you can see Marcelo actually taking that man of the match.
Yeah, other fun fact, of course, Razek, the German player, he uses Goretzka and Royce. He uses them in his squad. There's not many of them. Obviously, Goretzka, team of the season. What a great... It's a great one. It's a great one to use. 3-star skill moves. I think Chu told us about it earlier. Razek is one of the few actually using Goretzka and Royce. What do we need to say about him?
Yeah, I mean, that card is absolutely unreal. I mean, I've spoken to a few of the pros and they're saying that he just feels so quick on the ball. You know, his pace, you know, we see a lot of these team of the season cards, a lot of the team of the years up in that high 90 pace, but for some reason, whatever it is, that Marco Royce card just seems so quick off the mark. As you can see here, qualified for the World Cup. I believe that was Razek taking home the second leg there, so huge performance from the German. And once again, we're going over to Spencer because he's with the man himself.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with that man, Razek. He's got himself a scarf. Put that on, son. Right, you've qualified for the World Cup. How do you feel?
I feel really great. It was a long journey. The entire year I was top 2 in Barcelona, top 2 in Manchester, and this is the big
it's absolutely fine. We just, if we can, we just need to know.
Talk to me about that game you just played. It was a bit of a topsy-turvy one, wasn't it? But you won the first leg, then he came back, got a couple goals, but you turned it on at the end.
Yeah, it was a really tough game. Yeah, I was 4-up, and then he came back to 4-2, and it was crazy. He played really well. It was a really hard game, and yeah, I'm happy that I made it.
We've talked a lot about the fact that you've got to the last 2 finals, obviously, on the Xbox. Is this the tournament you go one further and win the Xbox tournament?
I hope so. I'm really confident. I'm playing really well, but if it's not here, we have the FIFA eWorld Cup, the grand final.
Exactly. He's earned the right to go again in London, but he's still in with a chance in Amsterdam. Razek, he's qualified for the eWorld Cup. Well done. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Spencer. And yeah, I mean, that's job 1 complete, isn't it, for Razek? That's pretty much what he had to complete. He had to get here. He had to qualify. That's the first thing done. Now he's going to have his eyes on that, of course, winning the tournament here in Amsterdam. It's been a fantastic day so far. We're going to go for a very, very quick break. But, of course, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Every day of the week. Sport. Y'all looking for me? Y'all looking for me? Y'all looking for me?
Waiting is over here in Russia. And it's live.
I know when to fold them. And we are here, it's not you, it's me. Don't even ask why it's over. I'm coming through, breaking in that window in the kitchen. Hang on, get a chance. That's how I made this beat. And if you didn't know I need it, right your way. So when you see us in the street, better keep running.
It is a big day. On the biggest stage at the World Cup.
The most important piece of kit is your boots. You must take care of everything properly. It's a very demanding job, kit. You get a lot of respect from the players. My name is John Clark. I'm the proud kitman for Celtic.
no caminaron solo. Está el viejo, la vieja, el tío.
Passion, love, heart. Nobody has that. Cada vez que nos subestimaron, dimos un batacazo. 我们第二赢这场比赛啊，加油啊
So what do we do best? We win!
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Coca-Cola Gaming.
Welcome back to Amsterdam, more importantly, to the FIFA E World Cup playoffs. You would have seen there, slowly, the 16 spots for that grand final in London are filling, aren't they, Richard? We've just had the pleasure again to sit back whilst you've been left in the hands of Onset and Kuhn for some very exciting matches, wasn't it? We saw it all, you know, come uncovered. Nicholas Razek, a player that, okay, he was in my top 5, all right? I knew he was maybe going to do something special. He seems to always perform in big events, Nicholas Razek. You don't hear about him too much on always the FUT Champions leaderboards or on them. Of course, qualifying months you'll hear him, but it's always at these big events. Barcelona, Manchester, Amsterdam, and now that grand final.
Yeah, in my opinion, one of the most consistent players on the Xbox. 2 console finals. You can't argue with stats like that. This was a game between #Harry and Jamboo.
It was a game where it was if you lose, you go out the competition, wasn't it? And Jamboo had a fantastic start in the game. I think he was 4-0 up originally. #Harry did come back though, and then this was the game, or the goal, sorry, that changed it all. 5-4 in the end. Jamboo, he's even said to myself, I haven't had the best year overall, but to get to an event like this, to end the year, it's still an achievement. To be part of the 128 best players in the world, you have to be happy with that.
Yeah, you have to be happy. It just wasn't Harry's day. In fact, these are some of the other games that did take place. This was an elimination game. Marcus up against Tim Latka, 3-3. Both of these players coming into the game.
Tim
Latka who did walk away with the result.
A German player that's been in the scene for a while, and Marcus should keep his head up. He's had a great year, an Australian player that sometimes when you play in Australia, you don't always have all the opportunities in the world, but the A-League and of course Gfinity in there. MSDossary, you know, do we need to speak about him? His results speak for him. He's already in that grand final. The first man to get the scarf. So you wonder what these green scarves are. They're literally your ticket to the final. There's only 16 of them, and of course, some are only up for grabs.
Yeah, whenever a player does finish in that top 16, they will receive the scarf handed out by Spencer or by Jimmy on the couch. And we've handed out, I think, 3-4 scarves so far. Alekzandur, Aero, Razek, and Dasari all picking up the scarf, so we're a quarter of the way into finding out who the final 16 on the Xbox who will be in that grand final in London are. There's some massive games still taking place. I think I saw a 6-3, FaZe Gorilla beating Janoz 6-3 in the first leg. I think we've got a 1-0 MegaBit from VFL Bochum against Ajax Joey, so the Ajax faithful will be hoping their man Joey can bring that around and turn it around all the way. And we are going to jump into that second leg between Ajax Joey and MegaBit. You hear the let's go from the Ajax faithful behind. You've got Ajax Danny supporting him. You've got all the staff at Ajax Esports supporting their man as well. And it's a big job for him because that right there is a man on a mission.
Oh, MegaBit. He is in that handful of players that has been consistent throughout the whole year. Put him on Xbox, put him on PlayStation, he will perform in Germany. Anywhere in the world, he will perform. He knows how to do all the basics so well, all the types of finishes, the finesse, the low driven, the way to play the game, the way how to defend a lead. He lost last week, Sportigo E-League. He lost in the grand final there against Cody the Finisher, but he's been at all the big events. He qualified on both consoles in November. He went 160-0 when, what, a few months when the game came out. Move on a few more months later down the road, and he's at the grand final. Nearly.
Nearly at the grand final.
Nearly the grand final. At the playoffs, sorry.
It's halfway to the grand final. 1-0 up currently against Joey, but 1 goal isn't a safe scoreline whatsoever, Brandon.
Just looking back here, as I said, you know, Manchester MegaBit was involved. Went all the way to the round of 16 there. Lost the goal machine in the quarterfinals, sorry, over there. And I put my head down for 1 minute to look at the score. And MegaBit doubles his lead. Deflection it taken. Ajax Joey, though, pick yourself up. We know you're a man that can compete. He can represent the USA region exceptionally well. Used to play for Epsilon, then went to New York City, and now he's in his hometown right now, and he needs a comeback.
Yeah, we were wondering, there were questions about MegaBit. He got his qualification spot for the playoffs all the way back in Barcelona. I think he lost to Tex in that competition. 10-6, I think the scoreline was, in the semi-finals. We wondered, has he been continuing to play? Has he been keeping his practice up? Because he's one of the most hard-working pros. He'll play 160 games every single month, no doubt. Maybe even ×2 if he does it on both consoles. On the other side of it, Ajax Joey qualified through the last chance qualifier, finished 4-1 yesterday after 5 rounds. He came out today, lost 2 of his opening fixtures, so currently 4-3 coming out of Swiss style. Has it just been one game too many for him?
Well, that's a good question there, because if you look at MegaBit, last year wasn't really in the pro scene at all, was in the Munich FIWC qualifier. Oh my, what's happened there, MegaBit, be careful. And then this year, just came out of the blue, and you have to give credit to what he's done with VFL Bochum as well and Stark Esports, working together, getting VFL Bochum, you know, a Bundesliga 2 club.
Really in the mainstream.
Yeah, really in the mainstream, but via esports as well. He is 2-0 up at the moment. We are in the second leg. I don't know what's going on at the back. Just get rid of the ball. Here comes Ronaldo for MegaBit. And just about defended by Kyle Walker. On the other hand of that, Ajax Joey. We know how well Ajax are, you know, how they present themselves in esports. Fantastic organisation there. Probably say one of the best football clubs in esports, the way they look after the players, the way they bring in the actual football first team players and the esporters. And you know, they work together exceptionally well.
Yeah, and he was actually at the grand finals last year in London, was Joey. Had a good little run in from him, finished in the top 4 in his group, and then went out in the knockout stages on the competition. Questions about MegaBit were, he started off the year so strong. In like November, December, that's when he was playing, you could say, his best FIFA. I remember him going on training day and beating Ajax Koen and Ajax Dani. I think it were about 14-3 over 2 legs. Just absolutely obliterated him. In November, 160-0 in qualifying. Went into the January event as pretty much one of the top seeds in Barcelona. But he's just continued to grind away at the game. We saw him last week at the Sportigo Global League.
Whoa,
what a finish.
That one out. Ajax Joey out of nowhere. And you could see what it meant to him as well. Didn't expect the shot to come in. 1-2, Ruud Gullit. Thank you very much, posting him.
5-star week from Ruud Gullit. Is that not what we saw last year? That American play style. Not being afraid to shoot from outside the box. Not trying to work a perfect opportunity. Playing one too many passes. You see it, edge of the box, little bit of space. You know what? This Ruud Gullit has got remarkable shooting.
Yes, he's an icon in the game. Use it. Why not? Exploit
Have a dabble.
Stats he has. If he's got the stats, enjoy it. If you're wondering how these guys got to this competition, last chance qualifier for Joe, and I think a great statement for everyone that's been part of this round of 32. All the players that are in Barcelona, that are in Manchester, at the top of their game early on, are here. Yep. Most of them are here because they've had that LAN experience earlier on. They've been part of the game cycle since the beginning of it in the ecosystem of competitive FIFA, and now they're back again. Very close. Some players have put themselves in the final because they are just used to it, they're suited to it, and they're really thriving at the moment off competitive FIFA.
Yeah, just what I was saying.
Oh, MegaBit. Oh, just somehow blocked by Marcelo. Get rid of the ball. Pull it back to goal. Ronaldo.
What we're saying about MegaBit, last week he were in another final at the Sportigo Global League at FC20. Lost out in away goals to Cody the finisher in that competition. So he's coming into this tournament quite fresh. He's MegaBit off the back of a grand final, which he did lose to, and he showed a lot of emotion. He's a very emotional, passionate player. If the game's not going his way, he'll let you know about it.
Equaliser, that one's just taken a deflection there, and I think you're speaking well about German players, because at events, they are normally...
They perform.
They are. You know, you look at the German scene, is probably up there, one of the most advanced alongside Holland and France. They have leagues in their country. You know, the Virtual Bundesliga, the eDivise, the Orange Ligue 1. You know, they take those risks. Clubs are involved, organisations are involved because they see the potential in esports.
And they get the job done at tournaments. Looking at the grand finals from last year in London, the 3 out of the 4 finalists, 2 on PS4, 2 on Xbox, 3 were German. Cody the Finisher, T-Mox, and Dito, all Germans. The one anomaly in that case was Gorilla.
If you're wondering, you know, how much more action is there to come, we've still got so much to come tomorrow. Of course, seeding is what you're playing for. Qualification day today, decision day tomorrow, and then we'll do it all again on the PlayStation side. Survival day forward, of course, from Friday onwards. So much action to come. If we could see an equaliser here, it would be an incredible spectacle for any viewer that is watching FIFA esports right now, saying, how big is this? It's massive right now. 32 opportunities, 31 events plus last chance qualifier to get yourself to the playoffs. MegaBit! Turning on the German style. We know he can do. 3-1 up, a drink of water, and maybe a minute just to compose yourself.
Great finish from MegaBit. First time around the corner. You can see the build-up play, one-touch passing into his feet, finesse shot past the goalkeeper. It makes it look so easy. It cuts people open like a butcher on Christmas Day serving up his ham.
And if you're wondering why he is so good at this, it's because if you look at how many games he's played, I'd probably say he's probably played 3,000 to 4,000 games minimum.
Yep.
He does the basics every single weekend, every day as a pro player. When he streams his, his FUT Champions games, when he's scoring a goal from, finesse or shooting, he knows the spots where it's going to work. Joey, can he get himself a goal back there? Neymar, that one's just deflected. We spoke about MegaBit quite a lot. How important or how big it would be for Joey, in his club's country, in his club's town, next door to the Amsterdam Arena, the Johan Cruyff Arena, to get to the final. To get tomorrow, when all the fans come in, when all they're cheering along, alongside AJAX Danny, fingers crossed if he gets through.
Well, also as well, with Ajax Joey, it feels a lot of pressure representing Team Ajax. I remember in Manchester, he was saying, I've just not performed really that well. Am I going to get released? Is this going to be it? He was worried about his future because he's not making the big grand finals. Right now, this is a perfect opportunity for him to cement not only his place in the grand finals in London, but potentially a year extension on his contract.
Because that is what we're playing for at the end of the day. If you don't make big tournaments, if you're not at majors, or you're not competing well, you're not streaming, you're not making content, your contracts won't be renewed. You're not going to be earning off the game as a full-time professional. If you're wondering, there is doubled in number now. I think there's over 200 earners this year in competitive FIFA. Last year, there's about 90 people that have earned from competitive FIFA. This year, it's doubled. There's over 140 organisations involved, including football clubs, that have got competitive players. It's going from strength to strength.
Yeah, over 200 people have made money from FIFA this year. It's just such a great spectacle, and it's only growing year by year by year.
Of course, over 21 different countries this year we've had tournaments to get into the playoffs.
We'll just name some of the countries represented at this tournament. Saudi Arabia, Ireland, Russia, the Netherlands, Australia, Brazil, Germany, South Africa, Spain, South Korea, Finland, England.
Everyone.
It's
Everyone
a global
that loves
event.
FIFA is here. They're the best of the best. They're here in Amsterdam. 2 goals needed by Joey to set this one up for extra time. Sure, AJAX Danny and all the AJAX guys would have been having a word. Lev's there as well, just to
support their player.
Yeah, and just say, right, calm yourself down. MegaBit, anyone can be beaten in competitive FIFA at any day. But if MegaBit's playing exceptionally well, it's not going to be an easy job, I can tell you that. If the score does stay like this, MegaBit will be in London. That'll be 2 Germans that have booked their place. 2nd to the 4th of August. We don't know where in London, but we know that's where the host city will be. Back again there.
And what a final it were last year, Brandon. Gorilla coming out on top against the experience of Dito. We'll be able to see Dito later on in the week on the PlayStation 4 side of things. Now representing Manchester City Football Club. Chance for Joey in behind.
Can he get past? Yes, he can. He's one on. Oh, there, just the sprint touch really let him down of Cristiano Ronaldo. I believe at the moment, I'll just turn my shoulder. Gorilla is in control against Janoz. Hasn't had the best tournament. I'm normally quite a big advocate of Janoz as well. He can hold himself up against European players very well, but just hasn't gone to plan for him.
Chance in behind. Ooh, good interception from Maldini. I'm going to say good Maldini interception. Still makes sense. Just the wrong way around.
And then if you flip it on the other head, Gorilla, he's always at the tournaments. He's always at the top 8, top 16. He's a consistent player, and there's not many of them.
Well, recently joined FaZe as well.
Oh, here we go. This could be a chance now for Joey. Maybe one more touch if he can. That's just a header he didn't want to do, and you can see the frustration. Needs to keep psychological side of the game on point.
I think a big thing for Gorilla is having someone behind him. just to either calm him down, hype him up. For a long time, it was APOC, his manager, one of his very good friends, Curtis. At the grand finals last year, it was Sean Allen. He did that role. This tournament, it's Tass, FaZe teammate, very good friends in the scene.
Maybe he just needs that extra person. MegaBit there, just somehow Sergio Ramos getting something on it to take the sting out of the pass, but MegaBit trying to put on all the pressure he can, obviously from VFL Bochum.
Not as much a coach, but just a friendly face. You saw Desari bring his brother, someone that he can chat to in between games.
Just to relax yourself, you know, speak about what's not going well, and if you've got someone like Tass, who is a fellow competitor as well, of course,
they can offer that advice.
Now, he can offer, yeah, as you said, that advice, had that experience throughout the Gfinity Elite Series. Of course, it was Tass that time, under the Unilad banner. Now, obviously, they're both outside of Unilad, and he Shells remains in Unilad, and it's the FaZe that currently could be having some representation in that grand final. And more importantly, the world champion, can he go back-to-back in London? Would have never been done before in a home country. 20 in-game minutes. We're just over left, 3-1. MegaBit, he knows how to hold out a game. A pause has been cued by Joey. I like to see that. Something obviously isn't working well for him. He's got enough players over his shoulder to, or pro players to help him out. Go for it at the back, make a change, take risks. Otherwise, it will be your FIFA 18 competitive season over. Ball across, MegaBit to conclude this. An acrobatic effort, somehow blocked. And we're just waiting for that pause now. Joey is waiting to pause the game, but look how defensive MegaBit is now. Vieira running back, Marcelo, everyone's back. Look how he's controlling his midfielders there. He doesn't want to pull out any of the back four. That's what the best players will do.
Yeah, they'll bring that defence out. They'll keep possession and then
well played.
Strike when there is a gap in that defence, when there's a mistake being made. And there's nobody better than doing that than MegaBit.
Yeah, it's different between just the basic jockey, isn't it, on the controller?
Well, you've got the contain, you've got the second man press. Not only that, but the manual interceptions as well that the players can do.
Yeah.
You often see them just holding off, waiting for the pass to be made, and then quick player switch with the right stick, trying to get on the opposition as quick as possible. So if you give players at this level time on the ball, they will punish you.
And not just once, again and again, and that's when the goals will start going in. And ties are ruined before we even hit the second leg. It's been nearly 10 in-game minutes. Joey's been waiting for this pause. And at the moment, it's not going to be coming. There's the run if he can
Ronaldo.
find it. Ronaldo there, negative turn. He's got the pace on him to come up against the fullback and beat him. Hill to hill from Neymar. Cuts inside somehow. We're playing on instead of having a free kick. Suarez involved in the attack as well. Surely if he can get this, yes he can. He's onside as well. We've got a game on here in Amsterdam.
Yeah, great finish from Ajax Dani. The way that he moved the ball around, he waited for the opportunity to pop up on the right-hand side, use the overlap when it came up, first time finish across the goalkeeper. He actually had a free kick that he could have took just on the edge of the box. The referee played advantage. He decided to accept it, moved it around. Patient play once again, showing that you don't have to rush opportunities. They will come to you if you keep on playing the way that you can.
And this is what separates, you know, champions from
5,
runners
2,
up.
1, 2.
How you can change your formation, how you can be difficult to play against. 5 at the back. We normally see a 3-5-2 or something on those lines with 3 at the back, sorry, where you can, you can pull in the left wing and the right wing to come into 5 at the back. But that just kind of just shows us right there. MegaBit saying, right, I'm shutting up short. that's me done. Defend, 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 and see if I can get myself to this grand final.
Yeah, I've personally not seen this a lot, really, the 5-2-1-2. I'm getting flashbacks to Ajax Dani. Last year, when he were in a game, in a tough game, he'd switch to a 5 at the back. He'd bring on Pepe at central centre-back and just try and see out the game and then use his attacking players, Ronaldo, Messi. Last year, Team of the Year, Luis Suarez, a big player. They were the sort of players who would win in the game later on. MegaBit here, trying to maybe employ a similar tactic, keep solid at the back and just wait for the opportunity to arise itself. But he's also going to park the bus as well. I think that's Joey from... No, MegaBit, in fact, from kickoff.
There are negatives to that, though. If you can keep possession, yes, but you're just inviting a lot of pressure because your line is so deep. There we go.
Just gave it away straight away.
Give away possession like that. Can Joey counter on it? Messi, inside to Ronaldo. Can he try and find low up and run? He can to Ronaldo. If you imagine a goal goes in, there's going to be one big roar from down there, and there's a number of you know, local supporters who follow Ajax, and of course they're going to support the esports team as well.
Well, I also saw a big roar when MegaBit did score in the first leg. From the start, guys, they were over there representing their player.
Of course, 3 other ties underway. We'll keep you up to date with all of them straight after this game. That'll be another player. Player number 5, I believe,
chance
so far. MegaBit, though, just to conclude, he's in front at the moment. Do not give away possession. This could literally be last chance now for Joey. Keep possession. Play the way you need to. Do not make a mistake. And we could go to extra time. Hill to Hill, out wide there, and somehow in possession still. Yes, he is. Inside, Ramos of all people, cuts back. Ronaldo, can he finish? Oh,
what a save from David De Gea. Flicked past the post. Goalkeeper's got to be up. Last chance saloon.
Watch out for the front post flick on now. It's now or never. Ronaldo inside, Ramos just somehow pushed off. Referee, are we done there?
That's it.
This should be game over now. 1-on-1, just score it, MegaBit, and you are in that grand final. MegaBit. What a year this German has had. From VfL Bochum, from Stark Esports, from Barcelona to Manchester to Amsterdam. He's had an incredible year, and what a way to finish it off in style with a place in that grand final.
The story is that save from David De Gea. What a save. Tipped it past the post with his toe. And Ajax Joey, commiserations to him and to Team Ajax. Really, really tight game.
And MegaBit, one of the nicest people as well on FIFA Esports, just to say, you know what, that's how it goes sometimes. You know, a great game between the two, and commiserations to Ajax Joey there, you know, for getting so close, just 1 game off, 2 games of FIFA away from a grand final spot. Back to the drawing board for that man now, ahead of FIFA 19 and whatever that has in store.
Yeah, what a performance from MegaBit. Got to say, over the course of the year, if you're going to say one player who has deserved to get into the grand final, it is probably MegaBit. He's played probably more games than any other pro this year. He's always at the events, always in the top 8, in the top 4.
I like that. That's all the guys from Stark there, and the manager from VfL Bochum. You can see
handshakes all around.
Another hat, another name in the hat, sorry, for MegaBit from Germany. We're going to go over to another game now. I believe it's Gorilla's game. We're going to be going over to FaZe. Gorilla recently signed for FaZe, and Janoz was part of Team Aries once, now a Red Bull athlete. And just about Janoz made his way through. Just in the end, beat one of the players that had qualified from that FIFA Online 3 tournament. One of the Thailand guys. Just about got himself there.
Yeah, beat TDKEANE, I believe, in the round of 7 fixtures. I think this first leg did finish 6-3. Gorilla was winning up against Janoz. We are going to get into that game very shortly.
Just looking ahead now on the left turn. Gabinho is in action. He is 1-0 down to JSSF, Brazilian, of course, if you may know him as Senna, against Gabinho from Hungary.
Yeah, the V4 Future Gaming Festival champion, Gabinho.
And of course, we're just waiting to jump into this game now. I believe FaZe Gorilla is kind of in control, not long left at all. And then he will send himself to a grand final again. Janoz just hasn't really been at the races today.
Over the course of the tournament, he's not really been the Janoz that we've come to expect, you could say. I spoke to him this morning when he was, I think his record 2-3 this morning. He said, look, I've just not been playing well. I've just not been playing that good FIFA. And at the end of the day, it's caught up with me. In Manchester, he was on fire during Swiss style. Right now, it's just not been a tournament for him. I don't think he's been able to adapt. He's just not been able to adapt to Amsterdam, really.
And sometimes that is just how it goes. You know, if you don't turn up well, maybe you don't prepare well, maybe he's come over from a flight from Colombia. Jet lag could be an issue still, you never know.
Potentially so, yeah.
And he told me as well, and this is actually something, it could be more of it, he said, I had a little pain in my thumb before the beginning of the day, and that's Gorilla just saying, I'm coming to London, I'm coming for the grand final, and I want to win back-to-back, 12-5.
Gorilla's been on fire this tournament, Brandon.
The only person he's lost to is MSDossary, which is no easy game at all. Obviously, as we know, he's in the grand final, but it's great to see a fellow Englishman get himself back to London to show what he can do.
And he'll be looking to defend his crown in London once again. recently left Uniland, joined FaZe clan alongside good friend and fellow pro player Tas. And he's representing FaZe clan to the highest degree. 12, is that 12? 12-5, currently winning.
12-5 it is. 17 goals scored between the two.
I had to double check myself. I thought 12?
12, yep.
That's a lot of goals.
In a round of 32, believe it or not. And he's going to make it worse as well. I believe that Janoz is just all out of attack right now. David Hale will just about come and collect it for him. An interesting choice of kits there, Arsenal. Was that Tas saying, can you wear the Arsenal kits, please, to bring a bit of light? What's going on from Janoz here? It's all over the place. 13-5, you know it's not been a good tournament. And when you're giving Gorilla just 3 shots on goal or just opportunities like this, he will just punish you time and time again.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Brandon, Gorilla's going through to the round of 16. Listen to this for a matchup. Gorilla will face the winner of Bundled Goal Machine and FUTWIZ Dubs. We could have a Gorilla Goal Machine rematch from Manchester.
That would be an incredible tie as well between the two. Dubzje as well, as you mentioned, top goal scorer. So far in the competition. It might have changed slightly, but he netted over 50 goals in the competition, which is an incredible result for him.
Gorilla looking to make it 14 against Janoz. Neymar with the skills. Using that team of the season, Heung-min Son as well. 92 rated item, and it is Gorilla going through into the last 16.
Congratulations to that man. The tie just went out of Janoz's hand in the end. He will have to go back to the drawing board. Again, a good year for that man who's always involved in the scene, puts off a great deal of Red Bull, and now FaZe will be over the moon as well. The man they've invested in. It's safe to say he has phased up, and he will be in that grand final in London to try and,
defend his crown.
Yeah, to get his crown and defend it again. You mentioned there about Goal Machine. They actually played in round 3 of Swiss-style format, Richard, and Gorilla won 6-5. So they know how they kind of play now. But of course, Dubzje can still go through. But there you go. An Englishman is in London now. Of course, he is part of that grand final happening in August 2nd to the 4th. And he deserved it. He played exceptionally well in that round of 32, and commiserations to Janoz.
Yeah, biggest victory of the round of 32 so far, 12-5. Pretty much all the other games very, very tight. We've seen a 4-3, Alekzandur knocking out Schwenker, and we saw a 4-2 with MegaBit and Joey. Aero 5-2, Nicholas Razek 4-2 against Fiddle, and then the biggest result before that was DENNUZZO beating TDKEANE 7-4. He's just put a cat amongst the pigeons, a phrase from England that we do say. I hope you like it online. 13-5.
Incredible. And as you said, slowly you could say, the bracket of players is filling up for that grand final in London. And here are the stats of that game. Joey, he had a lot more chances, but this is where all the games of MegaBit plays. The thousands of games he plays, the hundreds he plays over a weekend. It's where it does come into play. He can finish better. Every chance he has, he will make it a 95% chance of going in, or get in the right area every time for a finesse, a low driven. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, 12 shots on goal for Joey, and only scoring twice in that series. He'll be very disappointed, I think, in his self, because he had a lot of opportunities, just couldn't take them on the big stage. MegaBit, on the other hand, 7 shots on target, 4 goals. The man is clinical. He's a machine.
And I mentioned that the players that were in tournaments in Barcelona back in January, if you remember, November qualifying month, where the global series really kicked off, the first qualification month there. Those were the players that were performing well, and the Gorillas, the MegaBits, go down a number of months down the line. They're making grand finals, and obviously that is the stats there. When we see Gorilla play, we expect lots of chances and lots of goals.
20 shots on goal over the 2 games. He scored 13 of the 20 shots he had on target.
Clinical.
Unbelievable stats from Gorilla. And right now, you're looking at your favourites for this Xbox side. You've probably got Nicholas Razek up there. You've probably got DENNUZZO, and you've probably got Gorilla as the 3 that you want to be avoiding in the latter stages of the competition.
Of course, if you didn't know already, we are playing, of course, first and foremost, for that grand final spot. If you make the round of 16 on Xbox, you are there. And the same situation will happen later on the week with PlayStation. tomorrow is decision day, so we're playing for seed, and there's no real champion here in Amsterdam. It's more, you know, you can get the prize pot, and of course, you can finish well, you can get that extra seed in. However, two of those players that are in that grand final are over on the couch right now.
Guys, thank you very much. I am here on the couch with two of the winners, MegaBit and Gorilla. Congratulations, guys. And Mike LaBelle. Now, Mike, you and I both have the scarves. As much as I think we look great in these, by the way, it's time to hand these over. So I'll do the honors with MegaBit. You do the same for Gorilla. Congratulations, you guys. Little round of applause, everybody, huh? Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Yes. So it's a big deal. For you in particular, MegaBit, you won all 3 games today. Yesterday, you went 3-2, maybe a little unsure of yourself. Didn't get that rhythm that I think you were looking for. Today, you won all 3 games. Walk us through what was different today from yesterday.
You know, I started yesterday with 3-0 record, and obviously I lost the last 2 matches, and I didn't have the best feeling when going to bed, but today was a new day. I thought a lot about it while sleeping, and yeah, today I started against #Ryan. My offensive play style worked out really well. I changed to the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow formation, and my offense was just really good. And it was a tough match against Joey, but...
Well, that was clear. You didn't get too many opportunities against Joey, but you made him count. You got 4 goals on 9 shots. Very good. And you limited him.
Yeah.
He only got 2 goals on 15 shots, so good defensive as well. Now, Gorilla, you went 5-0 yesterday.
Yes.
Today in qualification, for the last 2 rounds of the Swiss format, you lost your first 2 games. How did you kind of shake that off to find your rhythm again against an opponent in Giannis that nobody wanted to play?
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, yesterday I played really well. I went 5-0. Heading into today, I was really confident, obviously, with yesterday. And then played Dubzje, tried to do the comeback, wasn't to be. And then I lost my final game. So, you know, heading in against Janoz as well, top player, played him, you know, last year in London as well. So it's always going to be a tough game, especially when I've just came off 2 losses. So, you know, the time between waiting from my last game, I think that benefited me, you know, just to recoup. And, you know, the way I said it, you know, 2 legs. If I don't, then I'm not in London. So, you know, all or nothing.
Well, you got there, so congratulations on that.
And your next matchup is either going to be Sakul or you're going to be up against Gabinho. Who would you rather play? You've got the German that I'm sure you're very familiar with versus now an American that I'm assuming you might have watched the MLS. He's put on a great show here. He's put on a clinic.
I obviously wish all the best to Sakul, as he's German and also at the same agency as me. And we played together the warm-up matches, so I know about his play style. Otherwise, about Gabinho, I know nothing. I've never seen him playing, but he went 6-1 on the group stage and won the EMLS, so both are really beasts, and I actually don't want to play anyone, but I have to if I want to win this.
I'm going to ask you the same question, but different opponents, of course.
You know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, because we could have another potential Goal Machine matchup versus Gorilla. It's Goal Machine versus Dubzje.
Yep.
Is there a preference here?
I mean, it doesn't matter. You know, I think for the viewers, maybe the Goal Machine rematch, because he beat me in London, Manchester, sorry, with that massive mistake for myself. I played him, you know, in the Swiss format and I won. So, you know, let's get the decider out of the way and see how it goes.
Well, guys, thank you so much for being on the couch. Congratulations again. We look forward to see how you do on decision day. Maybe you'll face each other in the final. It's a possibility.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
I want to play him this year.
Right?
That'll be good.
Yeah, that'd be a good thing. Well, Mike, thank you so much for joining us on the couch, too. Now it's time to throw it over to ChuBoi. He's got some inside scoop for us. Chu?
Thank you, Jimmy. Guys, it's been an incredible day here in Amsterdam. Qualification day has not disappointed at all. And we have, I think, 6 people already through to the eWorld Cup final in London. Let's take a look at the guys who we're going to be seeing. MSDossary, and Rasek from Germany, AeroFIFA, who made that amazing comeback from 0-3 down, SKC Alekzandur, NA all day, FaZe Gorilla, who we just talked to on the couch. Those are 5 guys that we'll be seeing from qualification day. I mean, guys, these guys had an incredible journey over to Amsterdam. Some of them qualified through last chance weekend, like SKC Alekzandur. Some people qualified through the previous events in Manchester and Barcelona. So let's take a look at the bracket here. AeroFIFA, like I said, making that huge comeback. So we look down at that bottom bracket there. Alekzandur versus MegaBit. That's going to be a mouth-watering affair. And Rasek versus FaZe Gorilla. Imagine that match. I think that's going to be a rematch from Barcelona. And then we'll see who Dubzje is going to be playing next. So amazing matches coming up. I mean, let me know. Tweet me at ChuBoi. Which match do you guys like the most? I think I would probably be going for another FaZe match with Gorilla. Stay tuned for some more action from Amsterdam, guys. We will be right back after these messages.
Let's go! Yeah! Come on! Come on! Let's go!
Hey everyone, my name's Ryan and I'm a professional FIFA esports player for #United, and today I'm going to be walking through different types of techniques while attacking on FIFA. So let's get into it. But as you can see, I've got the ball in my keeper's hands. It's usually seen as a defensive position, but if you wait around your box and do a driven kick towards the touchlines of the field, you'll notice how the opposition's defense step up. And look at this, it leaves a massive gap in behind, so pretty much is a guaranteed way to get in behind and have the opportunity to score. People expect you to throw the ball short or to a man that's spare, usually on the wing or maybe in the center of the field. They'll be running forwards, and as they're running forwards, because you've kicked the ball, the cursor would switch onto their defender, and they don't expect the big kick downfield. So as they're pushing forward, there's more space in behind to get that goal. Thank you very much for watching. I'm #Ryan from #United, and those are my tips and tricks for attacking on FIFA 18.
Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. You know, we're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. Good weather, bad weather, we're out there with the players. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls.
Hey, Alex. Alekzandur?
Yeah.
Forget them. They don't know anything. You're the greatest. Do you want my Coke? It's okay. You can have it.
Yeah, all right then.
Nobody's gonna believe me.
You got a phone?
Yeah.
Come here then.
You'd only think about the game. Like, you don't even recognize what's around you.
Got a crowd around you watching all your movements. It's pretty wicked to be here.
I would say at the moment Messi is the better player than Ronaldo.
To become a professional FIFA player, you need a good mentality, hard work, sacrifice.
At the end of the day, it's worth it.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi, by Coca-Cola Gaming, and by Turtle Beach. Welcome back to Amsterdam, guys. The round of 32 is almost at that midway point. A lot of guys have been getting scarves. Some guys have come so close to getting them, but just missed out. We've got some massive matchups still to come, and some massive giveaways as well. Make sure you have linked the Twitch account with the EA account, because if you're watching, you can get some unbelievable prizes, including the one we're about to drop right now, which is 40 Team of the Year 95 rated N'Golo Kante items. You want this guy in your club marshalling that midfield, so make sure you've linked them, and some of you will be getting some special rewards. If you do get that reward, if you're lucky enough, make sure you tweet at EA Sports FIFA and let them know, and we'll retweet some of the best ones. Right, okay, coming up, we have a special segment for you now, some of the best plays of the tournament. We'll get our top 5 to look at. Let's take a look what comes in at number 5. Starting off, I believe this is a Tim Latka moment, this one, in the blue here. Nice little ball onto that left foot of Ronaldo. This was in a game that was super tight. I think it went through the legs of the defender, and that's in 5th place. In 4th place, we have this moment, which is Gorilla against Janoz, that game we just saw shortly there. Watch this double back-to-back skill move from Gorilla. I mean, how that's not number 1, I don't know, because that is an unbelievable goal there from Gorilla. In a huge game for a place in London, that is what Gorilla does. Okay, moving on now into 3rd place. We have MSDossary with this lovely little goal against Gianni there. In celebration, of course. Number 2. Now, this is MSDossary again here. Shot, with a weird shot angle-wise, but then look at that acrobatic finish on the rebound. And MSDossary has got his place in London, of course. Number 1, I believe, is a gorilla goal. This is the gorilla goal. Not very pretty on the eye, but that header near post is what gorilla does. And if you're playing at home, you've probably seen those headers go in a lot. But when you take it to this level, they're much harder to do. And gorilla seems to have perfected that. You know, a few people have a little move named after them. You've got the Tex goal kick that puts people through on goal. You've got the gorilla near post header. We just saw it right there, and that was selected as the number 1 moment so far. Plenty more moments to come, and talking us through those moments is the main men, Richard and Brandon.
Thank you very much, Spencer, Owen, and Esau. Top 5 moments so far. Will we see a few more maybe in the round of 32? Places are slowly filling up. 16 men will be, of course, in that grand final in London. We've got a special game coming up for you now. Maybe a player that isn't always known. This is what the Global Series brings up. It brings up, you know, those players that...
Brings up heroes, local heroes.
The Global Series is all about bringing in players from all around the world. And this was the V4 Future Gaming Festival that he played in. He loved cutting in with Henry. Every time, went out left, came in on that right foot of Henry, finessed him, beat, you could say, the hero in Hungary, Morna Garbo. They went and took down Rip Torek as well, who will be playing, of course, in the competition later on in the week. He's brought his family here, he's brought a media team with him, everyone's here supporting him, but the game he's playing, it's a tough one.
It's a very, very tough one, Brandon. You might not have heard about Gabinho that much. He's from Hungary, he won the V4 Future Gaming Festival, and right now he's in a very, very tough game against JSSF. He came this close, did the Brazilian JSSF in Manchester. I think #Harry knocked him out in the round of 16. So he's looking to go one step further and clinch that knockout spot for the grand finals. But there you see, Gabinho from Hungary, JSSF from Brazil.
And of course, if you didn't know who JSSF is, Senna is the name he tends to go by. A big influencer over in Brazil. I'm sure of a number of fans. Let's put him in the chat. You mentioned it. He got here via a last chance
qualifier.
Yep. So, you know, the period that they both got her in, Gabinho, he got his place earlier on. Was that a case I can relax now, or maybe not practice to the highest level I can? Or how does it work? Does it work in your favour or not?
It could work in your favour. It's all about your self-motivation. But, right, he's not really going for Gabinho at this time. No. He's currently 3-0 down against the Brazilian. But if anyone can pull out a comeback, it is the man from Hungary, Gabinho.
Well, right now, I think one thing that he has to take is LAN experience. I think it was Morna Garbo, one of the experienced Hungary players. He calls himself the Hungarian beast in FIFA. He played this man, Senna. He played him in Manchester in Swiss style. He knocked him out, and I think there's been a bit of communication there. You know, how can I play against this man? What's the way to play against him? At the moment, of course, you can see it's not going to plan. Senna's had a lot more LAN experience. You can see it's coming through.
Well, the V4 Future Gaming Festival, that was Gabinho's first event. Pretty much the person who everyone thought was going to win it, Morna Garbo, he knocked him out. Gabinho knocked him out in the semi-final, in that cross-console final.
But there was a
to get into the cross-console final.
A twist in the tail. Morna Garbo could just walked off. He could have been angry.
He supported him.
He did. He supported him all the way through, and he went and won that final. Second leg of action to come now. Will there be a fairy tale ending for this newcomer on the FIFA scene, or Senna?
Senna,
maybe one of the more veteran Brazilian players. Can he go this full way?
Playing in that white strip. You've got Gabinho in the #United away kit.
And here he comes out here.
Finesse shot!
That finesse! He loves it! No reaction at all. You'd think he's losing even worse. He has got himself a goal back, but he knows it's a long, long period of time to come.
The goal that he scored time and time again in Hungary, cutting inside with Thierry Henry, low German finesse across the goalkeeper. He started the perfect way to force his comeback. 3-1 the scoreline. Gabinho with Lionel Messi coming in on that left foot. So strong. He's not afraid to shoot.
Well, maybe one thing we can look at here is a change of tactics, maybe, for Gabinho. He's 4-0 down in that first leg. A little bit worse than we actually originally thought. Senna put an incredible first leg display across, and as we know, he's an experienced player. He's very well known in the Brazilian scene. But Gabinho, can he cause an upset? Can he get Hungary in that grand final in London? You know, I spoke about players going there on their own. You look at Kurt from Malta. He represents them all over the world in FIFA tournaments. You get Gabinho representing Hungary in a FIFA tournament, in a big situation. MSDossary, the only player from Saudi Arabia that can really get there as well.
Gabinho.
Senna, though, wants to ruin the tie.
took him to the final couple of minutes to clinch this spot in the last 32. It was 118th minute team of the season Gretzko long shot that put him into this stage.
Panic stations at the back there, just got away with that one. 5-10 yard pass, somehow edged past the trailing run. But look at the high press that Gabinho is trying at the moment. Senna just needs to calm himself down. If Senna gets a goal, he'll be in cruise control. If Gabinho gets it, slowly, the pressure rises.
Yeah, you turn the temperature up ever so slightly as the minutes tick on.
Look at the press. Every single time he's winning the ball at the moment. Gabinho is trying to be in full force. Attack, attack, attack. Ronaldo into Neymar. He's intercepted by Ramos. And as I said, Senna, calm yourself down. Just try and get your foot back in possession.
Yeah, very fortunate there not to intercept that ball. Was Gabinho passing from left to right center, just trying to keep hold of the ball. Almost just diffuse the situation right now. Take the sting out of the game.
You think Gabinho thinks this is over? Looking at him right now. Looking at him right now, it looks, you know, like it's over.
It looks a little bit deflated. But another goal, and I think we'll start to see
time as well. It will perk him up. Well, here he comes now with Messi. Scored an incredible goal with him on that left foot finesse. He'll be waiting for it. He'll be looking to do it again. Do not worry about that. Marcelo now. Do not hit it. He has scored! He scored an incredible goal. Gabinho from Hungary.
Team of the year, Marcelo, has just ripped that into the top corner. What a strike.
I was about to say, do not shoot. Whatever you do, do not shoot from there, especially with Marcelo. 2 incredible goals for the man from Hungary, from the V4 Future Gaming Festival.
The comeback is on.
This is where experience plays a part. Senna, he's been to a number of events. He's played in a number of competitions all over the world, in Brazil as well. How can he deal with this man?
Yes, Senna's probably getting flashbacks to getting knocked out in Manchester. Because I don't know if you noticed, Gabinho's actually using the hashtag United away kit. He got knocked out 6-3 against hashtag Harry in Manchester.
And that was for a playoff spot as well.
Yep.
Senna had to go off that, you know, being deflated, being diffused. But look at the pressure right now from Gabinho.
You've seen a pause cue there from Senna. He knows something has to change because he's getting run off the park at the minute.
Just trying to look at the formation. I believe he is playing 4 at the back, but it just seems a very defensive one from Senna. I'm sure, as we said, he'll have a lot of Brazilians supporting him. A big name in that country, and he's been everywhere as well this year. You know, Gabinho, I've only seen at one event. It doesn't really see him too much on the FUT Champions leaderboards, and this is what the Global Series is all about, bringing players from all over the world to play some of the best FIFA in incredible footballing cities.
Yeah, plays very well on land, does Gabinho. I think he's had a few tournaments in Hungary, a few smaller tournaments, which he has gone on to win. Just build that LAN experience.
As I said, Senna scores. All that, you know, that work, all what he's done at the moment, it will be deflated, it will be gone. But you can just see how he's pressing right now, how he's defending. Look how he's controlling the 2 CDMs there. Is that Ronaldo back doing some defensive duty?
It is.
Everyone's getting back. Just do not let the ball go through. This is where he could be punished. Well played, tackle. Marcelo.
Yeah, great tackle from Marcelo. Goal scorer at one end, saving the goal at the other.
But look, that pause has been queued for such a long time from Senna at the moment. The ball has not gone out of play yet. Gabinho will be happy with this start. If he can even get one more before half-time, would be an incredible first half of action. Senna, though, he's got other ideas. Ronaldo on the low driven! I thought he was going to go finesse. All that pressure that Senna was under, wiped away, and Gabinho has a huge mountain to climb right now.
Yeah, goal for Senna. Low driven finesse past the goalkeeper. That advantage extended back to 3 for the Brazilian. And Gabinho has to come out once again with the same intensity, with the same high press, if he wants to try and get back into this game. You can see there, it looks a little bit dejected.
The mental battle is one of the hardest things, especially when you're trying to get into a game. When you can see that goal, you know, you're diffused, you know, all that passion, all the hope you had in your head, it's gone. It's gone. He's back to 3 goals he needs now. Gets ones before half-time. We'll see.
We might have a different game on our hands.
But a great start, nevertheless, from Gabinho. A well done Senna. When the pressure was on him, he bounced back and got himself a goal.
Gabinho coming straight forward. Aggressive start from kickoff. Can he get a goal?
Look how relaxed he is in his chair right now. We'll hit that one. David De Gea will
He's
save
not
it
afraid
wide.
to shoot. He's not afraid to shoot from range.
Well, he knows that these players contain some unbelievable stats. Why not shoot with them? Ball across the byline there. You can see the intention in it.
Bit of a strange cross from Gabinho. That's a terrible ball.
Who's going to win that one there with Neymar? I think that's one thing Gabinho will do. He knows what works in the game. He knows, you know, the players that can shoot from distance and it can work. Why not do it on the big stage? Because people don't expect it. People expect you to score the perfect goals or to take the best chances. Senna has other ideas like Ronaldo, incredible dribbling. Pull it there. Right place, right time.
Gabinho somehow still alive in this game. Senna creating all the chances at the minute. Really end-to-end FIFA, this one. I think Senna knows that if he gets a couple more goals, the game's going to be over. So he's carrying on to attack. On the other side, Gabinho has to get back into this game. Has to play this aggressive attacking style of play.
Because right now, Neymar's going to conclude this pretty much. 6-2. And the man from Brazil with all the fans, Senna, aka JSSF, after, you know, the disappointing finish in Manchester. He'll be over the moon. Then right now, everything is going to plan.
Low driven across the goalkeeper on the angle. Neymar slots it home on the stroke of half-time. Perfect time to score a goal just before the break. Just completely kill all that momentum that your opponent has created in the first half. And you got to think the game pretty much over in the first half.
Well, there you go. Half time here, and what half it's been. There's been a number of goals in it, 4 goals in total, and the margin has gone back to 6-2. So 4 goals behind. It's not going to be an easy start for him. But I believe we're going to go over to another game now, taking place. As we said, a number of round 32 games are underway. And this one, Resende up against Bailey, an Englishman up against a man that got himself here via ESWC Sao Paulo qualifier. Resende there. You know, the Brazilians speak for themselves. They are very good at FIFA, and you know, the UK guys on Xbox, there's quite a few of them.
Yeah, there is, and I think in the UK it's definitely more swayed towards the Xbox for the players. You're looking at the PS4 British players. You can only name maybe 4 or 5 really off the top of your head. You got Shells, Turin, Jazz, who is competing, the only British PS4 player to compete at the playoffs. Tom Lees from FUTWIZ, Eddie Grobovic on the PS4 as well.
Well, if Resende scores this, it's not going to be looking good. Bailey, though, good start. He could say to the game other than conceding. He got himself 2 goals back. So he must have lost the first game 3-0. Gets himself 2 more goals, though, Bailey. He could take it to extra time, and you know, as I said, this is what the Global Series bring. Maybe not one of the most well-known players on the pro circuit, but they're here. They're here for a reason. Also playing that black strip there, lovely through ball. If he can try and find it to Ronaldo. So as we left Gabinho, he was 6-2 down, 4 goals behind, the man from Hungary. And in this one, the UK player Bailey, in that black strip from left to right, is currently trailing by 2-0.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be end of the road for the V4 Future Gaming Festival champion, Gabinho.
After that impressive start, I thought a comeback was on its way. But Senna just showing his experience, showing his class.
Once again, the mental side of it. A few players there might crumble. You've just conceded 2 goals early. The pressure starts to get to you. You might try and keep the ball, which might be not your preferred play style. And then things go from bad to worse. It's 4-3, it's 4-4. And then you go into extra time and you might lose on penalties. It might be something like that. Real demotivation for you. But Senna, complete opposite. Just go out, score again, kill the game, and kill my opponent's vibe completely.
Well, Resende, the Brazilian, currently 4-2 up, as we said. This is for a place in London, the grand final. Of course, if Resende wins this and Senna wins the other one, 2 Brazilians will be part of that grand final in London. We said that a lot of nations will be going on their own, you know, represent an whole nation on their back. Massive, you could say, responsibility, massive pride you can take with that, a massive chunk of pride, sorry. But there'll be a few players that will go out together, go out in 2s or 3s, you know, the Germans, you know, expect maybe some French players as well.
Yeah, and the winner of this game will be playing the winner of F2 Tech's and Olympic Lyon's Rafsou.
That is a good game. Rafsou, obviously, the Orange E-League champion from this season.
Yeah, on the other side of it as well, the game that we have just switched away from, Gabinho and JSSFF Senna, as you might know him. The winner of that game will face the winner of Kurt against Schalke's Tim Latka. Some great, great mouth-watering ties in that round of 16.
Well, Bailey right now just trying to find a way through Resende's defence. Just seems like every single time he attempts to, it is matched and defended very well. Pause has been made by Bailey. I like that. If it's not working, change it. Marcelo's out of position. Bit of space has occurred here. If he's going to pull out Rio further there, could be in a bit of danger. He cycled very well by the man that did get himself here by ESWC Sao Paulo. The other man they got here, Rain 10, the Mexican. He'll be in action later on in the week. Of course, 2 spots from there, and of course 2 spots from Paris that we were lucky enough to be at. That was FUTWIZ Dubzje, top goal scorer in this competition, and the man that will be featuring later on in the week, hashtag Aggie. Great to see more people here from a number of tournaments, over 21 different countries. There were tournaments this year, 8 leagues as well.
Yeah, 8 leagues participate in 21 individual competitions as well, and you're really seeing the best of the best come through at this stage of the tournament. Just going down the list, going from the last chance qualifier to the 2 majors, the Spring Cup and the Winter Cup, to things like the GFIN Elite Series. You've got the VS Gaming Cup, which took over in South Africa. Brandon, you've got the Copa TYC in Argentina. Everywhere across the globe, there has been qualifiers to get to Amsterdam and to get to the playoffs.
And an opportunity, Richard, as well. Bailey inside now, open up on a finesse for Ronaldo.
Rebound.
David Aya. Just about saved that one. I'm guessing Bailey's a United fan. He won't be too happy that David Aya just stopped him from scoring. But I'm sure he'll be using him as well. Remember, this is playing an EA unlocked foot account, so hence why he's got some of the best players for use in the game, and it comes up with that argument every single time. If you're using a 96 Ronaldo, I've got the availability to use a 96 Ronaldo. You'd be very stupid if you didn't use him. Yeah,
that's why you see sort of like a small pool of players, especially pre-team of the season announced. You saw probably 14 to 15 different players, just because that's the meta. They're the best players to use in every position. Right now with team of the season, you're seeing a few people knock them out. I was speaking to a lot of the pros. They were saying team of the season Gretzky is level, if not better, than Hullet, better than Mateus. He'll get into the team. Someone like team of the season Royce in that right attacking mid position can go forward, can be a game changer. Salah team of the season Heung-Min Son. These are all players who are at that next level, some even better than the majority of the icons.
And if you see anyone after the game's been played walking around with green scarves on, that means that they are in that final. There's only 16 scarves and 16 places from the Xbox side of things. Of course, the exact same will happen over on the PlayStation side. Added time at 2 minutes, then we'll have a Brazilian in London. Of course, he could be joined by Senna, which are presuming at the moment is all going well for him. Bailey should be happy though. He's been to a few events this year. And to get to this stage, I know it's hard to say, you're 2 games away from making a grand final, but it's small progressions. The best players out there, the Hall of Famers in FIFA didn't just get there from playing in one tournament. They got from competing all over the world year after year after year.
Yeah, there's only a handful of players who come in at the first tournament and instantly make that impact. You're probably looking at maybe a Tex, maybe someone like a Principe from last year. It's the people who constantly grind. If you ask Gorilla how many tournaments he's played in, it's going to be in the 10s, maybe even the 100s, going back over the years he's been competing. And it's consistent grinding that gets you to the level of a Gorilla, of someone like a Dasari, like a Janoz, who are just consistently at the top of their game. On this occasion, Resende coming out on top over Bailey, and he has booked himself into London.
I think you mentioned as well, congratulations first and foremost to Resende from Brazil, a very strong nation as well. Looking at some of the other quarterfinals in front of us there. Kurt up against Tim Latka, of course AJAX DANI up against Elastico, and a number of other big games as well. Spencer is over with the winner right now, Resende.
Yes, I am, guys. He's done it, and we've got a translator here as well, because he's a Brazilian, speaks Portuguese, of course. I'm not that great at my Portuguese, so I'm going to ask you a question for him. How does he feel? I'm going to give him his scarf, because he's qualified for the World Cup. So how does he feel?
Ganhando o seu cachecol, foi qualificado. Para mim é uma experiência bastante diferente, porque é meu primeiro campeonato desse nível. Então, disputando assim o primeiro campeonato e já conseguindo classificar para Londres, é uma experiência enorme. Vou treinar bastante para fazer uma boa campanha lá.
Yeah, he said that it's like a super exciting experience, especially because it was his first championship in this level. So like he's extra happy, extra like super excited about it, and he's a bit surprised that he got to go to London. Like he's really proud.
Excellent, he should be, and he's representing Brazil. Yeah. Does he feel like he can win the tournament in Amsterdam here, the Xbox playoff?
Ok. Você acha que você consegue ganhar o campeonato do Xbox aqui em Amsterdã?
Acredito que vai ser bastante complicado, porque os players são de alto nível. Então, jogar jogo após jogo, concentrar bastante e tentar fazer o melhor a cada partida.
Okay, he's just a bit worried about the opponents because they are also very good, but he believes that he can do it. He will do his best to get there.
Well, he's done very well indeed. He's qualified. The Brazilians watching are going to be absolutely buzzing with that. For now, though, we'll go back to the casters.
Thank you, Spencer. They certainly are going to be buzzing, aren't they? You know, I don't know what came out of there. I was in shock for Resende as well. He said, I'm a little bit worried. Don't be worried. You know, you're the best in the best 32 players in the world out of, I believe, what, 20 million players attempted to play FUT Champions this year and in all tournaments all around the world. Don't be scared about it. First and foremost, you've got yourself to London. You're travelling around the world to play FIFA as a competitive game, and you're part of the best players in the world. You heard a roar after as well. Senna, I believe, is in the grand final as well. He beat, unfortunately, Gabinho. The fairy tale comes to the end for the man from Hungary.
Yep.
And that's sometimes how it goes.
Yeah, it just wasn't meant to be for Gabinho in the playoffs. Looking forward right now to the rest of the games. Resende, what a matchup he's got to look forward to. He'll be facing the winner of F2 Techs up against Rafsou. If you're wondering what I'm looking at right now, this is the bracket on the iPad in front of me. That's a tough, tough game for Resende, but he's going into it full of confidence. Just beat Bailey, a fellow Brit. So nothing really to worry about for him. He's probably came into the tournament looking to get a top 16 spot, looking to be at the grand finals in August, and that's what he's done. He's set himself a goal, he's achieved that goal. Everything else on top of this right now is a bonus.
And of course, we're only playing up to round 16 today. What I'll be interested to see is who really cares about going the extra step tomorrow? Who really cares about playing for that extra prize money? But these are the stats from that game. Bailey over 2 games. I know he
possession.
Scored 2 goals, but he needs to be creating a few more chances than that.
Yeah, look at the possession. Dominant performance from Resende. 69% over the course of the 2 games. 10 shots on goal, scoring 4 of those. Good stuff from Resende. He'll be going into the next round full of confidence, no matter if it is Tex or Rafsou, who he does come up against.
Well, it is pretty tough when, especially you don't have possession.
If you don't have the ball, you can't score.
And you're trying to score goals without possession. But, you know, commiserations to Bailey. It's great to see a UK player again, you know, get this far in the competition, to be part of the playoffs as well. But Resende, he won. He got his place via the ESWC Sao Paulo qualifier. There was 2 of them.
Yep.
And we have another game from Dubzje as well. But I believe shortly on the couch, or they might even be ready right now, it's going to be Jimmy with the other Brazilian that did exceptionally well in Senna.
Yes, thank you, guys. I am being joined on the couch by Mav from Maverick Wolves and Senna and his translator. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations, my friend. Parabéns, I think is the only Brazilian word I know. A lot of people sleep, I think, on the Brazilian players. RAFIFA won an event last season, and now we have 2 in the final 16. So as much as I want to keep this, I'm going to give this to you, my friend.
Ele vai te dar, né? Oh, yeah. Ele vai estar te dando os parabéns. Ele acredita que foi muito bom 2 jogadores brasileiros participarem, vencerem. Então, você realmente merece estar usando isso.
Yeah, what does it mean to represent Brazil now going to London?
Como que você se sente ao representar o Brasil indo para Londres?
Eu estou muito feliz de poder representar o meu país e de poder fazer o melhor aqui. Todo mundo sabe da luta que é para estar aqui, quantos jogadores de qualidade estão aqui. E não é fácil, então estou muito feliz.
Yeah, he said that he's really happy to represent Brazil. He believes that it's a bit harder for the players that comes from there. So like he's super proud and happy to do it, and he will do his best.
Matt?
And confidence going into London must be at an all-time high right now.
are you looking forward to representing, as you said, Brazil there? And do you think you can do very well in London?
Você está animado para representar o Brasil? Como que você está se sentindo sobre ir para Londres?
Estou muito animado, espero ainda ir muito bem aqui nesse campeonato de Amsterdã e espero também ir muito longe em Londres e fazer o melhor e levar a bandeira do Brasil lá em cima, que é o lugar dela.
Very good. He said that he believed that he can do very good still here in Amsterdam and even better in London. And he wants to put the Brazilian flag as high as possible.
All right, well, if you had a chance now to say something to your Brazilian fans back home, what would you like to say?
O que você gostaria de dizer para os fãs brasileiros?
Queria agradecer por sempre estar comigo, sempre me apoiarem e eu já disse várias e várias vezes que eu sou muito privilegiado de ter vocês comigo e mais uma vez eu quero agradecer e é isso. Muito obrigado, rapaziada.
He just wants to thank everybody who's follow him and like catching up with him. He's really like grateful for that. Yeah.
He's got a lot of fans. Again, congratulations. Thank you for joining us on the couch and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're going to get to the bracket and see where everything stands. Let's take a look at that graphic right now. MSDossary playing against Resende, so he's got one of the Brazilians. Then Enrasic is playing against FaZe Gorilla. That might be my favorite at the moment. Then AeroFIFA is going to go through to play against the man that's sitting next to me right now, Senna. And then you got SKC Sporting Kansas City Alekzandur. I played for that club for 8 years, so I'm pulling for him. And then MegaBit down below. These two actually are not playing against each other yet. They've just moved on to the next round. It looks like that. And I'm just kind of really excited. I really want to see Enrasic versus FaZe Gorilla. And maybe that will happen moving forward. And maybe it will. They're very, very, very good players. All right, guys, we have a lot of big games left, a lot of big-time players left to see, and a lot of big and handsome faces like myself. So come back and join us right after this break.
Hey, Alex. Alexander?
Yeah.
Forget them. They don't know anything. You're the greatest. Do you want my Coke? It's okay. You can have it.
Yeah, all right then.
Nobody's gonna believe me.
You got a phone?
Yeah.
Come here then.
Benny McCarthy, the football player, is completely gone now. And this is Benny McCarthy, the coach. I might not be proud of some things that I've done in my younger life, but I am extremely proud of the person that I become. I'm not there yet, but I'm moving in the right direction. Work your socks off for what you want. Hard work does pay off.
Well, it's the one we've all been waiting for. Here we go. A chance, Ronaldo. We're on the verge of something that's going to make headlines for years to come. Oh, the whole stadium stands as one. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, he's up for the header. Power, sheer class, astonishing, unbelievable strike.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Amsterdam, and of course, welcome back to the place where dreams are going to be made and some hearts are going to be broken, Koen. And the next match that we've got coming up, it's a big one, is our Barcelona champion, F2Tex, and he's going to be taking on Rafsou. And I know you're a big Tex fan.
Everybody is. I think everybody is. After Barcelona, wow, what he showed out there, no one knew him, no one expected to come from him. He just won the Barcelona qualifier, and I think from that moment on, he's had so many people started to follow him, so many people fan of his playing style as well. He's such an attacking player. He uses a lot of skill moves. He well deserved the trophy in Barcelona, and I think I'm not the only one with special attention for Tex. But he's facing Rafsou, French player, very dangerous player. He was in the final of the Club World Cup last year in 2017, for example. Rafsou is here after the last chance qualifying weekend. It's quite of a surprise. He needed that weekend because he is really one of the big names. And he's having a little trouble here in Amsterdam as well because he needed to win his last Swiss format game to even make it to the round of 32. Lost his 6th game against Sakul, German player. Needed to win his 7th. He did. Now he faces the young boy, Tex.
Yeah, the young boy himself, but he's a man when he's in game. I mean, the performances we've seen already in this man's short career, you know, he's made a name for himself within a year of being part of competitive FIFA. You know, 6-1 in the Swiss group, a great performance from him, a great start, and exactly what he would have wanted to get his tournament underway. But here we go, this is the second leg, and as you can see, I believe, actually, it's Rafsou who has a 1-goal lead.
Rafsou has got the 1-goal lead out of the first leg. Means he's done really, really well in that game. I'm pretty curious about how he's gonna play in the second game. Is he gonna look for more goals, or is he gonna slow down the play, keep possession, and make sure Tex is not gonna get as many shots as he would want to?
Well, that's a good question. One thing that we probably won't be questioning is the way that F2Tex is going to be playing. You know, he's full of goals, he's full of excitement, and as you say, when he's in and around that box, such an unpredictable player to come up against.
Absolutely, and that's why it surprises me he hasn't scored in that first game. I would have loved to see that game, and I'm really happy we're going to see this one. 2 games in succession without a goal of Tex? Not gonna happen.
Well, there might be an opportunity here, Rafsou, to double his lead on aggregate. The ball's gonna be cut back to the edge of the box. Big block, ball falls back to Ronaldo though. Huge goal in the context of this tie. The Frenchman has doubled his lead.
Wow, what an important goal. I think the first shot got blocked, but R9 always there. He is like, how do you say, a little bird in Dutch? He's like a little bird immediately chasing the ball again. It falls free, he shoots. A little bit of luck, Tex would say, but it's 1-0 again in this second leg. 2-0 in total for Rafsou.
Yeah,
vital
sometimes
goal.
you need that little bit of luck, and as you say, a vital game. Obviously, some changes coming in immediately. F2Tex, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, he's down by 2 now. You know, I mean, he was always going to play that aggressive style, always going to be trying to get some goals on the board, but I think I want to highlight something that you said. So surprising to see that first leg, him not even have a goal on the board.
Absolutely, absolutely, that's surprising, and he knows it, and everybody is curious. Everybody wants to see how he copes with this 2-goal trail. How is he going to do it? How is he going to score 2 goals in this game? Is he patient enough as well?
Tex has got it all to do, as you say. Down by 2 at the moment. Only 6 minutes gone in this second leg as well, so, you know, not the start he would have needed. He would have been looking to get that first goal on the board. He would have been looking to maybe put the pressure back onto his opponent, make him a little bit shaky, but early on he's actually giving the ball away pretty much from the restart here, so it's going to be Rafsou who's just going to have control of the game, and most importantly, control of the ball.
Yeah, you could see immediately from kickoff, all 11 players of Rafsou were 10 meters behind the middle of the pitch. Here he is again.
Ronaldo now on the edge of the box, looking to find another goal. Beautiful little drag back to find the space. The strike is deflected. The safe hands of David De Gea gathered that one up, and it's going to be F2Tex who lives there. A scary moment for him.
Another dangerous attack by Rafsou. He's waiting for Tex to attack. He's waiting. He says, "Come over to my half of the pitch," but now he is.
Big chance there, but a huge tackle from the long legs of Patrick Vieira. Does what he does best. That's why he's in so many of these pros teams. That is what he does. We talk about the players who score goals, but the amount of times that Vieira will come in, not only make a saving tackle that's going to save your goal, but just pinch that ball back for you in the midfield and allow you to create an attack of your own.
Absolutely. Vieira actually has it all. He's not the best shooter, but he's the guy you want in front of your defense. Even now, with all the team of the seasons available for everyone, still Vieira is in everyone's team. I think that says enough.
Here we go then. F2Tex on the attack. He's managed to get it onto Messi's left foot. I think the defender might have just got a piece of that, and he did. David De Gea sends it behind for a corner. It's going to be another corner here for F2Tex. Actually a goal kick though, so...
Did you see the frustration? Tex got a little mad there. Needs to stay calm, stay patient, because this game is far from over. 70 minutes left.
70 minutes left to work with, as you say. A lot of time in FIFA that, especially in-game. A couple of goals. A player like Tex's explosive ability to score and create chances. You almost feel that he's going to get a goal. It's just a case of, is he able to keep Rafsou out at the other end? Is he able to double that lead? As we see Ronaldo bringing this forward now to Henry on the right-hand side.
I think for Tex, it's a mental game at the moment. Can he stay calm? Can he stay patient? He needs to realize and he needs to trust his chances are coming. He shouldn't get himself frustrated. Here
Great
he is.
ball here, now the ball's cut back, played across to Hullet. Big tackle again from Vieira here. Messi strikes it! He strikes the crossbar, and that is a matter of inches. They are the margins that we're playing with here in Amsterdam.
Oh, wow. What a shot that was. Lionel Messi again with the second shot, I believe, in 5 or 10 minutes. But Messi doesn't do it yet for the little one. The little Argentinian doesn't score yet for our little English favorite, we can say. He is one of the favorites, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Coming into this tournament, as we say, our Barcelona champion. Made it deep into the tournament back in Manchester as well. Someone that everyone's got their eyes on. I mean, we talk about his age, and as you say, he's a little man on stage, but on the big stage, he is definitely turned into a man. But it's Rafsou on the attack at the moment. However, the pass does not find its target. Marcelo tries to find Messi on that left-hand side. However, possession once again turned over, and that's one thing that F2Tex cannot afford to do right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Just like you said, in performances, he is a great guy, just like Lionel Messi. His mental strength, it is okay. It's all fine, because he had to win this morning. Couldn't get himself qualified on Survival Day yesterday. Needed to win today, and he did.
Here's Messi then, down this left-hand side. Might be a chance to find an attack here. Hullet, back heel, finds Vieira. Vieira into R9, and he's going to be dropped in the box. Sergio Ramos, we talked about what happened in the Champions League final, and, he's in the headlines again. A foul here on F2Tex, and he's got a big chance to get back into this.
Absolutely, Rafsou maybe too eager to get the ball.
Ronaldo steps up. Ronaldo saved by David De Gea. A huge save from the Spaniard.
You don't make this up. The ultimate chance for Tex to get back in this game. Rafsou knows where he's gonna put it. He thinks he knows, and he's got it.
That could be a huge turning point, an absolutely huge turning point in this leg.
Mark, can you see the face of Rafsou? It's like we're watching a picture. He's that still.
He's focused, laser focused. F2Tex does win this ball back now, and you can see playing very aggressively at the moment. We're approaching half-time, just a few minutes until that. Cristiano Ronaldo, though, bursting into the box. Can he find the pass? He finds Ronaldo! But David De Gea comes up big once again.
Little smile on the face by Tex. I think it's...
You can't believe it.
No, you can't believe it. In Dutch, we've got this saying, he's laughing like a farmer. It means he's laughing, but he actually isn't laughing from the inside.
Oh, I mean, F2Tex did everything right there in that situation, found the space with Ronaldo, just couldn't find the finish from R9, and now this could be a real nail in the coffin if Rafsou could have burst up the other end and maybe doubled his lead, extended that lead to 3 goals again. But look at this. Tex again on the counter-attack. You can see Ronaldo's through the middle here.
Lots of space there.
Can the Brazilian find the man from Portugal? Finds his way around the outside. Can he find the pass? Hullet now in the box. Onto that right foot, and De Gea again with his feet.
No way!
Deflects it onto the post.
No way! It can only be a matter of time Tex scores, but Tex still only has the second half left now. 2 minutes of extra time, Mark. Can he do it? He needs 1 goal.
Unbelievable. Tex creating golden opportunities here, but just cannot find the finish to put it away. Ronaldo now going to find the ball into Thierry Henry. You can see Hullet trying to make that run off the ball, but Laurent Blanc actually playing at centre-back here for the man from France.
Wow.
And there we go. The whistle goes, and I mean, that face sums it up.
Rafsou knows it. Rafsou knows he is kind of lucky. Hit the crossbar, hit the post, saved a penalty. Rafsou, as we said, he came here because of that last chance qualifying weekend. Today, he had to win his last game in the Swiss format. It was his last chance to qualify for the round of 32. He is here, and now somehow he's taken his last chance, his only chance to make it to London.
A great story, and on the other side of things, we saw, you know, some of the guys back from back home, back from England, you know, they want to see Tex going through here. They're big supporters of him. They want him to do well, and he's got 45 in-game minutes to make that happen, because at the moment, it's the man from France who's going through.
He has to. He has to. F2 Tex. The pressure on him? Absolutely. Absolutely. Since he won the Barcelona qualifier, the pressure is on him constantly. In Manchester, not quite his tournament. But today, here, all he needs is a win in this round of 32, because right now, they have nothing. They want that scarf, and Rafsou pretty close to that scarf.
Yeah, Ronaldo on that left foot, we saw in the last couple of games what he can do. You know, that 5-star weak foot, always worth having a pop from there. We've seen that ball nestle in the top corner more than once over the last couple of days from that left foot. Now, Tex, you feel like he has to get out to a hot start in this second half. If he can maybe get that goal, will we see Rafsou maybe crack? Will we feel that pressure?
Absolutely.
Has had these chances, but hasn't put them away.
No, if Tex scores before 17th minute, if he can score like the goal, that could bring him back in this game.
Messi deflected, De Gea with a save again.
Rafsou must be getting more and more nervous. I would love to see the heart rates again, the heartbeat.
Oh, time for him to calm down a little bit. He's managed to get the ball away, but as we talk about nerves, a little misplaced pass there. It's going to allow F2 Tex to get back on the attack.
Lots of pressure,
Ronaldo.
Tex.
Great tackle, though, coming in from Rafsou.
You can see in this second leg, I don't think Tex has passed the ball wrong. Every pass goes to the right colors, to the right players. However, he just doesn't take the chances.
Ronaldo trying to find the run of R9 through the middle there for Rafsou, but 2-0 up on aggregate at the moment, excuse me. 1-0 up in this game. Tex needs 2, even just to send this to extra time. And at the moment, Rafsou's starting to grow into this game, and ball's going to fall back here to Ronaldo. That's going to be a corner. So not only a corner as we approach the half-hour mark left in the game, it just means that ball is nowhere near Rafsou's goal.
It was a great tackle just now by F2 Tex in his own box. Now maybe the opportunity to counter-attack. Marcelo now.
Vieira picks this ball up, but that's going to be a loose pass, and Vieira steals it away from Vieira. And look at this, it's a huge chance. It's Heung-min Son. He lays it across to Neymar. The ball's back, though. And you can see that man from France, what that means to him.
Rafsou knows it.
Massive goal.
Jumps off of his chair. We have to say, he's a little lucky with the deflection now. Tex doesn't have the luck, hits the crossbar, hits the post, misses the penalty, just like we said. Rafsou shoots with Neymar, of course. 5-star weak foot for Neymar. His left foot is amazing. All trouble for the goalkeeper. And the deflection and the rebound, of course.
And now you're seeing the changes. I mean, F2 Tex, he has to make these changes. You're seeing 3 at the back now. He just has to throw everything. He needs 3 goals now. 2 goals was an uphill battle, but this really is a mountain. But you have to feel, you know, the luck just hasn't been on his side in this game.
Absolutely, absolutely. He has to go all out attack now. 30 minutes left. I mean, we've seen it happen. We've seen it happen. You can't score 3 goals in 30 minutes. It's possible.
He's created the chances, and if there's one man here, it's that man on the right-hand side of your screen who could potentially pull this off. Rafsou has 1 foot into our next round.
Definitely, definitely.
But can Tex do it?
Rafsou is getting close to a spot in London, the country Tex is from, of course, United Kingdom. England, that's where Rafsou might be going, but Tex still focused. Does he seem confident at the moment? Of course not. He's 3 goals down, but he still seems focused. He still believes.
Rafsou living dangerously there. You see F2 Tex, all the pressure on, trying to push his players up the pitch, trying to get that ball back, and this is the last thing he wants to see, and that is the ball in possession of the Frenchman.
And Rafsou knows all he has to do in these 25 minutes that are left now, just keep the ball for as long as possible. Just don't waste the ball. Just keep it in possession. Might even look for a 4th goal now.
Yeah, even better. Getting another one on the scoreboard. That would end this tie. It would be game over as far as F2 Tex is concerned. Our Barcelona champion may well be crashing out here. Ronaldo trying to get the turn.
He hasn't got time for
away,
this.
and that's absolutely fine if you're Rafsou right now.
Yeah, Tex doesn't want a free kick. He doesn't have time for a free kick. He wants advantage. He wants to go to the goal, go to Rafsou's box ASAP.
Running on the edge of the box now. See, finds Ronaldo. Ronaldo trying to line up a shot, but it's Marcelo who comes across there and intercepts, and now the danger of this 3 at the back.
Could have gone for the long shot, maybe. Tex, is it Tex trying to make some changes? Yes, he is. Vieira, the only defensive midfielder on the pitch for him, is going off. Brings Luis Suarez on. That's team of the season, Luis Suarez, 97 rated. Amazing card. Also for the long shots, of course.
Yeah, I mean, any opportunity that FT Tex has to even have an opportunity at goal right now, he needs to take. If the ball falls to one of these players on the edge of the box, he needs to find a strike. He needs a goal. He needs a goal just to put the pressure back on a little bit on Rafsou. You know, he's looked so good, Rafsou, to be honest with you, when he's had the ball and just keeping possession. This is his game right now. He's got to do something monumental to mess this up, to be honest.
Yeah, but let's face it, defensively, he's had so much trouble. It was not looking good for him. Wasn't looking good for him, but this is very close to his 4th goal. 73 minutes played, Mark. We're so close to the end of the game, close to Rafsou, the man who got here by the last chance qualifying weekend. Took all of his last chances, also in the Swiss format in Amsterdam. Suarez, there he is!
David De Gea again with a save, beats it behind for a corner.
The man he's just brought on, Luis Suarez, with the shot.
15 minutes left in this game. Can F2 Tex just put the pressure on? Can he get a goal in the next few minutes? It's Ferdinand now. Finds Neymar in the box, finds the ball through. No, David De Gea makes himself huge. And again, De Gea showing his value right now. F2 Tex has got to be hurting, but there it is, 1 goal.
There it is. The header from the corner. Tex was laughing. He is laughing again. But this goal might give him some hope, some new hope. 2 goals now in, what is it, 15 minutes?
He's looking focused. He knows what he's got to do. And now you have to wonder, you know, how does this change the momentum of the game a little bit? Is Rafsou going to get nervous? If he gets another goal in the next few minutes, funnier things have happened.
That's the question. The goal is given to Vieira, Rafsou's Vieira, as an own goal. That's what it says.
Take it absolutely any way it comes right now. But look at this. There's space on this right-hand side for Henry. And Rafsou, he's got the opportunity here to just see this game out. It's all about game management for him right now. And that's exactly what he's doing. He might have another chance here. Henry to the back post. Finds a player. De Gea makes the save. But he will take, I was going to say the corner, but it's actually possession back for the goal kick. It's going to be to F2 Tex.
That was the chance for Rafsou to finish it all off. So that was the chance for the decider. Tex loses the ball immediately, and now it's Rafsou, obviously, with possession again. Doesn't give the ball away, I think, for the next couple of 3-4 minutes. Henry now. Yeah, Mark, this is not what Tex wants to see.
No, this is not what anyone from England wants to see as well, you know. Been a difficult couple of performances across tournaments, to be honest, from the English players. Saw Harry crashing out today. Hashtag Harry, of course.
Gorilla made it.
Gorilla's made it. It's pretty much the lone hope at the moment, but for France, Rafsou is looking to solidify his place in London. Just 5 in-game minutes now for Tex to find 2 goals.
He knows this is mission impossible. Nearly impossible. He needs it within 2-3 minutes.
Mission improbable, I think we'll call it at the moment.
Okay, there it is. New possession. Little error by Rafsou.
Has a man over as well. Ronaldo in the box here.
Offside. That's
Unfortunately,
offside.
the linesman flag does go up.
That's offside. Tex, he saw Liverpool lose the Champions League final, of course. No luck for Liverpool in that final. No luck for him in this one. Because for him, this is a final. Of course, it's round of 32, but for everyone, this is a final.
Yeah, this is the final. This is all about getting those scarves, booking your place to London.
Absolutely.
A year's worth of work for F2 Tex is coming undone right now, but a year's worth of grinding. The last chance qualifier, grinding through that weekend. Rafsou at the moment from France, just a few minutes away now. Can he find another goal just to put a cherry on the cake at the moment? Ball falls into the box. It's going to hit the post. No, it falls out. It's going to be the goal, and that's going to be the game. Let's go indeed.
Yeah, Rafsou, of course, he knew it was done and dusted. But this extra goal, it's the extra decision he didn't even need anymore. He will go to London. Rafsou will get his scarf, Mark.
Incredible stories coming out of Amsterdam over the last couple of days. Your Barcelona champion, F2 Tex, looks like he could well be crashing out in the playoffs. He will not be making it to London. Nobody predicted it, but that is exactly what has happened. And the man on your screen is going to London.
That's the Memphis Depay celebration. The fingers in the ears. Of course, the Lyon striker who's got them into Champions League next season. Memphis Depay with the hat-trick in the last games. Always does the celebration. That's what Rafsou does. Of course, he will go to London. Congratulations, of course, to the Frenchman.
Yeah, huge congratulations. You know, as you say, just about scraped through to the tournament, just about scraped through our Swiss format as well. And then just before you know it, you can see it in front of you. The man from Lyon qualified for the eWorld Cup finals. Rafsou will be joining us in London on August 2nd to 4th. And some of the replays here, I mean, this is replays that F2 Techs will never want to see again.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Missed so many chances in this game. And this quite sums up a little bit like Rafsou had. The rebound and this goal again. Again, a rebound, two rebounds in his two latest goals.
Yeah, very difficult to see, but look at that man there. Well deserved. He's pumped, he's ready, he's excited for London, much like we are. Another player now through to London. And Koen, it's really starting to sort of look like we're filling up our bracket for London now. All the players are starting to get those qualification spots, starting to get those scarves, and we're starting to see some of the players. There's only a few spots left now.
Yeah, Rafsou, is he our second Frenchman in the London tournament, in the eWorld Cup final? I think so. Aero was the first one. Of course, a great story as well.
Him. I mean, the French guys, they're making it hard for themselves, but they're getting there at least.
They're coming back after we think they're almost dead, but they're never dead. The French are never dead. That's what we can conclude.
That's what we've learned
at this point.
Never count out a Frenchman at the moment as far as the FIFA eWorld Cup is concerned. I mean, we talked about Aero 0-3, 4-3, then qualified 5 elimination games in a row, and you can almost say the same thing that we've just seen there from Rafsou. Incredible performance from him, and I mean, in the next round, you've got to be looking at those French guys as we talk about this tournament, not just the qualification. And you're not going to want to come up against them, are you? Because they've just shown, even if they're down in any game, in any situation, they've got the ability to come back and win.
Absolutely. Something coming into mind for me, considering Tags. He is, after yesterday, finishing his day terribly by losing the penalty shootout against Joey. Today, finishing his day terribly again.
What we're seeing on screen here, unfortunately for the English fans back home, is some of those missed opportunities from F2 Techs. And that man in goal in orange, you can't miss him. David De Gea, what a game he had there for Rafsou. Some of the saves he made, absolutely sublime.
We'd also forgotten about the penalty kick, haven't we? You would even forget. He's missed so many chances. The crossbar, the post, the missed penalty. It's just not Texas' day.
No, it's not Texas Day, and unfortunately, you know, that is what happens sometimes in these games, isn't it? You know, it's all about single elimination. You've got to perform in these 2 games. Otherwise, you're going home. And, I mean, you have to give massive credit to the French guys like we've talked about. They're going to be joining the likes of of MSDossary. You know, we've seen Gorillas looking really good as well in the tournament. He's kind of the leading light for the English guys at the moment as we look back on some of the stats from that last game.
Look at those shots. We knew it, but he has had 17 shots. 15 shots on goal out of 17 shots in total. That's a great statistic. Possession, of course, for Rafsou, because from the first minute of the second game, all he had to do was keep the ball. He had that lead. He just had to keep the ball. 57%. I thought it was even more.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And it's another example of how, you know, not a huge strong performance in the Swiss format. It's from Rafsou, but it's all about coming right at the right time in tournaments. It's about building momentum through the rounds. It's about getting to those crucial games, and that's where you put in your best performances. We talked about F2 Techs, you know, he was 6-1 in our Swiss-style format. On the other side of things, it was 4-3, just about scraped through, but momentum's a huge thing in FIFA, especially at these tournaments, and you could see it there from Rafsou.
Absolutely, absolutely. Rafsou peaks on the right moments. I think we head over to the couch.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm with the 2 most recent winners, Kurt and Rafsou from Olympic Lyon. Guys, congratulations, first and foremost. We had you start with your scarves. Just had them on right now, deserved. We're gonna start with you, Rafsou. Now, you were at 3-3. You had to get to 4-3, you had to get that 4th win to get to the knockout rounds. Once you do, you get that sense of relief. All right, I made it. Then you're in the round of 32. And you have F2 Techs, who won in Barcelona. You won the whole thing, not just qualified, but won the whole thing. How did you feel going up against them and then shutting them out for a good portion of the game?
It was like, maybe I don't have no luck, you know. There were a lot of players, and I took Tex. It was a very good player, and unfortunately for him, he lost to me, and I won. So this is good for me, you know.
Yeah, I think it's a big surprise to everybody in the community that F2 Techs is out. So congratulations on that. I think that's a big shock, but I think you'll end up proving that you deserve to be there. Now, Kurt, I give you a hard time a lot of the time, but I love watching you play. You're one of my favorite players on the scene. Tell us about this tournament. You came out guns blazing, won your first 4 games, Dropped 2, then went 5-2, got through this. Face up against Tim Latka, who was 4-3, and maybe feeling his back against the wall, but he took care of him.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a tough game. Latka's a top quality player, so it was never going to be easy. But yeah, I mean, obviously my play style, you know, it's unique, it's unmatchable, but I have had to alter it because the game, in my opinion, is not how it should be right now. It's a bit slow, so I have to adjust my play style. But yeah, I mean, so far so good.
And at this point, who would you say has been your hardest opponent? Because you've had Hiroja, you've had #Ryan, you just had Tim Latka, all very well-known players. You've had a difficult route to get to this point. Is there a certain match that really stood out, or a certain matchup that was really difficult maybe for your gameplay?
I thought Ryan was playing some of the best FIFA I've ever seen him play. I had to defend ridiculously well against him. And Gorilla's in really, really good form as well. But if I get him in the knockouts, he's going down.
I like that confidence. And do you feel that your preparation, being French and having the opportunity to play in the league and then all these different players in France with LAN experience, does that help coming to this event in terms of your confidence, your mentality, just knowing what you want to change tactically, what you don't want to do?
You know, the gameplay, the players here are different here and in France. In France, there is a lot of 4-2-3-1. A lot of players keeping the position, just keeping the ball, and after a while doing an action. Right here, there is a more 4-4-2 or 4-2-2, and they're so fast. So this is so quick when they put some attacks, you know. So we have to prepare differently. Those lands, international lands, than national lands. So I had to play versus players who played 4-4-2 to be prepared.
Do you think that led to a slower start when you were going through coming to the Swiss stage? You had a win, you get a loss, you get a win, you get a loss, like back and forth because you're still getting used to much more aggressive style?
Yeah, I changed a lot of formation. I played like the 4-2-2 times because I knew that here I had to play fastly. You know, so I did it. Unfortunately, when I did it, I lost. So I came back to the 4-2-3-1, and this is the best formation I use, and I will use it until the end.
Well, thank you guys both for joining us on the couch. Congratulations, going to London, going to the FIFA eWorld Cup. Now you're playing the Brazilians next. You have Resende, you have JSSF, so that should be a good competition. And Mike, of course, thank you for joining me for this interview. Now I'm going to throw it over to ChuBoi, who's going to break this all down. Take it away, Chu.
Thank you, Jimmy. Now, guys, I was talking to the EMLS Cup champion, Kid Mamito from the Houston Dynamo, about his player selection. He had a lot of players to pick, and he didn't know who to go with. So this is what he does. He goes 4-4-2. That's his favorite formation. And the reason why a lot of people choose the 4-4-2, the pros here, is that you have a lot of width with the LM and the RM right here. And also, you keep a lot of good shape with that midfield. It stays flat and it holds their shape. Now, the problem is that he's a really big fan of Luis Suarez' team this season, almost as good as the team of the year from FIFA 17. But the problem is that he's got the two best strikers already. He's got Cristiano Ronaldo and the prime R9 Ronaldo. So he was thinking, what can I do? The one side that he maybe wasn't happy with was the right side. So what does he do? He says, do I go with Lionel Messi? No. Do I go with Mbappe? No. Do I go with Salah? No. The POTY. What this man does, he likes Suarez. He puts him at RM. And I asked him, why'd you do that? He's like, Suarez is so strong that if I come up against Marcelo at left back, the team of the year, he can body him. He can push him off. And if any other attackers come by Suarez's way, Suarez is going to be stronger than them either way. And if he's going forward, Suarez has the ability to shoot so well. So maybe that's something you guys can think about, is that putting a well-rounded SD or maybe even a well-rounded CM like Kevin De Bruyne over here in that right midfield slot, or maybe even if you have a different CM, you could put Ruud Gullit over here. Now, in terms of player selection, I was like, what's the one way to completely lose the plot with this team in terms of player selection? He said, and don't quote me on this, putting 11 Jimmy Conrads. That's just not gonna happen, honestly. You're just gonna be taking a lot of L's everywhere, Jimmy. I mean,
L's,
just straight up L's.
That sounds like a fantastic way to set up a team.
No, I don't think so. I'm not a fan of it, to be honest with you.
World Cup and tag EA Sports FIFA. That is a great team. What are you talking about? Look at those eyeballs.
I don't know.
Look at them, focused and alert the whole time.
I think
like Karim Benzema in the Champions League final.
I don't think there's a lot of focus here.
I
mean, like just look at what's gonna happen here. I mean, you're gonna be seeing movement here. This guy's gonna be going somewhere way out of nowhere.
What?
This defender it's just not gonna be great. But hey, that is the 4-4-2. That is what KevinAssia goes with. Again, try that Suarez out at RM. You never know what might happen. Let's send it over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Chu. I mean, I don't really want to get in between. Those two guys seem to be, falling out a little bit there. Jimmy's getting some hassle, but that's the kind of look on your face that you have, when you score a goal that, maybe you shouldn't have got. It's that sort of shifty left look, right look, and sort of pretend that it didn't happen. But the game that we're going to have coming up next is going to be KevinAssia taking on Sakul. What can you tell us about these two players? Because, Sakul, not the best performance in the Swiss group, managed to just about scrape his way through. KevinAssia, though, 5-2, a much stronger performance from him.
Absolutely, and KevinAssia is a guy we haven't seen much of. I mean, he wasn't in Barcelona, he wasn't in Manchester, he qualified through the MLS Cup all the way from America. This is the first time we see him here in such a tournament. He's doing really well. He is doing really well. Just like you said, Sakul, maybe not even disappointing. Nah, you couldn't say he's disappointing. I mean, he's here in the round of 32. But after Barcelona, the tournament, he got 7-0 in the Swiss format. He was unbeaten in the Swiss format in Barcelona. You expect a lot from Sakul. Now he's had 4 wins, 3 losses in the Swiss format, making him match up against KevinAssia now.
Well, here is the game, as you can see on your screen. KevinAssia from North America. As you can see, Sakul from Germany. Another one of the German players who are just steaming their way through the competition at the moment. Going to be interesting to see if we see that sort of clash of play styles that we sometimes see between the North Americans and the Europeans. That sort of possession-based game we see from a lot of the German players against that sort of more freestyle method that we've seen a lot of North American players going up against each other. So it's going to be an interesting clash of styles here. How are you seeing this one pan out a little bit, though? Do you think there's a strong favourite here?
It's really, really hard to say, this one. Obviously, we have already seen 2 German players win their round of 32 matches. Razek and MegaBit are already in the eWorld Cup finals in London. Can Sakul join them? Can he? He will probably be mentally strong. All Germans are, aren't they?
Absolutely, and there's a reason that they're performing so well. Such a strong community here on FIFA 18. The Germans always bring in the fire as far as these competitions are concerned. You can almost guarantee at this spot there will be one when it comes to that championship conversation that happens. The first chance of the game here is going to go, and it's going to be beautifully played through, and just like that, the German we're talking about, Sakul, finishes that one off, and it's Lionel Messi who gets on the score sheet.
I don't think KevinAssia touched the ball before it went in. Messi, yeah, the only one touching the ball is goalkeeper of KevinAssia. He touches it, but it's 1-0 to Sakul. I was just looking up the statistics. 10 Germans got here in Amsterdam. 10 out of 64 Xbox players were German. 7 of those 10 made it to the round of 32. And we've already seen Razek and MegaBit make it to London. Sakul on his way already.
Unbelievable stuff from the German contingent. They really have performed well so far in Amsterdam, and that's going to give a little bit of confidence as well. When you've got your fellow countrymen, putting in those big performances, it's definitely going to help rub off on your confidence a little bit going into a massive game like this one. And again, it's Sakul now on the attack. You can see Ronaldo building this one with Vieira now on the... just approaching the edge of the D, but it's going to be stolen away here, and it's going to allow KevinAssia to finally get a little bit of possession of the ball, to be honest.
True. Very, very crazy statistic about Sakul is he faced Rafsou and Tags in his last 2 games. The 2 players we just saw. The funny thing is, he beat Rafsou, he lost to Tags. That's the way FIFA works. That's the way FIFA works, Mark.
I don't know what to say about that. However,
it's crazy, right?
The one thing we can take away from that, of course, Cone, is that it's going to give him a great momentum going into this game. He's played against 2 players. We've just seen FTTech knocked out, obviously, by Rafsou. Both of those players showing that they're playing at their best possible level. Your ex-Barcelona champion, as we see, he's now out. But then again, Rafsou, he's just taken him out. So it's going to be fantastic preparation for this game. But now we're going to see Sakul on the attack again. Well defended, though, by KevinAssia. And we haven't really seen too much offensively at the moment, to be honest, from KevinAssia. It's just been a case of him trying to be honest, keep Sakul out, who's just been swarming forward.
Curious about the mental state of KevinAssia. He's got his cap on his head. He's looking focused, but you never know what's going on in the inside of the head. You never know. He might be stressed after the early goal Sakul scored.
Ronaldo now brings the ball forward again. He's going to find Cristiano Ronaldo, though, but Paolo Maldini steps in, prime icon showing his worth again, and interesting to see, obviously, with that Kyle Walker card being pretty much a guaranteed slot in for a lot of people at that right back spot. We have seen that Rio Ferdinand sort of creep back into a few teams just to give that full chemistry to Kyle Walker.
Absolutely.
Over Paolo Maldini, and now we're going to see another attack, potential counter-attack here for Sakul as he brings the ball away with Ronaldinho. Fires that one into Cristiano Ronaldo, but again, Maldini showing his worth and stepping in.
That was a tackle of huge importance, Mark. So much space on the left side of the pitch for Sakul. He couldn't get it there. Such an important tackle for Kid Mamito, who's on the attack right now with, again, Kyle Walker, as you said, in everybody's team. Nearly everyone uses Kyle Walker, team of the season, but it's Sakul now. Counter-attack, maybe.
Has he got the pace to beat the man? What a tackle from Paolo Maldini. Oh, 3 times already in this game, he's shown how good he can be, and I mean, that was a straight foot race there. He had to make that tackle because you knew Cristiano Ronaldo was just going to steam away from him.
Yeah, but Mamito having trouble. Looks like he's given away a lot of space in his own defense, which means he's got much up front. Many players, you can see, he's got those 2 strikers, but it looks like he's got 4 strikers. Hey!
Rebound, Vieira though. Vieira steps up now. So many important goals have been scored by that man through the tournament so far, and he managed to soak up that pressure, and now Kid Mamito gets back on level terms, and it's Patrick Vieira who does it for him.
Another rebound goal, just like we saw in the Rafsou and Tex game. Patrick Vieira does it, and as you can see, Kid Mamito had his 2 central strikers up front, but also his left and right midfielder were all the way up front, all the way. It looked like he had 4 strikers. Vieira also very high on the pitch, just like Hullet. A lot of pressure. Mamito gets his quick equalizer.
Here we go then. Every single player at the moment who is left in the tournament, of course, is of incredibly high quality from all over the world. Of North America and Germany once again represented here in this game. Do or die though for all of these players. That's why you're seeing such stern faces, so much pressure, so many nerves. Win and you get through to the eWorld Cup final. Lose, quite simply, you're going home empty-handed.
That's right. They don't have anything yet. Getting to that round of 32, it's a great performance. We have to say that. Hey, is this
penalty?
No penalty kick.
Referee decides not to give that decision. Marcelo, heavy-handed tackle there, to be honest with you. Not sure how much contact was made with the ball. However, the referee, as we say, does let that one go. But another talking point in what has been a very interesting first half.
Very eventful. And again, I'm curious for the heartbeats. Suarez offside.
Suarez offside, but interesting. Let's talk a little bit about this. ChuBoi was talking about it on the touchscreen, saying, obviously, Mamito choosing, loving that team of the season Suarez card that much. His physicality, what he offers in an attacking sense, that he slotted him in on that right-hand side. What are your thoughts on that?
It's a very, very interesting point of view. Suarez doesn't have the top speed you normally want to have with your wingers. But, I mean, it's a great argument, isn't it? His physical strength, his shooting qualities, of course, everybody knows. 4-star skill moves, I think 4-star weak foot, all perfect. So, yeah, I understand what ChuBoi was saying, absolutely.
Free kick going to be given here as we are approaching half-time here in this qualification match. Mamito and Sakul tied up at 1-1 at the moment.
We have to say, after Sakul's very quick opening goal, we haven't seen much of him in attacking sense.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that Kid Mamito's really grown into this game, to be honest, and when he has got in and around that box, has looked the more dangerous. I mean, the pass into Ronaldo for the goal just before it was rebounded back to Vieira, fantastic vision to find that one, and he has looked more dangerous.
Yeah, Mamito, that's the way I see it. Mamito rewarded for his more attacking play style after he was trailing 1-0. And for now, defending Ronaldinho.
One thing though, if you can see the goal just before half-time, he can just knock that confidence, can sort of knock the wind out of you a little bit, but that free kick's going to stop any potential attack coming in from Sakul to maybe wrestle away that lead just before we do go into the half-time break.
There it is. Something that's, I mean, catching the eye is, whoa, look at that. It was really eventful, but only 2 shots from Mamito, only 1 shot for Sakul.
Very, very true, and 57% possession to the man on the left-hand side of your screen.
He looks so calm, Kid Mamito.
They both do, though. They both look ice cold at the moment, in my opinion. I mean, A little scratch to the face, but we can't absolutely overanalyze absolutely everything these guys are doing. We could be here forever making stuff up. But as you say, the pressure, considering the pressure that is on in this game, both players, to be honest with you, look pretty calm to me.
Absolutely. Something that's like catching my eye. Sakul is playing without his headset on. He's playing without earplugs in. He is just playing with background noise of the huge room, the huge studios we're in. We don't see many players do that.
It's a comfort thing. It's a comfort thing for some players. You know, they want to feel as close to playing as home as they can sometimes. You know, if they're in that comfort zone, take themselves out of the LAN environment. It might be a case of he wants to be totally immersed in the LAN environment, you know, wants to hear the crowd, wants to hear everyone in his ears. And now it's Sakul on the attack again. He got a goal at the start of the first half. Can he get one at the start of the second? Ronaldo out of his feet, tries to hit that one on the turn. However, Neymar of all players is the person getting back and getting in the way of that one.
I think MegaBit's given Neymar the instruction to get back on defense when he doesn't have the ball. Absolutely of vital importance what Neymar did there in the own box.
Well, it now brings this one away. Strong start to this second half here from Sakul.
Absolutely.
Ronaldinho now cutting inside. You can see the overlapping run, but does not use that. He's going to have a man over. He finds Messi, but what a tackle, referee. Decides not to give it. Strong tackle again for Ramos. Obviously got enough of the ball there.
Great defending skills from MegaBit. He, it was hard to put the sliding tackle there. You have to, you know, some players wouldn't do it. Some players would be afraid to do it.
Especially with Lionel Messi, you know, winding up that left foot. Speaking of which, Messi's trying to wrestle his way into the box again. Kyle Walker showing that physicality to push him off the ball, but the attack still goes here. Marcelo bursts into the box as a man free at the back post.
What a goal! Ronaldinho on the volley. Total freedom for Ronaldinho. The far post. It's Marcelo's cross. Haven't we seen Marcelo give vital assists in Champions League finals? In a Champions League final, it feels like for Sakul as well.
Yeah, Ronaldinho had slightly less to do than Gareth Bale did midweek. However, he did it effectively. He now gives Sakul a 2-1 lead here in our first leg.
And again, just like in the first half, Sakul takes the lead very early in the half of play. Can MegaBit respond to that the way he did in the first half?
Very similar pattern of play here. We see Mia trying to answer back straight away. However, well defended again here by Sakul, and now he's bringing the ball away. Ronaldinho, again, not a player that we see in a lot of starting lineups at the moment. Usually see him sort of that super sub. However, now he's going to be pushing through. Oh, great touch there from Kyle Walker, and some confident play, we'll call that, at the back there from MegaBit. It's one of those ones you really don't want to see go wrong.
Was it confident? Was it risky? I don't know.
I'm going
but again,
confident.
After the goal, again, we see MegaBit put much more pressure on Sakul than when they're drawing. Immediate attacking tactics.
Through. Has to be a goal, and it is a goal. Sakul with the third goal of the game now. He's up by 3-1, and it's the man from Portugal, CR7, Cristiano Ronaldo, who drives that one in low across David De Gea.
Oh, and Sakul is so cool-headed. I think he scored with every shot he's had on target, Mark.
Sakul, so cool. You said it yourself. There's something in that for me.
Sakul.
In front of goal. He's looked deadly. Every time he's had the opportunity, he has taken them.
Sakul. Great. 3-1 to him, 3-1 to the German again. Can we even be surprised? No, we shouldn't be surprised. All Germans are performing in this round of 32. Here's MegaBit though.
Big chance there. David De Gea gets down smartly to get a block on that one. Would have been a great response there from MegaBit. However, it wasn't to be. We do have to remember here, Koen, that obviously it's only the first leg at the moment. He's down by 2 goals. If he can just nip one back here, then he gives himself a huge opportunity going into that second leg. The one thing he cannot afford to do here is concede another, because at that point, the second leg just becomes a massive, massive task for him.
Absolutely. We've seen MegaBit switching from balance to attacking play. He wants to get that second goal for him. He doesn't want to wait until the second leg starts. A little impatient? Maybe. But I think MegaBit shows he's a player with courage.
Ronaldo now twisting and turning, finds a way past 2, finds the ball into the box. Maldini with the tackle again. And for me, really has been the standout player, to be honest, on the pitch.
Maldini.
As far as Sakul was concerned.
Yeah, as well as MegaBit as well. In that first half, it was MegaBit's Maldini with some tackles of vital importance. Wow, Marcelo, so strong.
Showing that he can do it both ends. It was Sakul's Marcelo, who put in that cross for Ronaldinho's goal, and now it's Mamito's Marcelo who's doing the defensive work as well. Lovely little 5-star combo there from Ronaldinho. Beautiful little move here. Ronaldo on the edge of the box. However, and again, it's Marcelo who makes that tackle and turns possession back over.
Might have even shot with his left foot. R9 there. We've seen so many goals today by R9 with that left foot. 5-star weak foot, as we all know. 3 goals we saw being scored by, I think it was Aero. Was it Aero? It was Alekzandur, the American. 3 goals in succession with R9 with the left foot. That was him. Sakul didn't shoot with
Great
that,
turn from Ronaldo there. Sorry to cut you off there, Kuhn, but
no worries.
Looked like a chance was starting to develop. And again, it's just been all Sakul so far in this second half. You can see he's almost toying with his opponent at the moment. It's just sort of watching a cat with a ball of wool at the moment, just playing around and doing exactly what he wants. And for me, he's had absolutely no momentum in this second half and really does be struggling just to find his rhythm.
Yeah, he's giving, Sakul is giving Kid Mamito things to think about. Maybe he should change his tactics. Maybe he should change Suarez on that right side of the pitch. We haven't literally seen Suarez on the ball.
Yeah, so far he's been pretty ineffectual on that right-hand side. Pull it now, trying to wriggle and find some space, but again, just gives the ball away. Does win it back, however. Suarez now on the ball. Can he spark something here? Can he be the catalyst?
Vieira, not the man you want in shooting positions. R9, Marcelo.
Finds it back to R9, but David De Gea gets down.
Great, important save for Sakul. 3-1 up, 2 minutes left in this first leg in this round of 32. Mark, the round of 32, the most important round of all.
Most important round of this entire competition, to be honest with you. Messi bursting down the left-hand side. Is that ball going to drop to a striker in the box? It isn't. It looks like it's going to be cleared away here. De Gea will pick that one up, and now we are into added time at the end of our first leg.
Is Mamito going to try and get one last attack? Maybe get his second goal. No, he's not. And now he needs to be warned. Sakul can get his 4th.
Yeah, this is the last thing he needs right now. Luckily, Mamito makes the tackle, and that is going to be the end of the first leg here in the round of 32. And the man on your screen, Sakul from Germany, is up by 3-1. Goals at the start of both halves there, which really were the difference makers.
Comfortable lead for the German. As you could see on the screen, 4 shots, 3 goals. That's what we call effectiveness.
Effective and efficient.
Effective and efficient.
And that is exactly what the German players have been so far in this tournament. When they have their chances, they've been up there with the best at taking them. It only is 1 or 2 chances, as we saw in those stats. And a 3-1 scoreline with that lower chance creation opportunity in the game, I mean, that pretty much sums up exactly what the point I'm trying to make.
That's what it's all about in this game. We saw MegaBit win 4-2 versus IX Joey earlier. IX Joey missing a lot of opportunities, missing so many chances. MegaBit was so deadly effective.
It really was. Now, as we can see, both players, time to reset here. Have a little think about things. I mean, what does Mamito got to do coming into this second leg? Obviously, he needs these 2 goals. Does he have to start off more aggressively? And will we see that Suarez on the right-hand side again? Because to be honest with me, as you were saying, I don't think he was too effective in that formation.
No, and that's what I'm curious about. I'm very curious if Mamito will change his formation, the formation that got him here after Swiss format. Looks like he's going for 4-3-3. Can't believe that. Suarez as the central attacking midfielder.
He's kept him in there.
He has kept him in there.
He's kept him in there. He obviously likes him that much. It'll be Vieira, Hurley, and Suarez in the midfield. And then on the right-hand side,
I still wonder if
he's of Neymar.
Sorry. I still wonder if this really is the formation he's going to use in-game, though. He might just use this formation for chemistry. Obviously, Suarez is a central card. He will not put him on the right side of the midfield before game. We'll be on 6 or 7 chemistry then. I think he might still change to that 4-4-2.
I'm going to have to see exactly how this develops. But as you can see, we're loading into our second leg now. The man on your screen has got to make things happen. Otherwise, he will be flying home after this game. Man on your screen, he's got one hand on one of those beautiful scarves we've given out for qualification to our eWorld Cup final. Where's your money?
Where's your money? Well, right now it's with Sakul. He's 2 goals up front. Comfortable lead. Ronaldinho, we haven't even zoomed in on the Ronaldinho choice that much. It's pretty surprising, to be fair. You've got that 97 rated Neymar in the game now, that player of the year in the French league, Neymar, 97 rated. I would say he's a better card than Ronaldinho's prime.
Yeah, I have to agree. 5-star weak foot, 5-star skills. Absolutely got everything
Nothing
going for
wrong
him.
with that.
Unbelievable stats across the board. And
physically stronger as well.
Physically stronger. As you're saying, it looks like it's actually KevinAssia who will change to that 4-4-2. We'll have Suarez on that right-hand side. So just like you were expecting, a little formation change in-game immediately. Let's see if Luis Suarez can make the difference from in this game.
You could say it's stubborn. You could say he's just sticking to his own patterns that got him here. They got him to the round of 32, the 32 best players on Xbox in the world. 20 million people tried to get here.
Big chance early on, great strike. De Gea gets up to his right-hand side.
Wow.
Gets a strong hand on that one, but this is the kind of start that KevinAssia did need.
Absolutely.
Early opportunity, good strike on goal. Can he convert something from this corner now with Marcelo?
First half in that first leg was a good one from KevinAssia as well. We should not forget that. KevinAssia played very well in that first half. Sakul was nowhere to be seen. Here's KevinAssia again.
Can he turn? Yes, he can. Ronaldo gives him exactly the start he would have wanted. See is the words coming out of his mouth. He's up by 1. Threads it through the legs of Sergio Ramos.
Absolutely. He finds Cristiano Ronaldo in the box, and that's when you know he can turn to his left, turn to his right. You don't even know what he's going to do. He can shoot from standing still, and that's what he does. Through the legs of Sergio Ramos. 1-0. The early goal KevinAssia needs, the early goal Sakul got in the first game, is now for Mimito.
If you're just joining us, of course, this is the second leg. This is a qualification game. You win, we will see you in London. If you lose, you will be going home. It is as simple as that. The aggregate score, as you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen, 3-2 to the German at the moment, Sakul. But with a quick goal at the start of this game, momentum very much with KevinAssia. As you can see, he's building another attack here. Hullet now pushing forward.
I must say, this is definitely one of the most interesting round of 32 games we have seen so far. Nothing to separate them. Yeah, 1 goal at the moment, but you just asked me, where's your money at? It could just as well be with Mimito now. Here's Sakul though.
Huge chance, Ronaldo's through. Tries to lay it across, looks for the extra pass. But you have to feel on that left foot. We've seen how good it is. It's 5-star weak foot. Maybe take the strike there.
Yeah, he might have. He should have maybe. 4 shots in that first game for Sakul, 5 shots for Mimito, but we've already seen 4 or 5 shots in total in the first 15 minutes of this second game.
Yeah, this game really has opened up in comparison to that first leg.
KevinAssia, he's got still hope. Of course, he's still got hope. Only 1 goal is what he needs to get him back in this game, to get him back on track for London, for the scarf.
Ronaldo turns inside now. Hullet fires the ball in. Almost found Neymar on that left-hand side. However, the last second, the interception was made. I want to see Ronaldinho bringing this one away, and it looks like an attack forming down the right-hand side here for Sakul. Starts to keep possession into Vieira now, and Vieira just brings it forward to find Cristiano Ronaldo, and a goal at this point really would just take the sting out of this tie here for Sakul. If you can just get on level terms, that 2-goal cushion could be huge. Messi with a tight dribbling around the edge of the box to Vieira now. Strike from Ronaldo, it's going to fall to Messi, and that is exactly what's happened.
Oh, such an important goal for Sakul now. Gives him that 2-0 lead, or that 2-goal lead again. A rebound, and it's Lionel Messi. He's there, of course, he's there always.
And that's why it's so important to take those strikes on goal. You've got those players in and around the box. If you're hitting it around that 18-yard box, there's always the chance that it's going to fall to one of those on-rushing players. And Lionel Messi ties up this game, but most importantly, restores that 2-goal advantage here to Sakul, the man from Germany.
We have talked about the Germans a lot. We have talked about them doing very, very well, getting to Amsterdam with 10 of them. We've talked about 7 of them making it to the round of 32. We haven't discussed the Americans that much yet, where we should, because the Americans got here with 7 as well. Very well represented. 5 of them made it to the round of 32, where we're at now. 5 of them. And Fiddle is out. That's what we know. PSG Fiddle is out. He got knocked out by Razak, a German again. Alekzandur, he is to London. Can Mimito do it though? The winner of the MLS Cup. Let's not forget where he came from.
Ronaldo weaving some magic here. Finds the Brazilian namesake. De Gea decides to sort of flat punch that one away. Technique maybe being questioned there. However, effective enough to keep the ball away. Now we're going to see KevinAssia again on the attack now. Down by 2 on aggregate, 4-2 on aggregate, 2 Sakul.
Sakul, so well focused, so strong. Mentally, it seems. It's like we're watching 2 photos again, but they are sitting there, live, here in Amsterdam.
We promise you
We promise you
there's
that.
a live shot of both of these players. You can see keeping me a little shake of the head there, but he does get possession back now. Can he make one of these attacks count? You can see players sitting really deep at this point for Sakul. He has that 2-goal advantage. Doesn't need to overcommit, can play on the counter-attack now.
Yeah, he can. He can do 2 things. He can keep possession for as long as he wants, or he can play like Real Madrid, counter-attack as fast as you can, get to the goal of Mimito. Mimito, who's given away more space every minute, every single minute. More space opens up for Sakul to possibly enlarge in his lead.
Coming up towards the 40-minute mark in this game.
Ramos.
Half-time just round the corner here for Kid Mimito as well. Maybe have to think about some changes around that sort of 60-minute mark, maybe. 2 goals. Last thing he wants to be doing, like we mentioned in the last game, if he concedes another, I mean, this tie is pretty much done. Needs to get this next goal. Does he have the magic in the locker to make it happen? Ramos now fires the ball into Neymar. Neymar with the dribbling around the box.
That was Ronaldo.
What a tackle, though, from Vieira.
Here's Messi now for Sakul. Oh, Sakul loses the ball really fast. 5 minutes before the end of the first half. If Mimito could get his goal in these 5 minutes, everything's up for grabs for both of them.
Oh, Suarez gives the ball away there, bounces away, and look at this. The opportunity to potentially finish this off. Ronaldo, does he choose the right option? Decides to cut back, all the players swarming back, and no, he cannot take advantage of what was a golden opportunity.
Wow, there was so much space for Sakul. I think he just didn't have the courage to go on and sprint. He was waiting for his other strikers to connect, but waited for too long. Could have taken the shot, but didn't.
Should have taken the shot there.
Mimito's still alive.
As you say, very much still alive. Half-time whistle should be going very soon, and there it is. Very relaxed man there in your screen. He knows that he's got this in his hands.
Mimito has to make changes. We can see his custom tactics now. Much more pressure. 85 pressure, 73 aggression. The aggression stat, it says how much pressure your second man will give, will put on the ball.
And interesting to see one change there. Team of the season, Luis Suarez, going to be taken off. Team of the season, Lozano, going to be brought on.
Wow.
We've known all about how good that 84 rated Lozano has been. Can the 89 rated team of the season be the difference maker? Can he be the hero here? For the man from America?
Lozano, the man playing in the Netherlands, of course. Lozano, probably Mimito's amigo. Will he be his amigo after this game? Luis Suarez, his other amigo. He's taken him off finally, we can say. We haven't seen Suarez in neither of the legs.
He really has been a ghost, to be honest with you, on that right-hand side, and been able to get involved. And interesting to see that, obviously, ChuBoi highlighting that before the game. Would that be something, would that be a factor that plays into this tie?
Maybe Sakul has seen ChuBoi's analysis.
Great drag back. Ronaldo! Finds the space, and more importantly, finds the finish.
Wow. That's a great goal. Cristiano Ronaldo with the skill. It's the drag back to his left foot, not the foot you would Cristiano Ronaldo expect to shoot with, maybe. But of course, 4 stars is enough. He's got that left foot. He can shoot. He can score. Cristiano Ronaldo, especially his team of the season version.
Huge goal. 51 minutes just inside the second half, and that is now a 3-goal lead on aggregate to the German. One hand on the scarf, you have to say at this point.
Yeah, we might write his name down with pencil, we would say.
Ronaldo, though, oh, David De Gea found an extra few inches on his fingers there just to push that one away.
Very curious. Mimito needs 3 goals now. 3 goals to equalize on aggregate. Lozano, can we see the little Mexican score for him? He's having many people up front now. He has to.
Yeah, he has to at this point. You know, down by 3. I mean, if you concede another one at this point, it doesn't really change the game too much. You know, he has to score. He has to score next if he wants any real opportunity of getting back into this tie. And you can see, now you're going to see a lot of the play being switched by the German, by Sakul, just stretching that defense with that extra aggression and pressure on. It's just going to create gaps at the back. And if he chooses to attack, it's going to be easy to exploit that space.
Yeah, he can be patient now. He doesn't need to go anywhere, does he? Just keep the ball. Doesn't play that counter-attack playing style anymore. He will just hold on to the ball as soon as he gets it. Mamito, the other way around. Mamito doesn't know how to get to the box of his opponent, of Sakul. He doesn't know how soon he can get there. Wants to get there ASAP every time he's on the ball. 30 minutes left though. That's not much for Mamito to score 3 goals.
No, 30 minutes really isn't a lot of time here.
Unfortunately,
he could well do it, as we said. Funnier things have happened, but has to score soon. And Hullet picking the ball up there is going to create an opportunity. It's 3v3 here. You see Lozano is 3 in the middle. Can the Mexican get there?
What's that?
Speechless.
What is that?
Absolutely speechless.
Nerves. I think he wanted to do a fake shot. There's no other explanation for that. Now, on the other side of the pitch.
Not like this. Ronaldo! It's going to end the tie.
Sakul.
From one end to the other.
Wow, we are both speechless. For seconds, we didn't know what to say. It was the chance for Irving Lozano to get Mamito back in the game. He would have had 25 minutes for 2 goals. Because obviously, a shot with Lozano was going to be a goal. He didn't shoot. He was trying to do the fake shot, I think. That's the button he pressed. He pressed the A button on Xbox. On the other side of the pitch, Sakul does it.
I am speechless. It's one of those situations that he's never going to want to see again. It's, you know, Lozano clean through on goal at one end, has a fantastic opportunity. Unfortunately, the back heel comes out. And then straight up the other end, Sakul pretty much puts this tie to bed. He's up by 4 on aggregate. After seeing the mistake made in his own box, he makes absolutely no mistake at the other end. And it looks at this point like there's going to be a lot of German passports coming out once again on their way to London.
Absolutely. And it's looking like Mamito, the winner of the MLS Cup in Northern America. It looks like he is going home without a scarf, without his spot in London, after beating, amongst others, Craftsy, after beating Marcus, beating Kurt in the Swiss format. He beat Kurt in the Swiss format. Kurt got his scarf. Kip Mamito is not going to get his scarf.
Poor Marcelo. I want to see a replay of this. He went about 6 feet up in the air, but as you say, Kip Mamito looks like he will not be getting his scarf there. So Marcelo's okay to play on. Feared for him for a moment there. Vieira now.
Mamito played such a great tournament, winning 5 games in the Swiss format. No goal here. He won 5 of his games in the Swiss format, losing his 7th. Otherwise, would have won 6. He won 5. Sakul, as we said, having trouble in that Swiss format on survival day. He had trouble.
The first time we've seen it though. We've seen in the last game. You know, we talked about some of the players we've seen already today. Rafsou beating F2 Tex, who had a great performance in the Swiss format. Here he went 6-1. Rafsou just 4-3, just about make it. Look at Envy Aero, just scraped through the entire day. And I mean, it just seems like at the moment you can't really take too much away from those performances in the Swiss format. It's all about when it comes down to it. When it comes down to crunch time, do you have the minerals to book your place in London?
We've said it before, it's all about qualification day. Survival day is for surviving. You don't have anything yet. It's all about qualification day. Sakul, he can put his eyes on seeding day tomorrow. That's where he will be. He will be amongst the last 16, the best 16 Xbox players worldwide this year in FIFA 18.
Well, that's a great thing to add next to your name, of course. He will want us to go deep into this tournament as well. We won't be happy just with that qualification spot. As we say today, that's what it's all about getting to London. However, we of course have a trophy to give away. We have that. Arguably, if you win that, you know, people will be saying you're the favorite, one of the favorites going into the finals. Now we're going to see Ronaldinho in the box. Looking for a little bit of fanciness with a little El Tornado around the edge of the box there, but
oh, you're absolutely right. I mean,
it's showboat time, isn't it?
The console winner of this tournament here in Amsterdam of the Global Series playoffs, the console winner of Xbox is going to be the favorite in London. We won't have a console final between Xbox and PS4. We won't have the grand final here in Amsterdam. No trophy physically, but of course, the winner of this Xbox console final here in Amsterdam will be the favorite in London.
Just 5 minutes left of regulation time in this one. It's been done for a while, though. I want to ask your opinion. You know, what in your opinion, is really making these German players so effective here on FIFA 18? Was there anything in particular they're doing differently to everyone else?
I don't think the Germans stand out for using skill moves or for the videos we all see on YouTube and Instagram of EA Sports FIFA. It's not the goals of the German players we see very often. It's their, how do you say that? They're just stable. They just don't lose. They will win. They will score. Benedict Salzer is also one of them. You never think he is one of the best players, like the skill moves and attacking play, but he always wins. He isn't here, but he always wins. The German always win.
Ronaldo through here. As you can see, might be a chance to put the nail in the coffin, and that's exactly what happens. Sakul makes it 4-1.
He is so effective. He just knows how to score. Isn't the game about that? It absolutely is. 7 goals to 2. I mean, we cannot say he hasn't deserved it.
I'm still looking back on that Lozano moment.
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean, we talk about moments in games, in ties, across 2 legs that can change things. Yes, it would have only been a 2-goal lead. You know, it's ifs and buts. You know, hindsight's 20/20, but you have to wonder how it affected the confidence as well. If that goal goes in there, it could well have been a different game. To go up the other end and then score, and then, as you say, he's been forced to try and get back into this one, and you're going to leave gaps. 4-1, 7-2 on aggregate, and that is going to be it. We're going to have another German going to London to the eWorld Cup final. Congratulations to the man on your screen right now, Sakul. Very well deserved.
Absolutely. I think many Germans are booking their plane tickets to London for August, won't they? So many favorites from Germany to celebrate.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of Germans turning up in London. They'll be coming over, they'll be having a good time, but they'll also be supporting each other because there's so many of them coming over at the moment, making those qualification spots that it's looking a little bit top-heavy as far as nationalities are concerned right now. You talked about how many players came in with German nationality into this tournament. They're all progressing at the moment. Everyone that's had one of these elimination games has performed.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've seen Rasek beat Fiddle. That was another German-American round of 32 game. Rasek won it, MegaBit won it, and now, of course, Sakul's won it. Over to Spencer, he's with Sakul.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with the big German that is Sakul. This is for you, you've earned it, you've got a scarf. How do you feel?
I'm very happy to be under the top 16 on Xbox. Yeah, I'm very happy.
You're going to London for the World Cup final. What do you think? Do you think you can win it?
We will look. The best player be there, and yeah, we will look. I hope, but the best player will win.
You're very good players. What about this tournament here in Amsterdam? Do you think you can win this?
Maybe. I think I play tomorrow against MegaBit. He's a very good player also, and it's a hard next match. Then we will look.
Okay, excellent work, Sakul. Well done. You made it to London. Going to go back to Kuhn and Mark now.
Thank you, Spencer. A happy man. A relieved man, in my opinion. That's exactly what I took away from that. It's just sort of, I've done it. I've done what I've came here to do, and now I can enjoy the tournament a little bit.
Obviously, he was one of the favorites early in the season after crushing that Barcelona tournament 7-0 in the Swiss format. He was one of the favorites very early on, but you still have to do it. So many favorites don't make it to London. He has made it.
Yeah, it's very, very true. We're going to be moving into our next matchup now, and it's going to be one that's going to have a lot of interest as far as the Canadian eyes are concerned. And surprise, surprise, on the other side of things, the German community are going to be watching as well. It's going to be Goal Machine, one of the standout performances this season, taking on FUTWIZ Dubzje. And as you can see here on aggregate at the moment, Goal Machine's up by 4-2.
Wow, what a surprise for us. There's a German player, and he's not leading the game.
Yeah, it's genuinely a shock. What isn't shocking is the fact that Goal Machine, again, putting in a fantastic performance. There's only half an hour or so left in this game as well, and he's up by 2 and up by 3-1 in this game. Goal Machine, of course, playing in the white and the blue. So at the moment, we could see our first German crashing out of the tournament.
Yeah, possibly. But of course, Goal Machine having a great tournament here at Amsterdam after qualifying from Manchester, the Manchester playoffs. That's how he got here in Amsterdam. Of course, great tournament for him as well. Beating Dragon, beating Fiddle, beating Tim Latka, and beating Ajax Joey, all in that Swiss format survival day. Now he's here. Looks like he's securing his spot for London as well.
Yeah, he's trying his best to do that. one of the breakout players this season, without a doubt. Obviously announced himself to the world when he did take down Gorilla, knock Gorilla out of the tournament. Just a month or so ago, a fantastic performance there. Really did sort of announce himself to the world, so to speak. And ever since then, everyone's been talking about him. And absolutely rightly, a very attacking player. When I spoke to him in Orlando, had the pleasure of sort of catching up with him a little bit at the Gfinity Spring Cup, and talked about how he loves to have that left back and right back with great on the ball stats, loves to attack with them, but sometimes Dubs leave those gaps at the moment, but he just backs himself to create opportunities before he gets broken.
Yeah, Dubs came here by securing a spot at the ESWC in Paris, obviously, and he is trailing. He's in possession now with Vieira. Goretzka, of course, the man from Germany. Oh.
Opportunity there for Dubzje, couldn't make it count though. Human Sun trying to find the ball through again. Lots of attacking players, as you would expect on the pitch at the moment for the German, but his goal machine, he's holding strong at the moment. Something that he said himself he needed to work on was his defensive abilities, and he's going to be tested here because, of course, he's up by 2. All the pressure's going to be coming in from Dubzje. Goal machine going to have to hold out here.
Absolutely. Dubzje having trouble in Amsterdam. Survival day for him. 4 wins, 3 losses. So it might not be a huge surprise if he goes out, because everyone with just 4 wins out of the Swiss format isn't particularly a favorite in this round of 32. He lost against Remy Martin, lost against AJAX DANI, lost against DENNUZZO. But of course, he is here. 50 minutes left, that's not much for 2 goals.
Not a lot to work with here, and if you're just watching Goal Machine for the first time, one thing that I love watching about this player is he uses the players that he's comfortable with it from home. He has Dennis Bergkamp, he plays him as centre mid. It's something that you won't see any other pro using.
That's
he's
amazing.
Just comfortable with him, and you have to commend that. He doesn't change his mentality coming into these tournaments. He knows what he likes, he knows what he's comfortable with, he knows what these players can do, and now it's going to be Dennis Bergkamp with a beautiful ball over the top here. Lionel Messi bursting away, maybe looking to put an exclamation point on what is looking like another win for the Goal Machine.
Absolutely. 8 minutes left. Dubzje needs to hurry, but another great tackle by Goal Machine. Great, amazing fact that he's playing with Dennis Bergkamp. He must be the only one in the tournament using Dennis Bergkamp. Great player, of course, former Ajax, Arsenal, Internationale 1 year, I think, but especially Arsenal, of course. He's going off. He's coming off. I think it's Leroy Sané coming on the pitch for him.
Yeah, I was going to say, another thing the Goal Machine likes to do, we talk about those players he likes, he knows. He won't go for that team of the season Suarez. He won't go for that team of the season Aguero that you might, you know, with the new cards that are coming out.
He won't go for the highest ratings.
Exactly, he'll bring on Sané, players he's comfortable with. Salah, we saw the player who scored the goal to knock Gorilla out. Lozano, I mean, one of those players that a lot of players maybe wouldn't have used back in those tournaments, and now you're going to see him bring them on because he's comfortable with them, and it's a great example of maybe some people who are at home or some people who come to LAN tournaments and don't advance too far. They get caught up, obviously, here on these EA accounts. They have access to every single player in the game that are available up to this point.
I love that.
It's still about being comfortable. It's still about playing your own game.
I love that. It shows he thinks about what he's doing as well. You could just go for the stats. He doesn't. He actually trains. He tests players, wants to know how do they feel. Do I use them well? Almost his 4th goal in this leg, 5th goal in total. I don't think he will need it. He's in possession once again. Oh, this is a huge mistake.
Little mistake here. Pele picks the ball up. You can see the run being made by Ronaldo. It's Human Son, but a big tackle from Sergio Ramos.
That was the final opportunity for Dubzje to make something of this round of 32 match. He gets another one. No, he's not. He's not. This is over for Dubzje. He's not going to score 2 goals in these last 2 minutes. And I think Goal Machine is going to score his 5th goal. No, he isn't either.
Risky business here. De Gea does manage to pick it up. Goal Machine won't hurt him too much. Just say, if the game's at 0-0 and he misses that opportunity, he's going to be screaming. But 3-1 up, 4-2 up on aggregate as we enter extra time here at the end of the second half. Might be an opportunity here. However, Maldini slides in, gets the ball away. It's going to be a North American, the man from Canada, who looks like he's going to be booking his place into London. It's a long flight, but it's certainly going to be worth it for that man.
Absolutely. Qualified through Manchester, the Manchester playoffs. That's how he got here, and he's making it through to London. Dubzje is out, a German player out of the round of 32.
Unbelievable to see. Congratulations to that man, Goal Machine. A new name coming into this season. Now he's a household one. He's qualified for the eWorld Cup finals in August 2nd to 4th. He'll be there representing North America. ChuBoi is going to be dancing again. Here are some of the replays that we saw from this last game.
Yes, we haven't seen much of this game ourselves, as obviously we were focusing on the game between Sakul and Mimito. Great goal in the top corner. That's Bergkamp. Great goal from Bergkamp. That's how we pass over to Spencer.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the Canadian Goal Machine who's lived up to his name. He's earned a spot in London. There's your scarf, pal. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm excited. It's my first time at the playoffs, and I made the eWorld Cup, which is pretty great. So, yeah.
We chatted a bit earlier, didn't we? And you said you were feeling really good and you were confident.
Yeah.
What is it that's made you feel that way?
I feel I started this day off really great, playing a different play style with a lot of possession, but I still create a lot of chances while holding the ball. So I feel it's a great way to play.
Okay, well, you're in London, you're in the World Cup, but here in Amsterdam, do you know who you've got next? You've got a rematch against that man, Gorilla, who you beat last time in Manchester. Are you going to do it again?
I mean, I'll try my best, but we'll see what happens. He's a great player, and I feel I'm almost on his level, but we'll see what happens.
Well, you've got another chance to prove it. But right now, we're going to hear from Gorilla and see what he said after we gave him his scarf earlier on.
Yeah, it feels amazing to qualify for the FAWC Grand Finals. Obviously, winning it last year, I wanted to be there again to defend my title. Didn't have the best of days today. First day I went 5-0. Unfortunately, finished 5-2. But I had to recoup and focus. And obviously, we won against Janoz. But yeah, it's a relief to know that I've qualified.
Great moments are born from great opportunities.
Passion, love, heart. Nobody has that. Ninguno de nosotros es tan importante como todos nosotros juntos.
They told us that soccer wasn't our thing. Are we gonna believe it?
Cada vez que dijeron que no podíamos, pudimos. Cada vez que nos subestimaron, dimos un batacazo. 我们第二赢这场比赛啊，加油啊！
Hoy, pero no caminaron solos. Está el viejo, la vieja, el tío.
Niemand denkt an den letzten Champion. Jeder denkt an den nächsten. Also lasst uns verteidigen, was uns so viel gekostet hat.
Jouer avec le cœur. OK? Ton cœur. Ton cœur.
Vamos, viejo! Some the best game!
We got this.
El fútbol es la vida.
Benny McCarthy, the football player, is completely gone now. And this is Benny McCarthy, the coach. I might not be proud of some things that I've done in my younger life, but I am extremely proud of the person that I become. I'm not there yet, but I'm moving in the right direction. Work your socks off for what you want. Hard work does pay off.
You would only think about the game. Like, you don't even recognize what's around you. Got a crowd around you watching all your movements. It's pretty wicked to be here.
I would say at the moment Messi is the better player than Ronaldo.
To become a professional FIFA player, you need a good mentality,
Hard work, sacrifice. At the end of the day, it's worth it.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Welcome back, everyone, to Amsterdam, where we are nearing the end of day 2, which we are calling Qualification Day. I am Jimmy Conrad. I've got the best seat in the house. But so do these three fellas next to me. We got T-Mox, Mike LaBelle, and Salzor, also Timo and Benedict. Guys, incredible scene so far. Have you been surprised by any of the results?
Well, I'm not really surprised. I think every player who has been the favorite for this matchup won in the end. We saw MegaBit, we saw Tim Latka against Kurt, we saw Rafsou against Tex, which was quite a close match, I can say. But yeah, I think everyone who I thought would win did win in the end.
Well, then we should go hang out because you seem to have everybody picked right. How about you, Benedict? Anything that surprised you so far?
Not really, but especially the game from Sakul at the end, where you win against the EMS champ, was unbelievable, I think. And yeah, goal machine. It's got many goals against Dubzje. It was a really cool game to watch, and yeah, I'm now looking forward to the next games, and yeah, we will see who will be qualified for the grand
FIFA
final.
eWorld Cup, yeah, it's going to be fantastic. Very exciting. Now, Mike, you've got something special for us on the Champions channel. You're going to break down one of Gorilla's goals against Janoz. Take us through this.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely fair to highlight Gorilla's attacking capabilities. This is a good example versus Janoz. As you can see on screen here, we are on the Champions channel, which allows you to review all the gameplay from the Weekend League and basically all the top players.
I love the Champions channel.
Yeah,
Continue.
it's great. It's a good addition to FIFA Ultimate Team. And what you're going to see here is a typical Gorilla attack, a lot of bodies going forward, and then he gets creative with a heel-to-heel into a McGeady spin and a near-post finish. So it involves multiple advanced techniques. And I know Timo is probably the best skiller of the three of us. Is that something that you like to utilize?
Yeah, of course. It's the perfect goal, perfect combination of the skill moves. We can see it again here, passing it to Cristiano Ronaldo, 5-star skill moves, of course. Heel to heel, and then the McGeady spin, perfectly timed through the defender's legs, I think. And then, yeah, just shot into the corner.
Yeah, these situations are so complicated, and it's really unpredictable as a player in the defense. What is Gorilla doing next? After the heel to heel, he could be shot directly, but no, he wanted to make the next skill move. He did the McGeady spin, had the space, and yeah, awesome finish.
The real question is, would Jimmy stop this skill move session?
In real life? Or
in real life, of course.
I think I would struggle with both, to be honest, especially if it's Ronaldo. Is he wearing an Arsenal kit? I don't even know if I could get past that.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's still a lovely setup, and it shows some of that advanced creativity inside the box. You have to be dynamic if you want to be successful at this level. And that's something that we've seen from Gorilla time and time again, especially going forward.
All right, guys, thank you so much for your insight. That's a great goal and one that I wish I could score in real life and in the game. Now, to give some love to our sponsor at Turtle Beach, make sure you tweet at them, at Turtle Beach, and use the hashtag WeAreElite to win an Elite Pro headset courtesy of Turtle Beach. They're a fantastic partner, and we're happy that they're joining us throughout this tournament and throughout the rest of the seasons as well. Now I'm going to throw it over to Spencer, the man, the myth, and the legend. Take it away, Spen.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. I'm back up on my balcony. We're more than halfway through the round of 32 now, which means we've given out more than half of the scarves, but there's still some scarves left to be earned. Let's take a look at the updated bracket, though, and see who so far has earned themselves a spot in the World Cup final in London. So, there's quite a few people that have got themselves scarves already. You can see Rogue MSDossary is through. We've got the Brazilian ICHOR against Rafsou in the next round. We've got Rasic still waiting to find out who he's playing. Great rematch from Manchester, Gorilla versus Goal Machine. These guys have all got scarves. AeroFIFA waiting to find out his opponent. JSSF from Brazil going up against Kurt. We've got Alexander from the US, who we're still waiting to see who he's going to be playing. We've got German face-off, MegaBit versus Sakul as well. So we know we've definitely got at least one German in the quarterfinal, whatever happens. And we've got a lot of top quality players there that are going to be in London at the World Cup final. I cannot wait to see who gets their hands on the rest of the scarves. Who's going to take us through the action? It's Richard and Brandon.
Thank you very much, Spencer. And here we go. So, as you mentioned, there's only, 3-4 games left, 3-4 spaces left. But the game that #United are involved in, or there's 2 games at the moment, obviously Dreamer as well. We haven't really seen him since Barcelona, of course, but that game, I don't know if anyone's been able to see it on stream yet, trust me. We've been watching it from the background. I'll explain it for you. Hashtag Ryan was 2-0 up, got himself a penalty against FABIO DENNUZZO, a very top-quality Italian player. He missed the penalty, Ryan, and then off the back of that, with 10 men, FABIO DENNUZZO went and won the game 3-2. The first leg there, 3-2 to FABIO DENNUZZO.
Yeah, it were backs against the wall performance for FABIO DENNUZZO, and actually one of the goals that Ryan scored previously in the game was a penalty. He went to the keeper's right on the first time, scored. On the second penalty he got to, I think it was either 3-0 or 3-1 would have been the scoreline. Missed the penalty. FABIO DENNUZZO with 10 men goes up the other end, scores a late 89, 90th minute winner against Hashtag United's Hashtag Ryan, and he leads the first leg 3-2 as we're going to jump into this second leg. One thing that not a lot of people have been speaking about, in fact, during this tournament, everyone's trying to get to the top 16 to get that playoff spot for the grand final, but also the prize money. If you finish 17th to 32nd, you're taking home $2,500. If you finish in the top 16, you're taking home $8,000. That's a $5.5 grand increase for winning 2 games of FIFA.
It is a big difference, of course, and more importantly, you get that ticket, you get to go to London for the FIFA E World Cup final. If you didn't already, FABIO DENNUZZO, an Italian player, qualified on last chance week, anything. He's in that white strip right now. He's got a big support out the back as well, with I think 5 or 6 Italian players, coaches out there as well. You know, that community that are very strongly built. So they had a qualifier earlier in the year, the ESL Italian Championship. And right now, Hashtag Ryan, he was 2-0 up. DENNUZZO got a red card, gave away a penalty. Ryan missed that one. He's got his hood up, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. DENNUZZO been around the scene for a long time as well. But Ryan, he was in Barcelona, he was in Manchester, and he was getting out of the Swiss-style format into the round of 32 and the round of 16.
Yeah, it was early on in the tournament, in the life cycle of FIFA 18, that Hashtag Ryan did qualify for the playoffs, finished top 8 in Barcelona, so he secured that spot. He's been grinding ever since, finished first in the world in February qualifying, 159 wins to his name.
And then both players crashed out in Manchester in the same time. Round of 32, FABIO DENNUZZO lost to PSG Dax. That's had a great competition here. And then Hashtag Ryan lost to Herosia. So they both lost to French players. They're both on the back end of a French defeat.
We are going to see Herosia in action coming up very soon, up against Crafty. Great French versus English tie there.
As we said, we're coming to the end of these round of 32 games. We'll be leaving today at round of 16. We know the 16 players that will be in that grand final. Penalty, surely, referee.
Wow. Looked like a pretty blatant trip there.
But that is the difference. Look at Ryan. Could have moaned about it. Could be still moaning right now. Back on it. Back to attack again to create another chance as he comes forward now. Ronaldo. Penalty again he's asking for. Referee said no thank you. But just look, he's still composed. He's still relaxed because he knows that if he gets a little bit angry or lets the game get ahead of him, he could be in a worse position.
Yeah, shake of the head from Ryan. One of the best players in the community at just keeping his composure in the high-pressure situations.
Very humble guy as well.
Yep.
You know, used to play for Excel, went by Excel Stats, kind of made his name back in Munich last year. And
still a student.
He is. Balances his studies somehow, he says. He's playing FIFA all around the world and now recently a Red Bull athlete too under the Hashtag banner.
It's been a great year.
5 players they have here, of course, across the Amsterdam playoffs. They can get one to that grand final, or 2. Dreamar as well, he's in a big game at the moment. Has he pushed over referee DENNUZZO's man? Referee is not giving anything at all. I know sometimes there's a joke about the referees, being a bit too lenient, or they are strict. Some are strict, some are lenient, strict. There are different in-game.
That was Bullock, weren't it?
Yeah, the Bullock last year. Either a word or two to say about them, but Ronaldo now for Ryan.
Getting into the
area. Sure, is he trying to just cross that one over, or?
I think a low-driven pass across the box, trying to pick out one of the players arriving late. Bullock brings it forward for Ryan.
Inside, is he onside? Played it inside, but he was onside. Yeah, that is how that one went. But at the moment, Hashtag Ryan is on top, but DENNUZZO can just open you up with one ball like that. Ronaldo, can he get it? still using his strength, just using upper body strength just to keep him in this. Ronaldo can try and flick it on, back across to our volley on the rebound, no one's there.
If that had been a goal, that was quite remarkable. The heads and volleys we're playing there.
Literally. In a game with so much at stake, obviously DENNUZZO, the Italian player, is in front as it stands currently. Last time these were both in action was in Manchester. They both went out in round 32 against French players.
We saw Ryan at the FIFA Club World Cup as well in Paris alongside Boras on that occasion, playing for #Academy. Didn't go to plan for him there, got knocked out by team makers. The team of Kurt and Principe.
DENNUZZO now.
Should have played it one more pass.
One more. Could have just calmed himself down, played one more inside to Ronaldo, would have been happily waiting for that. Corner's going to come in there. That one's going to be played short to Kante. I know it was one of the drops that you could earn by watching this stream. If anyone has got that Kante, not a bad little player to add into your team.
Yeah, it was
midfield.
Used a lot amongst the pros as well until the recent team of the seasons did come in. That team of the season, Gretzka, just edging out Team of the Year Kante.
It's incredible as well. You know, the stats of that man does portray.
I think we'll see team of the season Milinkovic-Savic as well when he's available for the pros on these EA Sports accounts. He will probably take a spot in that midfield, at least on the bench, you've got to think.
Of course, we are playing on foot mode. It's the competitive way of playing FIFA these days. Since the introduction of the championship series last year, it finished in Berlin. Rocky, $160,000. Of course, he's top 4 eFoot de France, but not playing in this tournament. Of course, took a break away for his own reasons there, and now signed for PSG. And we're going to see something special. No,
El Tornado into a bicycle kick. Wow, if that would have gone in,
if that just dipped over David De Gea. I'll be asking questions.
Interesting you talk about Rocky there with the Berlin Championship Series last year. If you're going to name 4 players, 2 Xbox, 2 PS4, from last year, who are really dominant, you'd probably say on the Xbox, Tass and Rocky, and on the PlayStation,
out of nowhere. Out of absolutely nowhere. Ryan will score an equaliser. No reaction. He knows there's a long way back in this game. Just waited. Anticipated it. Left foot, Messi will finesse. And even David De Gea cannot get there. And DENNUZZO should be a little bit worried now. We are all square again. 3-3. And a perfect time to score as well, just before half-time.
And we have had some breaking news. Harozia has actually fallen under the weather, so I believe Crafty will be moving through into the playoff spot. And he will be going to London, part of that top 16.
So we're not too sure what is up with Harozia, but wishing him the best of recoveries. And one of those things sometimes will just happen, but we'll hear confirmation on that, whether Crafty will just pass through until the round of 16. Of course, obviously, round of 32 game. He's going to play against Harozia, which would have been a really tough game. And DENNUZZO into the subs, in to make some changes. Still got a big game to come, of course. Elastico, the German player, up against AFC AJAX DANI. You can see the hashtag guys there supporting their man, George Hughes, with a hashtag. To try and spear them on. 3-3 the score, though.
Yeah, wherever hashtag go, that man right there, George Hughes, is supporting. Social media manager at hashtag United. And it just shows it's not only just the FIFA players, it's a sort of a family at hashtag. I think that's why you've seen players like Aggie, players like Boras really thrive under hashtag United.
Just feel a little bit more relaxed, He's got all the respect in the world for PSG, but just didn't work out for him there. Maybe had a little bit too much pressure on his shoulder, went away, re-signed with hashtag, and it was just a perfect move for him.
And what I was saying about FIFA 17 before Ryan did interrupt me with that goal. 4 players from last year. You probably look at Timox from Wolfsburg and Shells on the PlayStation, Tass and Rocky on the Xbox. All 4 of those players not at the playoffs.
It just shows a new game, a new way of playing it. Some people can't adjust.
A new generation of players. Look at Tex. He weren't around last year. This year, he's come into the game. He's been one of the standout players this year.
He has been incredible indeed, of course. Picked up that move with F2 after the unstoppable performance in Barcelona. All the skills were out, the El Tornadoes, everything. Subaru flicks. I remember I nearly lost my voice in that final. How he won a penalty somehow, of creating an unbelievable passage of skills and the way he played.
FABIO.
DENNUZZO! He's onside! And he's back in front, no reaction. There's all his Italian fans that are with him. That guy on the far right there, I believe, he's Principe's.
Principe's
team makers.
Used to play professionally, I believe, in FIFA and moved over to the coaching manager role. Ryan, back against the wall right now. And will he be ruined? That missed penalty in the first game. Didn't take advantage of the 10 men he was up against.
Yeah. But we say that as well, as crazy as it is, you do just sometimes play better with 10 men. You're more focused on making every correct pass. You know, you're more focused on defending correctly and accordingly. I don't know, is that just it is a way that can happen sometimes.
Very similar to real life as well. How often do you say the team with 10 men's playing the better football than the team with 11? They just put it in, that extra 10%.
Because they have to, you know, they are lacking a man, and it depends how you can work your formation or where the gap is and try and work around it. But currently someone that needs to work around this scoreline is #Ryan. 4-3 down against FABIO DENNUZZO. This is for a place in the final in London.
As we said beforehand, FABIO DENNUZZO's entourage supporting him all the way in the playoffs.
And I've been lucky enough to be in the Players' Lounge as well. This man's been like commentating on all the games as well and showing his support for his Italian players. And that's what you need. It just shows the passion when you got roars from everywhere. DENNUZZO now.
Could have played one more pass, maybe look for that extra through ball. Could have been an opportunity, counter-attack. Up the other end right now. Vieira driving forward for Ryan.
Vieira into Ronaldo to open up just a little bit of space for Ryan now. He's going to take a shot, cuts inside. Will feed back out, recycles exceptionally well. Hullet will turn, Ronaldo!
What a save. Diving away like a cat with the reflexes to his right-hand side. Ryan maybe looking out for some advice. I think Harry's down there supporting him as well. FABIO DENNUZZO, hood up,
no
headphones
reaction.
off. He is in the zone.
This is where, you know, champions are made, as I've said before. Get yourself in the tactics, get yourself in the formations, change it around, and try and make something work for you. Because I know Ryan in his head right now, I've had 2 penalties. Have they not been, not 2 penalties, I've had 2 opportunities which should have been a penalty in his eyes.
Just looking who's
he has to move
on
on from that. We can see the formation change, as he said.
Looks like team of the season. Heung-min Son going to be making an impact at left wing. The pressure and the aggression both going up as well for Ryan.
But we normally see from like the German players, I say, a lot
100.
more. Yeah, we see the 90s and the hundreds of the pressure and aggression whilst defending, but just seems to be a little bit different for some players.
He's a very patient player though, Ryan, as well. If he keeps on creating the chances, you know one will fall for him. He's got 25 minutes to salvage this result.
Corner played short. Jordi Alba will recycle to the edge of the box into Maldini. Be careful, do not lose possession from this corner or he will be in trouble. Cuts him open with the ball inside. Leon Goretzka inside! Oh, tries to finesse it. David De Gea will parry that one away from a corner, and that'll be another attack for #Ryan. Again, played short. Same procedure, I'm gonna presume. Drives in here, tries to find the angle back inside if he can.
Lofted cross maybe to the back post. DENNUZZO very aggressive with his defending.
Heung-min Son, half turn, went low driven at the back post. Very clever with Ronaldo, back across again! Heung-min Son was the man, he really wanted to get on the end of that. And again, we have another corner. Played differently this time. Hullet, back across, anyone at the back post for
what
it!
Save.
Somehow saved again! And we will have another attack.
Backs against the wall for FABIO DENNUZZO. He's holding on, defending like his life is on it.
Maldini into Vieira, just needs to keep possession, and this is where you do not want to lose possession from a corner. DENNUZZO can counter-attack him, but he's in front, and there's not long left to play. Expect maybe a change of play style. Oh, there we go, that's awful. He's just lost possession there. A careless pass, and Ryan will probably take this opportunity. Got away with that one, could have been a free kick. Ronaldo, Heung-min Son, a little bit more on that pass, could have opened up for a chance for him.
DENNUZZO just looking to hold on to the ball. Ryan's pretty much ultra attacking right now. There will be gaps starting to appear in that back four.
Carl Walker now will just try and play out again. Look at how his players, look at that run from Vieira, you can just see at the top of your screen, plays out wide, expect Ajax, fake to go one way, to the other, Vieira, back to goal inside to Neymar! Game on 4-4!
Talk about it. Patience will create chances. He didn't rush it, he kept on reworking the opportunity, fell to Neymar, slotted past the goalkeeper. And it's been coming. You can't hold on for that long. He just had his backs against the wall. Talk about how many clutch saves De Gea made there for Fabio DENNUZZO.
But look at the reaction we've got again. Nothing.
No reaction from DENNUZZO.
Cold from both players. They know there's still a long way left to play in this game. Will we be seeing extra time between these two? And right down below as well, AJAX DANI is winning 1-0 against Latka. And the German player qualified via the Blink Esports Cup, happened in Switzerland. So another FIFA eWorld Cup qualifier there. Probably be jumping over to that one after it, but at this moment in time, extra time could be on the cards, but 10 in-game minutes left. That is a very long time left in FIFA. A few changes have been made, Neymar off.
And Ryan's teammate Dreamer was in action as well. I'm sure we'll get confirmation of that result when it has happened. DENNUZZO coming forward. 80th minute just ticked over.
Will there be a winner for one of these two? It'll be an incredible turnaround if Ryan can get it. Min Sung. Ball roll or two, maybe a little bit extra somehow. In possession still, Carl Walker.
This is it.
Lozano, we know what a superstar this man can be in FIFA. Min Sung, back to goal, recycling the ball exceptionally well. Wait for that runner. We'll play out wide to Jordi Alba. Pull it.
Good defending.
And just maybe overplayed a little bit. The attack isn't over yet though. Straight back on possession as you do at this level. Keep the pressure up, keep the attacks going.
I don't actually think I saw a change of pressure or aggression from Ryan. He wants to win this game in regulation time.
He can score a goal as well right now. Surely that would conclude it. Vieira. Once again, Jordi Alba getting a lot of running out on this far-hand side. And the goal has just gone in for #Dreamer as well. Another roar for the # guys over there. Switched out wide. Carl Walker. One more attack before the end of this game. Ronaldo dropped his shoulder! Nearly on the rebound for Hullet.
Inches from Ruud Hullit's big toe to put it in the back of the net and putting Ryan into London.
You can see the Italian guys there. I think they've been enjoying David Gea's saves more than some of the attacks that DENNUZZO has been on.
Last chance going to fall for DENNUZZO in this game.
Added time of 2 minutes.
Can he break?
Time will be upon us. Neymar hits it. Oh, that one's over. And extra time will be on the cards. 4-4 the score. Nothing to separate these two. And 180 minutes of FIFA time. We've had a red card, we've had a penalty, and we've had lots of goals.
We've had so much drama. We've had probably one of the best performances from David De Gea that I've seen. Some of the saves that he was pulling out have kept DENNUZZO in this series.
I've just heard confirmation as well. #Dreamer 4-2 up right now. If Ryan go and win this as well,
that'll be 2 players, you've got to think.
That's just in added time now. That one is literally seconds from full time now. I think Dreamer's just on the attack trying to score another one, in fact. Added time, surely, and he will be in the final in London. An incredible year for this man as well. You know, had all his success in Barcelona. Good relax for a bit, you could say, but didn't stop. He was playing tournaments all the time. Obviously, you know, the Pro V Pro online, getting lots of practice in. And for him to come to an event like this under the # banner and to, you know, to go and perform is incredible.
Yeah, and I think that is it. I think Dreamer has just secured his place.
He has. Handshake between the two. Remy Martin from USA. Unfortunately, he'll be out of the competition. However, extra time here with all the talking points left.
What a pickup from # from their GFIN Elite Series, Brandon. That's the first player in the finals. Harry crashed out of the competition in the Swiss-style format, and we're seeing if Ryan can do it right now and make it 2 from 3 on the Xbox for #. Or will Fabio DENNUZZO break #hearts and send himself into London?
Pull it. Into and out, of course, playing the # strips, which are in the game, alongside a number of other kits as well, Fnatic and Roma. Team Liquid. Who else will we see in the game? There'll be some more esports kits in the game. You'd think as the time goes on. Vitality, of course, their kit is in the game as well.
Roma Fnatic, they're esports jersey, shall we say, is in the game. Yep. Maybe Team FUTWIZ as well might be looking.
Ryan, one more. Jordi Alba there just tried to slow down the attack. Is he going to try and cross it in, or will he just recycle? Yes, he will on the edge of the box. Intercepted by DENNUZZO. They've both got Son on the pitch.
This is where the subs are so important. You're looking at a Son, you're looking at a Sour to really have that pace injection in the final third and be the difference maker.
Ryan, back to goal, scoop time, Ronaldo! A deflection somehow. Corner ball, Kante the hero on that occasion. In it goes. Somehow half-heartedly away. Got to look at possession here. Ryan's probably had the more of it. Pull it. He's got so much space in there. I thought he'd open up on a finesse, maybe. But no luck there. DENNUZZO now, his turn to attack. What can he offer? We'll try and bring other players into the game as well. Won the first game 3-2 with 10 men after saving a penalty.
You got to say this game, he's just hung on, really. We've not seen him create a lot of chances.
Here he comes right
what
now,
is this the chance he needs?
Neymar inside. Oh, I love the idea. Wanted to try and play inside. Fake the shot, play inside, open on a finesse, and maybe get himself in front. He's got a corner now.
How harsh would penalties be?
It would be an interesting way to send one person to London and one person to that grand final.
One person home.
Yeah. For the end of the FIFA 18 competitive season, you'd say.
This is their final opportunity to get to the grand final in London. Half-time, in extra time. Look at the stats. Even as you like. 9 shots on target for Ryan. I think DENNUZZO had 10 shots.
15 minutes away from extra time.
Probably about a minute and a half in real life time, 2 minutes max.
Could be one chance, all you need, Richard. One chance to score a goal and send yourself into the grand final. 195 minutes so far, couldn't separate these two. Will it go the full way? And will penalties be needed? A winner has to be found at the end of the day. You have to go to penalties. I'm sure both these players will want to get it done before that.
It's the lottery that we use in real life football. It's the lottery that we use in FIFA. The penalty shootout. Nobody likes them, really. Nobody likes to be part of them. But it's great drama.
Watch out for Lozano. Instead, Heung-min Son. One more. Jordi Alba to be a hero.
Really well held by De Gea then. Any sort of spill from the goalkeeper. Ryan had a lot of players in there with very high attacking positioning stats in the game that have been on it like a flash.
And DENNUZZO survives that one. I can just see one attack for DENNUZZO. All he needs, or both players, all they need is one attack. They could, defend 6 and just go and score that one. That's all it will matter. Make the best chance you can. Make it a 95 or even higher % chance of going and get yourself in the right area for that. Will David De Gea collect that? Yes, he will, just to keep it in. And 5 in-game minutes now. All penalties to decide these two. Maybe last attack even for Ryan.
Ryan there, just waiting for the player to be in the perfect position for that goal kick. Didn't happen for him. DENNUZZO wins it back.
There we go. There's the free ball. Can he find him?
What a tackle.
Rio third down there.
That's why he used him. That's why he used Rio at the back.
Vieira. Kante now trying to play it forward. Will there be one more twist to the tail, or will it be penalties to decide it? An incredible year for these two as it is. Added time of 1 minute. It looks like penalties unless DENNUZZO can score this attack. Walker inside to Vieira now or never. Surely that could be game over. DENNUZZO is in London. He left it late, but the man had a plan, and look what it means to those guys. No reaction.
Not even cracking a smile is DENNUZZO. 120th minute winner. N'Golo Kante, the man.
Of all people, to book your ticket from Italy to London. N'Golo Kante will be the hero. Penalties won't be needed. Congratulations, DENNUZZO. You can see what it means to him, to be part of the 32 best players in the world.
Popping up at the right time, N'Golo Kante. I can see celebrations over in my right. The Italians are going to live it up tonight.
These guys aren't even playing. They're just friends of DENNUZZO. They're running over now to congratulate him. Appreciate the sportsmanship there from Ryan. It's been a great year for him, but unfortunately, he won't be going all that way to the grand final. He's been at all the majors this year. He's been part of the G20 Elite Series. He's been at so many events, and sometimes that's just how it can go. It's the best of the best. And
what can I say, Brandon? Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. It wasn't meant to be for Ryan. They will have a presence in the grand final, that is for sure, because Dreamer secured it earlier on in the tournament. But Fabio DENNUZZO, what a performance. He kept his composure all the way through the tournament, kept on recycling in that final 15 minutes there. It was pretty much under the cosh. You can't say he wasn't, because Ryan was all over him. He got the final chance, he got one chance in extra time, and he made it pay. Fabio DENNUZZO will be in the grand finals.
You just see them walking out there, just having probably a word or two. I like that Harry's obviously gone over there to support him, but just a few of those highlights from that game. I just felt like there was one more chance, Richard, one more twist in that tale. And of all people, N'Golo Kante, the man that you guys at home could have won for watching, that's why he should be in your team, because he can send you to London.
It was just free. It was so open at the back post. There you see it. All Ryan's players pulled across to the left-hand side of the pitch. Kante pops up. Kante slots past the goalkeeper, and that's what it means. Look at that reaction. That's priceless.
It's massive as well, because that, ideally right now, is Italy's first presence in the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final, of course. And, you know, they've still got Principe to play and a number of other players to play, later on in the week, in Amsterdam. But look, he's still very calm and composed. Maybe a few tears have been gone between the two, but congratulations to DENNUZZO.
Let's have a look how the game was
been around the scene for a very long time, but as you see, let's look at the stats. Quite even there. Possession was nothing really to separate the two. But it just felt like at times in that second game, Ryan was in control. For me, it just felt like he had a lot of possession. He had quite a few chances as well, maybe a few more you can see there. But then DENNUZZO, first game he started well.
DENNUZZO got the one chance. You've got to think Ryan might be kicking himself for that first leg. DENNUZZO down to 10 men, missed the penalty to go 3-1 up. Did hashtag Ryan, I should say. And then DENNUZZO came back into it, 1-3-2 in the first leg with 10 men. Second leg opened up. Ryan was very much the more aggressive of the two players. De Gea kept DENNUZZO in it at times, took it to extra time, got the one chance, scored the goal, and he's in London. What a performance.
Well, he isn't just in London. He's on the couch alongside one of the hashtag guys that did make it to that grand final. Jimmy, over to you.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm on the couch with the two most recent winners, hashtag Dreamer and Fabio DENNUZZO. Congratulations. First and foremost, you got your scarves. You're one of 16 going to the FIFA eWorld Cup. That is a very big deal. Now, Fabio, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah.
You lost your first 2 games in the Swiss format. Since then, he's won 6 straight games, knocking out hashtag Ryan, who many considered to be one of the favorites. Yeah. Tell us how you did it.
Honestly, I think it's every time the same history for me, because also in Barcelona, in Manchester, I started with 0-2 every time. Maybe it's a strategy, but this time worked very well.
Did you change formation or any tactics?
No, I just need to understand the game, because it's very, very difficult and hard to understand, because it's completely different from online. And this time worked good, so I'm very happy, and I want to say thank you to my boss and also to my mom, which I made many sacrifices to come here, because I live alone now just to live with FIFA, so I'm very happy. Finally, the luck is with me.
Well, shout out to your mom, and shout out to all the moms out there. They're always doing the hard work, don't always get the recognition that they deserve. Now, Dreamer, I have a bone to pick with you, because you knocked out an American, Remy Martin. He's from my neck of the woods in LA, but you're now the only hashtag player carrying the torch. How does that feel to be the one last standing? We got Aggie
on Xbox
side,
anyway, but
yes,
yeah.
on Xbox. You started 4-3 to get to this point. You were 4-1, then you lost your first 2 games of today, but you won this last one. How did you feel? How did you get your confidence going again after losing the first 2 games?
I just wasn't really feeling it this morning, and we had that long break, which helped quite a lot. I'm still shaking now from that game, but no, we had a quick warm-up, me and Ryan, and I don't know, just kind of pulled it together. It was a really tough game. Remy Martin's really good, as you all obviously know, but no, yeah, he was just happy to get through.
And to follow up, when you're out of form or you're not vibing with your gameplay, what changes do you make? 'Cause some of it's just mental, but I'm just wondering because you did have that break, you knew who you were going to play, when it was going to happen. What preparation? You said you played against Ryan. Did y'all talk different tactics, instructions, maybe calming down, more passes, less passes, simple play?
I think I just needed to slow down in general. I think I was rushing a little bit and just had to make sure every pass got where I intended it to. And I don't know, it just pulled it more together in that game than others. So I don't know, hopefully it'll carry on today, or tomorrow. But.
And in your first match where you were up against Ryan, you got a red card, you gave up a penalty kick. What's happening up here? Because I tell everybody at home, so much of the battle is mental when you're at a pro event. What were you thinking? What am I going to change? What's going to happen here? How am I going to get back into this? Because you didn't just score 1, but you went on to score 2 goals and win that match. It was probably the most crucial moment of the series.
Yeah, I started with the game with 4-2-2-2, which didn't work for me. So after that red card, and also I knew I'm very good with penalties, with saving, and I tried to take a lead, but I also got the red card. And then what happened, it's weird, because with 10 men, I just tried to be calm and don't panic, and I won the game, so at the end, it's okay.
Both games at the end.
At the end, yeah.
Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us on the couch.
Thank you.
Congratulations on making it to the FIFA eWorld Cup. Mike, thank you, as always, for joining me for these interviews. And for you guys at home, we have a big game coming up right after this break. It's AJAX DANI, so come back and join us. You're not going to want to miss it.
Love, heart. Nobody has that. Come on, guys, let's go. I said, what do we do best? We win!
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi, by Coca-Cola Gaming, and by Turtle Beach.
welcome back to Amsterdam. And unfortunately, if you're a hashtag fan, it hasn't ended. Well, it's been a 50-50. You know, Harry's not there. Ryan's just lost on penalties. Dreamar's just got himself there. And you can just see they're walking out the building right now after a really intense game against Fabio DENNUZZO, the Italian, which really went down to the wire. 90th minute, oh no, in extra time, sorry, 120th minute in the second game, 4-4 the score was. And then N'Golo Kante goes and scores your winner to send you into that FIFA eWorld Cup final in London. You heard it from Fabio DENNUZZO. You know, I've made sacrifices. I live on my own now. I have to fund, you know, this hobby, this career, and I have to get to the finals to do that.
Yeah, and I think the way that Ryan's going to be looking at that is that in that first leg, he's got him down to 10 men. He misses the penalty. Like, he'll not be thinking that he'll be thinking it's his own fault. He'll be thinking that I could have killed that game off. I could have finished it in the first leg. If I score that penalty, I'm 3-1 up. That game doesn't go to extra time. I win it by a goal, and I'm through to London. He'll not be going where he went last year, to London, part of XL Stacks, or XL Ryan, however you might have known him. There's only one hashtag player at the minute, and that's hashtag Dreamer, picked up in the Gfinity Elite Series. See if Aggie and Boras can join him this weekend, but we're going to the fan favourite, AJAX Dani.
One game left. They've all been a cracker in round 32. AJAX Dani up against Elastico, player representing esports reputation. He got here via the Blink Esports Cup, a tournament happened in Switzerland. You know, FC Basel guys were there, a number of Stark Esports too, and German players. He got himself there via that, and on the other hand, you got AJAX Dani. Didn't have the best start to the year. He'll even say it himself. Went to the Eredivisie on the Xbox side, and it just started clicking. Every single week it clicked. He got better and better. Won the Eredivisie Xbox side, then played Ali Rizaragan and went all the way in a cross-console final.
Yeah, I think you were 5-1 down as well in that game. He turned it around massively, did AJAX Dani. And I think one thing to note, very similar story to last year. It wasn't the best in November, December, January, but when April, May, June started coming around.
When the tournament started
clicking. He won 3 tournaments back-to-back, did AJAX Dani. Last year, he won the Zigoe battle. He then went on to qualify in the FIWC qualification process in Munich. He then went on to win the Hawks Pro Cup. 3 tournaments back-to-back, went into the grand finals full of confidence, and got through the group stages into the last 16.
What about this then, Rich? You took me via this. A 3 at the back to start for Elastico. I know he's losing currently to Dani. Is there a reason he plays this? I know Dani occasionally moves to this, and this is they're matching each other up. I don't know what Dani's playing right now.
Well, it's the 3-5-2. It's a very common formation these days in FIFA. We'll get confirmation of the first leg score. This is the second leg. So it was 2-0 to Dani. So maybe he's gone to 3 at the back, pushing more players forward. The 3-5-2, it's one of the formations. If you don't match it up, it's very, very tough to play against. If you match it up, you're pretty much in for a stalemate. I'm remembering back to Manchester, hashtag Ryan up against Epsilon Fully. Both of them played the 3-5-2.
Oh, what an early start this could be from Dani. Liquid football. Early on, could he score on the rebound? Dani is playing incredible. As you said, Richard, he started this game 2-0 up. Elastico, though, needs to start showing something. It explains why he's gone 3 at the back at least.
I'm trying to just look at the mini-map. Looks like Dani is also playing the 3-5-2 as well.
Yeah, Dani, Barcelona, didn't get out of Swiss-style format. He went out on a penalty shootout, I believe, against Hercules Brian Hessing. As this shot comes in there from Elastico. Omri there just said, get rid of that, just played it to Messi. Omri's going to get it again on the edge of the box. He's going to hit it. That was saved by David De Gea. But then, yeah, Dani unfortunately didn't make Manchester. It was all down to the Eredivisie, all down to the, obviously, if you didn't know already, 8 football E-leagues are running these days, and obviously the top league in Holland, the Eredivisie, the E-Divisie is obviously the football, the FIFA version of that, the E-League.
Very similar to real life, though. If you can focus all your attention on one tournament, typically you tend to excel in that tournament. Look at Liverpool with the Champions League. They focused on the Champions League, made it through to the final. Sometimes when a team aren't in a European competition, they'll thrive in the Premier League. It's exactly what AJAX Dani did. He weren't really that bothered. Obviously, he wanted to qualify, but as soon as the qualification process went out of the window, what did he do? Focused on the Eredivisie, put all his efforts into that, and thrived in that competition.
And now he's here right now in the playoffs. They've both got their they both got the job done yesterday. They both got their 4 wins yesterday, didn't they? Started today, both with a loss, not the best way, or both, you know, not doing exceptionally well. But 4 wins, as I said, the magic number to get you through. They did that, they accomplished that. Unfortunately, Joey crashed out the tournament in round of 32. However, Danny, if it stays like this, he will be in that grand final and he'll be progressing through to the round of 16.
Yeah, and the winner of this game will be facing Envy Aero in the round of 16 with a potential of facing Kurt or Senna in the quarterfinals.
Danny again, could it be 3-0, could it be worse on Min Song on the... I had a rebound there. Suarez nearly actually pulled off an acrobatic effort. When Danny's on top of you and he is just attack, attack, attack in a game, it's not going to be easy, I can tell you that. And when Danny scores, he will let you know about it.
Yeah, one of the most passionate players.
Which is great to see
FIFA.
as well. And, you know, in big tournaments, it means so much. Remember, we saw him at the Zigo E-Battle. We always go back to one of our first ever FIFA tournaments we were lucky enough to commentate on. He had a whole, you know, fan base
200
there.
people behind him, all supporting Ajax. And I think that was the thing that will do over the line in the end. They beat TAS in a 2-legged final.
It's that fact when you've got fans behind you, the way that Ajax go about their business in esports as well, you know, bringing in the team of the week players like Delete, you know, players that are playing exceptionally well, just pushed off the ball there, Min Song onto the penalty, not going to get one. You know, the way they go about esports is very impressive, and they've been making some fantastic moves in the last 12 months.
Yeah, they're very much seen as athletes. You can go into the Ajax store and get your football shirt with Ajax Danny on the back when he was coming into the arena.
Marcelo back inside, Ronaldo, chance, goal, game on if he can. I think he knows he's been a little bit fortunate there. Get the ball, is in this game.
When Danny was coming into the arena on Sunday, a lot of people asking, Danny, can I have a quick photo? Ajax fans, not even Ajax fans, just people from Amsterdam. Have you got time for a photo? Have you got time for a selfie? This man is a celebrity in Amsterdam.
Of course, it is open to the public tomorrow at this stage. If you live in Amsterdam,
Danny's here.
Danny could be, if he holds on to a 2-1 lead, could be in the round of 16 onwards, and I'm sure he'll be a
fan favourite.
I'm sure he will, with all the Ajax fans as well. Of course, another 15 other players joining, but Elastico has got himself a goal back, trying to get himself another one, the German player. Of course, still 10 in-game minutes before half-time. And Danny will just try and build back into this game. A 3 at the back, as we know, 3-5-2 was in action for Elastico.
Yeah, really
Danny, though,
good advance rate.
he's had chances and he'll score goals. Look at the passion.
That's what that man provides.
He loves Suarez as well. I think he's been waiting for him to really get a good foot item this year. Was a massive advocate of him last year.
Ajax legend, of course, Luis Suarez, before that move to Liverpool.
And look at the passion that man possesses. Every time he scores a goal, it means so much to him. It's great to see as well. He's got a number of people behind him supporting him along the way. Here in Amsterdam. Take a minute to himself, try and relax himself.
So you see the complete opposite. You see him shaking. He's nervous. This is the last opportunity to get to the grand final. You can see there, all the supporters for Ajax Danny.
Keeping
trying
those
to calm himself
hands
now.
Warm.
Complete different ends of the spectrum. You saw the passion, you saw the excitement when he scores, and now he's got to bring it back down. He has to regain his composure and go again.
Well, pause has been made, and changes have been made as well. I'm believing Elastico did that. A lovely chance inside, just turned, swiveled, and just shot with Luis Suarez, the 97 team of the season foot item. As you said, an Ajax legend scoring big goals here in Amsterdam. 3-1 up now on aggregate. Can he hold out and can he get himself through?
That is a question on everybody's lips at the minute. It'll be Ajax Danny or Elastico picking up the 16th and final spot. And then we will know who is competing at the grand finals in London.
Elastico into Ronaldo, into Marcelo. That was a good deflection. David Ayer, just calm it down. I think it was quite a while back was either Danny or Kuhn that was using a Van der Sar at one point.
Yeah, we went through a whole abundance of different goalkeepers in the training day format. I think Yashin were used at one point. Van der Sar.
Roberto Carlos was in action as well. He was a big fan of Leroy Sané.
Did we see at one point as well, inform Enna Valencia?
Yeah, as a super sub. Occasionally they would bring on back post for Danny. Sergio Ramos! Look at the passing on that man. He knows every goal he scores. He's a step closer to getting on that plane and to going to London.
That is what we love to see, the passion, the emotion from AJAX DANI. Another pause coming out from,
I'm guessing this is Danny. Maybe he's playing the same formation and trying to match him up.
Maybe switching into a 5 at the back to try and see this game out. If it were me personally, I wouldn't change anything. You're winning at the minute. You're 4-1 up on aggregate. Just keep it as it is. If it's not broken, don't change it.
See there, Tal to just keep his hands dry to make sure he's got the best grip possible on his controller, trying to relax himself. At the moment, it's all going to plan for the man playing FIFA in his home city for his home club of Ajax. And all the supporters are here for him now. Even the family members are there for him.
I think I just saw Ajax led there in the background as well. You get to see him in action this weekend on the PlayStation 4.
And Sergio Ramos, of all people, just popping up at the back post.
He scores big goals.
He's always involved in big incidents in football.
He is. Whether it's
real life and in-game FIFA.
Well, he can also play out from the back with that 96 short passing. Enables him to play into midfield. Some people like to play him at CDM.
And 4-1 the score now. Elastico needs to come out and play. Obviously got it via the Blink Esports Cup. A tournament in Switzerland. There's a great chance for him, but when you're defending like that and anticipating a block or a deflection, that is the difference between winners and losers. Carl Walker. Vieira will spread it as wide as he can. And at the moment, Elastico not really showing too much.
I'll tell you who else he's got at centre-back. That's team of the season, Azpilicueta as well. And believe it or not, Brandon, Azpilicueta's also got 96 short passing.
And half-time there, AJAX DANI just 8% more possession, but really in control of things. And you see they're still very relaxed. Elastico needs to try and just believe in himself a little bit. Say, right, I can get back in this game, because at the moment he's showing no real hope. Just kind of felt like he's come into this game very down and very...
with a negative mindset, you could say.
Like it's over. You're only 2-0 down coming into this.
Yeah.
One of those, if you can get back in a game and you can get working with your opponent's mindset and you can start frustrating them, you can win a game.
Danny's the sort of player as well that if he feels as though the game's getting away from him, his head could go, potentially. You've seen the emotion. It works on both sides of the spectrum. If he's winning, it almost rallies him on. If he's losing...
Oh, Elastico there.
It can go the opposite way, similar to someone like a Sihan or a Rafsou, someone like that.
If you have just joined, you're wondering who has been playing or who's in the grand final already. 16 places from today will be the Xbox players for London for the grand final. Some of the names that are already there: MSDossary, #Dreamer, Rafsou, Resende from Brazil, Nicolas Razek, of course Crafty making it through.
FaZe Gorillas in there, bundled goal machine.
AJAX DANI now. Oh, I love it. Inside. Just think he rushed that one.
You've got the self-proclaimed best in the world in Kurt. You've got MegaBit representing VFL Bochum. All made it through to that last 16 and will be participating in the grand final later on in August.
Saw what he was trying to do there, Elastico. Just couldn't find it. Obviously not playing with the headset on. Can hear pretty much everything we're saying as well. He had a few chances right there, but saw him laughing to himself while he was trying to defend one of those attacks earlier on. Needs to try and believe still. As you said, we've had a number of players put their place. Germany at the moment coming out on top with the most players. They're currently as well. Because, of course, Dreamer, the Welshman, and you've got 2 UK players in Crafty.
And Gorilla?
Yep, that is correct. And we've got people from all over the world. Saudi Arabia, Malta, 2 players from France.
Italy.
Everyone's going to be there. for this FIFA eWorld Cup final. AJAX DANI could just relax now. You can see the button configuration he is performing there, and how quick players are just working with their controllers.
Yeah, it's interesting that we show the controller there, because one player who actually plays with his
he's
arms...
through. He's through. Sorry to interrupt you, Richard, there. Surely that is over.
I love the reaction from Danny.
Lights are in his face. The cameras are on him. And right now, it is going into the grand final.
That is why that man is a character. AJAX DANI, what a celebration. Only he can pull that off.
He's playing incredible FIFA right now. 5-1, he leads on aggregate. The Flying Dutchman, representing, as we said, his home team in his hometown. Here in Amsterdam, representing AJAX, Latka will have a shot.
Back to his best.
Maybe.
It's safe to say.
I think it is. Took him a few months to just get used to the game cycle. Eredivisie, though, was the turning point for him.
I think training day as well, we saw a progression in results from that process. Early on, wasn't really going for him. Over the course of the 10 weeks, got better and better and better. Eredivisie got better and better and better. And it's culminated right now in him leading 5-1 and booking his place in London.
One thing that AJAX DANI will do, he will not stop. When we said it last year, when he was at his best, he just wants to destroy his opponent. Literally, he said it in interviews last year, I just want to outscore my opponent. I just want to keep scoring goals, just to ruin the mindset of my opponent. And look, he's 4 goals up, but he's still not stopping his attacking prowess. Still 20 in-game minutes left between sending this man to the grand final. Is he onside? No, he's not.
Yeah, good offside trap from Elastico, just catching him offside there, but 5-1 the scoreline, 20 minutes left on the clock. It's a big old ask.
And Elastico just hasn't gone to plan for that man. Over a great year, you could say, still to win a tournament, or sorry, to get to the final of the tournament for the Blink Esports Cup. That one just comes in from distance, but you know, we talk about the 70%, 80% chance of scoring goals. You know, you've got to be really trying to make more of a chance than that. 35 yards out, and then Ronaldo just to rub salt into the wounds.
Yeah, I think he knows the game's over, just waiting for the final whistle to wrap things up. For Elastico, good outing in the tournament from him.
Well, to get to this stage is still an achievement, you know, as much as you can say, right, I'm not in the grand final, you've got yourself more prize money.
Qualified through the Blink Esports.
And you can go back as well and you can put it in your Twitter bio, you can put it in your Instagram bio, you can put it wherever you need to say, I was part of this tournament, I got out the Swiss-style format, and I got down to the best 32 players out of the 64 in the world. Danny now, hill to hill. A ball roll or two, back across to Ronaldo off the bar.
Yeah, it's been a great goal, that. Just a little scooped cross into the box. Ronaldo attacking it. And when Danny is playing with this sort of confidence,
it's incredible to see.
Would you say in the top 8 Xbox players?
When he's playing like this, if he can continue to play like this, I think you could definitely change that round. He came into this tournament where we haven't seen enough of him. Of course, we've seen the Eredivisie, but we haven't seen him across a number of other tournaments. But the way he's playing right now, the way he started, another chance for him. No, Danny, no reaction. He knows it's done and dusted.
I think a lot of people coming into this tournament were looking at Danny and thinking he might not be at the level that he was last year, because he's not been. He had a poor showing in Barcelona. He wasn't at Manchester. So maybe a few people wrote him off. What he's doing right now is he's saying, I'm here to stay. This is my year. I've hit my peak right now. No one's going to dethrone me. I'm the Eredivisie champion. I'm coming in as a champion to this tournament in my home city. I'm not going to be embarrassed in Ajax, in Amsterdam.
Well, as I've mentioned before, you know, you can come and watch all the action unfold tomorrow. And just shots like that, you know, just say to me, Elastico, I think that's game over for you. I think he knows that when you're behind this amount of goals into a player of Danny's quality. Here he comes now, maybe a chance, just trying everything out of the book and to score. He should be proud though, of course, the end of his FIFA 18 Global Series. How was that stayed out? Bar and out for a goal kick for Elastico, the German.
Just playing out the remainder of this game right now. Ajax Dani will be facing Envy Aero in the last 16. What a story it's been for Aero over the course of this competition. Was 0-3. He finished 4-3, the first ever person to do a complete turnaround, and then dethroned the second seed, Los Jaguares, 5-2 to book his place in London and into that top 16 on the Xbox side of things.
And after this, the round of 16 will be concluded. Of course, Dani wins this, he'll be playing Aero tomorrow. That is the last game of today, and that is the last man in the hat for the Xbox side of things, who will be going to London for the FIFA eWorld Cup final. Congratulations to that man, commiserations to Elastico. He's representing Ajax, and I tell you now, there'll be a crowded tomorrow that'll be wanting that man to go and win the tournament.
You can see there the confirmation, he's qualified for the eWorld Cup finals, the grand finals, taking place from the 2nd to the 4th of August, and Ajax will have a presence there in the form of Ajax Dani, returning back to London for the 2nd year in a row for the grand finals.
Not just returning back to London, returning at his best.
Yep.
The animal that Ajax Dani was last year, destroying people, you know, just playing incredible, you know, and now to go and do it right now. However, as always, Spencer is down on the floor to interview that man, Ajax Dani.
Yes, I am, guys. Here I am with Dani. Mate, you've earned it. Here's your scarf. You're going to London. How do you feel, mate?
Excellent. Back-to-back grand finals. I'm competing since 2 years now on high level, on the world top level. And yeah, 2 tries, two times grand finals, so that's excellent. And yeah, focus to tomorrow because there's more on the game.
It's a great record. Talk to me about that celebration. That's probably the biggest celebration we've seen. Do you want to do it again for us? What did you do? You stood there, very stoic, held it for about 45 seconds. Had you planned that?
A little bit. Yeah, I did a little bit, and I said when I'm 4 goals up, if I come 4 goals up, then I will do it. That's not to intimidate somebody, but
yeah.
I just think it was nice for the video.
No, I like it.
Maybe a nice picture to upload for Instagram or something.
I'm sure it will be used again. Listen, let's talk about Amsterdam. You're here playing in Amsterdam for Ajax. You've got great support here. Tomorrow, people of Amsterdam can actually come and be here to support. What do you want to say to the people of Amsterdam to come out and get behind you for the final?
In Dutch or in English?
Let's do it in Dutch, why not?
Ja. Nou, zoals jullie weten, Ajax, zijn we weer bij de Grand Finals. Het ticket is bemachtigd. We gaan naar de Grand Finals in Londen. En ik hoop dat ik jullie morgen zie. En als je je nog wil inschrijven, moet je even op Instagram, Insta-story van Ajax Esports, moet je even omhoog swipen. En dan kan je inschrijven om morgen er live bij te zijn.
Something about Instagram in there. But basically, what he's saying is, if you're from Amsterdam, come on down and support him. He's hopefully going to do well in this tournament, but he's definitely playing in London. Well done, mate. You've got your scarf.
Thank you.
And now we're going to go and join the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Spencer. And I think what Dani was trying to say was just swipe up for tickets on Instagram. Esports is Instagram there. But yeah,
you got some Dutch in your locker.
Yeah, I maybe understand a little bit, but I understand. Come on, we're going to London. Probably that's about it. But he said back-to-back finals, an incredible year. It has been. It wasn't the best start. He'll even admit that. eDivise really set him up, and congratulations to that man, because it's nice to see people that get to this stage, in FIFA, and that it really shows what they mean to them.
Yeah, and there you have it. There's 16 players who have qualified. Some of the names that are standing out. I've got 3 for me personally. I think you're looking at Nicholas Razek. I think he's one of the favourites. He's got a tough game up against Crafty. I think you're looking towards Rogue, I should say. It's on the mind, Falcon Desari. Rogue Desari up against #Dreamer. And then I'm looking towards Ajax Dani. Ajax Dani and FaZe Gorilla. They're the 2. They're my 4 players who I'm looking at.
Well, coming into this, let's do a few predictions, of course. Round of 16 will be all concluded tomorrow onwards to that final. We're playing for seeding spots into the day. I was lucky enough to pick a few players to come into this. For me, I like the look of Rafsou. I like the look of MSDossary. And another player in there for me off the top of my head right now, Nicholas Razek. Out of all of them right now, I'd probably have to say MSDossary for me.
Yeah, the king from Saudi Arabia. I've heard that the statue's halfway to be completed in Saudi Arabia of Desari with his controller, but what a performance it's been from Desari. Over to the couch for Jimmy for one last time.
Thank you, guys. Yes, a good ending to this day 2 qualification day. I'm joined at the couch with the Wolves and Mike LaBelle. Now, guys, we saw some exciting games. And also, I want to catch up everybody that Hirosha did end up going to the hospital. So he forfeited his game 3-0 to Crafty. Unfortunate for him. We hope he's all right, of course. and getting all the treatment and attention that he deserves. So kind of on a serious note there, but hopefully he'll be okay, and we can give you guys an update tomorrow during Decision Day about his status. But Crafty goes through. He was 5-2. He's been fantastic throughout this tournament, so deserved, we can say, in some capacity for him to be there. So we're down to our 16. Like those guys did at the desk. Any predictions now for how tomorrow's going to shape up? Because even though all 16 of these players have qualified for the FIFA eWorld Cup, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get a good draw once London occurs. So seeding is very important, and of course bragging rights. You want to be the champion here in Amsterdam. Got some money at stake as well. Who's your horse? I'm starting with you, Wolfie.
For me, I'm really enjoying, or I'm looking forward to the Gorilla goal machine game. I feel like that's going to be one of the games of the day tomorrow. So I'm going to take the winner of that matchup.
Wow, that's bold. I like that.
Very, very bold. Now, for me, I'm going to go Razek. I just think he's quietly going about his business like he always does. 2 finals previously in Barcelona and Manchester. I'm going to tip him to go that one extra place and go for the win this time.
All right, I like that as well.
And it's worth mentioning that in the upper bracket, it is Gorilla, Inrashik, and Dasari. So you have to choose one, basically, to advance to get to the finals.
Point.
And I think I'm going to go with Gorilla. So we all went different choices here. Well, potentially.
You know what, Mike? I'm actually done with your choices. Yeah, so we're going to sub him off.
Okay. Sorry, Gorilla.
I've had enough of your American
All right,
style. I'm going to bring on another
American.
No, because I'm bringing on another American. All right?
Oh.
Maybe we'll see more of your face later, Mike. Here he comes, SKC Alekzandur.
What's up?
No,
What's up?
stand up again.
Oh, he
Come
wants
in
a
for the
hug.
real thing. I played for Sporting Kansas City.
Is this an American thing?
I
know.
Jimmy,
This is an American thing.
I think you need some ice.
Yeah,
I think
calm
What
down.
are you talking about?
Whoa,
He's representing the team I played for.
Yeah, but
I played 8 years for the club.
He has his own stand, to be honest.
That's right, exactly.
But we're here
I'm a
about
Hall of Fame.
FIFA.
I'm the
We're here
Hall of
about
Fame.
FIFA.
All right,
Well, let's get
fine.
back to the topic. We need to ask the guy some questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, bro. So, obviously, you were in Barcelona. You got here through the last chance qualifier. What have you done differently since the build-up to the playoffs, to put you in such good form?
It's really just grinding. I feel people are more reactive rather than proactive and improving. You need to. There's little things that you can change in everything. There's a reason for every mistake. So it's just improve.
Just improve.
Yeah.
Just be like that.
Definitely, and now you've got yourself that space in London. Do you feel like a bit of a weight has been lifted off your shoulders? Do you think you can go forward in this competition and just play with a bit of fun now?
Yeah, I think honestly I can win this. I feel like I'm a little.
I like that.
That's why I love him.
I like that.
I think I'm a little bit slept on, to be honest.
Okay,
I think only 4 people went 6-1. I was one of them. So.
Well, that's why I'm trying to keep you low pro. I want you to sneak under.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's a good
hiding on the radar. Nobody sees you, so that you can go and surprise people. I know what you're about. Okay, now we're going to move over to the World Cup update. 2018 World Cup's coming up, obviously, this summer. There's an update within the game of FIFA 18. Yeah. You two, the Wolves in particular, got to go to the capture event. Tell us a little bit about this game.
Yeah, we luckily enough were able to play the game, and nothing but praise for it, honestly. It's so much fun. There's so many cool things to do in it. The teams you can build in it is unreal as well. You can get the likes of Kante and Modric in the same team, which you wouldn't be able to do in the normal foot mode. So it's really, really exciting, and you guys are going to love it.
All right, well, on that note, let's take a look at this trailer.
Waiting is over here in Russia. And it's
Don't even ask why it's over. I'm coming through, breaking in that window in the kitchen. Hang on and get the chance. That's how I made this beat. And if you didn't know I need it right away. So when you see us in the street, better keep running. Right horse it up. Who we coming?
It is the big day on the biggest stage at the World Cup.
Dude, I will be honest, EA makes the best commercials. I'm so hyped for this game. I'm so hyped for this update. If you guys own FIFA 18, you can download it now. If it's a Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, Xbox, PC, and then if you're more about FIFA on the go, you can get it on mobile on June 6th. It's free also, by the way, I should mention that. And then it has the original stuff. It's the World Cup. So you have the original kits, you have the original badges, you have the official ball, okay? You have all 12 stadiums that the teams are gonna play in. It's unbelievable. And then you have this fresh FUT mode. They've got revised chemistry and squad building challenges. It's ridiculous, but that's not even the best part. You can get some icons as well, including Miroslav Klose, who I played against once, and I'll just say he got the better of me that game. And then, even better than that, my country, the USA, didn't qualify, and I don't really want to talk about it, but in this game, you can rewrite history, and I get to play with them in the World Cup. That's a big deal to me.
You get your own little experience.
I do, and I want that. Now, since you guys know all these modes, what was your favorite part of that?
I love the SBCs you can do. There's some really, really cool SBCs you can do. The teams, as I mentioned, is incredible, and the whole new tournament system is unbelievable.
And Alexander, I don't think you've played it yet, but that trailer is ridiculous. What are you looking forward to playing?
I like the player friend because I like to, you know, compete against other pros, for example. It's a whole different game, basically, so it's like a refreshing, you know?
Yeah, just a refresh of the whole game. I'm excited about that as well. Matt?
I'm hyped for the World Cup as it is, and being able to play as your nation and obviously have the new likeness of some of the players as well. So Mo Salah with his big afro and Griezmann with his much shorter hairstyle than he has in Ultimate Team right now. I'm just looking forward to the freshness of it, and it's going to be really great.
So you're going to play with England, I assume, and then lose in penalties to Portugal in the quarterfinals.
I'm going to play with
Brazil.
Is he?
I'm saying this.
At least we're in the World Cup.
All right.
Where are you?
We're not in it.
Exactly.
Whoa.
2 Americans here, careful.
Okay, yeah, easy. It's 2 versus 2 over here. Now, 2 other guys I want to throw to right now, Mike and Chu. What do you guys think? You feeling this new World Cup update or what?
Yeah, well, I think they're just going to win the World Cup first, but I need to go home and download that update after we stop here. Now I'm with Mike LaBelle, pro player for the New York Red Bulls, and now Mike, we have a player, a very special player here. You've heard a lot about him, MSDossary. What is it about MSDossary's gameplay that people are struggling with?
On the offensive end, he does such a good job of creating space, especially in the final third, which makes these easy opportunities that have been goal after goal after goal, and it's definitely a skill. People aren't making a lot of mistakes at this event.
Now show me, we do have a clip from MSDossary over here on the telestrator. I mean, show me what he does in attack that's so good.
Yeah, perfect. So Chu and I went through a bunch of his goals, and this is one of the examples that we came up with that I think showcases something that makes MSDossary so special. So as you see on this freeze frame, I call it the 2-for-1. What were we talking about? It's not Taco Bell, it's not McDonald's, it's not Burger King, but it's still a 2-for-1.
Now I want Taco Bell.
Yeah, you're getting hungry. So 1, 2, you see both of these defenders on the pitch. Now with one pass, good timing, a smart read, Dossary is going to eliminate both of them at once. And that's what you're going to see right here, where Conte is feeding the man into the middle. As you can see with this play, he's cut out the entire midfield, which is something that we're accustomed to seeing in FIFA. People that are scoring goals, they get through the midfield. If you don't break down the midfield, you're not going to score goals. So in our secondary freeze frame, you're going to see it again in a little bit of a different fashion. Once again, 1, 2. Players kind of get caught ball watching, and this is something that Dossary's done with quick turns, smart reads, and just overall vision on the pitch, and he scores so many easy opportunities. You're going to see an overlapping run from Ruud Gullit, and he is going to feed him, which makes for another goal, and we keep saying that all day about Dossary scoring when he wants, how he wants.
He's amazing. I mean,
against anyone.
Against anyone. So for the guys at home, so is this what they're trying to be doing with their gameplay at home? Playing out wide and then trying to drag out defenders and midfielders in the center to make an overlapping run?
Absolutely, because you have to bait people. We're all very structured and organized for the most part at the high level competitive play or anyone at this event, without a doubt. So you have to kind of play a mind game. You have to trick them. You have to make them come with the double teams. You have to bait them. You have to make it look like, hey, I'm going this way, and then you switch it up. And that's something that Dossary has done over and over again, and that's why he's a favorite for the event.
So guys, there you have it. That's how you can play like Mike LaBelle. That's how you can play like MSDossary. Now we have Spencer over on the balcony right there. Spencer, what do you got for us?
Thanks very much, guys. What a day we have had here in Amsterdam. I'm exhausted, to be honest. I've not even been playing. Just watching those last 32 games, watching the emotion of the people that got the scarves and the emotion of the people that didn't. It was exhausting for me, I'm not going to lie to you. Let's take a look and remind ourselves of the format here in Amsterdam, because tomorrow we go into the final day, AKA Decision Day. Okay, so we started off yesterday with 64 players. It was the first of 3 days on the Xbox tournament. We worked through what is fastly becoming the famous Swiss format. If you got 4 wins, you got out. If you got 4 losses, you went out. It was that simple. And 32 players got those 4 wins. They've been battling it out today to get to the last 16. Everyone that got to the last 16 got themselves a spot in London at the grand final. We know who those 16 players are, and tomorrow is decision day, okay? Tomorrow is where we find out who gets through to the quarters and the semis and ultimately the final, and who wins the title of the Xbox playoff champion here in Amsterdam. That's a big deal, not just because they get $35,000, but they get a lot of kudos and they get a pretty big trophy to take home with them as well. And this is the seeding moving forward for the eWorld Cup Grand Final. So it shows you where you finish in this tournament right now also is going to have a massive say in your group stage in London. So the better you do here, even though if you're in that last 16, you've already got your scarf, you've got your entry, you can still improve your spot in a league table in London. So what they do tomorrow is still very important, not just for Amsterdam, but also for London. It's been an incredible day, guys. You've got to make sure you join us again tomorrow, all kicking off from 12 p.m. Central European time. And also make sure you've linked your Twitch to your EA account to get some lovely goodies that are going to be dropped throughout the day. Hope you've enjoyed it. I know I have. I've been Spencer Owen. Big thanks to you for watching, and thanks from everyone here on the production team. We'll see you tomorrow. Until then, don't go changing.
Team famous